Hello guys, like this video and subscribe this channel now for more updates.
Chapter 1. Where is this dilapidated, ruined planet? And why am I here? I just won a prize and drank a glass of wine and fell asleep. Who are you kidding me? In the pitch-black night sky, the ruined planet, and a dead gray, a voice of exasperation suddenly sounded in this silent environment. Countless rubble remains are constantly floating on the planet whose gravity has gradually collapsed. There is no sunlight here, and the surroundings are dim, and no trace of intelligent life can be seen. There are one bottomless fissure after another on the earth, and only a few ferocious beasts who act on instinct are constantly cruising among the ruins, looking for today's food. Is this still the earth? Lying on a piece of gravel floating in the sky, Ye looked at the scene below with black lines all over his head, and he was very sure that this was definitely not the earth he was born and raised on. He was just lucky enough to win the lottery once and drank a few more drinks, then slept in a luxury suite, and when he woke up, he found that his life had turned into a gloomy. Really, a gloomy. Who I am. Where is this? What am I doing here? Ye said that he was already in a daze, but fortunately he was healthy and nothing happened. This is the MarvelMCU universe galaxy abandoned planet Morag. Who? Ye was startled by the voice that seemed to ring in his head. Come out for me if you are pretending to be a ghost, be careful, I will cut you. Hello host, I am the system. Wait, system? Yes. Ye had an expression that you couldn't fool me. The luck of my life is probably all on that lottery ticket. How could such a good thing as the system and time travel come to me? Just kidding. The system is speechless. When you meet such a host, how do you let it answer? The novice gift package will expire in 3 minutes. Will the host accept it? If there is no answer, you will be rejected by default after 3 minutes, and the benefits of the novice gift package will be cancelled. Are you kidding? Give it to me quickly. Ye replied in a second. The word really fragrant was missing on his face. Doesn't the host not believe in the existence of the system? Traveling has happened, isn't the system a standard feature? Ye said with a face full of reason. Definitely, hurry up and give me the novice gift bag, let me see what it is, don't make me a novice master rubbish things like swords. The host believes that you have crossed. The system said that it was a bit down. Ye raised his finger and pointed to the planet below which was gradually on the verge of destruction. Nonsense, what does your Earth look like? If it's not time travel, what else can it be? And didn't you say it just now? MarvelMCU Universe Milky Way abandoned planet Morag, you think I'm deaf? The system was silent for a few seconds. The novice gift package has been issued, and you can receive it by entering the system space silently. By the way, let me ask a little more. As if remembering something, Ye frowned slightly. Your system, shouldn't it be the kind of coquettish BCH? The kind that will be wiped out if you don't complete the task? Or are there any mandatory tasks or mandatory punishments? If there is such a mechanism, you should take back your novice gift bag. At the age of 20, what Ye can't stand the most is all kinds of restraints, otherwise he wouldn't be a single dog for thousands of years on the premise of having a handsome face. Girlfriend or something, it's too troublesome. This system is a pure auxiliary system, it only exists to assist the growth of the host, and it does not contain any private goods. Please be at ease with the host. There will be tasks, and it is up to the host to do it or not, and there is no penalty. Definitely, this system believes that there is no 1 in 10,000 chance that the host will give up the mission voluntarily. You're quite confident, so give it a try. Ye nodded in satisfaction, and then he meditated on the system space in his heart. As soon as the scene in front of him changed, a projection-like image appeared in front of Ye's eyes. The system space seemed to be nothing fancy, just the grid-type storage space of ordinary online games. And in the first space in the space, a radiant gift bag is lying quietly waiting for Ye's initiative to open it. Open the novice package. With a silent thought, the gift bag in the grid was shining brightly, and the gift bag disappeared, replaced by a pair of pitch-black armor, a pitch-black axe and a bottle of potion that looked like blood medicine. Armor? An axe? Do you want me to be a warrior, or a berserker? Ye looked a little weird, and patiently touched the armor and axe with his own thoughts. Black armor, from the super seminary, with high-strength defense, unbreakable under a flame-level blade, with a dark computing cloud, which can be overclocked. God-killing axe, dark matter-killing god Wu, from super seminary, driven by anti-dark matter energy, can carry the power of killing gods, function, killing gods, destroying stars. Damn it! I thought it was ordinary armor and an axe, I didn't expect it. Looking at the god-killing axe and black armor lying quietly in the grid, Ye expressed a little surprise. And many more. As if remembering something, the look of surprise on Ye's face disappeared, replaced by black lines. The god-killing axe needs to be powered by anti-dark matter energy, and to exert its maximum power, You need to import the power of killing God. If the black armor wants to play its original function, it needs to be able to mobilize dark energy. I don't know anything now. Even if I can hold and wear this thing now, it's just a set of stronger armor and a sharper axe. You gave me such a novice gift package for look at my joke, right? The system said it didn't want to speak. The system didn't answer. Yayi was a little lost, and simply put all his hopes on the last blood medicine. If both the armor and the axe come from the super seminary, then this should be a match, right? For example, the god-killing power gene potion? With excitement, Yayi's thoughts touched the final potion. Shenhe gene, it can evolve the original genetic program to a generation of gods. No side effects, no special ability. What the hell? Where's my god-killing power? Where's my galaxy power? The light of the sun is also fine. What the hell is the 3 generations of Kamigawa? Give me an angel gene to have wings and let me fly. What's going on with your ordinary Kamigawa gene? Ideals are full, reality is skinny, daydreaming is not advisable. This is Yayi's most intuitive cognition now. Okay, a generation of gods is fine, recognize it? Smacking his lips, Yayi thinks it's better not to think too much. After all, although this thing does not have the potential of the 3 major god-making projects, at least, it is also a generation divine body. Being dubbed the word divine body, can you be weak? The first generation of gods can already be immune to most of the damage of thermal weapons. For nuclear weapons, as long as they are not hit directly and are not in the center of the nuclear explosion, the first generation of gods can resist nuclear radiation and not die. It is already very good to be able to break free from the constraints of oxygen and enter the universe. Put it on the earth. This is really a god as its name suggests. After all, modern weapons can't kill you. Although nuclear bombs are threatening. But if I can't handle a nuclear explosion, won't I run away? Confirm use. Use. Yayi took a deep breath and chose to use this copy of the Kamigawa gene. After all, the place where he is now does not dare to say that it is safe. Where is this Morag? No, you're moving forward, the Milky Way. No, more ahead MarvelMCU universe. Although the MCU is not as dangerous as other Marvel universes, the danger is just as high, especially the last purple potato who wears gloves and saves up 6 infinite rough stones and engages in family planning in the whole universe. Who knows what time it is now? If it's in the later stage, then it's still a mess. In front of the infinity gauntlet full of gems, what is a generation of gods? A snap of the fingers to ashes. However, now is not the time to think about it. With the injection of the Kamigawa gene, earth-shaking changes began to take place in the body that was originally at the level of ordinary people. Strength, speed, and defense began to increase in all directions. The metamorphosis of the gene lasted for a full half an hour. The strength of a generation of gods seems a bit unexpected. Feeling the endless power surging in his body, Yayi clenched his fists fiercely. From now on, he will also be a man of a generation. Chapter 2. The Kamigawa gene has been inherited, and the system task has been issued. Please check it out by the host. The mission is here? So soon. Hearing the voice of the system, Yayi was taken aback suddenly. Okay, since you said that you are not that kind of coquettish BCH, then I have to see it. Mission, Unlimited Rough Stone Collection Journey. Collect the original Stone of Power, a copy of the gene program of the power of killing gods, unlimited time, no penalty. Collect Reality Stones, activate the initial Void Engine system, unlimited time, no penalty. Collect Space Gem, Space-Time Gene Genetic Program, unlimited time, no penalty. Collect the original Soul Stone, a copy of the Sun's Light Gene Program, no time limit, no penalty. Collect the original Stone of Time, a large astronomical computer, unlimited time, no penalty. Collect a copy of the Soul Gem, Galactic Force Genetic Program, unlimited time, no penalty. Current progress, 0/6. Seeing this series of tasks, Yayi was stunned. You are really confident, there are so many good things waiting for me here, give up the task. Haha. The 3 major god-making engineering genetic programs, the initial Void Engine, the space-time gene, and the large-scale celestial computer, if this can be rejected, then this person's mind will definitely be full of shit. Even if there is no reward later, the Infinity Rough Stone is definitely something that must be contested. After all, there is no need to think too much about the defying nature of these 6 rough stones. I have to grab it. Yayi doesn't want to run into a purple potato full of gems before he grows up. For the sake of his life, the rough stone must be grabbed, there is no negotiation. As for the following series of rewards, Yayi raised his hand and touched his chin. This Void Engine doesn't seem to be very brilliant. Compared with other rewards, this thing seems to be a younger brother. That's not right. The sub-biological engine, the black hole engine and the so-called Void Engine are just called differently. they are exactly the same thing, that is, the core of the DKGE Xylon is the combination of the two. That's not right, don't the power of the galaxy and the light of the sun both have their own engines? After thinking for a while, he couldn't figure it out, and the dog didn't answer when he asked the system, so Yayi temporarily let go of the doubts in his heart. Large astrocomputer, don't know which one it will be, the big clock. It is probably unlikely, the big clock is the only one in the super god universe. Kaisha's treasure house of sacred knowledge is slightly inferior, Yayi doesn't think he can have such good luck. But it's not bad, at least it's better than nothing. After all, the gods of the super seminary rely on the background system to support them in the battle of killing gods. Waving the task panel away, Yayi's gaze immediately fell on Morag below. Although I don't know what time it is now, but since this is Morag, there may be something else to do. At least go and see if there is a cosmic spirit ball in the temple first. After accepting the Kamigawa gene, putting on the black armor, and lifting the god-killing axe, after having the safety guarantee of the first step, Yayi is a bit more courageous, and he has the determination to do this task in his heart confidence. Lifting his foot, Yayi jumped directly from this boulder floating in the sky. Boom! With a muffled sound, Yayi, who descended from the sky, had completely set foot on the surface of the abandoned planet Morag. Looking at the knees submerged in the ground, Yayi was not surprised but delighted. There was nothing wrong with jumping from this height, and his body was awesome. Pulling himself out of the ground, Yayi lifted the god-killing axe in his hand, and began to scan his surroundings. But here is nothing but wreckage, it seems to be the same everywhere. The temple that holds the cosmic spirit ball. I haven't seen it yet. Hurry up and find a way. Although a generation of gods can survive in an extreme environment for a period of time, it doesn't mean they won't starve to death. If Yayi can drive dark energy, then this problem will no longer be a problem, but the key is that he can't now, this thing has to be learned. Although the Kamigawa gene endowed Yayi with the ability to feel dark energy, being able to feel dark energy and driving dark energy are completely different things. Although there is food, but it's so disgusting. The monster on the ground that seemed to crawl out of the dung pile, Yayi felt that he couldn't eat it at all, and who knew if it could be eaten. Raising his hand, he split a monster that used Yayi as food in half with an axe. Yayi strode forward and galloped on the ground quickly. The top priority now is to find the temple on the abandoned planet Morag, and then see if there is a cosmic spirit ball in the temple, that is, the power stone. If there is, it means there is still enough time, if not, then be careful. After all, if there is no, it means that Guardians of Galaxy and Ronin have already come, and may even have developed to the later stage. Xandar Star has been blood-bathed by purple sweet potatoes. Can you tell Yayi not to be in a hurry? Although there is sunshine here, the visibility is very low. After all, there are fountains all over the sky, and you need to be careful when you are running, otherwise, if you don't pay attention, you will be directly smashed into the sky by the heat gushing out of the ground. I have to say that this place is really desolate. After running for more than an hour, all that appeared in Yayi's eyes were ruins or ruins, not a single large building could be seen. I don't know if this thing can be used. I patted the armor on my wrist, and a subtle projection appeared in front of my eyes. However, it is a pity that the dark computing cloud that comes with the black armor can only provide calculations and does not support range retrieve function. Forget it, I'll keep running. Looking at the desolate land, Yayi had no choice but to keep walking. He can only pray that he is not far from the temple, otherwise. If you want to find a specific landmark on such a big planet, you have to find it. Perhaps the sky pays off, and perhaps the system is still reliable, and a continuous black shadow gradually becomes clear. It is a bunch of buildings, which are relatively well preserved, at least not a pile of ruins. This place looks familiar. With a standing long jump on the spot, Yayi directly crossed the big crack below and landed directly in front of the building complex. Guardians of Galaxy Star-Lord has been here, and Yayi is quite impressed. This planet was originally not much different from the Earth, but it is a pity that this group of people put their lives into researching the original Stone of Power, and a good planet was directly declared scrapped, and humans and animals became extinct. Passing through the abandoned complex, the gate of the temple loomed before Yayi's eyes. Xingju has something that can open the door without injury, but he can't, this thing, can only be violently split. Turning the god-killing axe in his hand, Yayi gripped the handle of the axe tightly with both hands, and the powerful force gathered in an instant. Facing the gate of the temple, he smashed Huashan with a force. There was a loud bang, countless broken stones scattered in all directions, and the fairly solid gate instantly fell apart under the power of the god-killing axe. A shimmering plasma shield emerged at the end of the temple, and inside the shield, was a round ball with countless strange patterns on its surface. Cosmic Spirit Ball. Seeing the appearance of the Universe Spirit Ball, Yayi felt relieved in his heart. Xingju hasn't been here yet, which proves that the timeline is still early. There is still time, but I don't know how far it has developed. If the Avengers Alliance has already started, it will be a little troublesome. Space Gem returned to Asgard, the Reality Stone was kept by Collector, and the Mind Stone fell into the hands of Hydra. Except for the last one, the first two are hard to do. Especially Odin, he doesn't think he will be Odin's opponent now. Forget it, let's talk about it with the Cosmic Spirit Ball first. Chapter 3. Out of confidence in his own strength, he stepped into the temple directly. Anyway, there doesn't seem to be any traps in this place. The protective shield in front of him is set up to protect the Cosmic Spirit Ball. Needless to say, its defensive power is also first class in terms of lethality. Not knowing whether the black armor could resist it, he didn't choose to take the risk and directly took it with his hands. After all, he still had a god-killing axe in his hand, wouldn't it just be over if he split it? Although he couldn't exert the true power of the god-killing axe, but, even in this case, the god-killing axe was sharp enough to split most metal substances. I don't know if the shield can be split or not, and he doesn't bother to try, but can he still not split the stone pillars on the upper and lower sides? With a forehand axe and a backhand axe, the upper and lower stone pillars exploded in an instant, the protective shield was declared useless, and the Cosmic Spirit Ball rolled down and lay quietly in front of Yi. I got the raw power stone. Shortly picked up the Cosmic Spirit Ball, Yi showed a smile. Although I can't hold the power of the raw power stone now, I can always do it in the future. I meditated on the system in my heart, and the task panel that was closed not long ago opened again. Unlimited rough stone collection journey. Collect power stones, achieved. Guaranteed to have the rough stone in hand for at least 7 days. Current progress, 1/6, rewards can be claimed after 7 days. 7 days? Is there still this limit? Looking at the task description on the panel, Yi said he couldn't understand. The system needs to extract the power of the original stone to shape the genetic program of the power of killing gods for you, the total time, 7 days. Wait, you're saying that after the power to kill gods is created, the original power stone will be gone? Yi was immediately stunned. The power of killing gods and the raw stone of strength can only be chosen from one of the two? Are you making wool? No. The system only uses the power of the original stone to create the gene system of the power of killing gods for you, and will not cause any damage to the original stone of power. I'm relieved. Yi nodded in satisfaction as his heart fell to the ground, and he raised his hand and stuffed the Cosmic Spirit Ball in his hand into the system space. Yi wants the power to kill gods, Yi wants the raw power stone even more, Yi will feel sorry for anyone who loses it. As for why put space instead of body? Please, it's not safe to put it anywhere. Not to mention being robbed, if you accidentally touch the original power stone entity, Yi doesn't want to be left in a hurry. That level of strength can only be endured by a level godfather, Yi doesn't think he has that strength now. A week. Looking at the dilapidated temple, Yi plans to spend this week here. There are still some ecosystems in it, and the key is to find out if there is something to eat. And this week, I have to learn how to mobilize dark energy. The feeling of having a whole body of strength but not being able to fully use it is bad. And Kanju artifact can only watch helplessly, feeling even worse. Dark energy, Yi can feel it now, but how to control it, that is the blind man feels the elephant and has no idea what to do. Everything has to be explored slowly by yourself. In a week, you should not starve to death. As long as you learn to control dark energy and use dark energy to supplement your needs, you can temporarily not need food. As for going outside to find food, Yi decisively gave up that idea. The creatures on this planet feel a little nauseous just looking at them, let alone talking. He is not Mr. Pei, he can eat anything. Sitting cross-legged in front of the temple, with the god-killing axe standing aside, Yi slowly calmed down to feel the dark energy and try to control them. Sit quietly to help reduce consumption, and in the absence of replenishment, a lot of exercise is not advisable. The sun doesn't rise and the moon doesn't set on this planet, and Yi can't count the passage of time, there is no other way but to wait. I just hope that when I receive the gene of the power of killing gods, I can directly subsidize my needs at one time, otherwise he will most likely become the first traverser to be starved to death. That's a bit of a shame. Time passed unknowingly, and the god-killing axe acted as a guard at the gate of the temple, which was full of deterrents. During this period, no monsters without long eyes came to attack Yi. During the 7-day exploration, Yi only touched a little bit of signs without being taught, and was able to barely absorb the dark energy in the void to supplement himself while sitting quietly. Other than that, no progress. Drop. Unlimited rough stone collection journey. Collect power stones, completed. Current progress, 1/6, rewards are available. A subtle reminder sounded in Yi's mind, and his eyes, which had not moved for a long time, slowly opened, and the look of joy was so conspicuous. 7 days have passed, and the mission's rewards have been completely announced. Receive. The release of the God-killing power gene system is complete, and the genetic program has begun to be modified. Genetic modification, it hurts a bit, but it is also very comfortable, as if soaking in a hot spring after a long day of hard work. With the Shinhe gene as the foundation, this time the genetic program implantation was completed quickly and directly, and the dark red anti-dark matter energy slowly emerged on Yeyi's body surface, which is the characteristic of the manifestation of the power of killing gods. This power is used to kill gods. Although the name is tall, the history is very long, and the achievements in the past are also very remarkable. One axe smashed Li Yangxing, but Yeyi, who didn't feel much change, frowned. You won't be a half-baked guy like Lu Chuang, right? From the beginning to the end, I just chopped up a big burun, and it was a gang fight. It feels a bit scumbag. How about lifting the god-killing axe next to it? Yeyi expressed a little itchy hands. Try it and try it. Taking a deep breath, Yeyi clenched the god-killing axe tightly in his hand, and began to mobilize the god-killing power in his body as if instinctively. The anti-dark matter energy emitting a little red light quickly spewed out from both hands, and the power of killing gods was instantly injected into the god-slaying axe in Yeyi's hand. Yeyi felt his hand sink slightly. It's a bit heavy. Looking up at the buildings in front of him, Yeyi gritted his teeth slightly, and raised the god-killing axe vigorously with both hands. Come on, the power of killing god. Cut. The moment the axe fell, Yeyi felt his whole body go limp, as if all his strength was being hollowed out. However, the imaginary landslide and ground fissure did not appear, and the buildings in front were still intact, but the ground was split by an axe with a small crack, which was just as large as the blade of the god-killing axe. File size. I used all my strength to get this result. Looking at the small crack under the axe, Yeyi felt like crying. What kind of god-killing power is this? With a huge gap in his heart, Yeyi just sat down on the ground, not to mention splitting the planet with an axe, but at least split the building complex in front of me with an axe. What can you do with this power? This ability is not good, it is not even as good as a missile, so why use it? This thing can't be a fake, can it? Or does he need to go through several years of training to grow slowly? Time, how could there be time for him to grow up slowly? Fortunately, he still has the original power stone. Rubbing his forehead, Yeyi lay directly on the ground. Now find a way to get out of here, FK. Before he could finish speaking, Yeyi's pupils shrank suddenly. He turned over and stood up, and walked away from the previous position quickly. This Nima skill also has reading bars and delays. Looking at the incomparably huge amounts of energy axe falling from the sky, and a huge space crack that is constantly expanding under the giant axe, Yeyi has 1,000 words of MMP in his heart, and he doesn't know whether he should say it or not. What the hell did he do? Run quickly. Who knows if the axe falls, he will be hacked along with him. He just wanted to see if he could hack a building complex. Who the hell wanted to hack this planet together with him? As for blocking, how? At this moment, Yeyi can't help but quickly grow a pair of wings and run as far as possible. Chapter 4. Mommy help. Seeing the giant axe falling continuously from the sky, Yeyi felt regretful in his heart. Was he full or something? Didn't it all be said in the novel that the products produced by the system must be high-quality products? Why would he doubt the authenticity of this god-killing power? Why would he doubt its power? Well now, when the axe comes down, the planet will definitely be gone. Even if he can survive the axe, what if the planet collapses and explodes? Even if the planet doesn't collapse and explode, and he can't fly, whether there is a spaceship or not, he has to starve to death in this universe. Even if he can control the dark energy to supply himself, he will still have to be trapped in this useless cosmic starry sky for a lifetime. By the way, can Heiji send a distress signal? This is a problem. What crime did he do? Who will help him resist this axe? Boom. There was a violent roar, and an extremely violent impact hit Yeyi's back instantly, and the whole person flew upside down and smashed fiercely into the wreckage not far away. But, what's going on? The axe hasn't fallen yet. Peeling off the gravel on his body, Yeyi looked at the giant axe in the sky, and was stunned the next moment. A tiny golden light was standing under the giant axe, resisting the falling energy giant axe very strongly. The impact just now should be the aftermath of the collision between the golden light and the giant axe. In Yeyi's staring eyes, the golden light slowly raised the giant axe in the sky, and directly pushed the entire energy giant axe back, away from Morag. Soon, the giant axe that lost its energy replenishment slowly dissipated into the universe. Damn it! I really met a great man. Seeing this scene, Yeyi racked his brains and began to think about the identity of the other party. Even in the MCU universe, there are not a few who can destroy a star with one blow. The strong of the level Godfather can do it, and the existence of the peak can even threaten the entire galaxy. Who is this? Looks like a positive, ancient one? Impossible. The opponent sits on the Earth, so it's easy to get out? Odin. It is also impossible. The other party is in Asgard. If there is no accident, he should be training Thor, the next successor of Asgard. How could he appear here? Villains like Dormammu, Ego, and Purple Potato don't even consider. There seem to be few left. Satisfy the requirement of being active in the universe all year round, and the strength has reached the level Godfather, and the golden light is shining all over. Captain Marvel Carol? This is an ant, but we are saved. Yayi heaved a sigh of relief, and collapsed directly on the ruins. It's not a good habit to speak ill of people behind their backs. Ugh. English. Who is speaking? Why can I understand? Wait. Yayi took a breath, turned his head a little stiffly, and was taken aback. Captain Marvel Carol. It seems that you know me. Looking at the little one in front of him, Carol's mouth twitched slightly. Judging from your language, it should be from the ancient kingdom of Yanhuang on Earth. I have heard of it and understand it. Are you from Earth? I'm an Earthling, a serious Earthling. Yayi answered directly without thinking, and then asked cautiously with a little doubt, are you really Carol? What's the need to lie to you? Carol tilted his head. I haven't been back to Earth for many years. It's rare to meet a fellow from my hometown. Do you need help? The movie that subverts the three views is harmful. Yayi turned his head slightly, thinking to himself, is the Carol in front of him an ant? She is obviously a young beauty, okay. A head of golden hair is flying freely, and the whole body is shrouded in golden brilliance, giving people a rather sacred feeling. Well, it looks good and smells so good. After glancing at Yayi, Carol frowned. I always feel like you're thinking something very rude. No, Yayi shook his head hastily. It's just meeting an old acquaintance in a foreign land. Excited? Yes, excited. I barely believe it. Carol nodded lightly, and then said, you made that axe just now. You hate this planet so much that you want to chop it off. No. Yayi shook his head again. I don't have any bad feelings towards this planet. Just now, it was caused by ability awakening going out of control. I don't have any reason to kill myself, right? You saw it too, the axe fell down, the planet is gone, and I am gone. Understandable. Carol nodded slightly to express her understanding. There are too many unknowns in this universe, and there are always some people who are endowed with secret energy by the universe and become strong, and she is one of them. Carol believed Yayi's words. The power just now is very strong, you have to make good use of it. But I don't know how to use it. Yayi's face turned bitter. I can't control it, I'm afraid I'll kill myself too. Yayi never thought that the axe just now could have such a great power, and he couldn't control it at all. This is an absolute fact. It took a little bit of force, and then injected the power of killing gods, and that's it, how the axe was formed. Yayi is really confused. Now he doesn't dare to use it anymore, unless one day he completely controls this power, otherwise a planet will be gone if he doesn't pay attention, even he himself will die. Too dangerous. My spaceship exploded, and I want to go back to Earth, can you take me back? Yayi tentatively asked. Not now. Carol shook his head directly, you are too dangerous and destructive now, what if you get agitated and then strike with an axe? The Earth can't bear your toss. The corner of Yayi's mouth twitched, there was no need to refute this. Unless he doesn't use it, once he uses it, this will be the result. But no one taught him, when will he be able to control this power? It can be seen that you are very troubled. Carol can understand Yayi's feeling. She was also confused by this power in the past. But if Carol hears what Yayi is thinking, I guess he will feel that his thoughts are superfluous. Yayi is not bothered about the source of the power here, nor is he worried about other things at all, he just wants to quickly control this power. He just wants to go back to Earth quickly, and grab the original stone. After all, there is a Purple Potato secretly planning to start family planning, and he doesn't want to be the one who disappears. Is this distressing? I can't go to the Earth, where else can I go? The request was rejected by Carol, and Yayi didn't think too much about it. After all, Carol was also born on the Earth. This kind of worry is completely justified. Your destructive power is too great, probably no planet dares to accept you rashly. Carol shook his head helplessly, if you go down with a few axes, a galaxy is not enough for you to toss. After so many years of traveling in the universe, many forces in the universe have accepted Carol's help. It was a simple matter to place a person, but Yayi's situation is not easy. There is a compromise, you follow me first, when you can control this force, you can return to Earth. It is good. Yayi didn't want to refuse Carol's suggestion at all. After all, Being taught and not being taught are completely different things. Chapter 5. Can it fly? Obviously not. He spread his hands, his face full of helplessness. A little trouble, get ready. Prepare for what? He was taken aback for a moment. Carol raised his eyebrows, then raised his hand to pinch the black armor on the back of Ye's neck, and shot straight into the sky. Huge amounts of centrifugal force made Ye dizzy for a while, and subconsciously hugged her hands forward. The discarded god-killing axe instantly returned to the system space to prevent it from being lost. Carol frowned, the feeling of being restrained around the waist was a bit uncomfortable, but she didn't say much. Who told her not to come here with the spaceship? The golden light enveloped Carol, and by the way, also Ye, and the two of them disappeared into the universe in a flash of light. Carol can fly faster than the speed of light. Although it may be slower with the burden of Ye in his hand, it is also extremely fast. Although the touch of the hand is wonderful, Ye said that he dare not move at all. Really dare not move. Don't look at Carol's easygoing appearance, but this is a proper level godfather. Rolling his eyes, Ye said softly, why did the captain appear here? Changing the subject is a necessary skill. If Carol thinks that he has any impure thoughts, he will be gone with a slap. As for the problem of how to transmit sound in a vacuum, is there anything that super ability can't solve? Ye is sure that Carol can hear it. Go to Nova Empire, pass by. Carol replied directly without looking back. Hearing this familiar name, Ye squinted his eyes. What happened to Nova Empire? It's just a ceremony to meet someone. The Kree Empire and the Nova Empire are about to sign a peace treaty. I have received an invitation from the head of the Nova Empire, Vano Supreme, to watch the ceremony. Carol said softly. Then are we going to Xandar? Ye suddenly realized. Of course, it will be here soon. That's enough talking about the topic here. If you ask more, you don't know what to do. Ye can also understand why the Nova Empire invited Carol to watch the ceremony. After all, there are all kinds of inexplicable relationships between Carol and the Kree Empire. Definitely, here does not mean friendly, but hostile. If Carol can be present at the meeting and stand on the side of the Nova Empire, then the Kree Empire will definitely be under great pressure, and the Nova Empire will be able to take the initiative. After all, Carol alone can directly abolish the entire Kree Empire, but he has a big heart and is not willing to care about the Kree Empire, otherwise the Kree Empire would have been gone. Naturally, the Kree Empire, who understands their situation, is as cautious as a grandson in front of Carol. If the Nova Empire has friendship with Carol, then the Kree Empire will have to weigh it if they want to make trouble. Pulling the tiger's skin and pulling the coat, this is. It seems that the Vano Supreme still has something, and he has friendship with Carol. However, Ye expressed his doubts about this. Since Vano Supreme has friendship with Carol, why didn't he ask for help when Ronan in the original book came? This can barely be said to be serious, but when the purple sweet potato bloodbathed Xandar, why didn't it ask for help? Could it be that Carol is too far away? Well, there is this possibility. After all, the Milky Way is too vast. There are more galaxies beyond the Milky Way. Maybe Carol ran too far and didn't receive the other party's message, which is also possible. But these are pure guesses, and Ye doesn't intend to take the initiative to ask. After all, he and Carol are not familiar with each other, so it is probably not beneficial to ask these intimate matters rashly. Ye's thoughtful expression fell into Carol's eyes. Although he didn't turn his head, Carol could see it. Regarding Ye's point-and-click questions, Carol also nodded secretly. Although it is not clear what Ye's nature is for the time being, it is not bad in terms of human relations. Carol also planned to keep Ye by his side to observe for a while. After all. Apart from other reasons, Carol still deeply remembered the blow that was enough to easily destroy the star just now. The people who came out of the Earth suddenly possessed such a powerful force. Carol was not very relieved to let Ye go back to the Earth directly. After all, the Earth is originally too fragile. Carol needs to test Ye for a period of time before deciding whether to send Ye back to Earth. If the result is good, then naturally everyone is happy. If it is bad, Carol has not thought about what to do for the time being. In short, let's talk about it first. Dividing line. Carol didn't stay on Xandar for too long. As a gift for Carol's support for the Nova Empire, well, a fighter plane with advanced performance, capable of no jumping and sublight speed cruising. Originally, the gift was something else, and even Carol didn't want it because it was cumbersome. In the end, I still wanted a fighter plane. After thinking about it for a second, Carol felt that she had to find a place for Ye to sit instead of holding her. It is good to follow Carol, at least now Ye already has a car, although it is not comparable to a celestial battleship, but at least it can be used for transition, so that Ye will not be unable to go anywhere. After all, he can't fly. This is flawed. The universe is big. Carol never likes to stay in the same place too much. the shortest is a few days, at most a week. Carol's character. How should I put it? She likes to uphold justice and fight against injustice. To put it in a more gentle way, Carol likes to protect rather than destroy. See what you can help, never say no. Although gentle, Carol is not a saint, nor is she stupid. When she meets someone who does evil, she basically ends badly. After all, in the universe, there are always some people who don't have long eyes, and Yayi is fortunate to be able to appreciate Carol's heroic appearance in the battle plane. Often it's a one-shot. As for why Yayi didn't make a move, it was the result of Carol's repeated orders. After all, the first time I ran into such a desperate guy, Yayi was so excited that he couldn't control his strength and directly slashed out with an axe. Carol couldn't stop it in time, and then, there was no more. There is an abandoned small planet in the universe. It can only be said that it is a barren abandoned planet, and there is no sign of life. Otherwise, you will be in trouble. Under the premise of losing control of the second ability, Carol transformed from a stranger, to become Yayi's mentor, teaching Yayi how to control his own power. The effect, of course, is very significant. Captain Mentor, where are we going next? Looking at the peaceful starfield in front of him, Yayi, who had been busy for a long time, turned his head slightly. These guys recently can't help but fight, aren't there any high-end guys for me to practice? I'm leaving. Looking carefully at Yayi in front of him, Carol looked up to the outside of the galaxy. I have a little trouble to solve. Then let's go now, I'll start the lightspeed engine. Yayi frowned. Carol said softly, no, you should go home. What? Chapter 6. I'm leaving. I have a little trouble to solve. Then let's go now, I'll start the lightspeed engine. Yayi frowned. No, you should go home. What? Go home? Hey, wait, you want to drive me away? After listening to Carol's words, Yayi, who finally came to his senses, suddenly widened his eyes. I mean, the two of us have cooperated for so long, and the tacit understanding is already so good. Don't you want to go back to Earth? Carol lowered his head slightly, and said with a chuckle, I remember you asked 5 months ago, but now you don't want to go back. That was 5 months ago, it's different now. Yayi expressed a little headache. The reason why he asked this question 5 months ago was naturally to determine the current timeline. Now that he has the answers, why is he still busy going back? Carol has said that she has been away from the Earth for less than 16 years, that is to say, the current time of the Earth should be in 2011. After all, Carol only left the Earth in 1995. The Avengers Alliance hasn't even started yet, and it's still almost half a year away. Why is he going back so early? The original Soul Stone is probably still in Zisha's hands. Yayi doesn't have much confidence to grab it from Zisha now. Wouldn't it be better to go back and get two at once before the Avengers Alliance starts? The original Time Stone will not run away, so it is kept in Camartage by the Ancient One Magician. It is safer than anyone else. TIE particles are still sealed in Walter Alheim, the hometown of the Dark Elves, and I will get them after a while, so I won't lose them anyway. As for the soul, put that thing at the end, for the sake of Soul Gem to give up the one you love the most. Yayi said that he can't do it, and wait for Zisha to push his daughter down before grabbing. Or, after gaining absolute strength, go to Vormer and force Soul Gem to show up. As for now, Yayi expressed that he wants to stay with Carol for a while longer. There is an eye-catching beauty by my side to accompany me to travel the universe and starry sky and fight together under the moon and moon. Is there anything wrong with it? Why go to the Earth to inhale smog? And there are no beautiful women on Earth. Definitely, the beauty in Yayi's mouth must have strong strength as a prerequisite, otherwise she will have a skin, and she will definitely be a pink skull in 100 years. He who has inherited the Kamigawa gene and the power to kill gods, as long as he is not killed by external forces, the units that can survive are calculated on the basis of 10,000 years. If you find an ordinary person as your partner, is it possible that you want him to change one in 100 years? Then let's go. As for his research on the Kamigawa gene, Yayi said that he doesn't have that kind of ability. It takes at least 1,000 years of calculations to study that stuff without any foundation. Definitely, maybe after Yayi gets the time stone, the astrocomputer who got the system reward might be able to do it. Don't think about it now. He is not some peerless genius who is unsurpassed in the past and present. He cannot handle genetic technology for the time being. Looking at Yayi in front of him, Carol took a deep breath. It's my request to you, you can help me go back to Earth for a look, is that okay? Why? How safe is the Earth? Yayi shook his head. I don't want to go back yet. I want to be quiet, okay? Carol sighed helplessly. If you stay by my side, I will. Anyway, that's probably it. Yayi, want to be quiet? Where is she? I'll help you bring her here now. Carol frowned as she looked at Yayi, who didn't like oil and salt. The extremely quiet atmosphere was completely frozen. After a stalemate for a while, Yi finally couldn't hold on. Okay, you are a big brother and listen to you, go back to Earth and return to Earth. I wish it had been like this earlier. Carol said angrily. Yi shook his head regretfully, it's a pity that my cosmic journey has died before halfway. Next time. What time? I have to remember this, where to gather. Shall I find you or you come to me? Xandar is a good place. Next time. Then you have to give me your communication channel. Yi is the next best thing. It's on the spaceship, you can find it slowly, that's it, let's go. See you next time, little one. The moment the voice fell, the familiar light illuminated the originally dim space, and the next moment, Carol's figure had turned into a stream of light and disappeared from Yi's eyes. Let's go. Seeing the direction in which Carol disappeared, Yi sighed, anyway, a parting hug or something, at worst, hold hands. With such a long time of companionship, Yi has gradually gotten used to the situation with Carol by his side. Now that Carol is gone like this, it feels like the whole universe is empty, so not used to it. I seem to be hypocritical. Looking at another empty cockpit and the obvious communication channel on the dial, Yi shook his head and threw out all the extra thoughts in his mind. Carol is leaving, he can't stop, and he can't keep up. With the contact information, when the void engine is activated and the large astronomical computer is in hand, Yi can find Carol no matter where in the universe or which star field she is in. It's not life and death, it's a bit hypocritical. Where should I go now? Earth. Looking at the series of coordinates in front of him, Yi was having a hard time deciding where to go. Now returning to Earth, the space gem can only be robbed, but the black stewed egg helped Carol after all, so Yi feels a little sorry for doing him this way. Moreover, without the space gem as a bait, would Purple Potato give the third princess Loki the soul stone so easily to make trouble on Earth? Probably not. After much deliberation, it is better to reap the benefits of the fisherman. The original stone of time, Ancient One, is still there, and she doesn't know what kind of attitude it is. If he thinks that Yi will harm the Earth or the universe, it will not be easy to handle, at least you must have the power to protect yourself before you go. The only one that can be obtained now seems to be the TIE particle sealed in Walterheim, the rough reality stone. Then go to the Kingdom of Darkness, don't bother to wait for the connection of the 9 worlds. Coordinates, Kingdom of Darkness, activate the Lightspeed engine, and find the nearest jumping point. Yi is not worried about whether collecting TIE particles will arouse Odin's idea. After all, Odin may not even know where the TIE particles are. As for the Dark Elves? That's a group of scumbags, the 5 scumbags of the Zanwu scum. What use is this group of bastards even if they wake up? He's not an old and soft Odin, and he's not a half-grown Thor. Isn't the god-killing axe in Yi's hand sharp? Dare to come, the power of killing gods will teach you how to be a Dark Elf. Node hopping is about to start, there will be 3,700 node hops to the destination, please prepare. Walk. Chapter 7. The 9 transitions are in 9 different star fields. Only the Earth as Midgard is in the Milky Way, and the others are far away. The existence named world tree only has the Milky Way file size. Think too much. 3,700 node jumps, spanning an unknown number of light years. After half a day, Yi finally arrived at the periphery of the Dark Kingdom. Well, with this level of space node jumping, an ordinary person would have been in a muddy mess long ago. But for Yi, small things are gods anyway. There is no longer a jumping point in the Kingdom of Darkness. If you want to get in, you have to fly. This is also simple, the Lightspeed engine is not needed. Walter Alheim, one of the 9 star regions, is a huge planet with a withered yellow appearance full of dead silence. The surface is a desperately dark color, endless desolation, cloudy clouds, and sand and stones flying all over the sky. This planet really has no signs of life, not at all, it is completely a dead star. This place used to be the place where the Dark Elves lived, but this group of spicy chickens are not very capable, but they have a big heart. They want to use the power of TIE particles to devour the 9 realms and return the entire universe to darkness. Then he was killed by Odin's father. In this battle, only a small number of Dark Elves survived, and the number in the entire universe is estimated to be no more than 1,000. They can already be regarded as a rare creature on the verge of extinction. But what about Yi? He just wants to get TIE particles now, and then go to the Earth to wait for Loki to bring the original Soul Stone, and then he will benefit from it. Looking at the dead and silent planet below, Yi raised his hand and tapped, turn on the quantum scan, read the gamma ray value, and mark the place with the largest fluctuation. Quantum fluctuations are on, scanning is in progress, and the expected time is 15 minutes. Yi only knows that TIE particles are in Walter Alheim. As for the exact location, only ghosts know. It's true. Who knows? Odin's father, Thor's grandfather, who knows who is dead. But he has a spaceship, he has a quantum scan, he can go wherever there is abnormality, and wherever the fluctuation is the largest, he can always find it. If it doesn't work, he still has one last solution. Isn't there still a raw power stone lying in the system space? There is a mutual induction between the raw stones. If you can't find it by yourself, you can directly take out the raw power stone and look for it in the direction that the raw power stone senses. That's absolutely right. What a genius. The quantum fluctuation scan is completed, the gamma ray reading is completed, and the suspicious low point has been marked, with a total of 13 directions. The deepest reaches 320,000 meters underground. 320,000 meters underground. Looking at this burly planet, the corner of Yayi's mouth twitched. If there is no road here, how long will it take me to hack a hole with an axe? Is there no space node here? Detection data, 0. Tisk, you're so unreliable. Yayi shook his head helplessly. Land down. The spaceship landed on the surface of the Dark Kingdom, the hatches opened and closed. After getting out of the fighter plane, Yayi backhanded the fighter plane directly into the system space. The distances between the 12 points on the screen are not very far away, definitely. The most outrageous one is naturally the strange coordinate of 320,000 meters underground. Glancing at this dead and silent planet, Yayi directly took out the god-killing axe, and then walked towards the nearest coordinate. Although it is said that there are no signs of life in this place, people and animals are extinct, but the ghost knows if there will be any undead or the like. Although it is unlikely, it is still best to be careful. Half a year's journey into the universe has given Yayi full vigilance. While the universe is colorful, it is also dangerous to the extreme. You have no idea what will happen until the end. After suffering a loss and being fooled, he will naturally learn to be good. The first node is located at the top of a mountain, and I will post this after the actual arrival. This thing looks like an altar-like thing, exuding a wave of dark energy. Is this altar the tradition of the Dark Elves, or the seal left by Odin's father? Looking at the altar in front of him, Yayi couldn't come to a conclusion for the time being. He really hadn't touched this kind of thing, and couldn't make an accurate judgment for a while. Look for other ones. If half of the 12 places are altars, then this thing should be a seal. After all, the coordinates look like a circle, multiple points in the middle. Surrounding the circle, Yayi walked halfway, and finally determined his own idea. This thing is definitely the seal left by Odin's father. Is it useful? Naturally it is used to suppress TIE particles. Since this is the case, the middle position should be the key. But, the seal is 320,000 meters underground, how does this allow him to get down? There should be something like a transmission channel, right? After confirming the specific function of these altars, Yayi jumped down from the mountain peak and went straight to the center. After arriving at the destination, I realized that this is also a small hill, but there is a hole in the middle. Walking 2 steps forward, looking at the cave in front of him, Yayi didn't rush in, and slightly poked forward with the god-killing axe in his hand. Zilla! The golden electric current surged, and the god-killing axe in Yayi's hand was bounced back forcefully, and the entire hillside was covered by a dense golden defensive net. Yayi has seen this thing before, it's the kind used in a skid's dungeon cell. But obviously, the ones here are stronger. I'm not afraid that you are strong, but I'm afraid you won't be able to find it. Looking at the defense net in front of him, Yayi raised the god-killing axe in his hand. Since I found it, I'm sorry. A red light flashed on both hands, and the power of killing gods had been poured into the god-slaying axe. The scarlet light dyed the pitch-black god-slaying axe with a strange color. Holding the god-killing axe tightly with both hands, without any special skills, just absolute violence. Open! A loud shout came out of Yayi's mouth, and the god-killing axe slammed down blatantly. Boom! There was a sound like a broken bowstring, and the defensive net in front of him instantly fell apart, and the altars on the 12 surrounding peaks burst open. The defense network set up by Odin's father has collapsed. Inside the cave is an abyss, a bottomless abyss. The 320,000 meter bungee jumping. I haven't tried it, I will try it today. Looking at this bottomless abyss, Yayi jumped without any hesitation. This abyss was probably chiseled out by Odin's father with Bifrost, otherwise the surrounding area would never be so smooth and flat. Definitely it is also possible that Odin's father is too strong and directly blasted out. But none of that matters anymore. The free fall is very slow, at a height of 320,000 meters, if you let it fall at such a constant speed, it will probably be an hour before you reach the bottom. Yayi said it was too slow. Raising his hand, he took out 3 propellers from the system space and slapped them fiercely on his legs, back and arms. The flames burst out, and the speed of descent increased geometrically in an instant. 3 minutes later, Yayi was able to see the ground. Thrusters die, body reverses, then fires again. Boom. A loud roar echoed constantly at the bottom of the abyss. Yayi, who had no time to slow down, slammed into the ground at the bottom of the abyss. Chapter 8. Inside the abyss where there is no light at all, a hand is lifted from the inside of the huge pit, then the head, then the shoulder. Bah, my math has always been 60 points, what a chicken feather. The disheveled Yayi quickly crawled out of the pit, his face covered with black lines. The falling speed is too fast, the calculation is wrong, and there is no way to break. Fortunately, he has a divine body, and he didn't fall to his death, and he didn't suffer any injuries. I have to say that his Kamikawa gene will resist this advantage and strengthen very well. Looking at the dark surroundings, several flares were thrown out by Yayi, and the bottom of the originally dark abyss was suddenly illuminated with pure white. Not far away. What the hell is an altar? But Yayi didn't pass by, his face was still a bit dark. He seemed to remember something wrong. He remembered that Thor's ex-girlfriend should not have touched TIE particles at the bottom of the abyss, but somewhere in the middle? Thinking of this, Yayi raised his head slightly, his face was full of depression. What is he? Is it free? There is a lot of space at the bottom of the abyss. Yayi released the fighter directly, and then continued to scan. The current coordinates are 450,000 meters underground. Sure enough, it's free. Yayi's face darkened, and he flew into the sky with his fighter plane. He descended an extra 130,000 meters. The altar below is probably a decoration, used to confuse people, and it may even be a trap. I can only say that Odin's father is a real chicken. There are countless broken walls and cracks around the bottom of the abyss, and there are countless stone pillars standing on the cliff platform. The number is about tens of thousands. It is probably another trick. Yayi is too lazy to scan. This level of technology is very likely to be misled by Odin's father's backhand, and then wait for Yayi to fall into the trap. Yayi, who has suffered once, will not repeat the same mistakes. Taking back the fighter plane, Yayi jumped directly onto the nearby cliff, and decisively took out the cosmic spirit ball from the system space. What can cut off the connection between infinite rough stones? Odin's father? Joke. The life cord is almost the same. Following the guidance given by the original stone, Yayi tossed and turned quickly on the cliff, and stopped directly in front of an inconspicuous stone pillar after 30 seconds. At this point, Yayi decisively put away the cosmic spirit ball. He didn't want to let the cosmic spirit ball mess up when he touched TIE particles. After all, no one has tried it, so I still need it just in case. In case you and she had a convulsion and wanted to fight, he would be the one to suffer. System, can you take it directly? Looking at the liquid fluid in the crack in the center of the stone pillar, Yayi didn't really want to touch it. After all, TIE particles will absorb the opponent's vitality after choosing a master. Yayi expressed that he did not want to take this risk. Please put your hand 5 centimeters in front of the reality stone, and the rest of the system will take care of it. Yayi frowned. Are you sure you didn't trick me? If TIE particles go berserk, I can't handle it. Relax. Okay, I'll listen to you. Yayi nodded, raised his hand and stretched towards the gap between the stone pillars. When the distance was getting closer, TIE particles went berserk completely, and countless scarlet fluids entangled directly towards Yayi's right hand that was stretched in. Yayi frowned, and said to himself that it was true, but he didn't take back his right hand. The moment TIE particles were about to touch Yayi's right hand, all the fluid seemed to be pinched by an invisible big hand, and then twitched crazily in the void, as if suffering from epilepsy. Seeing this scene, Yayi immediately understood. The system is disking it. 2 seconds later, a round gemstone exuding scarlet light landed firmly in the heart of Yayi's right hand, as obedient as he could be. Okay, system, you have rounded out the TIE particles that don't have rules. It's amazing. Yayi withdrew his right hand and slowly gave a thumbs up. That's natural. You can still be proud of this system, yes. Humanity is better than rigid mechanical communication points. Unlimited rough stone collection journey. Collect power stones, completed. Collect the reality stone, achieved. Guaranteed to have the rough stone in hand for at least 7 days. Current progress, 2/6, rewards can be claimed after 7 days. It's not a loss. Raising his hand and putting the reality stone into the system space, Yayi's face was full of smiles. 2 of the 6 rough stones have already been obtained, and there are still 4 remaining. Avengers Alliance Battle of New York can directly obtain 2, tisk tisk. This is a bit cool. Yayi had just put the reality stone into the system space, and before he could take out his fighter and leave, the space in front of him began to collapse, the entire abyss trembled, and the cliff suddenly collapsed. Damn it! Before Yayi could react, the space in front of him suddenly distorted, and Yayi's figure disappeared into the abyss. The world was spinning, his head was dizzy for a while, and the sudden sense of danger made Yayi instinctively raise his right hand. Zilla. There was a slight cutting sound, and Yayi felt his right hand was hot, and a puff of blue smoke rose, and then it was gone. The warm touch made Yayi wake up instantly. As soon as he raised his head, a steel fist hit his face directly, and a knee went straight to his crotch. Damn it, it's so ruthless, the poison fist and the cutting off of the legs of children and grandchildren. Yayi's face darkened, and he raised his right hand, directly pinched the steel fist in front of him, and kicked out with his right foot. With a bang, the sudden attack was broken in an instant, and a figure in steel armor flew out backwards, smashing hard into the forest behind. Tony! An exclamation sounded in the dark night. Tony! Yayi's face was confused. Tony Stark? What's the situation? Iron Man wanted me to die, so I kicked him. Damn, don't kick me to death, this guy is a key person. Shit, go to hell. The sound of gunfire sounded, and dense bullets hit Yayi instantly. Countless bullets hit Yayi directly, but there was only a burst of tinkling sound, and a bunch of shriveled bullets fell all over the ground. I said, this is a misunderstanding, can you stop the fire? The clay figurine is also very angry. Although the bullets can't hurt himself, it doesn't feel good to be fired by others. Can you blame him for what happened just now, huh? He just took a rough reality stone, who knows why it appeared here. Haven't been overwhelmed yet. What greeted him was laser cutting, face-breaking fist, and cutting off the feet of his children and grandchildren. Can he be blamed for his subconscious counterattack? Don't make me say it a third time, cease fire. Go to hell, BD. The roar sounded again, and this time the artillery fire was even mixed with small missiles. What the hell do you really think labor and capital are clay figurines? Chapter 9. Against all the fire from the war machine, Yayi takes a step forward. Sensing something bad, War Machine retracted his hands, and a subtle light burst out. You want to leave after hitting. Seeing this scene, Yayi burst out with strength, and flew out at the moment War Machine lifted off, pinching the opponent's ankle. Come down, grandson. With a slight force on the palm of his hand, he slammed down hard. Boom. There was a muffled sound, and the War Machine hit the ground fiercely. Seeing that the other party wanted to fire, Yayi raised his hand and pinched the muzzle of the gun and twisted it hard. The left hand finished with the right hand, and there was another one on his back, and the same on his shoulder. All the parts capable of firepower were taken care of by Yayi. In just a few seconds, the armor on Rhodes' body was almost a piece of scrap iron that could fly. Holding the god-killing axe in his hand against the armor on Rhodes' chest, Yayi said in a deep voice, now can you talk properly? Are you pumping? Nonviolent non-cooperation, right. Let go of Rhodes, came the sound of light footsteps. Tony Stark opened his hands, and the cannons in his palms shimmered, aiming at Yayi. Do you think that thing is a threat to me? Yayi slightly raised his head to look at Stark, and took away the god-killing axe on Rhodes' breastplate by the way. Suppressing the pain from his abdomen, Tony gritted his teeth and said, how will you know if you don't try? Who are you? Why are you here? Are you also with Vank? Rhodes, who was lying down, said in a deep voice. Shut up, I still want to ask this question. Yayi rolled his eyes, but I can answer the next question. I have nothing to do with anyone, maybe I have something to do with that black corned egg. Black marinated eggs. Tony was confused. Have you ever eaten Rhodes? How does it taste? Neither do I. Rhodes also looked confused, but it sounds very bad. So you're not an enemy. Ghosts are your enemy. Yayi turned his head and cast a few glances. He already knows what's going on now, so there's no need to ask. Steel 2, more than half a year before the start of the Avengers Alliance. The wreckage of steel robots all over the ground, as well as the Yvonne wank that Rhodes said just now, have completely confirmed this point. Now it should be the final battle with Vank, right? What is he? Break in? Who the hell are you? Seeing Yayi's strange expression, Stark's heart skipped a beat. It's okay if the other party is a passerby or a friend, but if it's an enemy, run away. How powerful laser cutting is. Tony knows very well that this move is effective for everything, but it is blocked by the opponent raising his hand. This is simply unscientific. Laser cutting is useless, and palm guns are even more useless. Rhodes' heavy firepower poured down the opponent without any damage, and the small missiles are useless. Just look at Rhodes' armor, it's so easy to disassemble it. If this is an enemy, it will be a problem whether they can run or not. Stark, what just happened? Tony, are you okay? Listening to the voices of Natasha Romanoff and Pepper, Stark's heart tightened, and he pretended to be relaxed and said, I just encountered a little trouble, and I can solve it, trust me. Perhaps you can wait for me at the entrance of the exhibition, Pepper, and I will pick you up soon, and then how about a candlelight dinner? Why is Rhodes' communication cut off? What happened? Natasha Romanoff asked. I'm fine, I'm fine. Natasha Romanoff frowned suspiciously. I don't think it's time for us to chat now. Now there is a big guy coming towards you. It's not the same as before. The energy reading is huge. Oh shit, Tony's face darkened. He hadn't figured out whether the person in front of him was an enemy or a friend, and now there was another big guy who was definitely an enemy. What happened? Looking at the disabled armor on his body, Rhodes said solemnly, "Hey, Tony, I don't think I can help you." Tony's face froze. He cut off the communication directly, and then put down his hands and looked at Yi. "I don't think we can be enemies. If you can help me, I don't need that kick just now." Calculating, it's even. How about it? Definitely I'll pay you. I mean, can you do me a favor? You mean the thing on my head? Yi raised his finger and pointed at the falling whip. Is it him? It's him, a thief. Stark nodded slightly, and said softly, he's going to ride on your head now. You can bear it. It's really unbearable. Yi raised his brows, shook the god-killing axe in his hand, and casually raised his hand and swung it. The god-killing axe turned into a jet of black light and pierced the night sky, went straight through the whip, and then returned directly to Yi's hand. 2 seconds. Probably. The whip lock, which was falling rapidly, paused slightly. Boom. Dazzling flames bloomed in the air, and this round and rolling fireball was so dazzling in the dark night. The villain, the whip, had just appeared on the stage for 3 seconds, without a single line or positive description. He died without a whole corpse. I can't even blow myself up. Only shit. Rhodes looked at the scene with a dull face. Am I dreaming? Snap. Stark next to him raised his hand and gave him a slap. Wow, Tony, what are you hitting me for? Rhodes let out a strange cry, covered his mouth and turned his head to stare at Stark. The visor was on just now, and Rhodes didn't expect this kind of thing to happen. Tony's slap almost swollen his mouth. Does it hurt? Stark asked softly. Nonsense, do you want me to give you a slap? Rhodes rolled his eyes. Farewell then. Stark shrugged, but I'm sure now, you didn't have a dream, and neither did I, it's true. The two looked at each other tacitly, their eyes full of dignity. If the other party throws an axe and the whip is gone, are they the same? So, if it's an enemy, there's no need to run away. Can I know your name? Rhodes turned his head slightly. Definitely, I can introduce myself. I am. Yi turned his head. War Machine. Rhodes, I know, Lieutenant Colonel or Major. I can't remember. This is not unusual. Tony shrugged. I don't need to introduce it, do I? Yi frowned. Definitely no, the famous playboy megalomaniac, Tony Shit Stark. Shit Stark, this is good, I can remember it forever. Rhodes' mouth curled up, and he nodded slightly in agreement. Tony's face froze, and he retorted, hey, it's Stark, not Shit Stark. It's not bad anyway. Chapter 10. Okay, no difference, no difference. Tony took a deep breath, and asked in a deep voice, you know everything about me and Rhodes, so can you tell me who you are now? It looks Asian. Daxia. India. South Korea. Earth. Yi spread out his hands. Earth. Shit, Tony covered his face. I am also from Earth. Is there any difference between saying this and not saying it? Hyuxia. Yi frowned. Okay, I understand. Tony raised his head and brows. Why are you here? Do you have a visa? If you want to travel here, maybe I can help. Also, can you tell me your name? That's no need, I will come to you, probably after a while. Retracting the god-killing axe in his hand, Yi stepped out of the globe building he was in. Hey, wait, Tony frowned. After thinking for a while, he raised his heels directly. What are you doing here? At least let me know. I want to know if you are my enemy or my friend, or a passerby. Isn't it obvious just now? Otherwise, you would have died a long time ago. Yi turned his head and glanced at Tony, raised his hand to be empty, and the fighter plane placed in the system space suddenly appeared in the open space in front of him. That's it, you are busy with your work. I still have some things to do now. I haven't returned to Earth for more than half a year, and I don't know what the difference is between this Earth. Waving his hand towards the stunned Tony, Yi walked directly into the cockpit. The fighter plane rose into the sky without warning, and disappeared into the eastern night sky in a stream of light. This doesn't conform to the dynamics. If it's an anti-gravity system, I didn't say it. Looking at the direction where the fighter disappeared, Tony opened his mouth, and finally he could only hold most of the words in his heart. Rhodes said with a face full of shock, I think I'm still dreaming. The space fighters have all come out. Are you sure he is still from Earth? This is obviously not a product of Earth. You think he's an alien? As soon as Tony turned his head, Rhodes immediately dropped his mask in fright. This move is useless, you should hit yourself, it will make you more awake. It's not impossible, or he is a person from Earth, but he left Earth and came back again. So there really are alien civilizations. Shit, what a hell today. I think I have to clean up the mess first. Listening to Rhodes' continuous cannonball, Tony sighed, and the battle armor flew into the air. See you next time. I think I'll have to go back too. This thing is ridiculous. Looking at the tattered battle armor on his body, Rhodes shook his head helplessly. I hope I can still fly. The propeller burst into flames, and Rhodes also flew into the air and flew directly towards the Pentagon, leaving only mechanical wreckage on the scene. What happened today was too shocking. Definitely, everything was fine until that guy who didn't even know his name messed in. Everything changed. In contrast, Tony and Rhodes had long forgotten the whip. There is an existence that may be an alien, and the ability seems to be so strong. It's about alien civilization. Tony and Rhodes feel that the three views are about to be ruined. If the thing is true, then I am afraid that the follow-up will cause a series of huge amounts of trouble. At the same time, the black stewed egg who had been monitoring in a certain building also ordered action immediately. Natasha Romanoff directly hacked Rhodes' armor immediately after receiving the order, and forcibly changed the flight direction, which was a direct route to S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D, the behemoth that has been hiding all this time, has moved. Dividing line. Yayi said he didn't care about what happened behind him, he had to go to a place first, where there was a time stone waiting for him. Target, Kathmandu, Nepal, check the coordinates yourself. After giving the order to the intelligent navigation system of the fighter plane, Yayi quietly waited for the moment of arriving at the destination in the fighter plane of the high-speed flight. Going to Kamartaj this time, the result is unpredictable. After all, the duty of Sorcerer Supreme is to guard the original time stone, and the possibility of getting the original time stone from Ancient One is almost zero. But, he didn't want to grab it. Can't he borrow it? The task of the system is not very clear. As long as the original stone is in hand for 7 days, the task will be completed. In this case, why not temporarily borrow the time rough stone from Ancient One Magician for 7 days, and then return it? Isn't everyone happy? I just don't know what kind of attitude Ancient One will have. If it is possible, then it is very good. Let's hope it doesn't get to that point. Although Yayi is not the opponent of Ancient One now, if he wants to run with all his heart, Ancient One who can't make a full shot may not be able to stop him. As for the reason why he didn't go all out. Aren't you afraid of blowing up the Earth? Ancient One has that strength, but so does Yayi. I just hope that the other party can maintain the same image as before on the movie screen and be a little wiser. But who knows? Carol is still an ant on the screen, but here she has become a young beauty full of heroism. Who knows if there will be any changes in Ancient One? It is actually not far from New York to Kathmandu, Nepal. At the ordinary speed of a fighter plane of Mach 50, it takes about 10 minutes to reach the destination. In order not to scare people, the fighter plane is naturally in stealth mode. He found an open place to land, and retracted the fighter plane with his backhand. As soon as Yayi turned around, a circle of light-emitting sparks gradually expanded in front of his eyes. This thing Yayi knows, Kamartaj's secret door. On the other side of the arcane gate, well, is Kamartaj's hall, where Ancient One taught Strange to be human again, and Ancient One is making tea right now. Well, the very familiar scene of making tea and waiting for people. Ancient One knew that he was coming, so why did he just give him a secret door when he was not in New York, and instead let him make this trip? Please come in. Ancient One's unhurried voice came from the secret door. Yayi frowned, stepped through the secret door and walked into the Kamartaj hall. Ancient One can let him in, which means he is not disgusted. It's fine if you don't feel disgusted. Yayi was afraid that Ancient One would not let him in or just avoid him. That would be the most embarrassing situation. It's impossible to really force her to come out with the matter of splitting the Earth, right? It is estimated that if you really want to do this, it will be completely useless. Welcome back to Earth, would you like a cup of tea to warm you up? Seeing Yayi walk in, Ancient One smiled, raised his hand and handed Yayi a cup of tea. Thank you. Yayi reached out to take it without any hesitation, and sat down directly opposite Ancient One even more bluntly. I usually don't like to talk nonsense, since His Holiness knows that I'm coming, he should also know my intentions. Purpose. Slight eyebrows. Ancient One paused slightly while drinking tea. I feel the power of the same origin in you, and there are still 2 strands. Power, reality. Chapter 11. Is it so obvious? Hearing what Ancient One Magician said, Yayi subconsciously looked down at himself. Ancient One Magician chuckled and shook his head. My situation is quite special, so you don't have to worry too much about it. Understood. Hearing what the Ancient One Magician said, how could Yayi not understand? It must be seen on a certain timeline in the future through the original time stone. This method can also be used by Ancient One Magician, Just like what Ancient One Magician said, don't pay too much attention to this matter. There are countless possibilities in the future, and what I see are all possible things, not 100% absolute. Maybe the one thing he talked with the Ancient One Magician now may create many different futures, nothing is absolute. It's okay if a certain possibility in the future is seen by the Ancient One Magician. After all, the purpose of Ancient One Magician is to protect the earth. Yeah, he said that he still understands. The Ancient One Magician continued, the duty of our Sorcerer Supreme is to guard the original Stone of Time. I think you should be clear about this. Definitely clear. Yeah, you nodded, so I prepared a win-win plan. A win-win solution. Ancient One Magician frowned, with a slightly surprised expression on his face. Now it's Yayi's turn to be surprised. Ancient One Magician, who can use the Time Stone to see the possibility of the future, hasn't seen this part? It looks like you're surprised. I should have been surprised. Yayi nodded without hesitation. The Ancient One Magician who holds the original Time Stone, don't tell me that you haven't read the current episode. I really haven't seen it. Ancient One's acknowledgement without any hesitation made Yayi confused. Have not seen? This is a coincidence. Or is it inevitable? Time is a line leading to the future. This line is bumpy. There are many fluctuations every second, and there may even be disasters that directly break this line. The Ancient One Magician's face remained calm. I am not an omnipotent god. I can indeed see some possibilities through the Time Stone, but this is not all. Especially after you show up. I probably understand the meaning of Ancient One Magician. Yayi raised his eyebrows. My appearance caused this line to fluctuate violently every second, so that you can't even see Ancient One Magician. Really? Although it's not entirely true, it's true. The Ancient One Magician nodded slightly. Yayi raised his finger and pointed at the tea table, and said softly, then, when the Ancient One Magician observed this scene, how many possibilities did he see? Innumerable, but roughly divided into 3 categories. Ancient One Magician said softly, the first category, you got the Time Stone from here, and then left. I will omit what happened in the middle. The second one, you didn't take the Time Stone from here this time, and then leave. The third one is that I disagree with you and have a dispute, and it even turned into a big fight. I won't talk about it in the end, it's a bit hurtful. There are too many futures ahead, I haven't read them all, and I can't finish them. This is still a multiple choice question. Yayi chuckled, then which one does the Ancient One Magician want me to choose? The Ancient One Magician smiled and shook his head. Now is already a new future, half of the choice is not in my hands, you should understand this. Indeed. Yayi didn't deny it, and nodded directly, because the other half of the choice is on him. The original Stone of Time must be obtained, at least 7 days, not negotiable. The core is the sentence, as long as Ancient One Magician is willing to lend him the Time Stone for 7 days, other things can still be discussed and discussed. As long as it's not too much, as long as it can be done, as long as it's not annoying, as long as it doesn't violate his principles, you can agree to everything. He needs to fill in half of the answer to this multiple choice question, and the rest is up to Ancient One Magician. What will happen to the ending? Half is in the hands of the Ancient One Magician, and the other half is in his hands. So, let's talk about a win-win plan when we come. Looking at Ancient One Magician, Yayi said softly, this is good for you, me, the earth, and the future. You speak freely. Ancient One Magician chuckled and raised his hand to signal, I will consider it as appropriate. Then I'll just say it straight. Yayi raised his hand and knocked on the table, lend me the Time Stone for 7 days, and return it in good condition and on time after 7 days. As a reward, I can. The disciples fight against Dormammu. And, during the time I'm on Earth, I can also help you protect the Earth for free. Ancient One Magician might as well consider this condition carefully. The Ancient One Magician stopped drinking tea again, this time it lasted longer. Apparently, Yayi knows more than she imagined. After a long silence, the Ancient One Magician raised his head slightly, you came from a certain future in a certain multi-universe, crossed the barrier of the multi-universe, and came to 5 months and 12 days before the current universe. That's the right answer. Yayi nodded slightly, this should be the most correct answer. There is nothing wrong with what the Ancient One Magician said. As for why it is said to be the answer is correct, because the Ancient One Magician missed a very critical question, the existence of the fourth wall. He, Yayi, broke the fourth wall and came to this universe. Definitely, whether this question is true remains to be verified. Yayi himself is too lazy to think about these terrible questions, the most important thing is to live in the present moment. In addition, whether Ancient One knew about the existence of the fourth wall, Yayi also remained skeptical. Moreover, Ancient One Magician probably cannot see his past. Although there are speculations about his arrival, but now I understand how Yayi got here. According to the current thinking of Ancient One Magician, it is easy to understand now. Ye comes from the future of another parallel universe, and naturally knows what happened in the past of this universe, definitely, including the part of the future of this universe where Ye was in when he left. It's not hard to understand why Ye knew about Strange and Dormammu's invasion. What kind of things won't happen in the multi-universe? The same trajectory and the same experience as the current universe may not exist. This is just a coincidence, or a necessity. Thinking a little too much, the Ancient One magician also wondered whether to lend the original time stone for 7 days. Ancient One has said before that this conversation will only have 3 general endings. Although there are thousands of processes, they will generally be included in the 3 possibilities mentioned before. And after Ye gets the time stone, most of the futures are pretty good, only a few are unsatisfactory and even lead to greater disasters. Ancient One said hesitation. Chapter 12. Give or not. 2 choices, different answers, countless futures and endings. Which one to choose? I think I need a safer plan. After a long silence, Ancient One magician turned his head slightly. Ye nodded, took a sip of tea to moisturize his throat. Let's talk, as long as it's within my tolerance. The only premise is that you give me the time stone, or give me 7 days. Many things will happen in the future. During the time period I am here, this transaction cannot happen. Ancient One magician slowly put down the teacup in his hand, but I can transfer this line of transactions to Strange. You help after he defeats Dormammu, this deal can be done. Hey, hearing the words of Ancient One magician, Ye was so angry that he laughed. You mean to blame him for 5 years? No, it should be about 6 years later, Strange. He's not you. If this guy turns his face and denies you after you leave, aren't you afraid that I'll pick up the axe and chop him off? Regarding this, Ye was very confident. If he couldn't kill Strange with an axe 7 years later, then he would commit suicide. The 3 major god-making projects plus the superposition of time and space genes, 5 years of growth plus at least 4 infinite rough stones. If a heavenly father can't be killed with an axe, he can really commit suicide. If you're just worried about this. It seemed that Ye was thinking clearly. Ancient One magician formed a seal with both hands, an eye of Agamotto appeared on his chest instantly. A faint turquoise light bloomed, eye of Agamotto opened, and the true face of the original time stone came into Ye's eyes. Then let's use the time stone to conclude a contract. How about? If you help Strange repel or kill Dormammu, the time stone will give you 7 days. Listening to Ancient One magician's words, Ye's face was somewhat depressed. You really want me to wait for your disciple to become a teacher? This is the safest plan. Ancient One magician spread his hands, with a little helplessness on his face. This is the only plan I can agree with. 5 to 6 years. Ye frowned. Are you sure that with me here, the future of this world will continue to develop exactly as before? I don't know. The Ancient One magician shook his head directly, but I believe that this time is the most suitable. Listening to Ancient One magician's words, Ye suddenly became less anxious, and his mood, which was still slightly fluctuating, calmed down in an instant. It is not impossible to wait for more than 5 years. After all, he also needs time to grow. There is still room for growth in the power of killing gods. After 6 days, he will receive a brand new powerful power. He also needs time to adapt and control it. Void Engine. If he can figure out how to use this thing, maybe his strength will increase exponentially. It can also be regarded as laying the foundation for the use of rough reality stones. After all, the most elementary level Void Engine is a lower level substitute for rough reality stones. They are all alter reality, but the most elementary level Void Engine is obviously no better than the rough reality stone. Unless it is an armed engine of King Angel's level, it is almost the same. The use of a Void Engine requires groping, not to mention the gene program of the sun's light and the power of the galaxy in the future. These things take time. What the system gave him was only the genetic program, how to exert the absolute power that it should have, that still needs to be honed by Ye himself constantly. Just like Ge Xylun from Super Seminary, if it wasn't for Angel's help, could he grow up? It is estimated that he still only regards himself as a human shield. His situation seems to be similar. It has been 5 months since he got the power to kill God. If it weren't for Carol's dedicated teaching, he might not be able to have the current strength. In 5 years, 3 powerful genes plus a Void Engine. It seems that it is barely enough. After all, Ye clearly understands that he is not a peerless genius. Thinking about it this way, the conditions of the Ancient One magician don't seem to be unacceptable. More than 5 years, no matter whether this contract is useful or not, after more than 5 years, he will be able to decide Strange's life and death with a flip of his hand, so he is afraid that the time stone will not be available. After figuring out the key point, Ye stopped hesitation and immediately said, "Okay, I accept your proposal, but the contract is unnecessary." "Are you sure?" A look of surprise flashed across Ancient One's face. Sure. As a condition for accepting your proposal. Yayi nodded. You have to find a time to teach me the technique of mirror space, and you must guarantee it. Promise and I will agree. Then it's a deal. Looking at Yayi in front of him, the smile on Ancient One Magician's face returned, and he slowly stretched out his right hand towards Yayi. Make a deal. Shake hands, the deal is done. Yayi settled one thing on his mind, and the same is true for Ancient One Magician. The time stone can't escape, Yayi has nothing to worry about. After all, Ancient One Magician is not a vegetarian, and before she doesn't want to die, Odin is probably not her opponent. Haven't you seen that Dormammu has been spying on the earth for so many years, and every time he comes, he is repelled by the Ancient One Magician? This repulsion still has a premise, it is to repel Dormammu, the Lord of the Dark Dimension, without using the Time Stone. One can imagine the level of Ancient One Magician's strength. As for why she died later, it was because she was tired and found an heir, so she could throw the blame away, and wanted to die, but that was only the death of her body, and her soul followed eternity. Maybe even further. Can Sorcerer Supreme be attacked by his apprentice and then be thrown to death? What a joke, this kind of joke. Yayi said that he didn't believe it at all. By the way, I still have a small problem. Seemingly remembering something, Yayi said softly, I want to participate in the real world. After all, the mind and space are also my goals. You, will stop me. The Ancient One Magician chuckled and said, as long as it doesn't threaten the original safety of the earth, I generally won't take action. I generally don't get involved in matters of the material world. After all, this is the choice of human beings themselves, and I don't want to interfere too much. Ancient One Magician is still highly enlightened. Yayi chuckled and shook his head, a layman like me probably cannot be exempted. I always want to change things that I don't like, and correct them a little bit. Maybe this will cause some butterfly effects, Ancient One Magician don't mind. As long as you don't interfere with Strange's growth, I won't mind. The Ancient One Magician still had a smile on his face. That's definitely. Yayi nodded, everything related to Camartage, Ancient One Magician, you can solve it yourself, I won't do it for you. Definitely, this also has a premise, don't let them bother me, especially, some of your two apprentices. The Ancient One Magician's face remained unchanged, and he said softly, I believe the future is not fixed. That's good. Seeing Ancient One Magician's attitude, Yayi also knew that his little talk would not be able to sway her, so he simply didn't bother to say anything. Learning the mirror space has been postponed a little bit, I still have some small things to deal with first. Ken. Chapter 13. Since the matter has been settled, see you next time. Yayi, who had just turned around, paused slightly. By the way, can you trouble Ancient One Magician to open a secret door and send me to New York? Running around is a bit troublesome. Definitely yes. Ancient One was taken aback for a moment, then raised his hand lightly and swiped in the void. A secret door has been opened. Opposite the door is a deserted alley in New York City. Looking at the secret door in front of him, he rolled his eyes. Can you teach me this as well? It seems very convenient. This is necessary for learning mirror space. Ancient One Magician chuckled, naturally I will teach you. Thank you. Yayi nodded slightly, turned around and went straight through the secret door. Yayi left, and the door of the secret technique was closed. Ancient One Magician looked up at the sky outside the window, and there was still a hint of worry in his eyes that could not be erased. There are too many variables in the future, she can only try to guide it in a slightly better direction, as for the result, even she who holds the original time stone does not know. Hope it's not too bad. Yayi didn't know what was going on in Ancient One Magician's mind, and even if he knew, it probably wouldn't cause much fluctuation. In fact, Yayi and Ancient One Magician are two completely different people. Ancient One Magician likes to follow the trend and easily does not interfere with the evolution of all things in the world. He will only choose to fight back when a disaster that threatens the original of the earth occurs. Or block. But Yayi is different, he doesn't like this. Maybe it's because his mentality is not mature enough, now he has the same doubts as Strange, and follows the trend. How can he control it? As for what is said to cut off the water with a knife and make the water flow more? In Yayi's understanding, this sentence means that your strength is not strong enough, or your strength is not strong enough, otherwise it would be a trivial matter to go down the river with an axe, reverse the galaxy and retrograde. He doesn't like his life to go with the tide, he wants to live the life he wants to live, and he wants to keep his future under his control forever. When encountering difficulties, disasters, enemies, and unpleasant things, Yayi likes to intervene, and then lifts the god-killing axe to directly break them. Since he dared to block the way, it meant that he had prepared himself for death, and his god-killing axe had no eyes. Definitely, when he encounters an existence that he has no power to resist and comes to make trouble, then he has to endure it for the time being, and Yayi can't do things that easily kill him. It is not a gentleman not to report revenge. Ye said that he believes in this sentence very much. Ancient One magician may be a saint, but he's not. What a villain. Ye himself is not sure, he is probably just an ordinary person. Just don't take the initiative to do evil, just don't be soft when things happen. Just such a rule. This is a summary of 5 months of space travel and the first half of my life. As for whether it will change in the future, who knows? It is said that things are impermanent, maybe he will mature in the future. Why do you think so much? Looking at the street outside the alley, Ye shook his head. The Ancient One magician is still powerful, as expected of a person who has lived for more than 500 years, and he is completely immune to his mouth attack. The other party's talk almost shook me. Putting away the god-killing axe, taking off the black armor, Ye in casual clothes walked out of the alley and came to the bustling streets of New York. I didn't pay attention when I came here last night. What I saw in the movie is really different from what I saw with my own eyes. At least I was a little more angry. Looking at the surrounding restaurants and smelling the delicious food in the air, Ye looked a little helpless. During the 5 months of Star Trek with Carol, the number of times I ate could be counted on the fingers. After all, Carol didn't need it at all. Have you heard of heaven on the tip of your tongue? But unfortunately, Ye has no money. Not to mention money, gold, diamonds, nothing. Carol is not rare and unnecessary, and Ye never thought that he would return to Earth so soon, so he was not prepared at all. Sure enough, let's kill Stark, a big dog first. Stark Industry is rich, Tony Stark is rich, and Ye doesn't care about his assets, as long as he knows that he is rich. It should be Malibu Street. Well, Stark should be living in the Bay Villa at this time, right? His villa should not have been bombed by Killian. Coordinate positioning, the distance is not very far, let's go. Walk slowly along the wide streets, turning a blind eye and deaf to the things around you. He's a guy from 2020 after all, what hasn't been seen? Accompanying Carol to run around in the universe, I also saw a lot of various creatures, various planets, and civilizations. Although I am still familiar with the Earth, is there any need to make a fuss? Not a sound of emotion. Maybe take a look at his 2020 home and see if there's another prototype of him in this MCU universe? Ye, who was thinking, paused slightly, and the surrounding traffic gradually decreased, until now there was only a black car wandering around behind his butt in a hurry. Although the car has been changed several times, the person is still the same person. Take a ride, he probably won't mind. Looking at the black car behind him, Ye turned around and walked directly towards the car. The car drove nonchalantly, and was about to pass by him. Seeing this scene, Ye lifted his foot and collapsed, suddenly stretched out his right hand, and pressed his palm directly on the hood, and the black car, which was originally slow, stopped in an instant. It can only be said that this car is very strong and specially made, otherwise it should be scrapped immediately after the slap. Ignoring the surprised eyes of the people in the car, Ye walked around the front of the car very familiarly, opened and closed the door, and directly sat in the passenger seat. Phil Coulson, drive, please go to Malibu Street, I'll find Stark, okay. Definitely, it's my honor. Phil Coulson froze, then put on a smile, started the vehicle extremely efficiently and drove towards Malibu Street at a constant speed. Don't be so nervous, I don't eat people. Seeing the cold sweat on Phil Coulson's forehead, Ye smiled softly, black stewed eggs. Oh, Fury asked you to come here. This. Phil Coulson felt his heart beat a beat slower, and the other party's intelligence ability seemed a little scary, he seemed to have entered the wolf's den. How to do? Wait online, urgent. Ye touched his chin, but it's not right, you should be in Mexico now, who took over the affairs over there? Kaylin Te? Natasha Romanoff? Or Hill? As the names popped out of Ye's mouth one by one, the calm look on Phil Coulson's face gradually dissipated, and cold sweat covered him. Forget it, don't ask. Ye shook his head bored, there are only a few available under the black marinated eggs, and the other 90% are Hydra. It's useless to ask. Chapter 14. Black marinated egg, if you want to ask me something, you have to come by yourself, the Stark Bay Villa gathers, there is no waiting after the expiration date, understand? Glancing at Phil Coulson meaningfully, Ye closed his eyes and quietly waited for the moment when he arrived at his destination. He believed that Black Braised Egg could hear these words. Although he is an old brat, he is still the king of agents, and even the director of SHIELD. He still has skills. Glancing at Ye out of the corner of his eye, listening to Fury's order in his ear, Phil Coulson had no choice but to shut up and drive to the Bay Villa quietly. In less than 10 minutes, well, a Parker gunship is already following from the other side. Arrive at Stark's Bay House almost at the same time. Getting out of the car with a relaxed face, ignoring the landing helicopter behind him, Ye walked directly to the entrance of the Bay Villa. It seems that I came at a very bad time looking at this dilapidated villa. Yayi frowned. Hey, shit Stark, I'm here to look for you, aren't you home? Boom. There was a roar, and Stark, who was fully armed in the Mark armor, lifted off from the back of the villa and landed in front of Yayi. To be honest, I didn't expect you to come to me so early. Definitely, I'm looking forward to it and welcome it. The mask opened, and Stark looked at the helicopter that was landing. Are you with them? Obviously not, I don't have such a junk car that has been eliminated. Yayi shook his head, raised his hand and tapped Stark's breastplate. Also, wearing this is useless, don't be wary of me. Would you like me to come in and sit down? Looking at Yayi who walked into the villa, Stark nodded approvingly. You're right, facing an unscientific guy like you, this is really useless. Phil Coulson, I don't have time to greet you now, you can do whatever you want, okay. Looking at Phil Coulson who was guarding the car, Tony controlled the mech and went back to the garage to unload it. If Yayi really wanted to harm him, he would have died with Rhodes yesterday. There is really no need to come out wearing a battle armor, because it doesn't matter if you wear it or not. Phil Coulson. Boss, hearing Fury's voice, Phil Coulson turned his head slightly. Sorry, this mission failed, and the other party has far more information than we imagined. It's not your fault, you can go back to Mexico, I don't worry about Kaitlyn Te being alone there. Fury patted Phil Coulson on the shoulder, straightened his suit, and walked into the villa as well. Okay, I'll go back right away. Phil Coulson nodded with a wry smile, and decisively drove away. I just returned from an overnight flight from Mexico last night, and I started to perform the mission overnight before taking a break. I finally found someone, and now I have to fly back immediately. Really a little tired. But where the duty is, no complaints. You said, I came in person, can I ask now? Holding a chair and sitting next to Yayi, Fury said in a deep voice, I want to know who you are, where you come from, and what you want to do. Have you brought the pager? Yayi turned his head gently. No, Fury frowned, we are not that primitive yet, the current technology is more. Really? Yayi chuckled, then let me try. Anything, leaving only one eye staring at Yayi. Fury, who has always been stable, felt a little drumming in his heart, and a thought that Fury couldn't believe spread in his heart. Very good. Yayi nodded, raised his hand and took out a watch from the system space, and patted it on his left wrist lightly. The nanoparticles quickly dispersed and combined, directly covering the entire palm of his hand. Spread the 5 fingers of the left hand and lightly grasp it. A projection suddenly appeared, a series of codes appeared, and then disappeared. Diddy diddy diddy. Only shit, hearing the sound of beeps coming from his pocket, Fury raised his hand to cover his face. Although he was slapped in the face, Fury's heart temporarily relaxed, at least the atmosphere is not as solemn as before. What does the ringing of the pager in his arms mean? Fury is very clear, now he can be sure that the person in front of him is not an enemy, but a friend. Is she busy? Fury raised his head slightly, the excess emotion on his face had completely disappeared. I've been away from Earth for so many years and I don't know how to come back and take a look. Before answering this question, I have a question to ask you. Looking at the black marinated egg in front of him, Yayi said as if curious, I remember you have a quirk, and it happened that Carol told me, I want to prove it. What? Black braised egg frowned. Yayi raised his eyebrows, raised his hand and tapped lightly, and the external communication of the entire villa was instantly blocked. It can be said, you know what I want to ask. Carol also told you this kind of thing? Why? 3 seconds. Yayi slowly raised 3 fingers, if you don't answer after 3 seconds, I will kill you. 3 2. Okay, I know the answer to the question, but can you stop for a moment? Fury's face darkened. How can you be sure that you are not an alien who came to inquire about information? You are doubting me, and I am doubting you too. Some things are not secrets. It is very likely that you obtained this information through some means. If you want me to answer this question, you must first make me believe you. How do you prove yourself? As expected of a black stewed egg, the question was thrown back by him all of a sudden, and it seemed to take the initiative. How do you ask me to answer this question? Yayi chuckled and said, you have already used the trick of obtaining information through some means as a premise. If I say you know something, you must be dubious. Will you believe me if I tell you something you don't know? Ye directly drove this question into a dead end in a few words. With the premise of obtaining information through some means, the topic can no longer be discussed. It's very simple to solve this problem. Black braised egg raised his hand and took out a 2-way pager modified by Carol from his arms. I can contact her, can you? This is indeed a good idea. Let's go together. Yayi raised his hand, then chuckled and said, but you have a premise for this thing. If Carol is not in the Milky Way, how can you contact me? The black stewed egg was immediately confused. The communication range of the two-way pager in his hand can only reach a few galaxies around the solar system. If Carol is not nearby or even in the Milky Way, then he is blind. Seeing the aggrieved expression of Hyazutin, Yayi felt a burst of relief in his heart. What I can tell you for free is that before I came back, Carol was no longer in the Milky Way. Fight with me? If the information is not equal, I can't play you to death, let you pretend in front of me, or you an idiot. Chapter 15. Okay, after thinking for a long time, Black Braised Egg put the two-way pager in his pocket into his arms, and raised his head slightly. Then let's change the way. I ask, you answer, I can judge whether it is true or not. The first question, how long have you been with Carol? This is personal privacy, there is no need to tell you. Yayi shook his head directly, but I can show you my spaceship for free, there are traces left by Carol inside. If you are genuine, you should be able to tell the difference, right? Hearing Yayi's ostentatious tone, the corners of Haydan's eyes twitched wildly. He'd love to just shoot the BD, but alas, he can't. Okay, don't look at it. Black Braised Egg took a deep breath. I just ask you a question, what is the answer I want to say about? California, Poncho Bar. Yayi frowned, eat. Okay, Black Braised Egg rubbed his forehead, I don't want toast if it's not square, this is my answer. Congratulations, the answer is correct. Yayi nodded slightly, and the nano in his hand retracted quickly, and after turning back into a watch, it was stuffed into the system space again. I can now confirm that you are real. Why Yayi is so persistent to force Black Braised Egg to answer this question? The answer is very simple. MarvelMCU movie. Yayi is a must-see, all of them. Fury's eccentricities are only known to Carol and himself. Have you seen Avengers, Age of Ultron? Go to Hawkeye's black stewed egg and cut a square piece of toast into triangles to eat. At that time, he was transformed by Talos, and Nick Fury, who was tricked by the mysterious guest in Expedition of Heroes, was also transformed by Talos. Yayi has reasons to believe that Talos brought the Straw people back at a certain period of time that he didn't know, and Nick Fury became their leader, playing a civet cat for the prince. Only two people know about the eccentricity of black marinated eggs, Talosco and other Straw people don't know about it. The only thing that is certain now is that the black stewed egg in front of me is the real thing before the time period arrives. Since it's not now or before, it can only be at a later time, probably in the middle or after the Avengers alliance to Captain America, the Winter Soldier. The current black stewed egg is still that black stewed egg. Sorry, I don't want to hear it, but I seem to know about your eccentricity. Tony, who was carrying 2 bottles of wine, slowly walked up from the laboratory below. Is there any difference between the square one and the triangular one? There's no difference. Black Braised Egg turned his head and stared at Tony fiercely with his one eye, but if the 5th or more people know about this matter, you know what the consequences will be, Tony. I've never been strict with my mouth, you know that. Tony shrugged, however, I can make an exception to keep the secret for you. But your threats make me very upset, have you figured out how to compensate me? Does his black axe count? Hayjiden raised his finger and pointed at Yayi, if necessary, I can ask him to give you one, it must be very cool. Glancing at the expressionless Yayi, Tony twitched his mouth, then shook his head, just pretend I didn't say it. Would you like a drink? This is my treasured wine. Random. Okay, Tony nodded, and directly opened the bottle and poured a glass for each person. Then who will come first now? Who will start? Or, together. Even though they said so, Tony and Huan had the same eyes on Yayi. Among the three, only Yayi is an unknown. No matter whether it is Tony or Black Braised Egg, they don't know the origin and past of Yayi, who suddenly appeared, and the purpose of the other parties coming to Earth is also unknown. Although Black Braised Egg has confirmed that Yayi is a friend rather than an enemy, he still wants to know more. Ask him. Yayi raised his finger and pointed at the black corned egg. You all know my information, I am from the Earth, I have no malice towards the Earth, and I even came to protect it. I think the black corned egg very clear. Black marinated eggs. Tony raised his brows and turned to look at Fury. I always thought it was food, but Rhodes is right, this stuff is smelly and hard. Fury seemed unaware of Tony's ridicule, and his eyes were still fixed on Yayi. Your name, gender, age, place of origin. My name is Yayi. Turning his head to look at the black corned egg, Yayi said softly, as long as you are not blind, you should be able to see other information. Nitone. Tony looked at Yayi with a strange face. It's Yeyi. Yayi turned and glared at Tony. There is always a gap between English and Huxia. Yayi does not use pinyin to translate it as Nitone, but when translated from English, it becomes the first night. Shit doesn't work. It's a good name. The corner of Tony's mouth twitched slightly, I remember it. It's really a good name. Black Braised Egg did not forget to take the opportunity to black Yayi, so, since this is the purpose of your return to Earth this time, then, are you interested in joining S.H.I.E.L.D? Shouldn't he join the Superboy group you plan to form? Tony raised his brows. Sorry, I'm not interested in either side. Yayi shook his head directly, although I'm from Earth, but, there are borders. We can cooperate, and you can also hire me as a foreign aide at a high price. Join, don't talk about it. So, we need to intrigue while protecting the Earth. Fury frowned. Also, I want to ask, how much will it cost to hire you? Tesseract can do it? Yayi chuckled, if you use it to hire me, it can do a lot of things for you, definitely, as long as I don't hate it. Go ahead and dream, there is everything in the dream. Fury directly refused without thinking, this thing is impossible. Yayi knew about Tesseract, and Fury was not surprised. After all, the encounter between him and Carol more than 10 years ago was also caused by Tesseract. Forget it. Yayi shrugged, we have nothing to talk about. Yayi did it on purpose. Tesseract will be available sooner or later, why join S.H.I.E.L.D and Avengers Alliance? Yayi used Tesseract to kill Fury. Calling the Black Stewed Egg here today is just to reduce the trouble, and not to give him some reassurance. Although there is no big trouble, there must be a lot of small troubles. What is the psychology of Black Stewed Eggs? Can Yayi not be clear? Will he let a human-shaped nuclear bomb run around all over the street? Cannot. But if you let Black Braised Egg know that you are a friend, it will be fine. Chapter 16. Then what should I talk about? Seeing the end of the topic between Yayi and Black Braised Egg, Tony interjected immediately, I'm very interested in the spaceship you used yesterday, can you let me have a look? If you are willing to sell it, I am very happy to buy it, and I will buy it for any amount. You. Yayi turned his head and glanced at Tony, let me tell you the truth, even if you lose all your money, you can't afford my spaceship. Earth's currency is useful on Earth, but outside, it's just a pile of scrap metal and waste paper, useless at all. This is very embarrassing. Tony shrugged, not annoyed, but, if possible, you don't mind if I visit it. Then make room for yourself. Yayi shrugged, I'm not that stingy. Tony's eyes lit up slightly, and he immediately raised his head and said, J.A.R.V.I.S, I need a platform with a diameter of 50 meters, and I need it now. Good sir. There was a slight roar, and the ground at the entrance of the villa began to flip, and a small platform slowly replaced the previous bonsai garden. The platform is already there. If you don't mind, what do you think now? Tony rubbed his hands, his expression seemed a little anxious. Ken. After the voice fell, the fighter plane had already appeared at the designated location. The system is quite humanized in this respect. Raising your hand is not a big deal, so why refuse? Seeing Tony who had already walked towards the fighter plane, the corner of Yayi's mouth twitched slightly. Tony's personality was a little bit wrong in the early stage, playboy egomania, etc. It's him, but it is undeniable that Pepper is right. Tony Stark has a warm heart. He's a hero with all his flaws. It is said that Captain America is selfless, but from the moment he met Bucky again, isn't he also selfish? They are all human beings, they are not ruthless saints, they cannot be selfless, no matter which world they are in, no one can do it, including Ancient One. Of course Yayi cannot be excluded. If you like it, you will naturally dislike it. Let Yayi smile at a person he hates. Hee, if you are killed by an axe, you will be killed, and you still smile. Thinking about farting. You. Is there anything else you want to talk to me about? Yayi looked a little puzzled looking at the Black Stewed Egg who hadn't left yet. Looking at Yayi, Fury said in a deep voice, it's okay not to join S.H.I.E.L.D and Avengers, but I need you to give me a little protection. Because I'm not sure if you will suddenly run into the street one day and start a killing spree. After all, you are too dangerous. If you go crazy, no one will be able to stop you, even if I understand your position. The guy who can contact Carol and travel in the stars together, Fury knows what this means, and now Yayi is a human nuclear bomb to him. Can't win over, let alone control, so Fury needs a little guarantee or promise. Carol, Fury is very careful, but Yayi is not Carol after all, Fury is not familiar with him, today is just the first time we meet. The Earth is not as simple as you think. Yayi shook his head lightly, there is at least one person who is stronger than me. I can't give you anything like a guarantee. After all, if someone who doesn't have a good eye comes to kill you, you can't let me catch it without a fight, right? There is only one guarantee I can give you. I won't take the initiative to cause trouble, but if someone provokes me, I'm sorry. That's good, it's fine with your guarantee. Black Braised Egg reluctantly nodded, if you don't take the initiative to cause trouble, I can guarantee that no one will provoke you. I hope so. Yayi felt inexplicably wanting to laugh when he saw the confident expression of the black corned egg. S.H.I.E.L.D. Oh no, it should be called Hydra in S.H.I.E.L.D's code. This is the core description of S.H.I.E.L.D now. How dare the black stewed egg guarantee that no one will take the initiative to trouble him? Maybe the guarantee won't take effect until all the people in Hydra are dead. Shall I tell him? Shall I tell him? If the black stewed egg knew the current situation of S.H.I.E.L.D, would the black stewed egg turn into a purple stewed egg? Suddenly a little curious. Just about to say something, but seeing the confident expression of Hyazudin, a small memory suddenly popped up in Yayi's mind. I remember Captain America, the Winter Soldier had such a critical scene between the 22nd and 23rd minutes of the opening. The information retrieved by Captain America was blocked, and the blocking order was issued by the black marinated egg himself, but in the movie my black stewed egg wanted to open it and was rejected, but it looked dumbfounded. Combined with the sweet and confident expression on the face of the black stewed egg now, Yayi suddenly felt a little crazy. Does this black stewed egg already know about S.H.I.E.L.D? This guy must have known about SHIELD. Before Captain America, the Winter Soldier started, he had already changed his substitute, and then directly destroyed S.H.I.E.L.D with the hands of Captain America. And he, probably already started preparing for the Heavenly Sword game. Worry, this is a bit too much information. Why didn't you talk all of a sudden? Looking at Yayi's frozen expression, a look of surprise flashed across Fury's face. Tisk tisk amazing. Yayi smacked his lips when he came back to his senses, and gave a thumbs up to the black stewed egg. Black marinated eggs are not easy, it seems to have fooled the audience beyond the fourth wall. Yayi, who has watched the story of the MCU movie universe, was a little surprised by this trick. If Yayi's conjecture is true, this Nema is a monster, right? Yayi's previous idea seems to be overturned. After the Avengers Alliance and before the start of Captain America, the Winter Soldier, the Dogecoin of black stewed eggs has already played the trick of exchanging civet cats for princes. Well, I just mocked him for not being able to play him to death just now. If I hadn't reminded black braised egg directly when I remembered the scene, I probably don't know what he would laugh at in my heart. It is estimated that after the Avengers Alliance that Loki brought Chitauri to invade, Fury has contacted the Stro people and started to form the Heavenly Sword Bureau. So, Captain America, the Winter Soldier's black marinated egg, except for the endgame where he showed his face to participate in Tony's funeral and the hero's long-distance Easter egg, the rest of the time was Talos in disguise. Definitely, it should be true when the Avengers Alliance 3 turns grey. After all, this two-way pager Fury cannot be given to others, even Talos. True and false, false and true. Yayi expressed that he seemed to have underestimated the title of King of Agents. This guy's intelligence does not seem to be underestimated. Chapter 17. I have a general understanding of what kind of existence Fury is, and the contempt that Yayi still had in his heart, also disappeared without a trace in an instant. If Yayi's own guess is true, then looking at the MCU Marvel Universe as a whole, the scheme of the black marinated egg will look a little scary. If this product has absolute strength as a support, I am afraid that it will be the birth of a cosmic overlord, and the degree of danger may not be lower than that of purple sweet potato. After all, compared to fighters, conspirators hiding in the dark are obviously more difficult to deal with. Although there were many thoughts in his heart, Yayi didn't have any fear of Fury. After all, no matter how dark the stewed egg is, it won't turn into obsidian. He is still a stewed egg in essence. He can be easily dealt with without an axe, and he can be crushed directly with one hand. As long as this black stewed egg dares to plot against him. In the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies and tricks are futile. After all, does the infinity gauntlet of the 6 rough stones need to reason with you? Unless you're in the court of life or above the court of life. But, for Carol's sake, Yayi basically won't have any big conflicts with him, as long as he doesn't kill himself, he can coexist peacefully. If there is no such relationship as Carol, the first thing Yayi will do when he returns to Earth is not to go to Ancient One, but to go directly to S.H.I.E.L.D and snatch Tesseract. Purple Potato has always known that Tesseract is on Earth, but he just didn't dare to come and was always looking for an opportunity, and Loki gave him this rare opportunity. But it's a pity that at this opportunity, Zishu lost his wife and lost his army. Not only did he not get the space gem, but he also lost the original soul stone on the Earth. Seeing Yayi's hesitant to speak, Black Braised Egg lightly raised his head. I feel that you are thinking about a lot of things, and you know a lot. Is there anything we can share? For example, who is staring at the Earth now? Why do you think so? Yayi asked softly. Fury said without any hesitation, Danvers can bring you back, there must be a reason. No, she just wants to be quiet. Yayi raised his brows. I'm following her. It's hard for her to get used to it, so she drove me back. Actually, I think we can be more honest. Fury frowned. Your attitude makes it difficult for me. Tell me the truth. Yayi spread his hands. If possible, I would like to come back in half a year. After all, I am not mature enough. Definitely not mature enough, no matter in terms of strength or physiology. He is still just a boy, not a mature man. He also wants to come back when he is familiar, but Carol won't give him this chance. What can he do? Playing a rogue or something? Aren't you afraid that Carol will slap you in anger? To put it bluntly, it's just that Yayi can't control it, it's that simple. So, let's wait until he is strong enough. So, you came back to Earth to travel. Fury glanced at Yayi, and the three words "I don't believe it" were missing in his eyes. Are you free? Yayi, who didn't want to say anything more, glanced at Fury. You should go back and think about how to deal with the mess you have. If you let them come to trouble me before you solve them, there may be some small twists and turns in your plans. I think this is what you don't want to see. Alright, the only thing I want to know now is one thing. Fury slowly got up, facing the gate of the villa, with his back to Yayi. What level is your destructive power? Earth is just an axe to me. Yayi said lightly. You can feel that I am lying to you now. Fury's face froze, and then he walked out of the villa. I won't let anyone disturb you. I hope you don't cause trouble everywhere. Don't worry, I'm not an idler, I also have things to do. Yayi waved his hand nonchalantly. Does he have time to cause trouble everywhere? After 6 days, he will be able to get the most elementary level void engine, and he still has to figure out how to use it. After all, he didn't have Miss Angel to teach him. Seeing the back of Fury leaving, Yayi said softly, by the way, I don't have any money. Can I trouble us.h.i.e.l.d to reimburse you for my future consumption? You don't want me to rob the bank, do you? Also, identity proof is troublesome. I don't want to be sent back to Daxia just by going out for a stroll. I'll take care of the rest, and I'm sure Tony will be happy to help you pay for other expenses. Fury left. His face was very dark. It was already very dark, and it became even darker when he left. His evaluation of Yayi reached its peak in the last paragraph. How can this be described by a mere human-shaped nuclear bomb? If all the nuclear bombs in the world were detonated together, it would be impossible to turn the Earth over, but Yayi could easily smash the Earth with one axe. Facing this kind of completely uncontrollable star-destroying powerhouse, Fury doesn't have any careful thoughts in his heart now, and even wishes Yayi to leave the Earth as soon as possible. With him, good and bad. But Fury obviously keeps the bad in mind first. Fury felt that he might not be able to sleep, and was afraid that one day he would be gone if he fell asleep. Yayi, who left the black stewed egg, didn't pay much attention to it, and Tony was still visiting the fighter plane he brought back from Xandar. After all, compared with the current Earth, the technological content can be said to be thousands of years ahead. Apart from taking a sip of the wine that Tony sent from time to time, Yayi is also sunbathing. Oh Maker, Tony, what is this, a fighter jet? A slightly surprised female voice came from outside the villa. Hearing Little Pepper's voice, Tony walked out of the fighter plane with a satisfied expression on his face. No, now I can't reach this level of technical content, but it will be sooner or later matter. Is there a guest at home? Pepper's smile was slightly restrained, and he looked into the villa. Is it better for me to come back later? This. Looking at the fighter planes around him, Tony shook his head lightly after looking at Pepper. No, we agreed to have a candlelight dinner tonight. Dinner can be any time, isn't it? Pepper chuckled, nodded slightly towards Tony, and then turned and left without delay. Although it is not clear what the situation is now, Pepper can see that this is very important to Tony. Yayi's voice came slowly. You have someone who really cares about you, don't let her go away from you, or you will definitely regret it for the rest of your life. I definitely understand this matter. Looking at the direction Pepper left, Tony nodded deeply. Chapter 18. Can I make a deal? Looking at Yayi beside him, Tony's greedy gaze was once again placed on the fighter plane at the entrance of the villa. I can give you nanotechnology, but it's better for you not to touch the others for the time being. Glancing at Tony, Yayi said softly, you can't become fat with one bite, even you need time to settle. Nanotechnology? It's perfect. Tony raised his brows. What do I need to pay? You definitely don't like money, and I don't know what you like. This bottle of wine is enough. Yayi shook the wine glass in his hand, but there is only one requirement. Nanotechnology can only be held by you, and no one can give it to you. After all, my position still has national boundaries. You can rest assured about this. Tony said frivolously, no one can take it from me. Didn't your battle armor suit Rhodes? Yayi chuckled. The situation is different. The corner of Tony's mouth twitched. He stole it. Okay, just grab it. Yeah, you didn't bother to reveal it. I'll stay with you for 6 days. 6 days. Tony's eyes tightened. You can live as long as you like, and I can even build you a villa next to it. No need, I'm going back to Daxia in 6 days. Yeah, he put down his empty wine glass. His eyes became a little weird. I need to verify one thing, and then do something. You can be the spokesperson for this side, some things still need a little balance. Tony's eyes widened, and a sip of wine spewed out of his mouth in an instant. Aren't you afraid of the Third World War? Now the international situation has finally stabilized. If you break it rashly, the consequences. The position of world hegemony, maybe that side may not be interested, the worldview is different. Yeah, he shrugged. Don't think too much. Don't think too much. Can you not want more ears? The corner of Tony's mouth twitched slightly, and he was extremely speechless. Pepper is under a lot of pressure if you do this. Aren't you stressed? Tony shrugged. Pepper is the Chief Stark now, I'm just an ordinary boss. Regular boss Stark? Very good, very humble. After a while, the corner of Tony's mouth twitched slightly. However, if the black stewed egg knows what you want to do, I guess I have the intention to kill you, right? It's none of my business what he thinks. Yeah, he shook his head to show that he didn't care. Small frictions between countries on the earth cannot be resolved in a few words. Although Yi wants to help, he can't act too much. If the balance is broken, new wars will often break out. It is better to compete peacefully. After all, human nature is the most elusive. Okay, I won't bother you anymore. You are also quite impatient. Go down and receive the nanotechnology yourself. Don't bother me if you have anything to do. I'm on the top of the building, so I don't need to worry about eating or drinking. Just don't make too much noise below. I don't want to hear any discordant voices when I meditate. I'll beat you up. I'm not interested in live broadcast either. Seeing Yi who had already left, the corner of Tony's mouth twitched slightly, and then he quickly got up and ran towards the laboratory downstairs. For iron armor, Tony has a lot of ideas, but limited by the current technology, many ideas cannot be realized in his hands, but now there is. If he could bear it, it wouldn't be him. Looking up at the dazzling Guanyang, Yi always felt like he forgot something. I remember when Iron Man 2 ended, it seemed to be Hammer. By the way, remember that during this period, because Thor's coronation ceremony was terminated by the giants of Jotunheim who invaded Odin's treasury, Thor was so angry that he took a bunch of younger brothers and ran to fight with the giants of Jotunheim king. In a critical moment, his father rescued the scene, but Thor refused to admit his mistake, and then he was directly sealed by his father and exiled to the earth. Now it should be just the beginning. Are you going to Mexico? In order to train Thor, Odin used the earth as a testing ground. The Ancient One magician should have known about this, or for the sake of the future, he directly acquiesced. If he hastily intervened, if Thor hadn't experienced the process of life and death to recognize himself in the midst of death, and couldn't grow, would he still be the original Protoss with no conceit? It's a bit difficult to make a choice. If he is such a dangerous person who approached Thor rashly, Odin will probably notice him directly, right? Although the current Odin is likely to have entered the Odin sleep, but who knows if this is true or not. With the growth of strength, Yi knows more and more things. How dangerous this world is, Yi can see it more clearly. An old fox like Odin who has lived for nearly 5,000 years, set by the MCU Marvel movie, is probably not as simple as it appears in the movie. I'm afraid it's because I know that my life is coming soon. According to the MCU setting, the average lifespan of the Asgard Protoss is 5,000 years, so I hide it deeply, and then secretly start cultivating Thor with all my strength. To sum up, it seems that there is no benefit to go, and you may even be meowed by Odin. If you don't go, it seems to be nothing. Then don't go. Everything seemed to be calm, no one came to find trouble, and the black stewed egg never came to bother him since he left last time, neither did Hydra, the FBI, etc. The only ones who came were the maintenance workers, who came to repair Tony's villa. Definitely, it is limited to the last floor, and Tony repairs and renovates it by himself, and no one is allowed in except him. Yi didn't bother Tony, and Tony didn't bother Yi. Except for a little noise in the ears during construction, everything else was fine. 6 days is not very long, it can even be said to be very short. Yi waited for 6 days for the notification sound, and it finally rang in his ears. Unlimited rough stone collection journey. Collect power stones, completed. Collect reality stones, completed. Current progress, 2/6, rewards are available. Receive. Reward received successfully, void engine began to be implanted. It feels a bit painful, but the duration is too short. The void engine has been successfully implanted and activated. Moving his body, Yi had a strange look on his face. Didn't Ge Xiaolun be in pain all day and all night when he fulfilled his ambition? I was prepared to resist, but you just finished it for me without saying a word. You skipped the whole process. Perfect after-sales service, please give 5-star praise. Chapter 19. Perfect after-sales service? Just your skin. Yi took a deep breath, and his slightly turbulent mood immediately calmed down. It's a good thing if it doesn't hurt, right? Well, this 5-star praise is given. In the past, the void engine could only be watched in front of the screen to solve the greedy eyes, but now he also has it, and this thing seems to be a powerful weapon. Definitely, now Yi pays more attention to the practicality of the void engine. After all, in this world full of dangers, a certain degree of strength is obviously required to fall in love. If you can't even guarantee the safety of your own life and the lives of the people you care about, then all of your things are doomed to be for nothing. Calm down, Yi starts mobilizing dark energy. The scene in front of him darkened slightly, and a slightly weird starry sky scene suddenly came into view. This should be my dark plane. Looking at the scene in front of him, Yi didn't hesitate, and directly raised his hand and pressed lightly in the void. Start the void engine. Void engine started, core data proofreading successful, current engine version, 1.0, engine core computing speed is 24 frames, plus medium level definition substance, plus medium level concept rewriter. Medium level? The first version has a calculation speed of 24 frames, which has caught up with the ambition of 2.0, but the concept rewriting seems to be one level lower. Feeling the comparison of various data from the void engine, Yi frowned slightly. Can I still upgrade? This level seems to be insufficient. The current version is the original level, the engine version can be upgraded, and the upper limit of the version cannot be calculated at present. Currently available to load, combat programs, healing programs, gene strike programs. Stop. Yi waved his hand with a headache. I just need to know that I can upgrade, and you really think I'm a top student? If I can load these programs myself, why would I ask you? I only hate myself why I didn't study hard before the time travel, the postgraduate entrance examination, doctorate. I just hate why I chose liberal arts instead of science when I chose a major. What a pity. As a liberal arts student, Yi felt a little helpless for this kind of void engine that requires basic knowledge of science. However, these thoughts are still fleeting. Who knows that such a thing as crossing will happen? If he had known it would happen earlier, then he must have prepared to cross over when he was 100 million, even if he was 70 or 80 by then, it didn't matter. With a copy of the Shenhe gene, the life expectancy is at least 1,000 years, and once the gene program of the power of killing gods is obtained, the lifespan is 10,000 years as the most basic unit. At that time, were you afraid that you would not live long enough? It's a pity that none of this will happen if. Should I study Ge Xiaolun now, and revisit high school science when I am in my 20s? Or should I ask Tony for advice now? After thinking for a while, Yi raised his head slightly. Give me the most intuitive data so far. Can the void engine analyze the infinity rough stone? It can analyze the original physical structure of the original stone, but cannot understand the special ability contained in the original stone. This is the answer given by the void engine. In other words, we can only make an empty shell. Yi nodded slightly. All of this was within his expectations, and there was no disappointment at all. If it's an engine of King Angel's level, it's still possible, but let's forget about the most elementary level version now. Wait until he upgrades the version of the void engine to 5.0 or 10.0 and try again. But to reach that point, there is a long way to go. Hiss, wait, am I stupid? As if thinking of something, Yi flipped his right hand, and a gemstone exuding scarlet light suddenly appeared in the palm of his hand. Can the void engine carry the reality stone? Calculating. The computing speed of the engine seems to have been overclocked, and it seems to be a bit down, but Yi is not in a hurry. This is just a whim. The role of the reality stone is to rewrite the concept of alter reality, and the void engine can also do a small rewrite of the concept. If the void engine is used as the carrier, can the true power of the reality stone be fully exerted? But these still have a premise, that is, the void engine must be able to withstand the power of the rough reality stone, otherwise everything is empty talk. But Yi thinks it is entirely possible. After all, the current reality stone is not the most powerful period. The reality stone after swallowing the 9 worlds, world tree, is considered complete. The reality stone at that time can easily rewrite the reality of the entire universe. Isn't that what the Dark Elves want to do? Use the reality stone to devour the 9 realms and directly return the entire universe to darkness. Wait. If you want to use the reality stone, it seems that you need to use it with other rough stones. Simply using the reality stone, it seems that it will also extract the vitality of the user. Double-edged sword, This is it? Analysis failed, calculation failed, no result. Then forget it? Yayi shook his head, and decisively stuffed the rough reality stone in his hand back into the system space. Since there are still conditions for using the rough reality stone, there is no rush now. Although Yayi still has a rough power stone on his body. But Yayi is completely afraid to take out the rough power stone, and he doesn't even want to open the cosmic spirit ball containing the rough power stone. With his current strength, touching the original stone of strength is still a dead word. Yayi doesn't think he is a man of destiny. There is a reason why Xingju can't die after touching the power stone. His father is the living planet Yugo, at least they are both level godfathers. Can the void engine subvert the conservation of energy? Yayi once again asked a crucial question. Calculating, can be subverted slightly. Small subversion. Yayi blinked. Well, it seems that the upgrade of the void engine still needs to be acquired after the space gem. Space gem has unlimited energy, and it will not be as simple as 1 + 1 when used with real stones. Calculate again, Xandar Star's technological level, how long will it take for the void engine to disintegrate its technology? To what extent can it be done? Calculating, conclusion, unknown. There is severely insufficient data to calculate correctly. What about the Earth? Data is being collected, the calculation is complete. Conclusion, easily crushed. So fast seeing the answer given by the void engine, the corner of Yayi's mouth twitched slightly. The current Earth is really weak to the point of explosion. After figuring out what the void engine can do at this stage, Yayi decisively chose to quit the dark plane. The void engine isn't very useful at this point, not against the level godfather, useless. But the technological products used to deal with the Earth are still crushing. This is the legendary saying that more than the top is less than the bottom. The current void engine can only bully the Earth, by the way, rewrite the reality a little bit, subvert the small-scale energy conservation. Alright. Chapter 20. Yayi expressed dissatisfaction with the result, but there is nothing to be disappointed about. After all, it was clear from the very beginning that the initial version of the void engine would definitely not be very powerful. But this thing can't be lost, it can be upgraded. As long as it can be upgraded, then the future void engine's level depends entirely on Yayi's own operation. Yayi now has a draft in mind. Best combination, void engine plus space gem plus reality stone. Calculate with the void engine as the foundation, use the space gem to provide nearly infinite energy, and then drive the rough reality stone with the greatest power. Just like this, Yayi feels like he can threaten the entire universe. Definitely, this is just an imaginary picture. How it is actually depends on the operation. Falsehood is not advisable, everything has to be put into practice. Software issues. Yayi has already made up his mind, now it's time to start thinking about hardware issues. He is only a generation of God body now. The biggest function of the God-killing power gene program is not to improve his God body level, but to endow him with unparalleled ultimate lethality. How many generations of gods have to be upgraded, to be able to drive the combination conceived above to operate? I don't think the second generation will work. At least 3 generations, right? There is one more question. The original power stone can't be stuffed in the system space all the time, can it? So, 4 generations. Or directly the sacred body. It's a bit far away. The road is long and long, I will search up and down, will it be tiring for dead man? I really want to get a large astronomical computer soon. With this thing, it won't be so troublesome. Tisk, the original stone of time, the original stone of time. After much deliberation, Yayi finally felt that he was cheated by the Ancient One magician. Originally, I thought it didn't matter if I got the large astro computer sooner or later, but Yayi didn't think so after getting the void engine. With the large astronomical computer, he can start to let the void engine assist the astronomical computer to operate on its own to help him study the divine body at a deeper level. With a higher level of hardware, he can withstand the power of the original power stone, and with a higher level of divine body, he can speed up the upgrade of the void engine. Now, Yayi expresses that he wants to turn back time. Should I learn from these old foxes and come up with a thoughtful version? The consequence of letting go of oneself is probably like this. It seems that it is necessary to be a little more cautious. Although you can't restrain yourself, but for the future, Yayi thinks it is still advisable. Raising his hand and gently gesturing, a series of codes slowly appeared in front of Yayi's eyes. This is the 6th day since he returned to Earth, and the 7th day since he and Carol parted. Carol probably hasn't returned to the Milky Way yet, and the range of ordinary photon communicators and quantum communicators is not so wide, but this shouldn't be a problem for him now. Start the void engine, start dark communication, establish a communication channel, communication object, Carol Danvers. Also, give me a communication projection. The void engine starts, the dark communication channel is successfully established, The communication projection is established, and the communication object is being connected. Carol Danvers. Hi, Master Beauty, long time no see. Looking at the projection in front of him, Yayi raised his hand to say hello. Did you miss me? Carol said helplessly, it's only been 7 days. It's said that seeing each other every day is like 3 autumns, that's normal. Yayi shrugged. Carol said helplessly, didn't I tell you to return to Earth? How did you keep up? No, Yayi raised his finger and pointed behind him, this is the Earth, I have been back for 6 days, look, isn't this the Earth? Carol frowned, what kind of communication method is this? You can squeeze in without my consent? Has Earth technology developed to this level? No, this is not Earth technology. Yayi shook his head slightly, this place is still backward, but there are quite a lot of stories. What's the matter with me this time? Carol took a deep breath, I still have something to deal with here, if it's not important, let's talk about it next time. Oh, wait. Before Yayi could stop it, the projection in front of him went black instantly, and the communication was cut off immediately. No. Can't we chat if we have nothing to do? Looking at the pitch black projection, Yayi looked a little helpless. He knew only a handful of people in this world. Although he often saw them on the screen before, even though these people are very close to him now, but he still only has one friend, Carol. The beautiful master doesn't want to chat with him, so what else can he do? Well, a few words a day is enough. Waved away the projection, Yayi slowly stood up from the roof. It is said that distance produces beauty, but it is not good if the distance is too far, just insist on calling once a day, and it will be fine when Carol gets used to it completely. Start to get down to business. Lazy, Yayi waved his hand, and another wide projection appeared in front of him, comparing the level of technology, choose the best solution, and prepare to let it take off immediately. Start collecting data, encounter resistance, do you want to crack it by force? Huh. Looking at the densely packed data on the projection, Yayi waved his hand, forcibly break through all obstacles, I need the most authentic data. Wait, don't set foot in Camartage, you can't afford it? The highest order has been received, Camartage has been deleted from the plan list, and the order has begun to be executed. The red dots on the projection dimmed one after another, and the defense systems on all networks in the world were broken instantly, and the green lights were turned on. Asia, Africa, America. Countless secrets were collected by the Void Engine in an instant, and all the unknown things were dug out and recorded by the Void Engine in just 3 minutes. Looks like Wakanda is nothing more than that, rubbish. Looking at the whole of Africa that was so easily captured, Yayi curled his lips. He thought that Wakanda could have some century-old black technology to fight against the Void Engine. Unexpectedly, it is still a soft-legged shrimp, far worse than Xandar Star. But this is also reasonable, the Earth, including Wakanda, are all positive technologies, and the Void Engine theory directly involves the Dark Plane, which is completely different. Earth's technology is a bit weak, whether it is virtual data or written documents, for the Void Engine access through dark data, they are all decorations. Give you a Void Engine, and you can easily achieve a scholar who knows everything about the world without going out. Please sort it out and give me a report. Executing. Chapter 21. For Yayi, this matter is also a question of the next order. However, at the very second when Yayi ordered the Void Engine to break through all obstacles, the alarm bells of various countries rang out, and the center of power instantly turned upside down. Because the secret is no longer a secret. But there is only one thing they care about most, nuclear codes. Hurry up and resist, fight back. Looking at the red light all over the screen, the person in charge of the highest ranking roared profusely with sweat, are you all just eating dry food? It's only been a few seconds. The defensive measures have been broken layer by layer, and all research materials have been stolen, what are you doing? Awaiting court-martial tomorrow and getting shot. Drop. There was a soft sound, and the red light all over the screen suddenly dissipated, and everything seemed to have returned to its original state. What's going on? Is no one coming to report? Sir, the opponent has withdrawn. The first group quickly checks the damage, and the second group quickly chases me and locates me. I only give you 1 hour, and you must find it for me within 1 hour. Sir, it's useless, we can't find it? What did you say? Sir, this is not a virus. I dare say that no country on the planet today can easily do this. Our defense system has not been breached, and all software has not been damaged. If it is a virus, this is impossible. This time the attack gave me the feeling. It's like an illusory ghost came to your house, looking through all your secrets unscrupulously and undisguisedly without destroying everything in your house. You can see it and feel it, but you can't touch him, drive him out, or stop him. The other party barged in openly and took away everything they wanted, but we could only watch. UBD, What are you talking about for labor and management? Listening to the reports from the people below, the person in charge just felt like his brain was going to explode. What the hell was he talking about? Why don't you say you are a ghost? He's right, but the adjectives aren't very good. Why use ghosts? Can't God? The sudden sound made the already extremely noisy bass audible. Looking at the quiet surroundings, the person in charge said in a deep voice, "Who are you?" "Why? Actually, it's nothing. I just think the name of your contradictory bureau is a bit ugly, and then the technical content is medium, and the competence ability is medium. Typically more than the top and more than the bottom. This one compares to Wakanda, so it goes without saying. Here I will provide you with some small technical reinforcements, plus a small list. Whether you can get it done is up to you, so I won't get involved too much. If it succeeds, it will be good to use Dynasty as the name. In addition, please ask the third person from the left, the seventh person from the right, and the 38th person from the second team. Wait, it seems a bit too much, Zhang Xian, did you put it in on purpose?" Zhang Xian's face darkened, and then he waved his hands. A group of soldiers walked in, and without waiting for these people to refute, they directly raised their hands to cover their mouths, and then they all fought off. Looking at this posture, it is obvious that this group of people was put in on purpose. "How do you know that you are not hostile?" Zhang Xian said in a deep voice. "Isn't that obvious?" Yi curled his lips. "I don't like dealing with old foxes. After all, I'm just a young man, and I don't like that kind of twists and turns. Don't ask about unnecessary things, and I won't tell you if you ask, as long as you know, my position is on the side of the country. There will be a lot of turmoil in the future, you better hurry up and prepare. The things I gave you are enough for you to develop into the world's hegemony, digest it well. In addition, I put a lock on the things I gave you, and I will regularly check and accept the results. Only after passing the verification will I unlock it for you, the technology of level 1, after all, eating too much can easily lead to death. I don't want to see someone rushing and making a mess. Those inside the ball can compete peacefully. What you really have to worry about is what's outside the ball. Do you understand what I'm talking about?" Zhang Xian's pupils shrank suddenly. "Did you come back from outside?" "Yes, the current Earth technology is too weak, so weak that you can't even decide your own life and death. I hope you can work hard." Yi replied softly. "Then why don't you come to preside over the overall situation? Please, will you believe me? And I'm on the roof of Iron Man Tony Stark's Bay Villa right now. Although I have a reason, I won't say it. It's useless to say it anyway. You think you will, do you believe me? Most of the MCU Marvel Universe happens here. He's not waiting here. Where is he going? The other party doesn't believe these things. It doesn't matter whether they say it or not." Zhang Xian suddenly misfired. "How do you make him believe this?" Yi smiled lightly and said, "Is there nothing to say? I won't touch things that are too sensitive. Whether you use the things given to you, believe it or not, is up to you. I can do it when I feel like it. That's it. Destiny, goodbye. By the way, a friendly reminder, remember to do a good job of surface balance, too. Zhangyang will not end well. Birth determines the starting point. What should be done still has to be done, believe it or not. Yi's heart has been sent anyway, believe it or not. After all, Yi originally is not from this universe. It is already very good to have such a heart. For namesake's sake." The base was completely quiet, and no one spoke first. "Sir, what the other party said has arrived. It is a program, and it is programmed in Huxia. This. Transfer to the box immediately. It has gone in by itself. Everyone, don't leave here until I come back. Cut off all external communication, and block everything that happened today. Those who were pushed out just now, send them to God. Yes." On the other side of the earth, Yi, who has already done everything, waved away the projection, and what will happen over there next, the void engine will pay attention in real time. As long as it's not something they can't resist, Yi basically doesn't make a move. How can he grow without going through hardships? Is it possible to let Yi escort them? After thinking too much, Yi still feels that he is too weak. Now is not the time for him to be a babysitter. It is enough to send out a cornerstone that will make the other side soar into the sky. "Are you really doing this?" Tony's extremely helpless voice came from downstairs. "Just now, the black marinated egg came to me for help. The Pentagon's information database was hacked, and so was S.H.I.E.L.D. The same thing is happening all over the country. The only person I can think of is you." Chapter 22. I'm already showing mercy. Yi chuckled and shook his head. "I just want them to achieve a subtle balance. Then there is no need to invade the world with such a big fanfare at the same time. Why not do it secretly? Aren't you telling people all over the world? Forget it. Tony said he was a little crazy. Let's just pretend I didn't say anything. That's really sorry. Yayi shrugged. In secret? I'm sorry, but Yayi really doesn't have that kind of leisure. He obviously has absolute ability, but he just wants to hide it, and then wait for a bunch of people to come to his door and let him pretend to be B and slap him in the face. I'm really sorry, Yayi doesn't like to do such naive things. What he prefers is to pick up the axe and run to the door one by one to chop them all off. Aren't you planning to go back? Looking at the dark night sky, Tony said softly, is it solved here? It's the same whether you go back or not. Yayi waved his hand. He really thought so before he got the void engine, but now it's no longer necessary. He knew everything he wanted to know before. There was no need for that at all. This world does not have him, and there is not even a similar home. Everything familiar is gone, definitely. The map is still the same map, but the things on the map, gone. So where are you going now? Tony's eyes lit up slightly. I plan to build a Stark building with completely pollution-free renewable energy. Do you need me to save a room for you? You can move there directly. Are you following my fighter plane? Yayi turned his head and glanced at Tony. Did you even prepare the dedicated landing pad? That's definitely. There was no embarrassment on Tony's face at all. Yayi shook his head. Then wait until you finish building it. I have to go to another place now. Where to? Nepal, Kathmandu. Hey, Ancient One Magician, you can teach me the portal and mirror space now. Send me there quickly. Wait, looking at Yayi in front of him, Tony frowned. Who are you talking to? Your master. Yayi hooked the corner of his mouth. As soon as the words fell, a secret door suddenly opened under Yayi's feet, swallowing Yayi directly, and then disappeared without a trace. Shit, what is this? Looking at the empty ground and where Yayi disappeared, Tony was a little dazed. My master? Where did I get my master? Kamartaj. Some things can't be said nonsense, at least I don't plan to accept him as an apprentice. Seeing Yayi with a playful smile in front of him, Ancient One Magician's face was full of helplessness. I didn't say it was this universe. Yayi shrugged, it's all the same anyway. It's not that Tony became the Sorcerer Supreme. What kind of things won't happen in the Marvel multi-universe? Forget it. The Ancient One Magician shook his head, then changed the subject. Where do you think you can start? I don't know anything. How about starting from scratch? Yayi said not too much. It's best to start from the basics and complete the goal step by step. Ancient One Magician turned around gently. Then you need to have a lot of patience to support. It will be very boring. Anyway, there's plenty of time. Take your time. Yayi wouldn't feel bored. Hammer had just returned to Asgard, and might be falling in love with Loki. Or is Bifrost already ruined? There is still more than half a year before the official opening of the Avengers Alliance, if nothing goes wrong in the middle. For the past 6 months, Yayi didn't want to make trouble, and had nothing to do. Hydra. What is that? Garbage in the trash, too lazy to bother. In half a year, no matter what, you can learn the 2 tricks of the Door of the Secret Law and the Mirror Space, right? It is said that stones from other mountains can be used to attack Jade. Maybe you can find an alternative way to upgrade the Void Engine in advance from Kamartaj. Yayi is not afraid that he knows more, but he is afraid that he knows less. The Void Engine obviously needs more knowledge accumulation to play well, and he is only half-baked right now. In addition, he wants to try to see if he can find other ways from Kamartaj, a way to upgrade his divine body. In short, it is body training, and the hardware must keep up with the update speed of the software. Otherwise, no matter how good the software is, it's useless if the hardware requirements can't keep up with you. During the battle, the hardware will burn out every now and then, so why are you still playing? I'll teach you the method, but you need to practice by yourself. This is fine, no problem. Yayi nodded without hesitation. Also, can I go to the library? Can I read all the books in it? As long as you can understand it, it's fine. Ancient One Magician replied with a chuckle. Thank you then. The corner of Yayi's mouth twitched. With the Void Engine, Yayi is not afraid of not being able to understand it at all, but he is afraid that the Ancient One Magician will not show it. Just show it to him. He still needs to learn how to use the rough time stone in the library, otherwise, even if he got the rough stone, it would be useless. Maybe the Ancient One Magician's book collection will also include the way to use the original Power Stone. Yayi is suddenly looking forward to it. Do you need me to prepare a room for you? No, I don't need to eat, drink, and sleep. Ancient One Magician just teaches me the theoretical knowledge. I practice and practice by myself. I can handle other things by myself. Then let's start, starting with feeling the dark energy. It is good. Learning the mirror space and the gate of the secret method is also to lay the foundation for the future time and space genes. After all, The performance of the time and space genes in the super seminary is not enough, and back and forth are micro wormholes. Such a tall name for nothing. Yayi doesn't know if his brain is big enough, but it's good to learn a little bit. Besides, learning this is also helpful for the use of space-time raw stones. Just look at Purple Potato, Space Gem is used for traveling in his hands. There are so many amazing moves in the novel, Yayi thinks he can reproduce some of them, such as Space Blade, Space Cage, Space Storm. I am not afraid that you have a big brain, but I am afraid that you will not use it. Let's see how the king of the family made the door of the secret method work out. A door of secret technique directly cut one of Black Dwarf's arms. Yayi thinks this move is very good, very thoughtful. Why did the king do this trick? But strange, like a fool, didn't know how to cut off the gloved left hand of the Purple Potato directly with the door of the secret method. Plot needs. It is estimated that the brain is not working. Ancient One magician teaches seriously, Yayi also learns seriously, there is no such thing as laziness. If you have nothing to do, practice more, and then go to the library. It doesn't matter if you don't understand it. The Void Engine will write it down first and then translate it. When you go back, read it slowly and learn it slowly. Chapter 23. Ancient One Magician. How should I put it, it's still very generous. Except that the original time stone is not shown to him at all. Yayi can go anywhere in Camartage Yayi, and he can browse the books in the library at will, which makes Yayi feel a little embarrassed. Although the two have their own needs, it is obvious that Yayi took advantage. Camartage's collection is full of anecdotes about the universe, ways of using energies, strange rituals, and magical spells. He said that he only learned the secret door and the mirror space, but, after visiting the library, there were suddenly more things in the Void Engine. Ancient One magician knew it well, but he didn't reveal it, which made Yayi even more embarrassed. Ahem, what? I've been taking care of you during this time. Seeing the smiling Ancient One magician in front of him, Yayi touched the bridge of his nose in embarrassment. In Camartage, knowledge is shared. Ancient One magician chuckled and shook his head. What can be taught has already been handed in, and what can be learned has been learned by you, but some of them cannot be put into practice. Hope you keep that in mind. I'm not stupid. The multi-universe is too dangerous. It's better to acquire power bit by bit. There is never a free lunch in the world. Yayi turned around gently. I have seen the danger of the multi-universe, and I also understand why you chose this way, Ancient One magician. In short, I will stick to my heart. Glancing at Ancient One magician, Yayi opened his 5 fingers on his right hand, and a spark of golden light bloomed in an instant. I hope to have the honor to communicate with you after Ancient One magician leaves. This is my special communication terminal. Although I haven't tested it yet, the communication range should be able to easily cross multiple dimensions. Definitely, probably limited to this universe. I'll just accept it. Ancient One magician raised his hand a little empty, accepting Yayi's kindness, and said with a chuckle, the thing you want has already arrived on Earth, are you ready to receive it? It's indeed about time. Yayi nodded slightly, raised his hand and swiped in the air. A space crack suddenly appeared in front of him. Then, take care, Ancient One magician. Looking at the disappearing space rift and Yayi, Ancient One magician's eyes became a little deep, and then he walked back to the hall slowly with his hands behind his back. New York, Stark Building. Well, it was not long after it was built, and it was just announced that it was completely closed 30 seconds ago. Pretty, Tony. It's like Christmas, but it belongs to us. Oh, it's not necessarily, but we can already promote it to the market. You are in charge of the press conference. I will fly to the location of the next 3 buildings in Washington, D.C. tomorrow. Don't worry, I think we can enjoy the night view together, enjoy the romance, and then make up for the candlelight dinner that we didn't have last time. You're not here. I am back. With a roar, Tony, who was driving the Mark armor, slowly landed on the platform. Sir, Phil Coulson agent's phone. The voice of J.A.R.V.I.S. rang softly in Tony's ear. Tony was taken aback for a moment, and then said without hesitation, just say I'm not here, this guy really knows when to find time. Sir, I'm afraid he won't believe it. You have to be a little confident, J.A.R.V.I.S., don't you see me on a date? I owed Pepper a candlelight dinner 5 months ago. During this time, I have been busy. Pepper was flying all over the world, while he went straight into the laboratory. He was so busy that the two of them didn't have much time to live together. Okay. Easy. Stark Building is completed, no matter how you want to make it up again. Don't let anyone bother him. Seeing Tony's firm attitude, J.A.R.V.I.S. chose to listen to his master's words, and directly blocked Phil Coulson, who had already arrived at the Stark Building under the building. Phil Coulson, who saw the scene, was helpless. Hill, I can't even get in the door, open it for me. Although he didn't want to do it, but had no other choice, Phil Coulson chose to let S.H.I.E.L.D invade J.A.R.V.I.S to open the door for himself. Clear. Looking at the warm dining table in front of him, Tony pointedly said, "Should I tell my family that I won't go back tonight? I choose to make it up to you today, very tenderly, so. How about living our two-person world today? I'm afraid it won't be too gentle." Pepper gave Tony a white look. "Tomorrow I have to fly to Washington. What should I do if I am too late to wake up?" Tony quickly raised his hand. "I promise it will be gentle." "Sir, your phone, my program has been modified." J.A.R.V.I.'s slightly depressed voice sounded again. Tisk. Tony gritted his teeth fiercely. "It's really not the time." The moment J.A.R.V.I.'s voice fell, Phil Coulson's voice slowly sounded, "Stark, I think we need to talk. What you are seeing now is the holographic image of Stark. Please leave a message if you have anything to do." Tony said impatiently. "It's urgent." "Then leave a message. I think it's better to talk face to face." The second Phil Coulson's voice fell, the elevator door suddenly opened. "The security system is gone too? Today is special." Tony frowned, staring at Phil Coulson, who disturbed the world between himself and Pepper. "You shouldn't be here." "Shouldn't I come too?" Phil Coulson, who was about to say something, was taken aback for a moment, and immediately looked behind Tony. Tony and Pepper subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound. A rift in space opened silently, and Yayi in black armor stepped out of the rift. Shit. The moment he saw Yayi coming, Tony knew something big was going to happen. "Now you can continue talking, Phil Coulson. Didn't Fury ever think of asking you to come to me?" Looking at Phil Coulson, who was a little dazed, Yayi chuckled and said, "It seems that he is still guarding against me." "That's not true." Phil Coulson wanted to say something nice to his parents, but he seemed unable to say anything. Yayi's goal is Tesseract, and Fury already knew it. Since the last time he talked to Yayi, Fury has guarded against Yayi like a thief, and he didn't intend to inform Yayi of what happened this time. Because Fury knows very well. S.H.I.E.L.D has lost Tesseract. Once Yayi intervenes, Tesseract will definitely change hands. Seeing the situation, Pepper frowned, and then walked towards the stairs with a chuckle. "Tony, you guys talk first, I have to get ready. World of 2 is next time. It seems that you are busy tonight." "Hey, wait, shit." Looking at Pepper, who had already boarded the elevator, Tony rubbed his forehead helplessly. "Tell me if you have anything to say." Chapter 24. Stark, there is a file I need to show you. Looking at the terminal handed over by Phil Coulson, Tony is hesitation whether to take it. He doesn't like people handing him things, except Pepper. "Forget it, I'll come." Yayi raised his hand and tapped. A series of data gathered into a projected image, and a series of materials, audio and video, suddenly appeared in front of the three of them. Looking at the projection in front of him, and looking at the terminal in his hand, Phil Coulson only felt a slight jump in his heart. What he wanted to show Tony was not as detailed as the projection. J.A.R.V.I.S. Looking at the projection in front of him, Tony looked up strangely and said, "Is your projection device activated?" "Sorry sir, no." Tony turned his head suddenly, his eyes kept scanning Yayi's body. "Nanomachines." "Don't ask, you won't understand if you ask, as long as you can read it." Yayi shook his head lightly. "It's been a long time. How is your nanotechnology research going?" "It's hard, but it's going well." Tony had a confident look on his face. "So it didn't work?" Yayi was a little surprised and said, "Nanotechnology hasn't taken shape yet? Is the Earth's technological level limiting you, or you haven't studied nanotechnology thoroughly? The first version of the nano armor already has the first model. I just made it not long ago, but I haven't finished the final test yet." Tony turned the wine glass unconsciously, raised his finger and pointed at the glass in front of him. "Projection, I think it's better for us to talk about this." "All right." Yayi nodded lightly. "An old popsicle that has been frozen for 70 years, a Hulk that was made out of gamma-ray radiation and super soldier serum, the rest are the ones under the black stewed egg. You are just a few agents away. But now that Hawkeye is under control, there is one less person who can use black corned eggs. That's why he found you. I thought the Avengers plan had expired. Is this going to be reorganized?" Tony glanced at Phil Coulson. "Also, why don't you invite a super expert here?" I'm just following the director's order," Phil Coulson said with a wry smile. "They dare not invite me." Yayi raised his hand and tapped the Tesseract in front of him lightly. "Because my goal is also this Tesseract. Originally, there was a slight relationship between me and the black corned egg. When the Tesseract was in S.H.I.E.L.D. or in his hands, I would not directly grab it, and I would not do it with me when trading the black corned egg. But now the Rubik's Cube has changed hands. I don't have so many restrictions. So, you want to grab the Tesseract too? Tony suddenly looked up at Yayi. I think you can study it for me after you get the magic. Yayi is going to snatch the Tesseract. Tony doesn't think he will miss. Or, Tony trusts his intuition. That's no problem. Yayi nodded lightly, but it's still the old rule, you must guarantee that everything you get from Tesseract can only be held by you personally. I have national boundaries, so I don't need to repeat that, right? I definitely know this, I don't want to break the rules. Tony shrugged. Nanotechnology has been in my hands for half a year, you should know it. Nanotechnology. Yayi sold it to him at the jumping price of a glass of wine. Tony still remembered it in his heart. Because of this, Black Braised Dan talked to him, Congress talked to him, Tony just didn't let go. And Yayi is so mysterious. That's good. I want to see what they want to do with Tesseract. Looking at the projection in front of him, Tony raised his hand. This should be an intelligent program, can I operate it? Okay. Yayi shrugged, and gave Tony a bit of operating authority. So. Looking at Yayi and Tony who were chatting happily, Phil Coulson coughed dryly. Stark, I've already delivered the things, and I have to pick up another person, so. I'm leaving first? Let's go, let's go. Tony waved his hand indifferently. Phil Coulson shrugged helplessly, turned and walked into the elevator. After thinking about it, Phil Coulson raised his hand and tapped his headset. Sir, I think we're in trouble again, and the trouble factor may be much higher than Loki's. What? Did something worse happen? Haji Dan, who had just returned to the space carrier, frowned. Then tell me the bad news you know. Phil Coulson smiled wryly. Yayi, remember. He's in the Stark building now, he seems to know everything, and made it clear that he wants to snatch the Tesseract. Shit, the mood just got better, so the little black stewed egg suddenly became irritable. I haven't troubled him before he made such a big deal, and now he wants to grab Tesseract again. Sir, you know, this guy is really too dangerous, infinitely more dangerous than that big green guy, we can't afford it. Phil Coulson said with a serious face. After a long silence, Black Braised Egg said in a deep voice, go and fetch Steve first, and I'll figure out the rest. Understood, sir, I'm leaving now. Phil Coulson's departure didn't make any waves. Tony was still doing his preparations, and Yayi just watched quietly, doing nothing. I need to do some homework. Yayi, are you coming too? No, I'm a scumbag. I know what you know, and I don't necessarily know what you know. Yayi shook his head. Today I'm going to wait for the prey to hit me in the face. Tony blinked suspiciously. I remember you told me 5 months ago, you said that you prefer to take the initiative to deal with everything with an axe. How did it change today? The situation is different. Yayi shrugged, without explaining too much. Loki's goal is the Stark building. As long as Yayi waits here, Loki will send the Mind Stone and the Space Gem. There is nothing wrong with saying that you are sitting on the sidelines. After talking about this matter, Tony probably doesn't believe it, and Yayi doesn't bother to say it. And, why should I say this? Wouldn't it be better to wait for Loki to send 2 rough stones? Say go out and wait for the black corned egg to find Space Gem first and then argue with him. Sorry, Yayi is not so generous. For the sake of Carol's face, it would be good not to grab him. This is already a concession. So, you're not going to the Superboy team's first reunion. Chapter 25. So, you won't go to the first meeting of the Superboy team. Yayi's refusal seemed a bit out of Tony's expectation. Yayi shook his head resolutely. I definitely won't participate, and it's not good for me to participate. There are a lot of rules and regulations, and Dead Man can be annoying, and Black Stewed Eggs will definitely not welcome me. You have a grudge against him. Tony chuckled and said, but yes, you are an absolute danger to him, and now you want to snatch the Tesseract. It would be strange if he could take a liking to you. You get busy first, I'll take care of some things. Yayi smiled and shook his head, and walked up the stairs directly to the balcony of the Stark building. He has a little idea now. The time of the accident this time was actually very short. From Loki snatching Tesseract to the final battle in New York, it was only a little over 3 days. Maybe I can meet Carol at the last moment, but I don't know her exact location. The specific coordinates of Chitauri, have you found it? 9S17W38D6F. In the Milky Way. Looking at the coordinates detected by the Void engine, Yayi frowned. Establish communication, target, Carol. Communication is connected. I remember we just contacted 6 hours ago, didn't we agree to do it once a day? Carol's voice sounded in Yayi's mind. Yayi said softly, I think so too, but the Earth may be in a little trouble now. I want to know your coordinates and check if you have time. How much trouble is it? Who has the Earth provoked, and you can't even figure it out? Carol's voice was a little surprised. Crazy Titan. Yayi shrugged. Chitauri under his command intends to occupy the Earth, and then give it to Loki of Asgard. In exchange, they want Tesseract. Chitauri, you can't handle it. Carol on the other side rolled his eyes. That kind of miscellaneous fish-level thing, it's not enough for you to kill, right? Chitauri I can handle as much as I want, but this is Earth. Yayi blinked, and said serious nonsense. The key is that Loki stole the Tesseract and intends to open a portal. Ghost knows they prepared. How many troops are there? Have you returned to the galaxy? I'm back. That's good. Yayi's eyes lit up slightly. Coordinates, 9S17W38D6F, the Chitauri's army is waiting to invade the Earth at this location. How soon can you get there? It's a bit far away. Carol frowned. Even if it's a superluminal flight across space nodes, I estimate that it will take at least 2.5 days to get to the location you mentioned. 2.5 days is just right. Yayi's mouth curled up. I'm looking for the coordinates of the Tesseract. Maybe it doesn't need to be so troublesome, maybe it doesn't go well, anyway, it doesn't matter if you arrive first. Listening to Yayi's words, Carol frowned. How do I feel? You did it on purpose. How could it be intentional? Yayi directly denied without any hesitation. I don't know the exact coordinates of your current coordinates, beautiful master. Even if you want to premeditate, there is nothing you can do about it. This is my intuition as a woman, you must be making small moves. Carol said a little coldly, you should be able to handle it easily, right? Was exposed directly, Yayi was not embarrassed, and he didn't even admit it at all. I'm going to find Tesseract, beautiful master, you should leave quickly. That's it, see you in 2.5 days. A woman's intuition, something stronger than the sixth sense, horrible. Looking at the communication that was immediately hung up, Yayi shook his head helplessly. He was just thinking so carefully, and Carol could hear all the 2 sentences. Whether Carol will come, Yayi is also a little uncertain, but wait, if Carol is not there when the Chitauri army is dispatched, then you can pick up the axe and get everything done. Although this is New York and not his home. But watching aliens come and wreak havoc on the Earth is not acceptable. Although this Earth is not the one he was born on. For the sake of being called the Earth, let's help it reduce some scourges. Although he can directly prevent this disaster from happening at the source, Yayi doesn't intend to do so. Haven't you seen that these countries on the Earth are still fighting each other? Especially Eagle Sauce is the loudest. It is also good to have a wave of aliens to open their eyes. Moreover, if Yayi intervenes, will the Avengers Alliance still be born? This is a problem. Yayi finally understands Ancient One Magician's hesitation and ideas now. Knowing the future clearly, but never intervening, in order to let these disasters temper this group of superheroes, right? If the Ancient One Magician intervened directly, maybe even the green fat man wouldn't appear, right? It sounds reasonable. Forget it, I think too much, no matter whether it is hypocritical or not, just stick to your heart. Anyway, the space gem and the original soul stone must be obtained, there is no need to discuss. Even if he doesn't grab it, there will still be a purple potato who will come to grab it. In that case, why not give him all the originals? Isn't this more secure? At least after obtaining the 2 rough stones of space and soul, Yayi is very sure that he can hammer purple potato even if he does not use the rough stones and relies on his own strength. Let the world be protected from witch snapping finger, from the catastrophe that thousands of creatures are about to encounter. This reason is lofty. Yayi said that he was convinced by himself. After Tony did his homework all night, he put on his armor and left to attend the first meeting of the Superboy group. After all, he is also a consultant hired by the Black Stewed Egg with a high salary. No matter what, whether he wants to go or not, the form is still needed. And it's not that Tony doesn't want to go, this thing must be very interesting. It's strange if he doesn't go, how can such a showy occasion be without him? As for Yayi himself, he is quietly waiting for Loki's arrival in the Stark building. The third princess, Loki, is a great man. Next, I will give him 2 Infinity Stones for free. How should I thank him? Learning from the green fat man to let Loki experience a human warhammer. Too bad he doesn't like to use a hammer. So put it another way, free fall to the end of the war? This is good. Chapter 26. Loki found, Loki captured, landing in helicarrier. Tony, who already knew what the black marinated egg was hiding, started to crack the internal program of S.H.I.E.L.D. as soon as he got on the boat. From here, the scene exploded. Under the influence of the Loki scepter, that is, the original stone of the soul, a bunch of people turned a blind eye to the danger, released the truest self in their hearts, pulled the negative emotions to the maximum, and started arguing. Almost did it. In fact, I wanted to do it, but Hawkeye came in time, and immediately blew up the number 3 turbo of the helicarrier, and the group of people immediately stopped arguing. Help is urgent. I have to say that this helicarrier is like eating shit. Hawkeye led a team of less than 20 people and turned this helicarrier into a pigsty. The above group of agents are all shit eaters, right? You said to fight Hulk, Thor, Loki, Iron Man, and so on. You can't do it, then fight a Hawkeye who is also an agent and an ordinary agent team of 20 people. The result is that he was rejected from the beginning to the end, all kinds of abuse. Your helicarrier has at least 100 people, right? Competence must account for at least half of them, right? The weapons and equipment are definitely excellent, right? The results of it? Drama needs? No, just because apart from Phil Coulson, Hill, Natasha Romanoff, and the controlled Hawkeye, 90% of the people present are Hydra. Who the hell is going to work hard for you? He. Yayi, who was watching the live broadcast, almost screamed out of laughter. Next, the green fat man went berserk, and he was blown up in a plane. The hammer god was thrown from a height of 9,000 meters by Loki. Phil Coulson was stabbed in the back by Loki, and he was theoretically dead. Hawkeye is arrested. Loki escapes. This super team that just met, flopped. And at the moment, Sylvig has already installed the teleportation device on the roof of the Stark building, waiting for the moment when the energy is sufficient. J.A.R.V.I.S originally wanted to stop it, but unfortunately, the current J.A.R.V.I.S is not the J.A.R.V.I.S in the future, and the current J.A.R.V.I.S cannot even resist the invasion of S.H.I.E.L.D. As for Yayi, why stop it? He waited for the portal to open, and Loki sent the Soul Stone over. At the same time, Tony, who is repairing the Mark armor, understands why Yayi said that he will wait in the Stark building. Because the Stark building is Loki's chosen stage. Already determined. Yes. Tony nodded with a dark face. Loki is just a standard egomaniac, he needs flowers and applause, and he also needs an iconic building so that his name can stand high. Stark building. Yes. Tony shrugged, but I think we can go there later. There is a supermaster there, and if Loki provokes him, it will end wonderfully. I think we can just go and watch a play. Who? Steve frowned. Tony thought for a while, and finally there was only one word that came out of his mouth. He is an Earthling, a powerful Earthling. Stronger than Banner and Thor. I haven't fought before, I don't know. Tony shrugged, but what I know is, this guy can easily smash the earth with an axe. Definitely that's what he said, whether it's true has yet to be proven, but I feel right. Since it's so strong, why didn't he come? Steve frowned even tighter. The corner of Tony's mouth grinned. He and the black corned egg, that is, Fury, they don't have a good relationship, and his goal is also Tesseract. Do you think Fury is going to recruit thieves himself? I'll see if there are any other helpers, see you on deck. Steve nodded, turned, and left directly. Judging from the expression on his face, he didn't seem to believe Tony's words very much. I really think we can go or not. Seeing that Steve didn't believe it, Tony didn't say much, but just accelerated the speed of repairing the Mark armor. Stark building. A Quinjet landed, and Loki with a proud face slowly landed on the balcony. With the Tesseract in hand, the opponent is vulnerable, as long as the space wormhole is opened, and when Chitauri invades the Earth, he will have the right to rule the planet. Would you like a drink, Loki? I've been waiting for you here for 2 days. Who? Loki narrowed his eyes slightly, and looked up into the room instantly. Don't be so nervous. Looking at Loki in front of him, Yayi raised his glass and said, I want to thank you very much, after all, you are a very good person. Are you here to surrender to me? Listening to Yayi's words, Loki made up his mind, and the smile on his face became even brighter. It seems that there are people on this planet who understand the general situation. Very well, as the first human being to surrender to me, I allow you to offer your loyalty to me and become my first dog. Did you misunderstand something? Looking at Loki, who felt good about himself, Yayi frowned. I just want to thank you for giving me the Mind Stone and Space Gem together. The moment Yayi's voice fell, Loki only felt a burning pain on his face, and he directly raised the scepter in his hand to shoot a photon energy cannon at Yayi. Yayi, who had been prepared for a long time, just slightly raised his hand, and the photon energy cannon was directly slapped out. Tisk tisk. Yayi chuckled and shook his head. Your attack is too weak, even if it is also a photon energy cannon, the power of the beautiful master is more than 100 times that of your attack. Carol's photon energy cannon, Yayi, didn't dare to raise his hand to pick it up easily. That thing is really destructive, and it's not just a joke to shoot a small planet. Loki, this is a tickle at best. I haven't seen you in S.H.I.E.L.D's profile, you probably aren't one of them. Seeing that he couldn't get a blow, Loki had an inexplicable smile on his face. Oh, then what are you going to do? Loki doesn't have his own information. Yayi is not surprised at all. His information should only be known by Natasha Romanoff and Phil Coulson, apart from Tony and Lot, who met him once. Apparently, Black Corned Egg didn't let Hawkeye know of his existence. Loki turned the scepter in his hands unintentionally, walked slowly to Yayi's body, and said casually, "Oriental people, I can hand over the Eastern country to your rule, as long as you don't interfere with me. I have no interest in ruling the country." Yayi shook his head without hesitation. "As long as you give me the scepter in your hand, that's fine." "No, no, no." Loki chuckled and shook his head. "I'm sorry, this scepter is not mine, and someone named Tesseract on the roof. You are not entitled to own them." "So?" Yayi put down the wine glass in his hand and stood up slowly. "It should be the confidence given to you by the crazy titan Thanos and his subordinate Chitauri." Chapter 27. Hearing Yayi mention Thanos' name, Loki's pupils shrank suddenly. Seeing Loki's slightly shocked expression, Yayi chuckled and said, "Do you know why Thanos didn't come in person? Because he didn't dare to come, and if he came, he would die without a place to die. Your adoptive father Odin, Thanos can't afford to mess with him. He has to behave like a man with his tail between his legs in front of your adoptive father. And there is a person on Earth who he can't afford to mess with. If he comes, he will die miserably, so he will kill you. This adopted son of Odin is being used as cannon fodder. For the sake of your adoptive father Odin, it's okay for you to come to Earth to make trouble. Before you make a big deal, you will be sent back to Asgard at most." "So?" Regained consciousness, Loki looked at Yayi with a calm face. "Is that you're talking about?" "Definitely not me." Yayi shrugged, "But it's not much worse. Soon Thanos will know that there will be one more person on Earth that he can't afford. That means you are not the same now." Loki smiled contemptuously, and his right hand, which had already been ready to go, struck out suddenly, and the extremely sharp tip of the scepter ruthlessly stabbed towards Yayi's abdomen, and a subtle light burst out from the original Mind Stone in an instant. "It seems that you still don't understand." Yayi shook his head in disappointment, and shook his left palm down with a little red light. The scepter in Loki's hand could no longer move forward an inch. "You've been fooled." Seeing Yayi reach out and hold the scepter, Loki's mouth twitched. "No, you were fooled." The corner of Yayi's mouth also curled into a smile. "Thank you for sending the soul stone to me." The smile on Loki's face instantly froze, and he said in disbelief, "It's impossible, I've never missed it before. How can you resist the power of the soul stone? Do you think there is only one infinity stone?" Looking at Loki, who was obviously panicked, Yayi's scarlet glowing left hand twisted hard, and the scepter fell off Loki's hand immediately, and landed firmly on the ground. On Yayi's right hand. Glancing at the core of the scepter, Yayi drew a golden cross in the void with his right hand, and the crystals enveloping the soul stone exploded, and a soul stone exuding subtle brilliance slowly fell into the palm of Yayi's right hand. Seeing this scene, Loki turned his head and ran away without any hesitation. "Don't rush away, my gift hasn't been delivered yet." Throwing away the discarded scepter, Yayi's right hand lightly pressed on Loki's shoulder. "Let me go, BD." Loki's body froze, his face flushed, and then he couldn't take a step, not even move at all. "I'll give you a free fall experience package, time. When the battle is over, you can land at that time." After the voice fell, the right hand holding the original soul stone swiped in the air. Ah! A secret door opened at Loki's feet, and Loki was engulfed by the opened secret door. Only a very miserable scream was left constantly echoing in the hall. "See you." After closing the door of the secret method, Yayi's gaze instantly focused on the original soul stone in front of him. 3/6 of it is in hand. After the space gem is in hand, only time and soul are left. Unlimited rough stone collection journey. Collect power stones, completed. Collect reality stones, completed. Collect mind stones, achieved. Guaranteed to have the rough stone in hand for at least 7 days. Current progress, 3/6. Rewards can be claimed after 7 days. Waving away the system prompt in front of him, Yayi directly put the soul stone in his hand into the system space. The original soul stone has been in Zisha's hands for many years. In order to prevent Zisha from having any backhands, it is more appropriate to put the original soul stone in the system space. In this way, even if the purple sweet potato has a second hand, it is estimated that it will not be used. The system can easily even round the infinite rough stones. Yayi still can't believe that a mere purple potato can turn the sky in front of the system. As soon as the rough stone was placed, a flash of fire came galloping from a distance, and Tony in the Mark armor flew directly to the top floor. I thought Yayi would prevent this from happening, but looking at the quantum facility that has entered the state, Tony's face is full of question marks. Looking at Sylvig, who was operating, Tony said in a deep voice, "Dr. Sylvig, close it. It's too late." Sylvig turned his head gently, his face full of fanaticism. It can't stop anymore, it wants to show us a brand new universe. Okay, Tony's eyes sank, and he immediately raised his hands, a subtle light lit up, and 2 arc pulse cannons burst out from his palms. Hum. There was a slight roar, and the arc pulse cannon that had been combined into one was directly bounced back by the energy shield outside the Tesseract. The rebounded attack landed on Tony's body in an instant, blasting him far away. Shit. Sir, that is a pure energy shield, it cannot be penetrated. I found out. Tony nodded, slightly depressed, then changed the plan. Looking at the damage report of the armor, Tony had to give priority to descending to the platform. Definitely, this is not about giving up, but about changing to a better armor and coming back again. Yayi, I thought you were gone. Looking at Yayi, who was lying on the beach chair drinking openly, Tony's face was full of puzzlement. You should have stopped Sylvig, man. Once the energy reaches the critical point, Tesseract will open a stable and huge amounts of channel, and the other side of the channel is an unknown number of Chitauri. Don't tell me you don't know the seriousness of the matter. It turns out that I did it on purpose. Yayi shrugged. Why? Tony asked with a puzzled face. Before the Tesseract is activated, it should be easy for you to grab it. Now there is a pure energy shield around the Rubik's Cube. Are you asking for trouble for yourself? That's not a trouble. Yayi shook his head. Then you have to give me a reassurance, right? Tony helplessly raised his hand and rubbed the center of his brows. I need to know if there is any danger here. Can you hold the scene? There are still piles of citizens down there. Once Chitauri invades, there will be countless casualties. Man, this thing can't be joked about. Don't worry, Chitauri is just a bunch of fighting scum, no amount of it is useless. Yayi waved his hand lightly. I can handle it. Your words are not very convincing. Tony shook his head helplessly. J.A.R.V.I.S, activate Mark 7. Sir, Mark 7 is not ready for actual combat yet. Then don't worry about it, I will test it myself. Chapter 28. Mark 7, is that the set of nano armor you mentioned before that has not been tested yet? Seeing the secret door gradually opening behind, Yayi turned his head slightly with a little deep meaning. Then I can take a good look. Tony's face froze. I'm really sorry, this is not a nano armor. No. Yayi frowned. Didn't you say it's done? I'm still waiting for you to put on the nano armor and show off your power and beat Chitauri to the ground. There are still some small problems that have not been resolved. Tony raised his hand and touched the bridge of his nose. His face was a little embarrassed. In actual combat, there is no hope. Then what's the name of your pair of Mark 7? Yayi cast aside the Mark 7 who has come out of the closet. It can be fully automatic and intelligently recognized and worn. The flight speed is faster and the material is stronger. I installed an ecosystem. As long as the power is enough, I can survive in the universe. The firepower system has also been updated, compared to... Stop looking at Tony, who was about to make a long speech. Yayi quickly raised his hand to interrupt. You don't need to introduce anything, I just scan it and it's almost done. Let's talk about it when your nano armor comes out. Intentionally hurt me. Looking at the corners of Yayi's mouth, Tony was not to mention depressed. This guy was doing it on purpose, knowing that his nano armor hadn't been finished yet. Okay, that's all for chatting and spanking. Feeling the energy value on the top of his head that had reached the critical point, Yayi slowly got up and walked to the top floor. And Tony also put on his armor to keep up. Yayi raised his finger and pointed to Sylvig, who was lying dead because of Tony's cannon shot. Do you want to take Sylvig down? Put it here, I'm afraid I'll be shot to death later. You're right. Tony nodded lightly, but he seems to be controlled by Loki. Are you sure he'll be fully awake? The Soul Stone is here with me. What about Loki? Tony was taken aback for a moment. He's on a free fall package, I'll bring him back when the fight is over. Okay. Tony nodded, picked up Sylvig and threw it on the beach chair below, and then drove the armor to the top floor again. What are you going to do now? Looking at the Tesseract surrounded by a layer of dense energy, Tony's expression under the visor was slightly solemn. It's already started working, is there any way you can stop it? Why make it stop? Yayi shook his head. What? Tony's eyes widened. Are you really going to let it open the space worm door? No rush, I'll make a call first. Raising his hand and tapping the void, the communication with Carol was established again. Beauty Master, have you arrived yet? Wait for me for 10 seconds. Carol's voice suddenly sounded. I can already feel the Chitauri army, and there are quite a few of them. There is at least one large mothership, plus a dozen battle groups. Thanos is really willing to pay for it? Hearing Carol's words, Yayi was taken aback for a moment. This information was not even revealed by Loki, and he thought there was only one division in strength. Unexpectedly, in order to get the Tesseract, Zisha not only took out the original Soul Stone, but also sent so many troops. Is this thing enough to kill half a planet? The thing that Tony nukes in the Avengers Alliance is just a battle group. It can only be said that they acted fast enough to close the small worm gate, otherwise so many Chitauri troops invaded the Earth, it is estimated that the Ancient One magician would have to take action. Touching his chin, Yi said in a deep voice, then let's bloom both up and down. The worm door is about to open. I'll block them from the opposite side of the worm door. You come through from the other side of the worm door. After killing their formation, I will leave the rest to me. Don't tell me that there is a living planet over there. Carol chuckled softly, there are no life planets in the 70 nodes, not even a small planet, you can play to your heart's content. Okay, start in 10 seconds. Yi nodded. Who are you talking to? Did you hire foreign aid? My former master, my current girlfriend, and my future wife. What? Tony said with a confused face, you. Before Tony could finish his sentence, the tesseract behind him roared, and a blue beam of attention shot straight into the sky, opening a space worm door about 300 meters above the ground. About 100 meters long and wide. Through the worm gate, you can already see the densely packed Chitauri. Then let's fight. Yi raised his hands, golden light suddenly bloomed behind him, and a pair of illusory wings emitting golden light gradually solidified behind him. You still have wings. Looking at the wings behind Yi, Tony blinked. It's just wings made of pure energy. Stretching out his hand, the god-killing axe was already in his hand. The next moment, Yi's figure soared into the sky, and came directly under the space worm gate. I think I can still help. Unwilling to be lonely, Tony also drove Mark 7 to stop beside Yi. Raising his hand and tapping Tony's shoulder armor, Yi said softly, do you have enough ammunition? If you count the number of heads, the opponent is tens of thousands. Tony's face froze, and then he looked at his hands lightly, it's enough to have enough energy, can't my electromagnetic pulse cannon break through their defense? It's impossible for the other side to be as perverted as you. It shouldn't be a problem for me to shoot one, right? If so, then tens of thousands of them will be the same. You're right. Yi shrugged, it doesn't matter if the soldiers hit you, but there are quite a few who can penetrate your armor, so be careful not to die. Isn't it enough for you to resist me and output? Although his mouth was hard, Tony still fell a short distance. Seeing Chitauri getting closer, Yi tightened the god-killing axe in his hand, let the guy who arrives on the battlefield in 3 seconds to evacuate the residents below. I'm not afraid that they will be killed by aliens, but I'm afraid they will be crushed to death by falling garbage. After the words fell, Yi flew directly into the wormhole, leaving Tony alone with a confused face. Is he following, or not? Although I said before that Mark 7 can act in the extreme environment of the universe, but, is there a time limit? Okay. He may have gone and never returned after following up. Tony, how's the situation? Tony came back to his senses in an instant, hurry up and evacuate the citizens, Yi went inside to fight. Chapter 29. The moment the space wormhole opened, according to the previous agreement with Loki, countless Zeta Swiss soldiers galloped towards the space worm gate. What they have to do is very simple, nothing more than invading a civilization with backward technology. They have done this kind of thing many times. Crazy Tata brought them to slaughter wantonly in the universe. Wherever they passed, half of the lives of all life planets were wiped out mercilessly by them. This time is no exception, just familiar with the road. However, before they could rush into the space wormhole, Yi, who spread his secret wings, had already descended directly in front of them from the other side of the space wormhole. What greeted them was an axe blade with scarlet light. Before they regained consciousness, the scarlet axe blade had already drawn a long trace in the universe. The axe blade with the power of killing gods was unstoppable, and all armor, weapons, and small battleships were like tofu in front of them. Fragile. Wherever the scarlet axe blade passed, there were only various fragmented Chitauri wrecks, as well as various armor and battleship wrecks. The first echelon of Chitauri charging ahead was wiped out by the scarlet axe blade. The general army would either fall into dead silence or retreat in a panic when encountering such a situation, but the Zeta Swiss soldiers did not have this tradition. They only have orders in their minds, rushing through the worm gate and occupying the planet behind the worm gate, this is their only idea. The first echelon was dead, the second echelon followed, the third echelon followed closely behind, and behind them were the endless numbers of tens of thousands of Zeta Swiss soldiers. Faced with this situation, Yi showed no mercy, the god-killing axe in his hand trembled red, and holding the god-killing axe in his right hand, he slashed horizontally again. The unstoppable axe blade pierced the void again, and hundreds of Chitauri stumps spread all over the universe. Facing the dense crowd of Chitauri, Yi quickly waved the god-killing axe in his hand. Under the blessing of god-killing power, several axe blades shot out again, drawing a long trajectory in the void, directly clear most of the area in front of you. And Chitorai's offensive was also stopped. In the next second, countless long guns and short cannons aimed at Yayi at the same time, and the overwhelming subtle light converged into a barrage that instantly enveloped Yayi's area. Facing Chitorai's uniform attack, Yayi clasped 5 fingers of his right hand, a subtle light suddenly bloomed, and a tiny shield formed instantly. The next moment, the shield on this side skyrocketed crazily under the support of dark energy, and a golden barrier suddenly spread in front of Yayi, blocking Chitorai's barrage. The dense barrage collided with the barrier in front of Yayi, and in the next moment, an extremely intense and dazzling fire burst out in the universe. Chitorai's offensive stopped, and the barrier in front of Yayi also dissipated. The next moment, a group of huge amounts of biological warships swooped in from the rear, and the muzzles of each shimmering light were aimed at Yayi in front of him at the same time. In the next second, a dazzling light bloomed from the muzzle, and the quantum light speed with extremely strong penetrating power blasted towards Yayi's position in unison. Yayi is too lazy to block this kind of high-intensity attack, and he doesn't want to block it, because it consumes too much dark energy. Yayi raised his right hand lightly, golden light instantly covered his entire right arm, and the reality stone lying quietly in the system space was summoned out immediately. A gemstone exuding scarlet light emerged from the palm of the left hand, and the 5 fingers of the right palm exuding golden radiance were clenched tightly, an extremely terrifying force erupted. All the light beams that were about to hit disappeared without a trace like bubbles, and the biological warships that launched the attack even turned into cosmic dust and slowly dissipated. With one move, 10 battle groups in Chitauri were killed in seconds. This is close to more than half of the total number of Chitauri present. Can it only be said that the infinite rough stone is worthy of the infinite rough stone? Even if it is just immortal, even if it only holds one of the 6 infinite rough stones, as long as the holder can control the gem, as long as he uses it properly, he can directly jump from immortal to the existence of a level godfather. It's so unreasonable. Although this level of attack Yayi can easily resist it with his divine body, the resistance is survivable, but why is he so stupid to use his divine body to resist it? Why do you have to spend a lot of dark energy to create a secret shield? Once the rough reality stone comes out, wouldn't it be better to spend a small amount of dark energy to offset the side effects? There are better tricks to use, and you have to go all the way? That's not a warrior, it's a berserker. At best it's called a berserker, at worst it's a brainless brat. Fighting also requires skill. Isn't he good with this kind of move that gets twice the result with half the effort? It's not fun until you're exhausted, right? It took nearly half a second for a move, and Chitorai's offensive finally came to a halt. This wave of losses was a little bit heavy. Even though the commander was brave enough to die, his mind was down for a moment. In the next second, a photon energy cannon shot directly from behind the Chitauri camp, and the extremely powerful beam instantly penetrated the entire formation of Chitauri. Well, another third of them went out. Seeing this, Yayi stopped what he was doing. His beautiful master is here. After the photon energy cannon, a terrifying ray burst out from the depths of the universe again, penetrating the Chitauri who had finally gathered together. Well, another third went out. And Yayi's beautiful master, whom Yayi has been thinking about all this time, has also fallen firmly in front of Yayi. Is this the imminent disaster you said? Turning his head to look at the remaining defeated soldiers, Carol's eyes instantly fixed on Yayi in front of him. Yayi coughed dryly. I didn't expect them to be so good, really. I always thought that the men of the crazy titan Thanos would be difficult to deal with. Can such naive methods be used less in the future? Carol looked at Yayi helplessly. It's a pity that I flew here from a long way. And didn't I already promise you to communicate once a day? Beautiful master, you run around the universe all day long. I want to follow you but refuse to let me run to meet you. I'm afraid you will call me back. Yayi shrugged, pretending to be helpless. It's just communication. Enough, and you can't touch it or touch it. Carol's face turned black. If you are not careless, I can do it. It would be weird if I could hold back, Yayi muttered softly. Although it is said that puberty has passed, but as a single dog, and accompanied by a big beauty, it is understandable that he is full of energy. So it's my fault. Carol clenched his fist, and hit a photon energy cannon with his backhand. Chitauri, which was not much left, lost more than half of its staff again. Would you like to accompany me back to the Earth for a few days? Yayi decisively changed the subject. The Earth has changed a lot, and you haven't been back for so long. Chapter 30. It's not good for a woman to be too strong, and I don't want to be a licking dog. After all, licking a dog is not good. Naturally, Yayi couldn't say these words in front of Carol. By the way, you and I are already old. Don't you plan to enter the palace of marriage with me? Yayi said this, but what greeted him in the next second was a serious photon energy cannon. Raising his hand to block the photon energy cannon, Yayi said seriously, really don't think about it? I think there is nothing wrong with this proposal. If you want, after I collect the 6 rough stones, I will snap my fingers and create a happy universe without any war at all. What do you think? Yayi expressed that he wanted to keep Carol single for so long, he wants to bid farewell to the Virgin. It depends on whether Carol agrees or not. After all, it is rare to have a woman with good looks and high strength. Yayi said that she doesn't want to just miss it. Although there are beauties on the earth, they are all pink skeletons. After 100 years, they will turn into a pile of dust. Or the Carol in front of me is Yayi's ideal partner. But Carol's temper is too wild, Yayi doesn't know if he can subdue her. You said Yayi is greedy for her body? You can understand it this way, Yayi is greedy for her body. It is the eunuch who is not greedy. That's okay, but there is a premise. Carol raised his fist after looking at Yayi in front of him. Just use this to speak, and wait until you can beat me. Really? Yayi's eyes lit up. Really? Carol nodded very seriously. No regrets. Definitely, if you want to be my other half, you must first give me a sense of security. Now, no. Carol shook her head gently, suppressing the excess emotions in her heart. She's a little apprehensive about her journey, probably not for a few years. Wait, it won't take a few years. Yayi swung the god-killing axe in his hand, his face full of confidence. Once the 4 infinity stones are in hand, wait until he has thoroughly grasped the essence of the time-space gene and the light of the sun, and wait until he upgrades the void engine. At that time, I dare not say much outside the universe, but in the MarvelMCU universe, Yayi dares to say that he is already invincible. At that time, I will definitely clean up the little wildcat in front of me. Let her tease me for half a year. This revenge must be avenged. Yayi tentatively said, then, let's start with couples now. Do we have to make up for the things couples should do? How far the thought goes. Carol turned around gently, the familiar light spread all over her body again, looking at Yayi who was a little depressed. Carol opened his right hand and slightly hooked his index finger. What are you waiting for? When you feel that you can defeat me, you can come to me. At that time, everything is up to you. Now, don't even think about it. Under Yayi's gloomy eyes, Carol turned into a ray of light and charged into the depths of the universe. Before leaving, he didn't forget to wipe out the remaining Chitauri in one wave. Yayi shook his head slightly as he watched the universe smashing debris. It still takes unremitting efforts to conquer this wild horse and make her do what she says. Turning his head and glanced at the empty New York behind the space wormhole, Yayi patted his forehead, originally planning to put some Chitauri in it, but he seems to have forgotten. Forget it, a sense of crisis is enough. Shouldn't it? With a slight movement of the secret magic wings on the back, Yayi's figure flew towards the space worm gate. Chitauri is finished, and there is nothing to stay here. It's time to go down and get the last loot, the space gem. The moment he just arrived at the space worm gate, a slight sense of danger came from behind. Yayi turned around suddenly, and a red light was already on his body. Turning the god-killing axe in his hand, he swiped the god-killing axe in his right hand, and a sharp axe blade shot out, directly blasting away the approaching red light. Seeing the cosmic void full of debris, a stream of data flashed across Yayi's eyes, and a group of giants gradually gathered in Yayi's pupils. Dark elves? Looking at the densely packed battleships around, Yayi frowned. Although he knew that taking the TIE particles would most likely wake up the dark elves, but the other party didn't show up for more than half a year, Yayi thought they hadn't woken up. But how did they find it here? That's right, just now Yayi used the reality stone twice in a row, once to fight against the mind control of the mind stone, and once to attack Chitauri. The dark elves should follow this wave. Do these guys have such good noses? Yayi only used the reality stone for a moment twice. How could this group of garbage dogs be able to accurately locate it? Rare. Looking at the approaching dark elves around, Yayi hooked his mouth, turned around and went straight through the space wormhole. Just now I was saying that I forgot to put some Chitauri over. I was a little regretful at first, but now it's alright. How come the dark elves have more impact than Chitauri, right? Back above the earth, Yayi fell directly to the top of the Stark building. A group of people around are thinking about how to pass through Tesseract's pure energy shield to close the space wormhole. But it seems that there is still no way out. Yayi, it's done. Seeing Yayi's return and no enemies coming from behind the space wormhole, Tony seemed relieved. Chitauri is done, not one left. Yayi nodded slightly. That's good. It's not over yet. Yayi shook his head. Yes, it is safe to close the space wormhole only by shutting down Tesseract. Yayi, do you have a solution? Tony's misunderstood. That's not what I'm talking about. He raised his finger and pointed to the space wormhole above. I mean, there are still troubles to be solved up there. Chitauri is dead, but a group of dark elves have come again. The dark elves? Thor stared. It's impossible, The Dark Elves are already extinct, how could they still appear? Son, there are so many things you don't know. Don't sit and watch the sky, okay? Yayi shook his head. Tony, have the surrounding citizens been evacuated yet? Tony nodded lightly. The evacuation was completed a minute ago. Centering on the Stark building, all citizens in the surrounding 70 blocks have been evacuated from New York. Want to play with the Dark Elves? Yayi looked at Tony and pointed to the space wormhole in the sky. This location is very special. I think it's better to close Tesseract first. Steve said in a deep voice, although I don't know who you are, what is certain is that you should stand on the side of the Earth. Disabling Tesseract should be the best option. Chapter 31. Disabling Tesseract should be the best option. You are too naive, child. Hearing what Steve said, Yayi shook his head again. The power of the Dark Elves far exceeds the understanding of the Earth. Even if the space worm gate is closed, it won't help. They have already located the coordinates of the Earth, and they can easily reach the Earth by jumping nodes. With the ability of the Dark Elves, this time is about 3 hours. If you can use the space wormhole to restrict their activities, I think you will fight better. Hawkeye looked at Yayi with doubts on his face. From your tone, you should be able to solve it. Why do you have to put the battlefield on the Earth? Yayi touched his chin, looked up at Tony. Tony, this place is ruined, can you afford it? What? Tony was slightly stunned. Although it is possible, why should I do this? Shouldn't S.H.I.E.L.D. pay for it? That's right, let's fight here. Yayi shook his shoulders. I still have a question. Thor didn't care about the Dark Elf, instead he put his hand on Yayi's shoulder. I want to know where Loki is. Don't worry, he's safe, I just made him suffer. Loki is from Asgard and can only be judged by Odin. Thor frowned. You have no right to do that. Naive. Yayi turned his head and glanced at Thor. I ran to your house to kill a group of Asgards, and then said that I can only be judged by the Earth. Will you and Odin let me go? Thor's face froze, as if he had no way to refute. If Yayi really does this, not to mention anything else, Odin and Thor will absolutely destroy him. The reason is actually very simple. I didn't intend to take Loki's life, I just gave a small punishment, otherwise he would have died long ago, and Odin couldn't stop him. Slapped Thor's hand on his shoulder, Yayi said softly, the Dark Elves are not you the sworn enemy of Asgard. Now the other party is invading the Earth, if you can kill them, it is definitely a win-win thing. I don't care about Loki's offense to the Earth, what do you think? I hope you will do what you say, and I will see Loki after killing the Dark Elves. Thor's gaze sank, he turned Mjolnir and flew towards the space worm gate. Definitely no problem. Yayi nodded without hesitation. He originally planned to release Loki after the battle. Then I'll try it too. Thor has already rushed out, the Dark Elves' small fleet has already passed through the space worm gate, and Tony also directly flew into the sky in the Mark armor. Raising his finger and pointing to Thor and Tony who were fighting, Yayi turned to look at the few people who were in a daze. Aren't you going to participate in the battle? This kind of battle, how do we participate? Hawkeye's face was full of black lines. I can't fly. But it seems that you have to fight if you don't want to. They have rushed over. Seeing the fighter planes getting closer, Natasha Romanoff took a deep breath. Dr. Banner, you can get angry, now is the time. Steve turned his head to look at Bruce Banner, who had been studying Tesseract. Okay, I've been holding back my fire for a long time too. Banner gave up the poor computer data in front of him, took off his glasses, and stared directly at the Dark Elf battleship rushing towards him. A trace of green spread across Banner's body at high speed, and the slightly thin figure suddenly swelled up, and the shirt on his body burst out. Roar. A green hunk replaced Dr. Banner, roaring into the sky. Yayi watched the scene with great interest. The Hulk scene on the screen seems to be different from what he saw with his own eyes in reality. The burly body of the Hulk in front of him was extremely oppressive, and Yayi could feel the anger in the Hulk's body that had almost condensed into substance. There is wisdom, but most of the time it is suppressed by anger. The more angry you are, the stronger you are. Maybe this is the so-called exchange of brains for strength. But this kind of Hulk is the real Hulk, like the kind of combination of wisdom and strength in the future. I guess I will be hanged and beaten when I encounter this kind of Hulk. Come on, Hulk, show me your strength, just hit it hard. Yayi raised his hand and patted the Hulk's arm thicker than his own thigh. Roar! Hulk yelled at Yayi. Hulk jumped on the spot, shot out and threw down a fighter in front of him. I don't know if it's an illusion, but Yayi actually heard kindness and joy from Hulk's roar, like meeting for the same kind. Similar. No, although he sometimes forgets certain things, he is not an idiot. It must be an illusion, yes. Aren't you going to make a move? Seeing that Yayi remained indifferent, Steve frowned. No matter how you look at it, these guys seem to be coming for you, right? I didn't say that these guys are not here for me, Yayi shrugged, but wouldn't it be good for the current Earth to understand that there are heavens and humans outside the sky? You just watch the Dark Elves wreaking havoc on Earth. Don't be angry, Captain. Natasha Romanoff directly reached out to stop Steve. Now is not the time for infighting. What can we talk about after the battle is over? Okay. Let's go down and see if we can help. Seeing the three of them walking directly down from the top platform, Yayi shook his head. There is too much difference in the character design before and after Captain America. Although Yayi can express his understanding, it is inevitable that it is a bit difficult for people to adapt to. The battle with the Dark Elves is in full swing, but after all, the opponent has a large number of people and Thor and the others have not been able to stop them all. There is always a fish that slips through the net. Then the Stark building was surrounded. The hatch of the battleship opens, and the Dark Elf King, the spicy chicken ribbon, comes slowly with the cursed warrior. Their eyes were all on Yayi's body in unison. Obviously, they felt the subtle fluctuations of TIE particles from Yayi's body. Humans, hand over the TIE particles, that's not something you can control. TIE particles. Yayi flipped his right hand, and a rough stone exuding scarlet light fell into the palm of his hand. Is this what you are talking about? I said, the Nine Realms connection hasn't started yet. What do you want TIE particles for? Spicy Chicken's pupils shrank, and his hands quickly formed seals to recall TIE particles, but the reality stone in Yayi's hands did not respond at all. Seeing this scene, Spicy Chicken waved his hand without any hesitation, and the cursed warrior beside him also stepped forward without any hesitation and came straight to Yayi. Yayi chuckled and shook his head. The power of TIE particles, you should be very clear, when you can't recall TIE particles from the second. Aren't you supposed to run as far as you can? After the words fell, Yayi shook his right hand lightly, and the scarlet light suddenly bloomed. How can you control TIE particles? No. It's impossible. Spicy Chicken Shredded's already pale face instantly turned ashen. They're done. Chapter 32. I can't control TIE particles. Spicy Chicken Shreds is unbelievable. After the reality stone in Yayi's hand is activated by Yayi, Spicy Chicken Shreds is desperate. No one knows the power of TIE particles better than him. It is a fetish that can return the entire universe to darkness as long as it devours the Nine Realms. However, this fetish is now being used by the enemy against the Dark Elves, and Malekith has even completely given up hope of escaping. In front of TIE particles, what storms can they stir up? Everything is useless. Isn't it good to linger quietly? Yayi's right hand holding the original stone of reality turned lightly. The Dark Elves will be removed from the universe from now on. This is my punishment for you. The dazzling scarlet light streaked across the sky, and all the Dark Elves who descended on the earth were stunned. All the Dark Elves, including the Spicy Chicken Shreds and the Cursed Warrior, turned into flying ash and disappeared in the same instant. Dark Elves, all of them dissipated with the wind like dust. The whole of New York is quiet. Watching the scene happen, Yayi didn't feel the slightest wave in his heart. This kind of trash with neither ability nor strength but empty ambitions doesn't deserve any sympathy from him at all. Plunge the entire universe into darkness, obliterate all life that needs light without any hesitation, in order to allow your Dark Elves to reproduce better? I'm sorry, let's go to your spring and autumn dream. This kind of idiot will kill as many fools as he comes, the merciless kind. Yayi is a little bit emotional, definitely not feeling emotional about the destruction of the Dark Elves, but feeling emotional about the mighty power of the real rough stone. This kind of frightening ability of wanton alter reality is really a bit superclass. Hundreds of Dark Elves said nothing, as if they had never appeared before. They just drove the real power of the rough reality stone and thought about it. Convenience and trouble-free, you only need to provide the dark energy needed for the real rough stone to exert its power. After using the reality stone once, Yayi said that this feeling might be addictive, so without any hesitation, he directly stuffed the just appeared reality stone back into the system space again. It won't work if you don't put it back. His current power can't suppress the rough reality stone. It seems simple just now, but the dark energy in his body has been completely consumed. If there is one more enemy here, the reality stone will probably start to absorb his vitality. In short, he is still not strong enough now. If the space gem, which is known for its infinite luck, is used with the reality stone, maybe it won't be so troublesome. Thinking of this, Yayi's eyes instantly turned to the tesseract behind him. Isn't it the space gem that is contained in tesseract? Boom. With a bang, the slightly embarrassed Tony landed beside Yayi in the Mark armor. Can you tell me what happened just now? This group of competitions is so annoying, I can't help but kill them. Staring at tesseract, Yayi shrugged slightly. Shit, why didn't you use this trick earlier? Tony was a little dumbfounded. It's wasting a lot of my energy and sweat. Yayi spread his hands. I said before that there is no problem at all, but you don't believe it and put on the armor directly, so I let you exercise. Okay, I'll take the blame for this. Tony took the blame for it in a very bachelor way. It's not a big loss at all. I also tested the Mark 7, and it's not bad. There was a thunder, and Thor, who was carrying Mjolnir, also returned to the top of the building, looking directly at Yayi. Can we release Loki now? This is easy. Yayi raised his hand and snapped his fingers, a golden light flashed above Thor's head, and a secret door opened. Ah! A figure descended from the sky and hit Thor's face. Thor subconsciously took a step back, then raised his hand and swung a hammer. Boom boom. Loki's exclamation stopped abruptly. Yayi was surprised. I suspect you're committing murder. Looking at the roof with a big hole smashed out, Tony looked at Thor with a strange expression. Your style of hammer is pretty good, you smashed a hole in my roof. Loki! Thor exclaimed and jumped straight into the hole. The hammer just smashed these floors through, and Loki, who had been in free fall for more than 30 minutes, was knocked unconscious by Thor's hammer. It's not my fault, right? Seeing this scene, Yayi touched his nose. It was Thor himself. It's dark, but I like it. Tony smiled and patted Yayi's shoulder, then pointed at Tesseract. What are you going to do with this thing? Simple. Yayi frowned, raised his right hand lightly, and the power of the Soul Stone was activated. Yayi's right hand passed through the energy shield without any obstacles, and directly fished out the Tesseract inside. Looking at the Tesseract on Yayi's right hand, Tony's face was full of black lines. It's that simple. Otherwise, what do you think? Yayi asked back. Shit. The space wormhole in the sky has lost its energy supply. Under the action of natural forces, the space wormhole slowly closed, and everything seemed to be restored to its original state. Except for a few alien corpses and the wreckage of warships, the only damage in these blocks is a few unlucky buildings affected by stray bullets. Do you want to collect the trash? Yayi turned his head and gestured to Tony. My attack just now didn't destroy all the things brought by the Dark Elves and shit Ori. I think you will like it very much. Definitely can't I go in person? Tony laughed dryly. The newly established post-war damage control company has officially launched, and the spoils are all mine. Yayi pointed to the instrument beside him. The one next to it is yours, and I will accept the Tesseract. Without the core, it's just rubbish, useless. Maybe it can be sold as scrap metal. Tony rolled his eyes. Tesseract has been taken away by Yayi. What's the use of that thing? He wouldn't make it himself if he wanted it. Wait a minute, Tesseract belongs to Asgard. You Earthlings don't have the ability to control Tesseract. Keeping it will only bring you trouble. Thor's voice came slowly from downstairs. Yayi chuckled and shook his head. Sorry, no matter who the Tesseract belonged to before, but now it is my trophy. If you want to take Tesseract from me, there are only two ways. Either let me send it out willingly, or take it from my corpse. Chapter 33. Tesseract belongs to Asgard? S.H.I.E.L.D. also said the Tesseract is theirs. So why can't Tesseract be mine? Sorry, Yayi really doesn't give me any face. This is his trophy. If you have the guts, grab it from him, otherwise don't be. How about you guys just fight to decide the ownership of Tesseract? Seeing this scene, Tony clapped his hands without thinking too much. I think it will be very interesting. I have something very important to remind you, Tony. Tony's voice suddenly sounded from the headset. A nuclear bomb is heading towards you, and it will arrive in 2 minutes. What? Tony's face froze. Is there any mistake? Our battle is over and the enemies are all dead. Why are you making trouble? Nuclear bombs. What's the yield? 10 million. Black Braised Egg said a number tiredly. Shit, Tony roared extremely violently. Have your brains been eaten by dogs? A 10 megaton nuclear bomb was dropped on New York City? Do you want to destroy the entire Harmandan area? Black Braised Egg said with a slight headache. The World Security Council directly forgave my order. I have already stopped the fighter plane once, but I didn't stop it the second time. You have to find a way, Tony. I miss your sister. Tony roared again. The space wormholes are closed. Where the hell do you want me to send a nuclear bomb? Is it okay to send it to your mouth? Let Yayi by your side help me. I don't want Tesseract anymore. Black Braised Egg said in a deep voice. Only shit, it's just a pile of shit. Tony raised his hand and knocked on the visor, then turned to look at Yayi. A group of fools from the council threw a 10 million ton equivalent. The nuclear bomb will arrive in 1 minute and 30 seconds. Yayi, do you have a solution? Nuclear bomb with an equivalent yield of 10 million kilotons. Yayi frowned. The wheels of history were rolling, and those fools actually made the same decision as before. If this nuclear bomb explodes in the Harmandan area, I am afraid that the whole of New York will become a barren land by then. Are these people full of shit? Can it only be said that it is the United States? Turning his head and glanced at the direction the nuclear bomb was coming from, Yayi raised his hand and tapped lightly. Start the void engine, lock on the target. the nuclear bomb, start the program rewriting, and set the power to 0. The void engine starts, the target is locked, start to define the substance, rewrite the concept, the target is rewritten successfully, the current nuclear bomb power, 0. Okay, it's done. After receiving the feedback from the void engine, Yayi withdrew his right hand. It's just rewriting a nuclear bomb, and the real rough stone is too lazy to use it. The void engine is unsolvable for Earth science and technology. What is the concept of defining a mere nuclear bomb? Are you sure? Looking at the nuclear bomb that was still speeding towards him, Tony felt his heart jumping in his throat. If this is a mistake, a bunch of people's lives will be lost. I'm sure. Yayi nodded slightly, turned around and walked directly downstairs. Just treat this nuclear bomb as a small firework. What? Looking at Yayi's confident face, Tony felt a little hesitation for a moment. This is a 10 megaton nuclear bomb. Once it explodes. J.A.R.V.I.S, can I scan it? The voice of J.A.R.V.I.S suddenly sounded. Sir, this is a standard nuclear bomb with perfect functions, you'd better evacuate immediately. Okay, Tony sighed helplessly, let's start uninstalling, I believe Yayi. Sir. J.A.R.V.I.S was obviously not at ease. Don't worry, help me unload it, I won't make fun of my life, I still owe Pepper a candlelight dinner. Tony waved his hand, and let the armor slowly land on the platform. Okay sir, need to contact Miss Pepper. No, I don't want to worry her too much. Although he said so, Tony still felt a little bit drummed in his heart. You said that if Yayi went to hack the nuclear bomb, Tony wouldn't be too surprised, but just raise his hand and say it. Tony is really kind. More than a minute was not long, and Tony just stood on the balcony and waited for the arrival of the nuclear bomb. I watched the nuclear bomb crash into the middle of the Stark building, and then a small firework came, and then nothing. Shit, that's okay too. Tony was dumbfounded. J.A.R.V.I.S, report the loss. 3 sides of the tempered glass are damaged, 4 desks are damaged, and the ground is slightly worn. It's gone. J.A.R.V.I.S replied softly. Where's the nuke? Tony blinked. As you can see, it has become firework. The principal, J.A.R.V.I.S doesn't understand, it can't calculate. J.A.R.V.I.S expressed his doubts. I don't understand either. Tony shook his head and walked back into the room, thinking he needed a drink to calm his nerves. Everyone is here? Do you still need to decide on the ownership of Tesseract? Holding a bottle of wine in his right hand and a few cups in his left hand, Tony slowly walked among the people who were confronting each other. I don't think there is anything that can't be solved with a drink. Do you want a drink? Also, what are you going to do with this thing? Tony pointed to Loki, who was awake but didn't dare to move at all. Thor turned his head and glanced at Tony, said solemnly, I will bring Loki back to Asgard, Odin will judge him, and he will be punished as he deserves. I'm afraid this punishment is not that serious. Hawkeye curled his lips, expressing his disbelief that Loki would be severely punished after returning to Asgard. He was controlled by Loki using the original Mind Stone, causing so many agents to die in battle. This account, naturally all must be charged to Loki. But Hawkeye has a lot of guilt too. Does it feel good to kill your own colleagues? Still conscious? If it weren't for the bigger picture, Hawkeye would have shot Loki in the eye right now. Hawkeye. Thor said that he didn't want to pay attention to it, and glanced at Yayi from time to time, obviously thinking about something to say, but Thor was a little startled by the other party's methods, and couldn't even find any topics for a while. Not only the battle with the Dark Elves, but also the battle with Chitauri, Thor was also fortunate to witness the terrifying lethality. For a while, the atmosphere seemed to become a little silent. Thor, what do you want the Tesseract for? Huh? Thor was taken aback, then turned his head. Bifrost was destroyed, my father used a lot of dark energy to send me to the Earth. I can't go back without the Tesseract. It's so simple. Then this matter is easy to deal with. Yayi flipped his right hand, and Tesseract appeared again. You tell me the coordinates, and I'll send you back. Thor was taken aback, then touched his nose helplessly. The reconstruction of Bifrost also needs the power of Tesseract. That's a lot of nonsense. Yayi shook his head. Then wait for me for 7 days. After 7 days, I will lend you the Tesseract. After Bifrost is repaired, the Tesseract will be returned to me. Chapter 34. Wait for me for 7 days. After 7 days, I will lend you Tesseract. After Bifrost is repaired, Tesseract will be returned to me. Yayi turned to look at Thor. If you can do it and are willing to keep your promise, I will temporarily lend you the Tesseract in 7 days. Definitely no problem. Thor replied directly without thinking, I can agree to this condition, but why after 7 days? This is none of your business. Yayi shrugged, you just have to wait for me for 7 days. That's no problem. Thor obviously breathed a sigh of relief. It doesn't really matter if he goes back today or tomorrow or 7 days later, as long as he can go back. Thor's guarantee, Yayi is still trustworthy. After 7 days, the rewards of the Mind Stone and Space Gem will be available. Tesseract wants to lend Thor a period of time, so that's okay. Asgard has Odin in charge, who can take the Tesseract from his treasure curry. TIE particles were taken away by him, and all the Dark Elves were destroyed by him. Except for the death god Hela, who was imprisoned by Odin in the underworld, there seems to be nothing that can threaten Asgard. Odin, reckon he's still alive for a while. And Yayi needs to get to the bottom of the two extremely powerful gene systems, the Sun's light gene system and the space-time gene system, during this period of time. Time and space genes are elusive, and they are extremely strong in escaping for their lives and trapping enemies. As for the light of the sun, needless to say, right? With this device, Yayi no longer threatens others with an axe by cutting down a planet, but speaks for the survival of an entire galaxy. Odin is indeed very strong, but, this guy can give up the whole of Asgard and escape by himself? Dare to return Tesseract? Hee, send a few fixed stars that are about to explode in front of you, will you still, or not? If you don't return it, then I'll let you see what art is like an explosion. All in all, if Tesseract can be lent to Thor, it is considered a good relationship. After all, Yayi may have some small things to trouble Thor in the future. Aikui, the Dwarf King who can create Mjolnir and Storm Axe, and Nidai Star Yayi are definitely going. The King of Dwarf is still under Asgard's command. If you want to ask him to help build something, I guess you need Thor to help you say something. After all, he is the Prince of Asgard, so Thor's words still have some weight. Infinity Gauntlet or something, Yayi wants to build one, but Yayi doesn't plan to use it. He wanted to disassemble the Infinity Stone and use it. After all, the 6 rough stones were put together, and that kind of horrible side effect Yayi felt that he should forget about it before he didn't have a sacred body. I snapped my fingers and almost put the whole purple potato in. You must know that the purple potato is a titan, and the strength of its physical body is absolutely unmatched in the universe. At least the sacred body, otherwise it would be better to take it apart. Is everyone happy now? Seeing the relaxed atmosphere, Tony smiled lightly and said, I know that a barbecue restaurant is delicious, do you want to go and try it together? Think of it as a celebration banquet. You'd better think about the ending first. Yayi shook his head lightly, I guess there may be some troubles in the future. Who's going to make trouble? Tony frowned. S.H.I.E.L.D. Security Council. Isn't that coming? Yayi pointed to the elevator next to him. As soon as Yayi finished speaking, a group of people walked out of the elevator, dressed in suits and leather shoes, looking like dogs. Shield Commandos. A smile flashed across Steve's face, it should be called by Fury. They probably didn't come to cause trouble, but to deal with the aftermath. Hi Secretary General, we are going to have a meal next time. May I ask why you are here? Looking at the leader, Tony's expression changed, and he raised his hand slightly to say hello. Secretary. Thor frowned. Who is he? Alexander Pearce. Tony said softly, he's Nick Fury's immediate boss. I'm very sorry, I'm afraid you won't be able to go there anymore. Looking at the group of freaks in front of him, Pearce said with a half smile, I'm Pearce, and I need your cooperation next time. Cooperate with what? Thor frowned. That war criminal has to be handed over to me. Pearce raised his finger and pointed at Loki, and then set his sights on Yayi, to be precise, on the Tesseract in Yayi's right hand. Also, Tesseract belongs to S.H.I.E.L.D. Please give it to me next. I'm very sorry, Loki can only be judged by Odin himself. Thor refused without hesitation, you have no right to dispose of Loki. Anyway, he can't go, I don't care about Odin or anything. Pearce turned his head and softly ordered without giving Thor any face, Rumlow, take the Tesseract too. Yes, sir. Crossbones Rumlow nodded with a smile, and walked directly towards Yayi, sir, please hand over the Tesseract, this is not something you can have. Does Fury know that you are here? Yayi frowned. I'm following orders, please don't embarrass me, I think you don't want to be wanted, don't force us to use force. Crossbones frowned, and directly grabbed Tesseract. Okay, I understand what the black-corned egg means. It's for me to do things cheaply, so I'll do him a little favor. Yayi smiled lightly and nodded, then kicked out suddenly. Steve's face changed wildly, stop. Boom. A mass of blood mist rose from Crossbones' body, and Crossbones, who was not so majestic just now, fell limply to the ground, and there was not a single good bone left in his body. Seeing this scene, Steve directly raised the vibranium shield in front of Yayi, What are you doing? Kill. Yi shrugged. Seeing the instant tense scene, Tony held his head helplessly. Oh, man, can you take it easy? You will only make things worse. Pierce, who saw this scene, was also a little dazed, and then a cold light flashed in his eyes. I announce in the name of the Secretary General of the World Security Council that you are under arrest. As soon as Pierce finished speaking, a bunch of pistols from the SHIELD commando were aimed at Yi in an instant. There's no need to be so nervous, is there? Tony frowned and focused on Pierce. Blatantly murdering agency personnel, what crime do you say? Pierce glanced at Tony, then turned to Steve and said, Steve, take him down. Chapter 35. The intrusion of SHIELD commandos and Pierce, and Yi's merciless killing of Crossbones, made the atmosphere that had already calmed down once again freeze. It is not an exaggeration to say that the sword is on the verge of breaking out. Captain America Steve, are you going to stop me? Looking at Steve in front of him, Yi tilted his head, raised his foot and walked towards Pierce. Stop. Steve frowned, and his footsteps moved slightly to block Pierce's, stopping Yi who was walking forward. Don't make the same mistake again. You want to block me with this shield. Seeing the vibranium shield being held up in front of Steve, Yi's expression gradually became impatient. Steve didn't back down at all, although I don't know if it will work, but you have to try. You are committing a crime, please stop anyway, don't turn from a hero into a criminal. It's a great truth again. Yi shook his head slightly, and directly raised his hand to press on the vibranium shield. I'm sorry, this shield of yours can't stop me. Steve was taken aback for a moment. Before Captain America could react, Yi's right hand on the shield flashed red, and this vibranium shield, which was always indestructible, turned into a puddle of mud and fell to the ground. Shit. Not only Steve was stunned, Tony was also stunned. Tony is well aware of how strong the shield his father, following the setting of the MCU movie universe, built for Captain America is, but now, right in front of his eyes, this indestructible shield has turned into in the mud on the beaches low on the ground. Just like that firework nuke just now. The shield is gone, do you still want to stop me now? Yi's red right hand still didn't retract. With the shield and serum, you have been invincible in countless battles. Now that the shield is gone, I am here. Think, if your serum is gone along with the shield, what will happen to you? After Yi finished speaking, Steve's expression changed wildly. No one knows better than him what kind of existence he was before he had no serum. Not to mention that he couldn't lift his hands or carry it on his shoulders, but he was always the one who was bullied. Without the serum, he might not even be able to defeat a slightly stronger ordinary soldier. Seeing Steve in a daze, Yi shook his hands with disgust on his face. Don't doubt the authenticity of my words. No matter how powerful your body is, it is still in the realm of mortals, and it is me who wants to beat you back to your original form. It's just a matter of one thought, don't be idle looking for something to do. There is no exaggeration in Yi's words. To put it bluntly, the super soldier serum is a kind of genetic technology, and his void engine has the ability to rewrite concepts and strike genes. Although the divine body may not be able to handle it, Steve, who has not even crossed the limit of mortals, is obviously not included. Wanting to beat him back to his original form was really just a matter of thought. Want to have a 50-50 split with him. It's almost like coming to a sub-heavenly father. Don't look at Yi always saying that he is weak, but don't think about who he is comparing with. They are all the bosses at the peak of level Godfather. Steve, who can't even jump out of the earth, is obviously not among them. The shield was gone, and Steve still clenched his fists in front of Yi. It seemed that he didn't intend to compromise because of Yi's threat. Well, firm-willed, not afraid of power, very beautiful quality. But at the moment, Steve's performance has another meaning in Yi's eyes. Dude, you better come here. Seeing that Steve was still standing in front of Yi, Tony raised his hands without any hesitation, and dragged Steve to his side forcefully. Stark, let go. Steve's complexion changed slightly, and he was about to break free from Tony's shackles. Tony's face became anxious. Yi still has a sense of proportion, you will only make things worse if you stop him like this. Thor, hold him down for me. Very happy to help. Thor raised his brows, held the hammer and pressed Steve's other shoulder as well. The moment Thor put his hand on the hammer, Steve, who was still struggling, was completely silent. Seeing that Steve was still about to say something, Thor raised his hand to touch his back, then spread his 5 fingers and slapped Steve's face directly. A pair of shackles stretched out instantly, directly blocking Steve's mouth. Clearly, Thor intends to keep Steve immobilized and unable to speak. For Pierce, Thor doesn't have any good feelings at all, and even wish Yi could do it quickly. After all, he is also the Prince of Asgard, the Crown Prince of Asgard. According to the plan, Midgard still belongs to the rule of Asgard in name, and the people on Earth are the subjects of Asgard. Apologies for Loki's invasion of Earth with Chitauri, but he's down enough. Pierce slapped him repeatedly, and even insulted his father incidentally. Thor endured it if he didn't kill him directly. Now Yayi plans to teach Pierce a lesson, and Thor expresses that he wants to watch the show. I like this scene, and I want to see more. The smile on Loki's face never stopped. Obviously this big scene made him quite happy. Shut up, too. Thor gave Loki a hard look. Loki glanced at Thor, then at Yayi, and then gave up the idea of continuing to mock. Thor won't do anything to him, but Yayi is not necessarily. Loki is very clear that the Yayi in front of him is not a soft-hearted person. He can't afford to mess with it. Looking at this absurd scene, Natasha Romanoff and Hawkeye expressed a little anxiety, but the headset has not received a response from the black stewed egg for a long time. They wouldn't dare move without Fury's orders, especially Natasha Romanoff. Others don't know how dangerous Yayi is. How can she not know? That's a Demon King level figure who can smash the earth with a single axe. The key is how to end now. Do you have any last words? Pierce. Steve was suppressed by Tony and Thor, and now there is no one to stop Yayi, and he doesn't intend to talk too much nonsense. After Pierce finishes his last words, send him to God. Oh no, it should be to Satan. Obviously you can't do this, you're fighting against the United States. Pierce didn't panic at all, but his heart was panicking like an old dog. When will Hydra be able to represent the United States? A look of disdain flashed across Yayi's face, not to mention that Pierce is from Hydra. Even if he is not, so what if he is killed? If the United States dares to take any action, it is obvious that Yayi does not mind letting it destroy the country directly. In fact, there is not much difference in the position of the world's hegemony. Even if there is any turmoil, it will be suppressed soon. There is still a dragon in the east that is about to take off. Let this dragon rule the earth, it is still very good. Chapter 36. Hydra? Yayi, are you kidding me? Listening to Yayi's words, Tony expressed a little unbelievable. When did the Secretary General of the World Security Council become Hydra? This is just too ridiculous, and hasn't Hydra been destroyed long ago? Thinking of this, Tony's eyes instantly fell on Steve, because this guy's reputation is based on defeating the Nazis. Although it is not clear what Hydra is, Thor still cooperates to remove the shackles on Steve's face. Steve denied it immediately. But, impossible, Hydra should have been destroyed, the Red Skull has been burned by Tesseract, how could there be Hydra left? You have to ask those brain-dead executives in the United States at that time. In order to speed up the development of science and technology, they absorbed all the scientists from the defeated countries. Yayi turned his head and glanced at Steve. Remember Zola? You mean, the chief Nazi scientist, Arnim Zola? Steve frowned. During World War II, Dr. Zola used Tesseract to research various black technologies for Red Skull. How could such a character Steve forget? You can go back to your birthplace and take a look, then you will know if it's real or not. Yayi waved his hand. So, now. As soon as the words fell, Yayi's red glowing right hand suddenly pressed on the top of Pierce's head, and projection images filled the entire room in an instant. Seeing this scene, Tony narrowed his eyes. J.A.R.V.I.S, write down all these images. Okay sir, it's been recorded. J.A.R.V.I.S replied softly. 5 seconds later, including Pierce, all members of the SHIELD commando team turned into a wisp of fly ash and disappeared. As long as you're not a fool, you should be able to see it, right? Although Yayi said so, but Yayi's eyes were on Steve, and the meaning was self-evident. It's almost like calling Steve an idiot by name. I was wrong this time, I apologize to you. Steve was not angry, but instead apologized to Yayi. If you have any other information about Hydra, please pass it on. Steve doesn't care about the death of Pierce and the SHIELD commando now. If it's one of his own, then Steve can't care less, but the other party is Hydra. Steve wished he could kill them all himself. How could he have any compassion? You need to go to Black Braised Egg for this matter, he probably knows more than me. Yayi shrugged, and directly blamed Fury for this troublesome matter. After all, isn't this guy just trying to get rid of Pierce with my hand, so he doesn't care about this matter? I guess tomorrow's news will be like this. The Secretary General and the SHIELD commandos bravely resisted the alien invasion, and finally sacrificed their lives for the country. This title is very good. The two of you can go back to work, right, Natasha Romanoff, Kaylin Te. We didn't receive any orders. Natasha Romanoff shook his head resolutely. I didn't see anything today, I just remember having a barbecue after defeating the enemy. Maybe it's not too late to start now. Kaylin Te nodded, also with the expression of I don't know anything, I haven't seen anything. J.A.R.V.I.S, the monitoring facility must have been broken during the battle just now, right? Tony rolled his eyes. The surrounding 70 blocks are all the same, right? Yes, sir, all the monitoring equipment is broken. J.A.R.V.I.S expressed his understanding, and actively cooperated, and directly deleted all the surrounding video materials. Looking at Ye, who obviously didn't want to say anything, Steve sighed, turned and walked towards the elevator. I'm going to direct the finishing touches, you guys go first. I don't think I need to go. Seeing the dust all over the floor, Ye suddenly lost interest. Thor, 7 days later, Malibu Street Bay Villa. If you don't come, then today's agreement will be void. As soon as the words fell, the brilliance of the Tesseract in Ye's hand flashed, and a space wormhole directly engulfed Ye, and then disappeared without a trace. Hey, wait, Ye, where is Malibu Street? Where should I find you? Seeing Ye leave suddenly, Thor's expression became anxious. Oh, don't worry about this, he should be talking about my Bay Villa. Tony patted Thor's shoulder. How about visiting my house for a few days? Definitely, the premise is that you have to take good care of this guy. With that said, Tony raised his finger and pointed at Loki. Thanks, Iron Man. Thor nodded lightly at Tony, then reached out and patted Loki on the shoulder. Don't worry, he won't make any moves? I would like to. Loki shrugged and raised his handcuffed hands, but it's obviously not possible. Then we can break up now. Te shrugged, turned, and walked towards the elevator with his own bow and arrow in hand. Natasha Romanoff shook her head slightly, and also turned to follow Te. I have to go back to my life, let's have a good chat. Oh, looking at the people who left one by one, Tony was helpless. That's it, everyone has left. Thor, do we still want to eat barbecue? Why don't you go? Thor turned the hammer. Come here in a hurry, I haven't eaten today. Okay. Tony nodded lightly, turned around and planned to uninstall it. Jingle. There was a soft sound, and the eyes of the three gathered at Tony's feet in an instant. What? Looking at the shield at his feet, Tony picked it up with a dazed short body. Hasn't the shield turned into mud like this group of people? Why is it still there? Thor, is what I'm seeing a hallucination? I don't quite understand. Thor shook his head, and then said, you should ask Ye about this, maybe it's because he's being merciful. Probably about the same. Tony nodded lightly, and then threw the shield in his hand directly onto the wine cabinet. J.A.R.V.I.S, tell that old popsicle that he will come to get his shield later. J.A.R.V.I.S replied softly, all right sir, also, what are you going to do with Rumlow's body? Just throw him down and see if any wild dogs will eat him. Tony waved his hand impatiently. Hydra is his father's old enemy, don't expect Tony to have a good impression of Hydra. Good sir. Chapter 37. The impact of the alien invasion on the Earth is self-evident. After the Great War in New York, there were reports about aliens flying around the world. Suddenly, New York directly became the focus of attention. Countless news media are scrambling to fly to New York, just to witness New York City fighting aliens with their own eyes. Compared with the alien invasion, the death of the Secretary General of the World Security Council only occupies a small corner of the newspaper layout, and in fact no one cares about it at all. The team that received more reports is naturally the team called Avengers, because it was they who defeated the alien conspiracy head-on and defended the peace of the Earth. After the Battle of New York, the name of Avengers resounded throughout the Earth. But the person who knew what happened that day didn't say a word. Politicians can do whatever they want, as long as they don't influence them too much. Moreover, this matter involved Ye, and the black marinated egg didn't have the guts to report it. Tony just kept silent, and the hordes of media were directly driven out of the Bay Villa area by J.A.R.V.I.S with the Mark armor. And he himself is concentrating on researching the unfinished nano armor at home, and receiving Thor and Loki by the way, waiting for Ye's return. And Steve, who knew that S.H.I.E.L.D was infiltrated by Hydra, was also silent, only talking about some insignificant things, and he didn't know anything about Pierce's death and the SHIELD commando. It's just that Steve's contact with Black Corned Egg seems to have become more, and the mysterious incidents around the United States seem to increase suddenly, and the tasks of S.H.I.E.L.D agents seem to gradually increase. And the casualties, also suddenly became a little bigger. Natasha Romanoff and Te are often not online, secretly cooperating with Steve inside and outside, and the number of Hydra members infiltrating S.H.I.E.L.D is decreasing day by day. Everyone is tacit. The mastermind behind all of this is naturally the cunning Agent King. He is Udin. The ownership of Tesseract was taken away by Ye, and the black marinated egg didn't dare to snatch it, and he didn't dare to take it at all, so he could only use Pierce to disgust Ye a little. By the way, I included Steve again, and then started the cleaning activity inside S.H.I.E.L.D. But obviously, even if the internal hidden dangers of S.H.I.E.L.D are cleaned up, there are still countless external hidden dangers. Pierce is just one of the heads of Hydra. There are still Hydra leaders dormant all over the world. Even if Nick Fury wants to pull out all Hydra, it will definitely not be easy. Other than that, not many important things seem to happen. The whole world is still moving forward slowly, and everything is proceeding in an orderly manner. He doesn't care much about the many changes on the Earth. Star Morag got the cosmic spirit ball, the power of killing gods was announced, the Dark World got TIE particles, and the Void Engine started. The Battle of New York, the Space Gem and the original Stone of the Mind are both in hand. Apart from the last moment, the original stone is what Ye said to be concerned about, and there is obviously nothing else to ask for. And at the moment, Ye has left the Earth, walked into the universe, and came to an independent fixed star system countless light years away from the solar system. What is the purpose is obviously already obvious. Once the space gem is obtained, the system rewards the time-space gene, and the original soul stone is the light of the sun. Space-time gene Ye said that there is no rush for the time being, space gem is in hand. Regarding the use of space, Ye boldly said that no one in the universe is stronger than him. It is very simple to use space gem to further develop the ability of the space-time gene, and Ye is not worried that he will not be able to use it after getting the space-time gene. And the other, obviously needs to be careful and careful. The light of the sun, the light that lights up the darkness, is listed as one of the three major god-making projects together with the power of killing gods, also known as Nyoxing god of war, and the power of the galaxy, also known as the power of German, and the power of Kamigawa. Its power does not need too much description at all. The power of killing gods is the most lethal on a single target. After all, it is a special attack on gods. The power of killing gods in its peak form is also guaranteed. Even if the sacred body comes, you have to avoid the edge for a while. Not convinced? Some kind let me try to chop an axe? The power of the galaxy is the most mysterious and comprehensive. It has the power to fight against the void. It can easily break the conservation of energy and rewrite reality. It is the ultimate weapon used to deal with the void. It is called the sword that pierces fear. And the light of the sun is to light up the dawn of the darkness. Although the light of the sun is not intended to destroy, if you use another name, it is the strongest disaster in the universe. Sunlight is exactly what it says. Its ability can easily control any fixed star, whether it is a giant fixed star or a small fixed star, all under the control of sunlight. The light of the sun can easily drive the fixed star to move freely in the universe. It can also be called the fixed star controller. Solar wind, micro, medium, large flares, giant flares, the most supernova and the ultimate killer move of the sun's light, the incarnation of the sun. Anyone can bring extremely powerful and terrifying lethality, and a giant flare bombardment can easily dissolve a planet similar to the Earth into nothingness. The supernova is even more terrifying. It can easily accelerate the flare activity of the fixed star, accelerate the demise of the fixed star, and finally trigger a supernova explosion, easily destroying an entire galaxy. As for the ultimate mystery of the light of the sun, the power of the incarnation of the sun. You can imagine it. Compared with the large-scale lethality, the power of killing gods and the power of the galaxy can be said to be inferior, because the light of the sun originally is the collection of the greatest disaster in the universe, and the light of the sun is the disaster originally. Definitely, the original intention of creating the light of the sun is not to destroy it. In addition to destroying it, the sun can also create new life, and it can bless all things. What would happen to a lifelike planet like the Earth if there is no sunlight? It goes without saying. To put it bluntly, the usage is different. But now, Ye is looking forward to the lethality of the sun's light. Blessing all things can also score objects. Do you still want Ye to bless the enemy? I'm afraid there is something wrong. Unlimited rough stone collection journey. Collect power stones, completed. Collect reality stones, completed. Collecting mind stones, completed. Collecting space gems, done. Current progress, 4/6, rewards are available. Receive the reward. Looking at the fixed star in front of him, Ye took a deep breath. I have been waiting for 7 days, don't let me down, the light of the sun. Reward received successfully, start loading the time-space gene. Reward received successfully, start loading the light of the sun. Chapter 38. Reward received successfully, start loading the time-space gene. Reward received successfully, start loading the light of the sun. Current loading progress, time-space gene. 10%. 50%. 90%. 100%. Space-time gene loading completed. The loading process of the time-space gene is like 1,000 cuts, a heart-piercing pain, as if every molecule and atom in the body has been crushed and then reassembled. With the help of the system, the power of space is constantly injected into every cell in the body. Every molecule and atom is filled with the power of space. Ye's divine body is also constantly changing between virtual and real. At the moment when the space-time gene implantation was completed, Yayi's divine body was completely crushed by the force of space, and directly merged into the entire universe. After a while, countless gene particles recombined rapidly, and once again gathered into Yayi's appearance. It's different from the perfect after-sales service when loading God-killing power. This time Yayi was unprepared. The extremely intense pain even made Yayi's thinking briefly fragmented. Time and space gene loading is complete, start loading the light of the sun. Before Yayi could say more about the national curse, Sunlight's genetic program began to load. Yayi, who was already gritting his teeth and preparing to accept the pain of being crushed again, suddenly found that he didn't feel pain up. Current loading progress, 10%, 20%, 30%, 50%, 70%, 90%. Is it over? Seeing the divine body enveloped in soft light, Yayi was temporarily relieved. What exactly is the space-time gene? Could it be that Yayi was wrong? The space-time gene is actually very strong and special? Or what conflicts would arise between different genetic programs? Probably the latter. The divine body of the holder of the power of killing gods is indestructible, and the same is true for the divine body of the sun's light. However, the divine body that the time-space gene needs to carry is the kind that is extremely easy to solve, and it is not even as strong as the invincible body of the first generation. Just like Morgana, who focuses on time and space genes, Thornton's axe can cut her into two pieces directly. What level is Thornton's axe? It's just a flaming weapon, it's not even comparable to the flaming sword commonly held by angels. However, the divine body that focuses on time and space genes is extremely difficult to kill at the same level. Kaisha, who has a sacred body, has no way to completely wipe out Morgana directly, but chooses to seal. It is not difficult to see the characteristics of the god body that focuses on the time-space gene. This thing is probably only weaker than the phantom body. After all, the time-space god body is still afraid of the power of killing gods and cannot be immune to physical damage, but the phantom body can. If this is the case, Yayi can still understand it. If you want to load the time-space gene while maintaining the resistance strength of the divine body, it is really possible to directly smash and recast every molecule and atom of his divine body. But why don't you squeak? Anyway, let him know. Let me have a mental preparation. The previous perfect service made Yayi subconsciously think that the time-space gene and the light of the sun are exactly the same as when the power of killing gods was loaded. Who would have thought that such a surprise was waiting for him? System, what the hell are you doing again? Go to hell. Sunlight genetic program loading progress, 99%, starting to load taboo abilities. If it was like soaking in a hot spring just now it's like soaking in magma, the feeling of being melted by extremely high temperature bit by bit, it really makes you excited. What does it feel like to watch your body dissolve bit by bit? Yayi didn't know it before, but now he feels it, it's very sour. I don't know if it's because of the pain, Yayi seemed to have hallucinations in front of his eyes, he seemed to have turned into a supergiant, a burning supergiant. No, not one, but countless, not limited to supergiant, his consciousness seemed to be torn into countless parts, and injected into all the fixed stars respectively. The evolution of fixed star is presented bit by bit before Yayi's eyes. After going through each stage of evolution, it finally turned into a supernova at the same time, and after the supernova exploded, fixed star ushered in 3 different final changes. White dwarfs, neutron stars, and black holes. There was a loud bang, and the scene in front of Yayi disappeared instantly, and all the split consciousness was completely reorganized at this moment. Sunlight genetic program loading complete. The loading of sunlight was completed, but the expected national curse did not appear. Yayi just raised his head and looked at the fixed star in front of him, motionless. The fixed star in front of him gave Yayi a very special feeling. That's the same feeling. Is this the power of the incarnation of the sun? Looking at his hands, Yayi gradually calmed himself down. Although they are of the same kind, there are also differences between high and low. The fixed star in front of him is like a citizen of Yayi, and Yayi is the god who makes everything. Take this fixed star in front of you for comparison. Yayi can easily manipulate the future development of this fixed star, and easily let the fixed star in front of him evolve into a white dwarf, a neutron star, even a black hole after undergoing a supernova explosion. Leaving aside the first two, the last one, let Yayi take a deep breath. The black hole engine is powerful, right? The artificial black hole created by Hwaya using the black hole engine made Hexi and Morgana, who are the main gods, helpless with it, but it was just a miniature black hole, a miniature artificial black hole. Definitely, Hexi and Morgana don't have to deal with the black hole at all, the black hole can't do anything to them. But there are no ifs in these things. If Morgana runs away, Kangwei and Kunsaxing will be directly indifferent, and Hexi will not be able to run away. If Hexi runs away, Angel City and countless angels will be directly indifferent. No choice. But even so, it can be seen how threatening black holes are. And yeah, you can easily drive a supergiant to accelerate the flare activity, let the fixed star trigger a supernova explosion, and finally directly form a giant black hole with a diameter of half a light year. The kind whose range can easily include small galaxies. The light of the sun, the name of the strongest disaster in the universe, is worthy of the name. Speaking of this, Yayi seems to think of something again. It seems that in the original work of Super Seminary, Lena was arrested, and it is obvious that Carl has researched something about the light of the sun. Otherwise, where did the black hole engine come from? Chapter 39. A storm flashed through his mind, and Yayi gradually calmed down. Looking at the fixed star in front of him, Yayi shook his head lightly, temporarily putting aside his extra thoughts. He is not in the world of super gods now. What kind of mind is he doing? The feeling of omnipotence just now gradually subsided, and Yayi began to observe himself calmly. The reason why there is an illusion of invincibility is because the two genes have just been loaded, and the maximum power of the two genes has been aroused for a while, making Yayi hallucinate. Just like the first axe swung by the power of killing gods, these two forces are not something he can fully control for the time being. This time, he will not be so stupid to try the maximum power of the sun's light. What if he accidentally blows himself up to death? Although with the 4 infinity rough stones, the possibility of blowing himself up is very slim, but it's better not to take risks easily. Although I can't control the maximum power of the sun's light for the time being, but I can try other things a little, it's still possible. Looking at the fixed star in front of him, Yayi slowly raised his right hand to aim at it, start the light of the sun and check the target. The genetic program is activated, and the target calibration is started. Proofreading is complete. In just a few seconds, Yayi got in touch with the fixed star in front of him, and all the data of this fixed star appeared in Yayi's mind. The giant fixed star in front of you can release about 40 million tons of hydrogen energy per second, and the equivalent released per second is equivalent to simultaneously detonating about 1 trillion hydrogen bombs with a multi-million ton equivalent within 1 second. I don't know if I made a mistake, it's funny to save my life. That's all for a second. What about a minute? If this energy is used to attack, what a terrifying sight it would be. It's so scary. Looking at the information in his mind, Yayi really took a deep breath. Even though he had seen all this before, when the actual data appeared in his mind, he still couldn't help but sigh. System, the 3 gene engines in my body, can they be integrated? Feeling the 3 gene engines in the body, Yayi said in a deep voice, on and off, it always feels a little troublesome. Theoretically, it's totally possible, but right now, lacking the power of the galaxy, it's impossible to achieve the most perfect form. It's better for the host to wait. The system explained softly, and the host still can't do it. Such a genetic engine is like a finger, forcibly integrating, and the harm outweighs the benefit. Then let's talk about it when the time comes. Yayi nodded with black lines all over his face. To put it bluntly, he was too good to be able to control the power in his body at the same time. Maybe using a certain one to the extreme can cause his brain to crash immediately after being overloaded. It is said that he used 3 at a time. What level is my avatar now? The transformation of the 2 major genetic programs on one's avatar is impressive, but Yayi is still unable to determine which level he belongs to. Stronger than a generation of gods, that is absolute. The host god body has successfully evolved into 3 generations of god body, this time it is a free upgrade. After all, a generation of god body cannot bear the power of killing gods, the time-space gene and the light of the sun at the same time. I will still give you 5 stars for the after-sales service this time. Hearing the words of the system, Yayi almost smiled. Although the process hurt a little, but in exchange for a 3rd-generation divine body, it is worth it to continue to hurt for a day up. The 3 generations of gods are already top-notch power, facing the nuclear explosion directly without any damage, it is impossible to break the defense without killing the gods. In addition to the 4 generations of gods, phantoms, and sacred bodies above, the 3 generations of gods, the peak animal body, and the indestructible body of King Kong are already the top ranks. Thornton is the peak animal body, and Monkey is the indestructible body of King Kong. These 2 are representative characters. And the most intuitive representatives of the 3 generations of gods, Angel Yan, Angel Zui, Angel Leng, etc. who have not yet inherited the throne, are almost all at this level. I don't know whether my divine body or the purple sweet potatoes titan body, which is better. Clenching his fists, Yayi suddenly seemed to want to find trouble with the purple sweet potato essence. On the premise of not using the original stone, the current him can completely match the purple sweet potato fine hard steel. Tisk, forget it, let's go back to Earth and wait for purple sweet potato extract to deliver soul gem to your door. After thinking about it, Yayi is still a soldier and gave up the idea of looking for purple sweet potato troubles. After all, Soul Gem needs to sacrifice his beloved to get it, but this condition is unacceptable to Yayi. Or wait for Purple Potato to push his daughter down before grabbing it. Soul Gem is probably not stupid, it is not a willing sacrifice, and probably will not show up. Definitely, if Zisha doesn't do this, Yayi still has a backup plan. After getting the original time stone and receiving the large astronomical computer, with the help of the other 5 original stones and Yayi's original strength, he still doesn't believe he can't force a soul gem. The big deal is to melt the entire kingdom of death directly. Can it be 5 against 1 and still beat soul gem? Temporarily putting down the search for the light of the sun, Yayi's energy immediately shifted to the space-time gene. When loading this thing, he didn't suffer less, the feeling of being crushed all over his body was uncomfortable. Super God World's description of the time-space gene is all kinds of lofty, but its performance is indeed a bit worrying. Except for the last battle between Kangwei and Ruaning, which is a bit worth seeing, it seems that there is not much performance at other times. Back and forth is micro-wormhole transport. The battle between Morgana and Tianza, maybe it's too high technical content, and I can't see the reason at all. It completely buried the title of Lord God. Definitely, it doesn't rule out that Morgana is just playing. Did Huaya just call back when Morgana was going to be serious? The most intuitive description of the time-space gene is that it appears like a ghost. To describe it in a relatively high-level vocabulary, that is, the body merges into the space, and if the space is not destroyed, I will not be destroyed. This thing doesn't seem to be considered high-level. Not to mention the space gem on his body now, even Yayi's own strength is enough to easily break through the space. It seems useless. Different from the sun's light, the time-space gene does not have any tutorials, everything needs to be developed by Yayi himself, but the time-space gene is not useless. At least now Yayi can clearly feel the dense relationship between him and the universe, and the high degree of compatibility with the space. In the past, when opening a portal, no matter how many steps were omitted, it was inevitable to plan the dark energy and then open the portal. But now, it's just a thought, the dark energy works on its own, the space seems to be actively cooperating, and a portal opens directly in front of Yayi. Chapter 40. The time-space gene should give me more than that. As if remembering something, Yayi raised his hand to emptiness, and the space in front of him shattered like a mirror. I don't know what it will be like to use the mirror space now. As soon as he thought about it, Yayi's figure submerged directly into the mirrored space. Just as he stepped into the mirrored space, a sense of familiarity like a bird returning to its nest instantly spread throughout his body. Raising his hand and turning the void, the mirrored space in front of him is constantly changing with Yayi's thoughts, and his control over the mirrored space seems to be instantly elevated to the same level as Ancient One Magician. Is this one of the benefits brought by the space-time gene? It's a bit unexpected. Seeing the mirror space slowly returning to calm, Yayi pulled and twisted his hands, and the mirror space that had gradually calmed down went into a riot. The depth of the mirror space is connected to the multi-universe, where you can easily observe the pictures of this universe and other parallel universes. A world full of killings, a world of peace and warmth. Wonderful scenes are constantly unfolding in front of Yayi. Just when Yayi was about to stop, the mirror space swayed slightly, and a pair of dark purple eyes that were as big as a planetary file size suddenly opened, looking straight at Yayi. Dark Lord Dormammu. Seeing this scene, Yayi's complexion changed slightly, and the space gem appeared in front of him instantly. The mirror space, which had been uncontrollable, stabilized, and Dormammu's figure was directly excluded from the mirror space. Apart from anything else, the azure blue light of space gem burst out, the mirror space was instantly closed, and Yayi also returned to reality. Tisk, this mirrored space is really dangerous. I just ran into the Dark Lord Dormammu the second time I used it. Retracting the space gem, Yayi shook his head helplessly. The mirror space is like the other side of the universe, where various crises of the multi-universe can be most truly reflected, and Dormammu, the Lord of the Dark Dimension, is naturally one of them. This is a genuine peak existence of level Godfather. Without the help of rough stones, Yayi is really no match for him, especially in the mirror space. After all, this guy is the Lord of Dimensions, killing him is almost impossible, unless you destroy the entire Dark Dimension. Dormammu can be reborn countless times. This is also the main reason why Ancient One can only repel Dormammu. Because there is no way to kill it completely. The Dark Dimension is one of the dimensions of the universe. Destroying the Dark Dimension will cause irreversible damage to the entire universe. This is obviously not allowed, and the Ancient One does not have the strength to destroy a dimension. This is probably the most tiring part of Ancient One, right? Having to face a difficult enemy that can't be killed but repelled for 500 years in a row, everyone should have a nervous breakdown. The fleeting Dormammu made Yayi dispel the idea of continuing to experiment with the space-time gene, at least the mirror space cannot be used rashly in a short time. After all, it was because of the large fluctuations in the mirror space that attracted Dormammu's attention just now. Ye used the space gem to smear Dormammu and make him lose face. It is estimated that he has been hated now. It is better not to open the mirror space in a short time. Although Ye who possesses the Infinity Stone of Time is not afraid of Dormammu, it is always a trouble, and Ye has already promised the Ancient One Magician that he will not easily change Strange's growth trajectory. Now if Dormammu puts most of his eyes on him, I am afraid that in the end Dormammu will have to sleep for an extremely long time. Being able to control one Infinity Stone already holds the power of a level Godfather, let alone Ye has 4. Level Godfather is a general term. A weak level Godfather can only destroy stars at most, while a powerful level Godfather can even easily destroy a galaxy. But the level Godfather is limited to this, and the representatives are naturally Ancient One Magician, Odin, Dormammu, Ego, and so on. And above the level Godfather, there is another even more terrifying existence, called the level Single Universe. As the name suggests, the existence of this level, a single body has threatened the survival of a universe, and the most representative figure is naturally the Tenjin group. And above the level Single Universe, is the multi-universe level. The existence of this level can already erase any single universe at will, threatening the stability of the entire multiverse. The representative characters are naturally, Eternity, Annihilation, Death, Infinity, and so on. Those above the multi-universe level, don't mention it for now. After all, this is the MarvelMCU universe, which can be regarded as one of the low-war universes in the entire history of Marvel. The level Single Universe is very rare, and the multi-universe level is almost impossible to appear, let alone the above. Theoretically speaking, holding an Infinity Rough Stone, if you can fully control it, you have already entered the threshold of the level Single Universe. But not everyone can perfectly display the true power of the Infinite Rough Stone. Ye thinks he doesn't have that ability, so he regards himself as the pinnacle level Godfather who holds a single Infinity Rough Stone. But don't forget, even if Ye can't fully display the true ability of a single Infinity Stone, Ye has 4 Infinity Stones. This is not such a simple problem as 1 + 1 = 2. To give a simple example, space plus reality, Ye can already threaten the entire universe, the theoretical level Single Universe. The strongest Dormammu is only the peak of level Godfather. At best, it threatens the survival of a galaxy or dimension. How can it be the opponent of Ye, who has 2 rough stones? Don't trouble him now, just because of the agreement between Ye and Ancient One Magician. When the rough stone is available, Ye has the final say on how to round and flatten Dormammu. Can't kill it or seal it directly. Seal him for hundreds of millions of years. Although Dormammu is theoretically an existence that transcends time, it is only limited to the dark dimension. Can you let him go out of the dark dimension and go to the real world? People who could kill him, a bunch. Mirror space is disordered, have you met Dormammu? Ancient One Magician's voice sounded beside Ye, and a secret door slowly opened. I tested the new ability, and I didn't expect Dormammu to come out directly. Ye shrugged, not surprised at the arrival of the Ancient One Magician. But don't worry, I didn't mess around, at least I won't trouble it until the agreement is completed. Your growth is astonishing. Looking at Ye in front of him, Ancient One Magician shook his head helplessly. When I first met you, you were still a rookie, but now you have become a master. Is it so obvious? Ye was taken aback for a moment. The Ancient One Magician chuckled and said, now you give me the same feeling as the fixed star in front of me. Although you have a warm breath, but, it's even more scary. Then I'd better adjust it a little bit. Ye touched his nose. Chapter 41. The body is like the scorching sun, which is Ye now. After loading the sunlight genetic system, Ye hadn't had time to close it yet, and Ye wasn't surprised that it could be seen by the Ancient One Magician. After all, this level of ability is too dazzling. I'm looking forward to seeing you 5 years from now. Looking at Ye, who had all his aura subdued and became ordinary, a smile flashed across Ancient One Magician's face. Ye is already at this level now, what kind of scenery will he see after more than 5 years? Others don't know what's on Ye, but can she still not know? I'm afraid it will be a matter of waving hands to seal Dormammu by then. I'm also looking forward to the rough stone of time in 5 years' time. Ancient One Magician is looking forward to it, and Ye is also looking forward to it. The operation of the genetic engine requires an extremely large computing ability, but Ye's current brain development is not enough to support the body. The operation of the 3 engines. Even though the current 3 generations of gods can carry the high-speed operation of the gene engine, the brain can't stand it. Ye's science is not good, but what the gene engine needs is a huge computing ability. Ye expressed that she was also a little anxious. But it's only now, after getting the large astrocomputer, all the problems will be solved easily. As for now, it is still time to grind tofu with water, slowly adapt to one's own strength, and slowly study the hidden potential of the three major engines in one's body. Want to go back and talk? No, I still have something to do today. Yi shook his head. He made an appointment with Thor 7 days ago to meet today, and he didn't want to miss the appointment. I'll be there in a while. Alright, I'll be waiting for you at the holy place. Ancient One nodded slightly, and returned to Camartage through the secret door. Watching the Ancient One magician leave, Yi glanced at the fixed star in front of him again, and had a slightly bold idea in his heart. With a light lift of his right hand, the cosmic spirit ball that had been stored in the system space suddenly appeared. When he was a god body, Yi didn't dare to touch the raw power stone at all. After all, he would die if he collapsed, but now. Can he, who is already a 3-generation god, be able to bear the original stone of power? Yi expressed doubts in his heart, but at least he could give it a try. Just in case, the god-killing axe has already appeared in his left hand. If his body still can't bear the power of the original power stone, then transfer it directly to the god-killing axe. If you can bear it, then needless to say, gloves are too much of a hindrance. Maybe you have to make a bracelet that can be inlaid with 6 rough stones. It is probably not realistic to make it yourself. The metal substances that Yi can understand are too low level. I am afraid that the dark iron that makes up the black armor is not very good. If it works, then maybe Thor has to take him to Nidaixing, and ask Dwarf King Aikui to help him build a bracelet or a pair of bracelets. The void engine was running, and the cosmic spirit ball wrapped in the raw power stone was slowly opened, revealing the purple raw power stone inside the cosmic spirit ball. With a flick of the thumb, the raw power stone flew out of the cosmic spirit ball, and Yi dropped the cosmic spirit ball without any hesitation, and stretched his 5 fingers to grab the raw power stone directly. Boom! The deep purple light bloomed in an instant, and an incomparably powerful force gushed out from the raw power stone. The void trembled, and Yi's right hand holding the raw power stone had cracks visible to the naked eye. Huge power was poured into the body, making Yi feel overwhelmed for a moment. However, this was just an appetizer, far from the constant power poured into the body from the right hand, and in less than a minute, purple cracks appeared on Yi's body surface. Can't bear it yet. Looking at this scene, Yi gritted his teeth, activate the light of the sun, establish the energy connection of fixed star, and start the light energy reconstruction. The gene engine is successfully activated, and the energy connection is established. The connection is established, and the light energy remodeling is started. An extremely dazzling light spread out from the fixed star in front of him, directly enveloping Yi, and the originally extremely violent energy began to gradually transform under the synthesis of the sun's light gene system. The extremely gentle light directly repaired all the damage caused by the raw power stone, but in the next second, the power of the raw power stone exploded again, and the divine body that had just been repaired was torn apart again. Repair, rip, repair, rip. A tough tug of war is unfolding in Yi's body. Although it still hurts, but compared with before, this is drizzle. For the tolerance of pain, Yi feels that he has reached the full level. Feeling that her pain tolerance has reached the full level, Yi can watch the changes in her body leisurely, but the power of the original power stone is powerful, and it seems to be enough to be called endless. The tug of war is still going on, and Yi's divine body seems to be gradually improving its resistance to the raw power stones. The speed at which the divine body is being destroyed has begun to slow down, and the already extremely high toughness seems to be gradually elevated to another level under the baptism of the original power stone. An hour later, Yi had already turned off the light energy remodeling, and even the sun's light gene engine system directly chose to turn off. His divine body seems to have gradually adapted to the power of the original power stone. The purple radiance on his body gradually dissipated, and the terrifying fluctuations emanating from the power stone in the palm of his right hand have gradually slowed down, and then the radiance completely subsided, becoming ordinary. Seeing this scene, Yi slowly opened his right hand, and the power stone was lying quietly in the palm of his hand, as if he had already recognized the holder of Yi. This thing is like a giant eagle soaring in the sky. It is not finished after you catch it, you have to endure it and conquer it before it will recognize your existence. And now, after more than an hour of tug of war, Yi has been recognized by the power stone. The dark energy in the body turned slightly, and the right hand that had been opened was clenched tightly, and the purple light suddenly bloomed, and huge power instantly filled the whole body. The right fist with 5 fingers clenched suddenly blasted out. Waves rippling in circles, the solid space in front of him was directly smashed by Yi's punch. Pure physical strength. The increase in pure power is so terrifying. Seeing this scene, a look of joy flashed across Yi's face. Yi's previous strength should not be underestimated. It is easy to lift 100 tons with one hand, but there is still a long way to go before breaking the space with one hand. If you want to shatter the space, you have to use the god-killing axe to drive the god-killing power to do it, and you have to use all your strength. Definitely, things like secret techniques are excluded. After all, it is not pure physical strength, but the use of dark energy. But now, it's just the most common punch. Hammering a planet with one hand, it seems that it is no longer the level of talk. Chapter 42. The strength of the original stone is indeed extremely terrifying, but this is not all about the original stone. The Power Stone allows the user to master and manipulate all the power and energy they try to master. Bug in bug. Power gems support other gems and can strengthen their effects. Using this gem, the user can even copy all physical super abilities, and make their own physical attack and defense abilities invincible. Among the 6 infinite rough stones, the Power Rough Stone can be said to be the strongest existence in attack and defense. Definitely, this invincible must be put in quotation marks, because this is only limited to the single universe. Facing the terrifying existence of the multi-universe level or above, the infinite rough stone is just a plaything, vulnerable. But even this is scary enough. If you can maximize the true ability of the Power Stone, you will be absolutely invincible in the level single universe. Even if the opponent is also the holder of the Infinity Stone, at least no one will dare to fight you head on. Breaking through all methods with one force, isn't it depicting the original Stone of Strength? Of the 4 rough stones that Yi obtained, in the real sense, there is only one rough stone of strength. The original Stone of Strength recognized the existence of Yi and recognized him as the holder. The other 3 rough stones, such as Space, Reality, and Soul, Yi still can't control them. At most, he can barely use the power of the rough stones through dark energy. Yi thought that the first one to be controlled by him would be the Space Gem or the Reality Stone. After all, the Space Gem is the best one to control, and it also has the Time-Space gene as a base. The Reality Stone is based on the Void Engine. Unexpectedly, the Rough Stone of Power would unexpectedly become the first rough stone under his control. However, this is even better. In the diverse MCU universe, Yi now dares to say that he is invincible. Even if the opponent is the Ancient One magician who holds the original Time Stone, or the purple sweet potato essence who may get the Soul Gem in the future. The original Power Stone can be assimilated with Yi originally. Yi is equal to the original Power Stone. Simply because infinite gems originally are not directly affected by other infinite gems. However, the Power Stone's increase to Yi is not affected by this rule. Based on this rule, it is almost impossible for the power of other rough stones to directly affect Yi originally. And with this premise, Yi has already maintained an undefeated state when facing other holders of the Infinity Rough Stone. The power and ability of other rough stones are indeed powerful, mysterious, and special, but for Yi now, the Rough Stone of Strength is more in line with his subjective thinking. Today, there seems to be a lot of good news. Time-Space Gene, Light of the Sun, 3 generations of gods. Now that they have been recognized by the original Power Stone, it is not an exaggeration to call Yi's mood ecstasy. The original Stone of Strength no longer needs to be left in the system space to eat ashes. The Void Engine started, and a small piece of shoulder armor on Yi's shoulder suddenly shattered into countless fragments. The purple Power Stone soared into the air, and the fragments of the black armor wrapped the Power Stone, and then formed a synthesis shape on the right wrist. A pitch black wristband wrapped with the raw Power Stone emerged from his right hand. This thing is only temporary, and there is no extra material on him now, so he can only grievance the raw Power Stone first. But it doesn't matter, there will be substitutes after a while. Later, go back to Earth to find Ancient One magician to blackmail some strange metal substances, and then follow Thor to Asgard to blackmail some Ulu Kobolko. As for vibranium, that thing Yi is really not rare. It is indeed a magic tool for ordinary people, but for a slightly stronger existence, it is a piece of scrap iron. A mere vibranium, can it stop Ancient One, Odin or Carol? The purple sweet potato essence of Yatien Father can split it into pieces, not to mention these big guys from level Godfather. It's best to blackmail some branches of the world tree from Odin, and then ask the Dwarf King Aikui to create an artifact wristband of the same level as the Storm Axe. Well, that would be perfect. So let's go back to Earth now, shall we? With a second thought, a space worm gate suddenly engulfed Yi, and the cosmic starry sky once again returned to its former peace. Earth, New York, Malibu Street Bay House. It's already 3 o'clock, are you still sure that Yi will come? Looking at the clock on the wall, Thor expressed a little worry. If Yi doesn't come, how can he return to Asgard without Tesseract? The corner of Loki's mouth twitched slightly. It's better for him not to come, it's better for someone to find trouble with him. Although being handcuffed is not very pleasant, I suddenly like this kind of life a little bit. Shut up you. Thor gave Loki a hard look. Why should I shut up? Loki turned his head and glanced at Thor. Don't they all talk about free speech? If you don't like what I say, you can choose to plug your ears. Listening to these familiar conversations in his ear, Tony rubbed the bridge of his nose with a slight headache. Okay, I said today is today, there is no need for Yi to lie to you. Also, can you calm down? If you want to quarrel, you can go upstairs to quarrel, and don't hinder my work here, okay? These two people, Tony regretted entertaining them a little bit, he should throw them both in the hotel. For 7 days, these two were arguing almost non-stop. His mind was about to explode. It's not that Tony has never seen a person who talks nonsense, but these two really refreshed Tony's understanding of chatterbox. You can quarrel for a long time if you find a topic, and a word, annoying. He still wants to build a nano armor. These two flies are flying around his ears every day, he can't slap it, it's really annoying. Definitely, the most important thing is that you can't beat no way. Mainly because I'm anxious. Thor rubbed his hands together. Father has sent me here for 7 full days, if he doesn't bring Loki back, he will be worried. Sure enough, Odin's good son. Loki turned his head and glanced at Thor. Worried about you like a father? Thor argued. Loki said mockingly, that's your father, not my father, I'm Frost. Boom. Shit, are you finished yet? Tony slumped his head on the table. He has watched this family ethics drama for 1 day and listened to it for 5 days, and he still wants to come today? At first I found it very interesting, but now I just feel very irritated. Anyone who listens to the same story 5 or 6 times will feel super boring, okay. Now Tony also wants Yayi to come back quickly and take these two annoying things away. Chapter 43. Sir, Mr. Yayi is back, right at the gate of the villa. Listening to the heavenly sound of J.A.R.V.I.S, Tony breathed a sigh of relief. I'm finally back. If I don't come, I'll be bored to death. After the voice fell, Tony raised his hand and unplugged the headset, turned to look at Thor and Loki who were staring at each other. Hey, you two, you can go upstairs, Yayi is back. Are you back? Thor's face brightened when he heard that, and he dragged the reluctant Loki and ran upstairs. Yayi is back, which means he will be able to return to Asgard soon. Can you not be happy? Although the Earth is also good, Asgard is really better. Loki, who was being dragged by Thor, was full of depression. His good days are over. Once he returns to Asgard, although it is unlikely that there will be any serious punishment, confinement is a must, and he still uses the kind calculated in years. It would probably smother him to death. Seeing Thor and Loki who were almost rushing up, Yayi didn't talk nonsense, raised his hand, and the Tesseract suddenly appeared in his hand. According to the agreement, I can lend you the Tesseract for a period of time to help you return to Asgard and repair Bifrost, but I also have a small condition. Can you agree? Definitely yes, we are friends, aren't we? Thor replied with a smile on his face. Cut. Looking at the scene, Loki pouted with disdain. In return, I also need to go to Asgard to meet your father Odin. It would be even more perfect if you could give me some Ulu Kobolko. Yayi raised his hand. This is definitely no problem, I can make the decision. Thor agreed directly without even thinking about it. Asgard will definitely welcome you. That's good. Yayi nodded slightly, and threw the Tesseract in his hand directly to Thor. I know the coordinates of Asgard are secret, so I won't ask, just take me there. It's not a secret either. Taking over the Tesseract, Thor smiled even more. The coordinates of Asgard do have a certain degree of secrecy, but this sense of mystery is only for those who don't have much strength. Almost all famous bosses know where Asgard is. But it doesn't seem to be bad. Dark elves can easily find Asgard, and Yayi, who can easily wipe out the dark elves, probably has no difficulty in finding it. Yayi didn't take the initiative to ask, but it made Thor have a good impression of him. This is a matter of attitude, which shows that Yayi still has a certain respect for Asgard. Let's go now. Holding the Tesseract, Thor directly pulled Loki out of the villa, looked up at the sky. Heimdall, I know you can see it, light the lamp for me. A second after the voice fell, a flash of lightning flashed in Thor's eyes, and then he nodded slightly. The thunder force in his body surged, directly activating the Tesseract. Let's go, follow closely. Loki didn't say a word. Yayi stepped forward slightly, Tesseract's azure blue light enveloped the three of them, and then directly turned into a streamer breaking through the sky. Under the power of Tesseract, the three started from the earth and traveled through countless spaces to Asgard directly. In a short while, the scene in front of him suddenly changed, and the azure blue light surrounding the three of them disappeared in an instant. Is this Asgard? Seeing the resplendent surroundings, Yayi suddenly felt a little familiar. After all, he had read all the episodes of Thor, Ragnarok, and he was no stranger to Asgard of Asgard. Seeing the three people descending suddenly, Heimdall, who was in charge of the guard, bowed lightly. Your Highness Thor, Your Highness Loki, welcome back to Asgard. His Majesty Odin has been waiting in the Asgard Hall for a long time. Thank you, Heimdall. Thor nodded slightly, raised his finger and pointed to Yayi beside him. This is my friend Yayi, who is here to visit Asgard. Welcome, Mr. Yayi. Heimdall nodded slightly towards Yayi. Just leave me alone. Yayi waved his hand. Heimdall, with this, how long will it take for the Bifrost to be repaired? Turning his head and glanced at the broken Bifrost, Thor directly handed the Tesseract in his hand to Heimdall. Heimdall took the Tesseract, thought for a few seconds, and replied in a deep voice, if there is Tesseract, the subordinates only need 3 days. Well, I'll give you 3 days. Thor nodded heavily. After Bifrost is repaired, the Tesseract needs to be returned to me. If Yayi is still in Asgard after 3 days, it can be handed over to him directly, understand? Heimdall was taken aback for a moment, then nodded, I understand, Your Highness Thor. Although he knew that the universe Rubik's Cube was the treasure of the father of God Odin a long time ago, but now, he dare not say anything more. Thor is the prince of Asgard, the next king of Asgard. Regardless of whether Thor's decision is correct or not, as long as it doesn't threaten the survival of the entire Asgard, then his subject only needs to obey orders. Yayi, let's go, I think my father will welcome you too, do you want me to wait for you? Thor nodded towards Yayi with a smile on his face, and then waved Mjolnir, carrying Loki and galloping directly in the direction of Asgard. You really don't have to wait. Yayi smiled and shook his head, a golden light flashed under his feet, and his whole body turned into an afterimage and disappeared on the half of Bifrost under his feet. Hiss, can you change to a more gentle way? It hurts when you hold my hand like this. Shut up, you. Thor snorted softly, and the extremely fast speed rose again, and the hanging Loki was miserable. When he reached the gate of Asgard, Thor slowly landed, and the disheveled hair he held in his hands was in a mess. And Yayi has been waiting at the gate of Asgard for a long time. Speed is also your strong suit. Thor sighed helplessly. You guys go ahead, after all there are family matters to deal with, I'm afraid it's not good for an outsider to be there. Yayi took a step to the left, raised his finger and pointed to the passage leading to the Asgard Hall. Yayi didn't care about what kind of punishment Loki would have. It's really not good to go in at this time, and he's not a robber or thief. It's better to talk to Odin after he's done with the housework. It is good. Thor was not hypocritical, and even turned his head with Loki and walked towards the Asgard Hall. Although he and Yayi are friends, the family affairs are obviously not generous enough to involve an outsider. Chapter 44. Yayi came to Asgard to ask for rewards, not for revenge. There are as few troublesome things as possible. Although you are not afraid of Odin, no one would want to inexplicably add an enemy out of thin air, right? For some things, win-win is always a better choice. He lent Thor the Tesseract, helped him get home, helped him restore Bifrost. It was all a matter of course, the Tesseract was his in the end anyway. On the other hand, Asgard provided him with Ulu Kobolko. If Odin was more generous, there might be branches of the World Tree, and even asked Dwarf King Aikui to help him build magic weapons. Overall, it seems that Asgard would be even worse off. It's not an exaggeration to call it a blood loss. After all, Ulu Kobolko is an excellent material for forging magical weapons, and the branches of the World Tree are rare and rare treasures that are rare in the entire universe. What is it if it is not a blood loss? Regardless of whether Asgard loses money or not, Yayi is definitely making money. Odin handled the housework very quickly, and within 3 minutes after Thor entered, a messenger came directly from the hall to the door. Your Excellency Yayi, His Majesty Odin invites you to come and gather. The orderly's attitude was very respectful. It seemed that he had been ordered by Odin, and what Yayi heard was very comfortable. The other party used an honorific title. It seems that Odin clearly put himself in the same position as him. He thought that everyone in Asgard was a rebellious and arrogant guy, but it doesn't seem to be the case now. Yes, or is this the courtesy that the strong should have? No matter what it is, since the other party's attitude is in place, then Yayi naturally has to show something to give Odin enough face. Then please take the trouble to lead the way. Your Excellency, please follow me. The orderly turned around gently, and walked towards the interior of Asgard. Yayi didn't show any hesitation, just raised his heels. Passing through the long corridor, the throne is already in sight. And on the throne, at the moment is sitting a burly old man with white beard and hair. The father of God Odin, the existence at the peak of the level Godfather, the king of Asgard who once ruled the 9 realms, although he is now a Twilight King, but the opponent's strength is still not to be underestimated. Just sitting there gives people a strong sense of oppression. Compared with this real person, the image of the bad old man in the movie, it ruins all 3 views. Your Majesty Odin. Looking at Odin on the throne, Yayi said softly, next Yayi, it's the first time we meet, do you need a greeting? No need. Odin's angry voice sounded slowly, I'm a bad old man, so I don't need these red tapes, but I still need to thank you for your tolerance towards Loki. That's good. Yayi nodded lightly, I'll explain why I'm here this time. Please speak. Odin nodded with a smile. Yayi got straight to the point and said, I hope to get some world tree branches and ulukobolko from His Majesty Odin, and ask Dwarf King Aikui to help me build something. As soon as Yayi finished speaking, Odin's face froze. It's okay to talk about ulukobolko, and it's easy to talk about asking Dwarf Wang Aikui to create artifacts, but the branches of the world tree, even a small piece of that thing can be sold at sky-high prices in all parts of the universe. The real sky-high price, the sky-high price calculated according to the unit of measurement of the galaxy. He does have world tree branches, but the number is pitifully small, so he added some hammer handles when building Mjolnir. Yayi opened his mouth as a branch of the world tree. Did he really treat him like a big dog and kill him? No matter how well trained Odin is, his eyes are unavoidably darkened. Your Excellency Yayi, since you know the existence of the branches of the world tree, you should understand its value. Of course I understand. Yayi nodded lightly, so I'm here to make a deal with Odin and you. Oh, Odin chuckled, then I'm really curious, what kind of transaction can make me willingly pay the price of the world tree branches? Yayi didn't speak directly, but turned to look around. The meaning couldn't be more obvious. Stand back, I need to have a private conversation with your Excellency Yayi. Understanding what Yayi wanted to express, Odin waved his hand nonchalantly. Yes, Your Majesty. The next second after Odin ordered, the surrounding soldiers withdrew from the Asgard hall one after another, and closed the hall door by the way to ensure the confidentiality of the conversation. When it was completely quiet, Yayi raised his head and looked at Odin. Your 5,000-year-old limit under the crown of Odin should be coming soon, right? Odin frowned. This is obviously not a big secret. Before Odin's death, I wasn't worried at all. Looking at Odin in front of him, Yayi said in a deep voice, but after Odin's death, then I'm a little worried. Odin's right hand holding the eternal gun tightened slightly, and his one eye stared at Yayi. Seeing Odin's expression, Yayi chuckled and said, I think Your Majesty Odin should know what I want to say. This is the deal I want to make. What do you think, Your Majesty Odin? What can you do? Odin asked rhetorically. Yayi said without any hesitation, I can help Thor preserve the land of Asgard, and I can even completely annihilate the so-called Ragnarok. This transaction, I wonder if His Majesty Odin is willing to do it. You know quite a lot. Odin's eyes sank slightly. I paved the way for my child. Do you think your participation in it will do Thor any good? I'll watch him grow, just do it secretly. Yayi shrugged. You don't want to cause the people of Asgard to be displaced in order to raise your own children, do you? I'm really happy that Thor has you as a friend, but obviously, this deal is not valid. Odin directly shook his head and rejected Yayi's proposal. That's really a pity. Yayi was not annoyed at being rejected. After all, it was just a deal, and it was only a deal if both parties agreed to it. The branches of the world tree are too precious, and Yayi expected to be rejected. Odin intends to train Thor into a qualified king, and obviously he doesn't want Yayi to directly intervene in it. Since the other party doesn't need it, there is no need for Yayi to say anything. Since this is the case, let's leave the matter of the branches of the world tree here. Can His Majesty Odin provide a part of ulukobolko? Of course this is fine. I will send someone to send it to you, and I can also directly give Aikui a blind copy of the order. Later, you can go to Nidai by yourself. That's good. Yayi nodded slightly, and then shook his right hand as if unintentionally. Is there any opinion on the ownership of Tesseract, His Majesty Odin? Won't. Chapter 45. With Yayi half threatening and half dealing, Odin naturally had no doubts about the ownership of Tesseract, and directly sent a part of ulukobolko to express his thank you. The two seemed to be at peace before, but they had already clashed secretly several times. Odin had no way to deal with the raw power stone in Yayi's hands, and his old face was directly blackened into coal. For Yayi, who holds the original stone of power and has obviously been recognized by the original stone of power, what else can Odin do other than admit that he is unlucky? He has been holding the Tesseract for so many years but has not been recognized by the Tesseract. However, Yayi in front of him has achieved something that he could not do for thousands of years. It seems that he has no other choice but to compromise. After all, the current Odin is no longer the original Odin. He is old now, and the more times he takes full strength shots, the less time he can live. And he also needs to disperse his own power to suppress the death god Hela, who is imprisoned in the underworld. In this state, he is facing Yayi, who holds the original power stone. It can be called asking for trouble. With ulukobolko in hand, Yayi is too lazy to stay in Asgard. Although the Thor people are not bad, it is obvious that Yayi doesn't like the old man Odin, and Odin doesn't welcome Yayi too much. The deal failed to be negotiated, and it was meaningless for Yayi to stay in Asgard. Odin is reluctant to part with the branches of the world tree. If you can't bear it, you can't bear it. Yayi doesn't force it, and that thing is not a must. Waiting for Odin to die of old age, Hela, the goddess of death, to escape from the underworld, and waiting for Surti to regain his own the eternal fire, it's not too late to help. It's just to make a container to carry infinite rough stones, not to make any magical weapons. It's good to be the best, but it's not the best, then it's fine to use it. As for the best, we will figure out a way when the time comes. The Universe Elder Collector probably also has a branch of the World Tree in his hand. After all, that guy's lifespan is unbelievably long. Definitely, maybe you can also look for Guardians of Galaxy. The tree figure Groot is also a good choice. After all, the other party is very likely to be a descendant of the World Tree branch. After all, the handle that can carry the blade of the storm axe is obviously not ordinary. As for Odin, forget it. I have to say, Odin is really a wolf. In order to sharpen Thor, he dared to bet the whole of Asgard. Yeah, he has already said it clearly enough, but the other party still insists on going his own way. Can it only be said that it is worthy of being the existence that once unified the 9 realms? On the surface, he looks like a kind old man, but unexpectedly he is really cruel. Sure enough, I can still chat with Ancient One Magician. Odin is completely different from Yayi. After getting the reward for lending the Tesseract and the specific coordinates of Nidai, Yayi directly activated the Void Engine, forcibly breaking through the space and descending directly to Nidai. Thor is still busy with stabilizing the 9 realms as soon as possible, so naturally he doesn't have time to accompany him, and it's impossible for Odin to put down his body and send Yayi there in person, and it's more than that. Nidai star, the gathering place of Dwarf, is said to be a planet, but it is actually just a neutron star. Outside the neutron star, there are 6 huge amounts of star rings built by dwarfs, and dwarfs live on these star rings. I have to say that their choice was correct. For the forgers, there is nothing in the universe that can compare to a melting pot made of neutron stars. The surface temperature of a neutron star is at least tens of millions of degrees, and the temperature inside the star core has risen by at least 6 billion degrees. There is almost nothing that cannot be dissolved by this extreme high temperature. Looking at the neutron star in front of him, Yayi thought of Thor's feat in the Avengers Alliance at 3 o'clock. I won't say much about the fact that this guy opened the star ring with his own power. It can be done. However, the high temperature of the neutron star is as high as 6 billion. How did Thor resist it? Although the time is only a short 30 seconds. But thinking about it, it seems that it is not bad. At that time, Thor had inherited the power of Odin and completed the second awakening. Using the power of Odin to resist the high temperature of the neutron star for more than 30 seconds does not seem to be a big problem. After taking another look at this neutron star, Yayi lifted his foot and stepped lightly, and landed directly on the star ring. He came here with something to do, not to think about these unanswered questions. Is the king of Dwarf, Aikui, there? Looking up at the vigilant dwarf in front of him, Yayi still looked a little weird. The height of this group of dwarfs is half a head taller than Hulk, and Asgard calls them dwarfs. And they actually call themselves dwarf? If their overall Deo body size is reduced to 1/5, then it is almost the same. I'm Aikui. A muffled voice sounded like thunder, and a burly figure with disheveled hair came slowly from behind. Did Odin tell you all? Dwarf Wang Aikui, Yayi still has a little impression, but it is the movie version of Dwarf Wang Aikui, and it is the version with his hands sealed. Your Majesty, Odin has already said it? Aikui said in a deep voice, I don't know what you want to create, the guest. You can rest assured of the craftsmanship of our dwarf clan. This. Do you know it? Yayi raised his wrist, and the purple power stone burst into light. Aikui's expression was shocked. Infinity Stone? This one is. Yayi said softly, I'm going to ask you to help me build one that can hold infinite rough stones. Well, the bracelet is fine. I'll pay for the materials myself. How long can it take to complete this? Dwarf King Aikui's expression seemed to be a little hesitation. Is this difficult for you? Yayi frowned. Aikui frowned, and said very solemnly, I can help you build it, but please keep it secret, this matter can only be known to you. This request is not too much, I understand. Yayi nodded in understanding, raised his hand and waved lightly. A pile of Kobolko appeared in front of Aikui, looked at his shoulder armor. Yayi raised his hand and directly removed the remaining shoulder armor. In terms of materials, are these Kobolko and dark iron enough? Just a bracelet is enough, more than enough. Aikui nodded heavily, I know Kobolko. I need to study your so-called dark iron. How much time do you need? Aikui thought for a few seconds, and then replied, there is no mold for this type of bracelet, and I can only shape it bit by myself. The time is about 10 days. Just 10 days? Very good, I'll wait. Chapter 46. Without the need for molds, a piece of equipment capable of containing the power of infinite rough stones can be created in 10 days. I have to say that this dwarf Wang Aikui is really awesome. The Infinity Gauntlet inlaid with fake rough stones in Curry of Odin and the Infinity Gauntlet in Zishijing's hand are all written by Dwarf Wang Aikui. Odin's Scepter Eternal Gun, Heimdall's Guardian Sword, Avengers Alliance's 3 powerful Storm Battle Axes, and Thor's Meowing Hammer are all from the hands of Dwarf King Aikui. There is no need to question the ability of Dwarf Wang Aikui. It's only 10 days, yeah ye can afford it? Turning his head to look at the dwarfs living on the star ring, yeah ye frowned slightly. This place belongs to Asgard. Strictly speaking, the dwarfs are all subjects of Odin. Although the specific timeline is not clear, but when Purple Sweet Potato Essence came here, it should be the time when Avengers, Age of Ultron ended and Thor, Ragnarok unfolded. At that time, Asgard couldn't protect itself. Maybe it had received a distress signal from Dwarf King Aikui, but there was nothing he could do to come to help, right? It is an indisputable fact that Odin's deadline is approaching. It seems a pity to let this group of dwarfs die. Dwarf Wang Aikui's craftsmanship, yeah he said that he is a little moved. The Mind Stone will no longer fall into the hands of Hydra, and Ultron, should not be created by Tony again, right? TIE particles have been taken out of the Dark Kingdom by Yayi, and the Dark Elves have been directly wiped out by Yayi. Asgard should not be invaded, and Thor's mother should not die either. Although Ragnarok is still inevitable. Borrow your neutron star, can you? Looking at Aikui who was packing up the materials, Yayi said softly. What do you want to do? Aikui frowned, his whole body tensed instantly. It's not a bad thing. Yayi, who understood what Aikui was thinking, said with a light smile, at least it's good for you. This neutron star can be regarded as the lifeblood of the dwarf clan, no wonder Aikui cares so much. How can I trust you? Aikui said in a deep voice. That's easy. Turning his head to look at the neutron star, Yayi gently raised his right hand, the sun's light gene engine was running, and the dazzling light burst out from the neutron star. This is. Aikui raised his hand to block the strong light, his face was full of shock. The neutron star is so active, how did you do it? Do you believe me? Yayi turned to look at Aikui. I believe it. Aikui nodded deeply. If you can keep the active level of the neutron star at this high level, the time may be shortened even more. Yayi raised his brows, he didn't expect such a windfall. Yes, as you wish. Excuse me. Holding the material in his hand, Aikui quickly ran towards the central furnace. This dwarf is kind of cute, if it doesn't grow so big. Watching Aikui start to work, Yayi flew directly above the neutron star, and slowly closed his eyes. The reason for borrowing the neutron star is actually very simple. Yayi doesn't know whether the purple potato will come to Nidavi, let alone whether the future of this universe will develop according to the original script. He has to leave a backup here. It is not so difficult to find purple sweet potato essence in the universe. After all, the other party has never had a fixed base. The base is directly Purple Sweet Potato Jing's Holy Place #1 spaceship, which is a war fortress, and will never stay in a certain galaxy for too long. Rather than looking for the purple sweet potato essence all over the universe, it is better to sit on the sidelines and wait for the purple sweet potato essence to hit the door by itself. Yeah, you really wants to give priority to solving the trouble, but the source of the trouble can't be found. How do you solve it? Even if you have a space gem, you can only worry if you don't have a location and coordinates. Unless a large astrocomputer is available, yeah, you can directly locate the purple sweet potato essence in the universe. But now all the conditions are not met, so I can wait. If purple sweet potato essence wants to fulfill his ambition, an infinity gauntlet that can hold infinite rough stones is essential, and in the universe, the only one who can build an infinity gauntlet is Nidai's dwarf king Aikui. Afraid of the existence of Odin, before Odin died, purple sweet potato Jing would never dare to attack Nidai, but what about after Odin died? Thor was busy dealing with death god Hela, so where would he have time to care about Nidai? This time period is undoubtedly the best opportunity to start with purple sweet potato essence. Yayi is here to stay behind. If the purple sweet potato essence comes, wouldn't it be able to kill two birds with one stone? While solving the purple sweet potato essence, you can also gain the loyalty of Dwarf King Aikui. Why not do it? Definitely, Yayi is not sure about loyalty, but at least it can make the Dwarf King owe him a huge favor. If he wants to build something in the future, can the other party refuse? Like, strengthening his god-killing axe and black armor? Yayi has a specialization in art, and Yayi thinks he is good at combat, but for things like building equipment. Yayi knows all 9 senses and 8 senses, but doesn't know anything. The genetic engine can't solve everything. To drive the engine to achieve its purpose, it requires a certain amount of knowledge. Is Hua-Yes black hole engine powerful enough? But in Hua-Yes hands, apart from creating an artificial black hole, there is nothing special to see. If you replace the holder of the black hole engine with Morgana or Keisha, they can play for you. To put it bluntly, the brain is not enough. If you want to play with the genetically modified engine, that requires the accumulation of knowledge. How long has Yayi lived? Compared to those who can't move for thousands of years, he is just a little brat who can't be smaller. Sometimes growing up too fast is not necessarily a good thing. Putting aside the redundant thoughts in his mind, Yayi's attention was immediately placed on the neutron star below. The time-space gene and the light of the sun are running at the same time, and a subtle light instantly merges into the neutron star below. The light of the sun has established a connection with the neutron star, and the state of the neutron star can be obtained at any time, and that tiny ray of light is a portal that can be opened at any time. Yayi wasn't sure when the purple sweet potato essence would come, so he simply left a program in the neutron star below to monitor the entire Nidai instead of Yayi himself. Once something wrong happens here, Yayi will be able to get the relevant information at the first time, and when the portal opens, Yayi will be able to descend here in an instant. Chapter 47. After leaving behind his dark hand, Yayi quietly suspended above the neutron star, borrowing the power of the sun's light gene engine, slowly drawing the energy of the neutron star to enrich himself. The genetic engine utilization rate of Chaoshen universe is very high, and it continuously strengthens itself in a technological way. To borrow Hexy's words, they have grown from super warriors to gods, relying on the super system behind them, a huge amounts of astronomical computer and even an astronomical computer computing group. Relying on the powerful system behind it as a support, it supports a small operating handle to be arrogant and domineering outside. The super fighters and gods supported by large astrocomputers are far from being able to defeat those super fighters and gods without astrocomputers. Your speed, strength, defense, your actions, your starting point, your foothold, when to punch and kick, when to swing your sword and even defend, all your tactics and all your hostile actions are counted by the opponent. Damn. At this time, you neither have the power to break through 10,000 spells with one force, nor the extreme speed to get out of danger in an instant, so what is waiting for you is to be wiped out and sealed, and there is no third ending. Without the support of the space-based computing group behind Hexy, the battle with Yan can reach a 1-on-2 at most, but once there is the support of the space-based computing group behind him, even a duplication of Hexy can easily defeat 8 Yan. This is the gap between whether there is astrocomputer behind it or not. Although the genetic system is powerful, it does not have enough capacity to support its performance, and I am afraid it will not be so powerful. If there is a large astrocomputer behind it now. In the case of excluding infinite rough stones, with the support of the celestial computer, Yayi feels that he can easily hang dozens of purple sweet potato essences now. Just so confident. However, this is not the best choice in Yayi's eyes. Once the connection with the celestial computer system is cut off, everything will be returned to its original shape. Obviously, the use of dark energy in the Chaoshen universe is carried out in a technological way, but the secret art of the MarvelMCU universe is not in this way. Yayi thinks that these two forms can be combined a little bit. Energy. Yayi is not lacking dark energy. There is no shortage of Yayi. With the light of the sun as the support, Yayi can boldly say that he already has unlimited energy, but fixed star is not enough, so what about hundreds, thousands, millions, tens, and billions? There are about 400 billion fixed stars in the Milky Way alone. The universe is so large, I am afraid that there must be an unknown number of billions behind this value. Tisk, isn't this a theoretical infinite energy source? In this case, even the simplest energy crush is so strong that it explodes. Yayi is now looking for a balance between the two. Temporarily replace the boundless and huge amount of calculations in the form of secret methods, and directly get the final result. But now it's just an idea, it can be called completely clueless. Although the two systems are directly related to each other and both start from the most basic dark energy, their development directions are completely different. It is estimated that it is a big project to make these two different systems work together. But Yayi is not in a hurry, and there is no rush. Yayi Pavilion. No, Your Majesty Yayi, the things you need have been built. The voice of Dwarf King Aikui slowly rang in Yayi's ears. Ready. Hearing the voice of Dwarf King Aikui, Yayi, who had been silent for many days, opened his eyes instantly. The space fluctuated slightly, and Yayi's figure instantly appeared in front of Dwarf Wang Aikui. Where is the thing I want? Please follow me, Your Majesty. Aikui bowed lightly, then turned and walked towards the furnace. On the left front of the furnace, on the casting platform, a bracelet shining with golden light is lying quietly. Dwarf Wang Aikui said proudly, "This is the infinite bracelet I made for Your Majesty. It can perfectly accommodate the power of the infinite rough stone. As long as the power used does not exceed the upper limit of the bracelet, there will be no danger." What's the upper limit? Looking at the golden infinity bracelet in front of him, Yayi frowned. This. Embarrassment flashed across Aikui's face. The use of a single infinite rough stone is no problem, and it can even withstand the frequent use of 5 infinite rough stones countless times. But if the 6 rough stones are used together, This bracelet can theoretically withstand 10 times perfectly, and if it is used again after 10 times, it will cause irreparable damage to the bracelet, and the subsequent use will also damage the crown. You are causing great stress. Enough. The corner of Yeyi's mouth hooked slightly, and he raised his right hand lightly. The bracelet made of dark iron on his wrist suddenly shattered, and the power stone slowly rose into the air. With one move of 5 fingers, the infinity bracelet lying on the casting platform turned into a stream of light and wrapped around Yeyi's right wrist in an instant, and the raw power stone slowly fell, quietly embedded in it. The purple brilliance is fleeting, and the infinite bracelet on the wrist perfectly accommodates the original power stone. With the thought, the original power stone burst into light, and then slowly returned to calm. Seeing this scene, the last trace of doubt in Yeyi's heart was completely dispelled. There is a prerequisite for purple sweet potato essence to use Infinity Gauntlet, that is, you must make a fist, and the tolerance for infinite rough stones is pitifully low. Every time an infinite rough stone is carried, it will cause a certain amount of load on the purple sweet potato essence. At the moment when all the 6 rough stones were inlaid, the original strength of the purple sweet potato essence was suppressed to a great extent, and it was almost split in half by Thor's storm axe. Although the power of the original stone can still be used, it will also have a strong side effect on the original purple sweet potato essence. After snapping your fingers, the Infinity Gauntlet will almost be declared scrapped. And after that, purple sweet potato essence's so-called indestructible titan body became even weaker. Sure enough, there is still a big gap between what you are willing to build for you, and what you are coerced to help you build reluctantly. In order to save the lives of the clansmen, Dwarf Wang Aikui had to create an Infinity Gauntlet for purple sweet potato Jing, but I guess, the quality is definitely not that good, right? It is estimated that it is not even as good as the one from Odin Baokuri. Yeyi is a little thankful that he used a normal way to ask Aikui to help him create an infinite bracelet. Although deterrence by force is essential, it is obvious that pure force cannot solve everything. If Yeyi used the lives of the dwarfs to coerce Aikui to help him create an infinite bracelet like purple sweet potato Jing before, it is estimated that the fate of purple sweet potato Jing will not be that different. Chapter 48. Well, the infinity bracelet of local tyrant gold, what a rustic aesthetic. Looking at the infinite ring on his wrist, Yeyi frowned slightly. This color scheme is simply too old-fashioned, I really prefer black. As soon as the words fell, the dark iron scattered in the hollow slowly gathered under the action of the void engine, and then covered the infinity bracelet, as if dyeing the infinity bracelet with a layer of color. Well, the golden infinity bracelet has turned into black, which is much more pleasing to the eye now. Is your majesty Yeyi still satisfied? Aikui rubbed his hands together with a slightly hesitation expression, as if he wanted to say something. I'm very satisfied. Yeyi nodded slightly. Tell me, what do you want? As long as it's not too much trouble, I can get it for you. It is still necessary to have a good relationship with Aikui. A dwarf king who can help you build magical weapons is the most normal operation, right? A look of joy flashed across Aikui's face. If possible, I would like to ask for a little bit of dark iron from your majesty. This is the first time I have seen this dark matter purification process. If His Majesty Yeyi can provide me with some dark iron for my research, maybe I can reversely deduce the purification process of dark matter. Yeyi's heart skipped a beat, and he said thoughtfully, how sure are you? 80%. Aikui said confidently. 80%. Listening to Aikui's words, Yeyi fell into deep thought. The purification process of dark iron is not something ordinary people can do. This world doesn't know whether there are dark silver mines. Yin Yeyi doesn't want to. But if you can get a lot of dark iron, it seems to be a good harvest. You must know that the amount of dark iron in a pair of black armor is only a very small amount, and a pair of armor made of pure dark iron may not be able to bear it. But these are not within the scope of Yeyi's consideration for the time being, who would despise dark Taishao? The effect of this thing on any civilization in the super god universe is like the effect of vibranium on Wakanda, and it has epoch-making significance. However, Yeyi doesn't have any dark iron in stock. Apart from his god-killing axe, there is only this pair of black armor on his body. Where is he going to get dark iron for Dwarf King Aikui? Knocking on his forehead, Yeyi said to the system silently in his heart, hey, I have a question, can you help me get some dark iron? Can you? Yes, to abide by the principle of equivalent exchange, the host needs to deliver 3,000 times the amount of ulu kobolko in exchange. 3,000 times. The corner of Yeyi's mouth twitched. How dare you sit on the ground and raise the price? The rule is so. Okay, I'll change. Isn't it just 3,000 times, a lot? Not much at all. The Marvel Universe does not know if there is dark iron, is it possible that Ulu Kobolko is worse? Aikui, how much dark iron do you need? Yeyi turned to look at Dwarf King Aikui. Really? Aikui rubbed his hands, if possible, I need a kilogram of dark iron. 1 kilogram. The corner of Yayi's mouth twitched. I can get dark iron for you, but the process is very complicated. You need to pay 3,000 kilograms of ulu kobolko in exchange. Do you have it? The corners of Aikui's eyes twitched violently. 3,000 kilograms of ulu kobolko. It's probably not worth so much after selling him, right? With 3,000 kilograms of ulu kobolko, how many magical weapons can he forge? This percentage is simply cheating. Don't panic. Yayi shrugged. According to the rule of equivalent exchange, I can exchange for you 1,000th of the dark iron for as many URU as you can produce. That's okay, although it's a bit troublesome. Aiquimen gritted his teeth. I want 10 grams of dark iron. Okay, bring ulu kobolko. Yayi nodded. Aikui waved his hand towards the back, and a pile of ulu kobolko was placed in front of Yayi. Yayi raised his hand and tapped the void. Naturally, he was pretending. System, come out to work. Equivalent exchange is on. After the system's voice fell, a tiny spot of light suddenly lit up, and a small black hole bloomed instantly. Black hole. Seeing this scene, Aikui let out a scream, and led a group of dwarfs to retreat to the edge of the star ring in an instant. Yayi is not panicking at all. It's just a black hole. What are you afraid of? The system can handle it. If he can't figure it out, it's not too late to withdraw at that time. Can a black hole with a diameter of less than 30 centimeters threaten him? Under the watchful eyes of Yayi and dwarfs, a pile of URU kobolko was drawn into the black hole, and after a while, a small lump of dark iron was spat out by the black hole. After all this is done, the black hole dissipates in invisible instantly. The transaction has been concluded, and the exchange is equivalent. Seeing this scene, Aikui swallowed his saliva, and approached Yayi cautiously. That look, a bit spicy eyes. Okay, it's safe. Yayi rolled his eyes. The dark iron you want, take it yourself. With Yayi's guarantee, Aikui let go of the worries in his heart, and strode forward directly. The whole star ring trembled slightly. A small mold was storing the dark iron that fell on the star ring, and Aikui had a relieved look on his face. For the dwarfs who are obsessed with forging magical weapons, getting any novel substance can make them happy for a long time. The efficacy of dark iron is by no means inferior to that of ulu kobolko, and may even be even greater. After all, when the infinity bracelet was made, it was just the two shoulder armors of Yayi's black armor, and the dark iron extracted from it can only be calculated according to a very small amount. For this special substance, Aikui said that he is very tempted. Now that my wish has come true, I am naturally happy. Although a large part of ulu kobolko was paid for this, Aikui felt that it was worth it. After all, ulu's characteristics have already been developed by Aikui, and there are no novelties and secrets at all. Thank you, Yayi. Holding the mold in both hands, Aikui bowed deeply to Yayi. Once the research has results, I will inform Yayi as soon as possible. Let's talk about when you finish the product. Yayi gently waved his hand. Okay. Aikui nodded quickly. Dark iron, like dark silver, is a strategic material. No matter it is used to build celestial computer, armor, or god-killing weapon, dark iron is a must-have thing. If Aikui can make it, then naturally the more the better. Maybe you can find out if there is a dark silver in this universe. After all, the deterrent power of the Holy Kesha arsenal is appropriate. Yayi also wants to build an arsenal for himself. The best material is also dark silver. Even the upgrade version. Chapter 49. I have an idea for a weapon. I wonder if Aikui can build it. I have confidence in this. Aikui nodded confidently. Your Majesty, please tell me. Yayi raised his hand to emptiness, and a projection plus a lot of information appeared in front of Aikui instantly. This weapon is called Star Life. See if it works. Star Fate. Aikui's eyes were fixed, and he studied the information given by Yayi very seriously, and seemed to be gradually addicted to it. I don't know if it's Yayi's illusion. Aikui's body in front of him is getting stiffer and stiffer, even a little sweat left on his face. Not sure. This. Aikui laughed dryly. The idea of this weapon is outstanding, but the technology content is too high. I can only barely understand part of it. As for making it, I can't do it. According to your concept, I can build a similar weapon, but the functionality is probably far inferior to the Star Life you envisioned. That's it? Yayi wasn't disappointed either. After all, they were two different concepts, and he was just asking. Yayi doesn't have to, but he thinks it should be very handsome and easy to use, and it is highly compatible with his time and space genes, so he came up with this idea. He hasn't found Insuyin yet, so it's probably unlikely that he wants a Star Life now. Maybe after he finds Insuyin, and then gets the large astronomical computer as a reward for the original time stone, it will be possible to create one? You must know that the strike range of this thing is a radius of 50 light-years from the operator as the center point. What kind of concept is it to wantonly attack any target within a radius of 50 light years? It's horrible. The sharpness of Seeing Ming is enough to easily cut through any third-generation god body, and the threat to the fourth-generation god body is also not inferior to any Shenshin Wu. Even now Yayi's peak third-generation god body, aside from the infinite rough stone, would never dare to use his god body to forcibly regret his star life, it would be dead man. After all, Ensuyan is really unreasonable. The body of the third generation of gods can be cut casually, and the body of the fourth generation of gods is just a hole. In terms of sharpness alone, compared with other god-killing weapons, it can be called the first. Your Majesty, do you have any other orders? It's gone. Yayi shook his head lightly, and waved away the sky projection. I have achieved the purpose of coming here, and it's time to leave. Work hard, Ai Kui, I hope our next meeting won't be too long. I will try my best. Ai Kui nodded heavily. That's good. Nodding towards Ai Kui, Yayi raised his hand and swiped in the air. A space crack suddenly opened and swallowed Yayi, and then healed again. The purpose of coming to Nidai has been achieved, and it seems that there is no other meaning in staying here. The star fate, Ai Kui can't create it, and it is estimated that the opponent who kills Shinwu has nothing to do. After all, one is the technology side and the other is the mysterious side. Regarding the matter of upgrading Shi Shinwu and Hachia, Yayi still plans to come by himself. But at the moment, I still have to wait, and it's not right to say wait. Yayi still has too many things to do, so it's not too much to wait. The light of the sun still needs Yayi to develop it in depth, and the space-time gene is also waiting for Yayi to develop it in depth. Of the 4 infinity rough stones he got, he has only completely tamed one of them, and there are 3 left waiting for him. The next one, space and reality, choose one. Which one to choose? Still space. After all, it is necessary to study the application of time and space genes. Isn't he good with space gem? The level of the void engine is too low, maybe it would be better to finish it with the reality stone after the void engine is upgraded. As for the remaining soul stone, Yayi can't think of a better way for the time being, he can only domesticate it slowly through hard work. However, Yayi's mental strength has always been a shortcoming. Compared with the ever-increasing strength, the spiritual strength does not seem to have been improved much, and it is not realistic to expect a great improvement in a short period of time. The original soul stone has been kept in the active state. On the one hand, it is to deepen the understanding of the power of the original soul stone, and on the other hand, it can be regarded as sharpening one's spirit and enhancing one's spiritual power. Seeing the direction where Yayi disappeared, Ai Kui shook the mold in his hand, turned his head and walked towards the direction of the furnace. Even if Yayi doesn't say it, Ai Kui will work hard to study it. After all, for dwarfs, nothing makes them feel more honored than forging a world-famous magic weapon. From this moment on, Nidai seems to have returned to its usual peaceful life. On the other side, Yayi has passed through the space rift, and the scenery of Asgard gradually comes into view. He's here to get back the Tesseract this time. Ignoring the restrictions set by Odin, Yayi descended directly from the space rift to the gate of Asgard. Looking at the 2 spears lying in front of him, Yayi frowned. I'm here to find Odin, do you want to stop me? Put down your weapons. Heimdall's voice sounded suddenly, and a figure galloped over the Bifrost. Your Excellency, Yayi, forgive me, these 2 recruits have never met you before, if there is any offense, please forgive me. These 2 are recruits? Forget it. Yayi directly raised his hand and placed it in front of Heimdall. You should know the purpose of my visit this time. 3 days have already passed, and your Bifrost has been repaired. Bring the Tesseract. Please wait a moment, Your Excellency, I will report to His Majesty Odin right now. After the words fell, Heimdall hurried into the gate of Asgard. Seeing this scene, the corners of Yayi's mouth curled up slightly. Tesseract he gave to Thor, Thor to Heimdall, and Heimdall to Odin? Now that he came to get back his own things, he still needs Odin's consent? Haha. Hope there is no wrong choice. Otherwise, this resplendent world will immediately become dust in the universe. His original stone of strength won't reason with you. If you don't give it, just say a word, just do it. Yayi who got the new power has not yet verified how strong he is. Maybe Odin will be a very good whetstone. Definitely, this is based on the premise that the other party does not give Tesseract, otherwise for Thor's sake, this matter will come to an end. Yayi doesn't want to fuss too much with a dying person. Chapter 50. Looking at the closed gate of Asgard in front of him, Yayi has already started counting down silently in his heart. To give or not to give, a word matter. To fight or not to fight is completely a development caused by one thought. Whether the ending is good or bad, it is completely the fixed result that I chose from the beginning. If Odin dares to play drag words with him, Yayi doesn't mind letting him know what an instant explosion is. However, it seems Yayi is overthinking it. After dawdling for a long time, Heimdall finally came to Yayi holding a piece of blue crystal in both hands. Your Excellency Yayi, this is the Tesseract. Your Majesty Odin still has something to deal with. Let me thank you. Heimdall gently raised his hand and sent the Tesseract to Yayi. Well, it turns out that he really thought too much. Odin has so many things going on in his own family, so is there still time to provoke the existence of a level godfather to make things difficult for him? The first impression Odin gave him was really bad, and there was nothing he could do if he thought too much about it. Maybe it's because Yayi has made up too much of his own imagination. However, Tesseract is back on the line. The probability of fake products is 0, Yayi can still tell whether it is real or not. After taking the Tesseract from Heimdall, Yayi turned and left. He and Odin have no common language, and Thor is not in Asgard, so it doesn't make any sense to stay. Tesseract flashed a faint blue light, and a space wormhole instantly engulfed Yayi, and when the eyes widened, it was already above the Earth. It's still Earth, New York, Malibu Street, Bay House? But, are you sure you're in the right place? Why did Tony's house on the bay turn into ruins? Is there something that I don't know about? Looking at the people who were working above the ruins of the villa, Yayi's eyes sank slightly. If I remember correctly, it should be more than half a year before the plot of Steel 3 begins, right? Start the Void Engine, Communication Object, J.A.R.V.I.S. The Void Engine starts, the communication is established. J.A.R.V.I.S, can you tell me what happened? Mr. Yayi. J.A.R.V.I.S slightly surprised voice came slowly, have you returned to Earth? I'm back. Yayi said in a deep voice, what happened to the Earth during the few days I left? What happened to Tony's villa? Mr. Yayi. Mr. Tony doesn't want me to tell you. J.A.R.V.I.S hesitated to speak. Do you want me to check it myself? Yayi said in a deep voice, don't be shy, tell me. Okay, sir, let me say. J.A.R.V.I.S's voice became cheerful in an instant, Mr. Tony just threatened a terrorist 2 days ago, and then the villa was bombed. It happened so suddenly that I didn't even think about it. It's too late to activate the defensive measures of the villa. What's the situation with Tony? Yayi frowned, isn't his nano armor almost finished? How many missiles can it still be threatened to this point? Don't you tell me Tony has post-war trauma and anxiety. Mr. Yayi, how did you know? J.A.R.V.I.S voice seemed a little surprised. What a mess, really. Hearing what J.A.R.V.I.S said, Yayi rubbed his forehead helplessly. Anyone who has seen this matter knows it, but with him messing in, the Battle of New York was not easy, the nuclear bomb was going to be easily handled by him, why did Tony still do this trick? Could it be that the imaginations and speculations of netizens before time travel were not correct? Tony didn't suffer from anxiety because he was holding a wormhole through a wormhole, but because of something else? Is it true that under the influence of Tesseract energy, Tony saw the existence of purple sweet potato essence? Or did Tony see a corner of the future? It's a bit ridiculous, but it's not entirely impossible. Carol was only infused with a little energy extracted from the Tesseract, and he directly possessed the terrifying combat power of the level Godfather. Deadpool can slaughter an entire universe. Tony could also be a sorcerer supreme. More likely a girl. How can you make sense of that? Break the fourth wall and go to the editorial department to reason? And, the Marvel Universe, is there anything impossible? The progress bar of the plot is a bit fast, which makes Yayi, who is familiar with the plot, a little uncomfortable. He only walked out for less than half a month, and it seems like he has been away for more than half a year. If this is a little longer, God knows whether the plot of Avengers, Age of Ultron or even Avengers Alliance 3 will start when he leaves the Earth. At that time, it will be like Carol, who was deliberately assigned for the development of the plot, always absent for various reasons. If Carol was here when purple sweet potato essence came to Earth, would there be anything wrong with him? First, Carol broke apart the infinity gauntlet of purple sweet potato, and then Thor directly chopped off his head with an axe. Isn't purple sweet potato cool? In the original book, as long as Carol is around, Yayi can even think of 100 ways of death of purple sweet potato. Well, Yayi admitted that he was overthinking again. Now that the 4 gems are in his hands, can the purple sweet potato essence be taken away? Zishu can't get 6 rough stones, how can he realize his plan? Without a strong force as a support, even if Odin died and Ancient One left, would he dare to come to Earth? But it's not impossible, what if other plots mess up? Although I can't completely rely on the original memory, this unexpected event is still a little bit beyond Yayi's budget. According to the theory of Avengers Alliance 4, changing the past cannot change the future. When Yayi came to this world, he created a parallel universe with a completely different trajectory from the original MCU. The future of this world has probably changed drastically, and it's time to get used to the so-called butterfly effect. Temporarily putting aside redundant thoughts, Ye said softly, J.A.R.V.I.S, how is Tony's situation? Should be alright. Okay. J.A.R.V.I.S replied softly. Where's Pepper? I can't reach Miss Pepper. Okay, I understand. Ye frowned, and ordered to the void engine, create a communication channel, communication object, Pepper, Tony. Communication channel established successfully, video transmission successful. Tony? Pepper? How are you two doing? Ye. Asterisk 2. Pepper. Tony. What's going on here? Asterisk 2. You all shut up first. Ye said helplessly, should we say that we are a couple? Even the frequency of speaking is exactly the same. Chapter 51. You two look very embarrassed now, I only have one question, do you need help? On the screen, Tony is in tatters, and there are even some small wounds and bloodstains on his face. He really looks very embarrassed. On the other side, although Pepper didn't seem to be injured for the time being, it was obvious that she should be imprisoned now. What is the situation now? Just a little bit of thinking will be clear. I think I can handle it. Tony rubbed his brows helplessly, really? Tony, how many things are you hiding from me? Pepper said helplessly. I didn't. Tony opened his mouth, then sighed, I wanted to tell you, but you didn't give me a chance. You ran downstairs in the middle of your sleep, I want to say that there is no chance. Oh shit, is it my fault? Pepper growled softly, I just wanted to comfort you when you had a nightmare at night, and suddenly the cold iron hand pressed me on the bed, and my heart almost jumped with fright. Come out, I'm almost mentally weak, okay. Yes, my fault. Tony had a wry smile on his face, I shouldn't have let it start running before the debugging is completed. But at that time, my lack of security was an order from my subconscious mind when I was dreaming. I can swear that I definitely didn't do it on purpose. Tony insisted. Wait, seemingly remembering something, Tony's face changed slightly, Pepper, where are you now? That BCH didn't do anything to you, did it? Oh, I'm fine now, very fine, I can't be better. Pepper said softly, I'm just tied to an experimental chair. Shit. Stepping on the brakes, Tony slammed his fist on the steering wheel, this is the consequence of you being with my ex. You have so many exes, how do I know which one is good or bad? Do I need to investigate one by one? Pepper said angrily. Do you want me to count your romantic debts for you? Can you forget about it, I've already stopped doing such absurd things, okay? Tony covered his head helplessly. How about his romantic debt? One per day? Shit. Tony, watch out for Killian. What? Tony was stunned, so it was Killian who arrested you? Shit. There is absolutely an inseparable relationship between him and Mandarin, and I know all of this. Tony chuckled, otherwise, what do you think I've been doing these days? I've already found Mandarin's lair, and I'm planning to rush there. That's good, be careful all the way, Tony. I will. Seeing the couple chatting happily, Ye's face was covered with black lines, even if separated by thousands of miles, Ye felt that he could be buried by these two cold dog food. Do you think I don't exist? Ye said with a dark face, since I'm superfluous, then I'll hang up, and you can just talk slowly. Wait. You can't go. Please, help Tony. Please, help me save Pepper. Ye clasped his hands together, I thought you could solve it, isn't it fun to chat? Only this. Tony said sincerely, really, Ye, please, I only have Pepper left, I can't lose her no matter what. Tisk looking at the pair in front of him, Ye sighed softly, okay, I will eat your dog food, and Pepper will give it to me. Can you handle it? Definitely. Tony took a deep breath, I am Iron Man. When you come back, you must treat me to a good meal. It is good. Waving away the projection in front of him, Ye snapped his fingers lightly, find me Pepper's location. Positioning completed, the coordinates are as follows asterisk. After receiving the coordinates, the portal suddenly opened, and on the opposite side was Pepper who was tied to the test chair. How does it feel to be tied up? Looking at Pepper in front of him, Ye chuckled and said, you and Tony haven't played such an exciting game, have you? Probably not, if possible, can you let me down first? Pepper turned her head slightly, her ears seemed to be a little red. Definitely yes. Raising his hand lightly, the bondage on Pepper's body instantly turned into dust and dissipated. Oh. The sudden sense of weightlessness caused Pepper to stagger for a while, and then he slowly stood firm, how do we leave now? This is Killian's lair. Pepper's expression was slightly worried. Don't worry about this. Tony is probably holding back his anger and has nowhere to vent it. Let Killian and the so-called Mandarin be handed over to him. It's better for him to vent his emotions properly. This is things between men. Looking at the narrow passage, Yayi asks softly. Is there anywhere you want to go now? After thinking about it, Pepper said, let's go to the Avengers building. Looking at Yayi, Pepper temporarily suppressed the worries in his heart. She doesn't understand much about the world of superpowers, but since Yayi is so confident, it shouldn't be a big problem. Avengers building, that's fine too. Yayi nodded slightly, raised his hand and swiped. The scene behind the arcane gate suddenly changed. Seeing this fairly familiar scenery, Pepper directly stepped into the secret door, followed by Yayi. J.A.R.V.I.S. There are guests at home, turn on the lights first. Yes, Miss Pepper. After J.A.R.V.I.S.'s voice fell, the originally dark hall suddenly became bright. J.A.R.V.I.S. Have Tony's nano armor been produced yet? Looking at the laboratory below the 90th floor, Yayi asked directly. The final test has not been completed yet, but it can be used normally. Have you sent it to him? Already on the way, sir. That's good. Yayi nodded, and the last trace of doubt was completely let go. Although Extremis can't be on the stage, it's not bad, at least it's tied with the super soldier serum and even surpassed in some functions. If it's just a group of ordinary armors, it's probably not enough for Kirian to dismantle it. It will be different if the nano armor loaded with a lot of black technology. No wonder Tony is so confident that he can handle it. If Steel 1 allowed Tony to get rid of the prodigal son in his past life, then Steel 2 to Avengers Alliance 1 was the prelude to make Tony change from a playboy to a hero, and Iron 3 allowed Tony to thoroughly recognize himself and complete the final metamorphosis. Iron Man. Tony Stark is Iron Man. Yayi didn't want to interfere too much in the matter of Killian, just saving Pepper and letting Tony have no worries is enough. Chapter 52. Anyway, you are also S.H.I.E.L.D's consultant, why don't you let the black stewed egg do it? Looking at Tony with a slightly tired expression, Yayi asked a small question. After all, even the tallest one has been hijacked, I think Steve and the like should be willing to help. Anyway, you are also an indispensable member of the Avengers. This matter is such a big mess. If you are in trouble, they don't know to come to support you. The black marinated egg is really indifferent. S.H.I.E.L.D. The Avengers. No, I won't contact him, really, my relationship with black braised eggs is pretty stiff during this time. Tony shook his head without thinking. As for Steve, if I remember correctly, he should still be chasing Hydra. Natasha Romanoff and Kaylin Te are also following him. As for Banner, are you sure things won't get any worse with him here? Yayi frowned, then shook his head helplessly. Okay, then pretend I didn't say anything. When returning to the Earth, Yayi already felt it. The Kree Empire cruiser in the geosynchronous orbit has activated the stealth mode. Well, it's the one that Marvel brought. Come to think of it, the Heavenly Sword Bureau of the Black Marinated Egg is already being formed, right? The structure of this guy has been upgraded to the universe on the planet. The concept of the country should not be so important in his mind. The United States has a different president or something, none of his business. If there is any trouble, just solve it. How long do you plan to stay on Earth next? Me. Yayi was slightly taken aback. I don't know, there are still many things in theory, but it seems that there is nothing. My purpose seems to be gradually weakening. To be honest, I'm a little bit confused. Why? Tony chuckled, although we haven't spent much time together, you seem to know a lot, as if you can predict the future. This way you will lose your goal. Is there nothing you want to do? I don't know, Yayi shrugged, what I'm about to do may be a little dangerous. How dangerous can it be? Tony was full of curiosity. Yayi spread his hands. It is possible to create a lot of multiple realities, the kind that is so troublesome that it will explode, so I don't know if I should do it. You're not kidding me, are you? Tony said he didn't believe it. It's just possible. I knew you were scaring me. Tony was visibly relieved. Yayi turned his head and glanced at Tony. It's just that it is possible to create a bunch of multiple realities, and it is even more likely to directly destroy this universe. I can't find a more esoteric vocabulary. Simply put, it is paradox, all kinds of such a causal paradox. So I don't know whether some things should be done or not. Listening to Yayi's words, Tony turned his head with a stiff face. Don't tell me that you want to play time travel. It's fake, deceitful, and impossible. You're so smart. Yayi nodded slightly. What? Seeing Yayi's expression, Tony was startled. Are you really planning to do this? You want to go back to the past? Why? Yayi shook his head and said in a deep voice, I don't want to go back in time, but I want to go to a parallel universe. I don't want to mess up this universe, so I can only go to a new universe, a universe that I don't really care about. Is it difficult to understand? Well, it is indeed difficult to understand. Seeing Tony's surprised face, Yayi said that this is indeed a bit exaggerated. Tony said with a complex expression, if someone else told me these words, I would treat him as a lunatic and let J.A.R.V.I.S throw him directly from here. But I don't think you have any reason to lie to me, so even though these words sound unbelievable, but I still choose to believe it. Are you planning to go to another parallel universe to meet another self? No, Yayi chuckled and shook his head. I am very special, there is only one, and that is the present, only in the present, past, and future of this universe. Other parallel universes do not exist without me. What? Tony was startled. It's impossible. Yayi said indifferently, actually, nothing is impossible. What if I am not the person that this universe should have from the beginning? No. It should be said, I am not the person that this multi-universe should exist at all. Wait Yayi, you have to let me take it easy. Tony held his forehead with a bit of a headache. Yayi, are you trying to say that you shouldn't exist? Then where are you from? Other worlds. Yayi frowned. I don't know where I came from, I only know that I was in Morag as soon as awakening came, and then I met Carol, and later you already know about everything. No. What do I know? Tony had a black question mark on his face. I only know that you showed your power during the battle in New York, what else do I know? That's right. Tony doesn't seem to know much. He has been in this world for almost 2 years, and the number of times he has met Tony can be counted on the fingers, most of the time at Kamartaj's side. Tony looked at Yayi curiously. I just want to ask, by the way, Yayi, you plan to pass through the quantum realm, to complete the shuttle of parallel universes. It's possible in theory. Yayi nodded. Quantum mechanics is indecisive, this is the truth. Although Yayi himself doesn't understand quantum mechanics, why should he let himself do it? Void engine, dark matter computer. Is this effing decoration? And isn't Tony next to him a PhD in physics? No, look for Hank Pym again, his research results in the quantum field are still very interesting. Using the research results of the two of them, let the void engine synthesize a simple operating program. After careful and huge calculations, Yayi couldn't believe that he couldn't get the result he wanted. It doesn't matter if Yayi doesn't understand, as long as someone understands it. He just needs the result and it's okay. As for letting him learn slowly, let's talk about it later. Yayi is not as carefree now, definitely, if there is an angel to teach him, it is not impossible to work hard. Here. I can only say that the aesthetics are not suitable. Can the two of you go together? Huh. Looking at the excited Tony, Yayi was a little dazed. You want to go too? Nonsense, how can such a good opportunity be without me? Chapter 53. The previous parallel universe, multi-universe, has always been just a theory. Slowly filling up the empty wine glass, Tony said enthusiastically, but since Yayi is so sure, you must be right. This kind of wonderful demeanor, I have to go and see it. I also want to know if the other me in the parallel universe is also a veritable genius. Looking at Tony in front of him, Yayi had a weird expression on his face. Well, it's a change, but it's not stable enough, it's still full of vigor, and it's still a little bit out of the way. Tony, who has never experienced the Civil War, and Tony who does not know the truth about his father's death, is not as stable as before, but, such a Tony does not make people feel distressed. After all, the product in the original book paid too much. Remember Captain America said that Tony would never give his life for others, this sentence is one of the biggest black points of Captain America. In the original book, when Tony passed through the wormhole carrying the nuclear bomb, he was already prepared to die. As for Avengers Alliance 3, in order to stop purple sweet potato essence, Tony risked his life and fought desperately. Avengers Alliance 4, not to mention. Definitely, it can also be said that it is necessary for the plot, but because of this, Tony's personality charm is even more highlighted. When it comes to right and wrong, Tony never misses it. Even if certain choices lead to bad results, Tony's starting point is always good. Who hasn't experienced doing bad things with good intentions? Looking at Tony in front of him, Yayi said softly, I think you can think about it a little bit, this matter is dangerous, are you not afraid that you will never come back? What is there to do that will not be dangerous? Tony asked back, as long as you are fully prepared, even if there is danger, you can deal with it properly, right? Okay, with you as an expert, I think it should be done soon. Tony thought about it, but Yayi actually didn't intend to refuse, after all Tony is really a top expert. Comparing what's in Yayi's mind with what's in Tony's mind, I guess it's the difference between an ant and a giant. He doesn't understand quantum mechanics, let alone the shape of quantum space. All he knows is that the mechanism in the quantum realm is completely different from the real world, which is very dangerous. Through the quantum realm, you can travel through almost any time and space, even through parallel universes. He only knows the result, as for the starting point and process. Sorry, I don't know anything about it. Just like Yayi can use the Power Stone, but why the Power Stone has this ability, who knows? Who knows to stand up and say something that opened Yayi's eyes? To put it simply, you know what you don't know why. Where should we start now? Seeing Yayi's promise, Tony became interested in an instant, and even couldn't wait. Yayi actually proposed this concept, so obviously he knows the starting point and the result. As for what will happen in the middle, that is what Tony should explore. I have to find one person first. No, I have to find two people first. Yayi raised his hand and nodded his head. Hank Pym counts as one. Do you want Bullet and Banner to come too? Hank Pym. Tony's face froze slightly. Don't think about that guy. He never gets in touch with my father. He's very stingy. He definitely won't want to see me. I have a solution for him. You just need to get rid of Banner. Are you two still in touch? As for Hank Pym, Yayi is very confident that he can get rid of him. This guy has a dead end. His wife is still in the quantum realm. Use this understanding to reason with emotion, plus a small guarantee. Yayi is not afraid that the other party will not agree or work hard. Although Banner's specialty is not in the quantum field, he is also a physicist anyway, and he can definitely help, at least much better than himself. Tony nodded slightly, and said without any pressure, there must be contact information. He originally wanted to ask me for help, but I didn't have time before, and now I have it. I can call him over in a while. That's good. Let's work together. You go to Banner, I'll go to Hank Pym, and I'll go to Black Potato to ask someone to come over. Yayi nodded slightly. Is there someone you want in the black marinated egg? Tony was slightly taken aback. Why didn't I know that this guy also has a person who is proficient in quantum mechanics? You'll know when she comes. Yayi said with a light smile. Her. The corner of Tony's mouth curled up slightly. You fell in love. Stop talking nonsense. Yayi rolled Tony's eyes and said, I don't have any romantic debts. Okay, let's divide the work and cooperate. You go to Banner first, and the laboratory will be settled together later. I can give you whatever you want, you do it. Tony said confidently, you don't have to worry about this, just leave the laboratory to me. There is nothing money can't handle. As long as there is something on the earth, I can buy you some vibranium. Okay, then you are busy first. I will find someone. Anything that can be sold on earth is really not a problem for Tony. As long as it can be bought with money, he can get you some. Definitely, vibranium is definitely not too much. Tony's net worth is not enough for him to buy too much, and Pepper may not agree. After all, the head of the Stark Corporation is now Pepper. If the money can be dealt with, hand it over to Tony. If the money can't be dealt with, then he will do it himself. Position, Hank Pym. Target retrieval, completed. The coordinates are as follows **. Sure enough, it's in San Francisco. Looking at the coordinates retrieved by the Void Engine, Yayi had such an expression on his face. Scott Lang was released from San Quentin Prison, and San Quentin Prison is in San Francisco, and the Ant-Man story happened roughly in San Francisco. The space worm door opened, Yayi went straight through it, and came to Hank Pym's mansion. Beep. Half a minute after the doorbell rang, there was a slight sound of footsteps, and the perplexed Hank Pym gently opened the door a small gap. Who are you? Who are you looking for? Looking at the stranger in front of him, Hank Pym kept full vigilance. Yayi said softly, I'm here to find you, Dr. Pym. What's the matter? Hank Pym's face darkened slightly. Would you like me to come in and sit down? I don't think that's necessary. Hank Pym directly shook his head and refused. If you have anything to say, just say it here. If it's not very important, then don't say it. Chapter 54. It seems that Dr. Pym doesn't want to talk nonsense. That's just right. I'm not a person who likes too much nonsense. There is only one purpose for coming to you today. I want to borrow the knowledge in your mind. Pym particles. Hank Pym's face turned ugly instantly. Don't think about it. No one can get the formula of Pym particles from me. I advise you to listen to me better. Your temper is very irritable, and I am even more irritable. I don't want you to be paralyzed when I talk to you later. As he said that, Yayi paused slightly with his right foot, and the ground under his feet cracked instantly, and the dense cracks spread directly to more than 10 meters away. Hank Pym's pupils shrank, and he said coldly, I have experienced a lot of coercion and temptation. Do you think this backward method can make me succumb? It is indeed coercion, and it is the most basic coercion, the kind that is not technical at all. Yayi nodded lightly, without any intention of denying it. Now I am a threat, and the next step is temptation. I think you will never refuse. Naive. Hank Pym snorted coldly, raised his hand and was about to close the door directly. Yi said unhurriedly, I want to go to a place called Quantum Realm, and your wife is also there. If you are willing to help, I can help you bring her back. This is a lure. Do you still want to refuse? Hank Pym's body stiffened instantly, and the movement of closing the door stopped immediately. What did you say? Hank Pym raised his head suddenly, his eyes fixed on Yi. Yi shrugged, I've finished my terms, just say a word if I can help you. Definitely, you can also choose not to believe it. Without your help, the most I can do is to go in later, when the time comes. The life and death of your wife is none of my business. Also. The corner of Yi's mouth twitched, all your research is transparent in my eyes, as long as I think, you can appear in front of me without reservation. I am here to invite you this time. Next time it's just brainwashing. Strictly speaking, you have no choice. The soul stone is still in Yi's hands. If Hank Pym doesn't know what to do, it's just a matter of mobilizing dark energy, and it doesn't take much trouble. Moreover, the void engine can directly enter Hank Pym's brain, and can copy everything he has learned in his life without any effort, but this approach is a little inhumane. By doing so, Hank Pym will only be a walking dead who has lost his sense of self in the future. It's not that there is no choice, Yi doesn't want to do such an extreme job. After all, this old man is not bad. Hydra, Chitauri, and the like, Yi is merciless in killing, without any sense of guilt at all, but he kills an unarmed and lonely old man who is not an enemy of himself. Yi said he couldn't do it. This has nothing to do with beliefs like justice, it's just the most basic human nature. Yi is not a murderous maniac, let alone a big devil. Well, this is probably the so-called Tory arch even if you are a BCH, right? Does it count? Never mind. There is only one chance, what's your answer? Hank Pym. How can you guarantee? Hank Pym trembled. Tisk, trouble. Yi raised his right hand and pressed it down suddenly. Boom. There was a roar, and an underground laboratory directly shattered Hank Pym's house and sprang up from the ground. Yi raised his hand and waved lightly, and the Ant-Man battlesuit and Pym particles landed firmly in Yi's hand inside. Then, a small projection appeared before Hank Pym's eyes. That is the synthesis formula of Pym particles. Throwing the Ant-Man battlesuit and Pym particles aside, Yi said softly, you should be familiar with this thing. If I just want Pym particles, I'll get it now, right? How did you do it? Hank Pym took a deep breath. Yi waved his hand, you don't have to worry about this, whether you can help me with a word or not. I'll help. Hank Pym nodded without hesitation, I hope you can keep your promise. This is natural. Yi raised his right hand towards Hank Pym, then Dr. Pym, I will trouble you more next time, happy cooperation. Taking off his glasses tremblingly, Hank Pym also reached out his hand, happy cooperation. The secret of the Pym particle appeared in front of Hank Pym's eyes. He didn't doubt that it was fake. No one knew this formula except him. The fact that the other party can easily take away the things he treasured for half his life, and easily obtain the formula of Pym particles, this already explains everything. Not to cooperate, not to agree, that is the fool's choice. Hank Pym knew he had no choice. I can go with you. Hank Pym begged, so, if possible, at least let me say goodbye to her. My daughter, Hope, can't implicate her. This is my only request. Yi shook his head slightly, I don't restrict your personal freedom. As long as you can keep the secret and do your best to study the quantum field, that's fine. What you want to do is your freedom, and I won't interfere too much. Do you think I will lock you up? Or do you think I will use your daughter to threaten you? Hank Pym really wanted to say, isn't it? But if you really say this now, your emotional intelligence is really hopeless. In order to save his wife, even if this is the case, he will admit it. The only problem is that he can't involve her daughter. He has studied the quantum field for so many years, isn't the purpose of saving his wife one day? In the past, I just had a little fantasy that Janet was still alive. Now that I have got the answer, why not work hard? Thanks. You don't have to thank me, everyone gets what they need, it's that simple. Looking at the dilapidated mansion in front of him, Yi gently raised his hand, I'm sorry for breaking your home, do you need me to fix it? Hank Pym took a deep breath, if it can be done, definitely. The original stone of reality on the bracelet shone slightly, and a ray of scarlet light appeared on Yi's hands in an instant. The dilapidated mansion returned to its original appearance like going back in time. Am I dreaming? Seeing this scene, Hank Pym rubbed his eyes. There is something in this talk. Yi glanced at Hank Pym, then directly raised his hand and gently pulled on the top of Hank's head. Oh damn it! Hank Pym wailed while holding his forehead. Throwing away a few white hairs on his hands, Yi said with a half smile, do you still feel like you're dreaming? If you're not awake enough, I can still. No, stop. Hank Pym quickly shook his head. I'm sober, my old bones can't stand it. Chapter 55. You never told me. I want to work with the Stark family. Looking at the Avengers building in front of him, Hank Pym's face was extremely stiff. Don't worry, there are 3 chapters that can be made. The grievances between you and Tony's father don't have to involve the next generation. Your Pym particles can be kept by yourself, and you can create enough for our experiments. I will not hand over the formula of Pym particles to Tony. I will use it myself at most. As for whether Tony will research this formula himself, it is none of my business. Hank Pym took a deep breath. Okay, I understand. When will it start? Man is a knife and I am a fish. Hank Pym has no choice. Just think that all this is to save Janet. Bear it. Moreover, since Ye has obtained the formula of the Pym particle, how meaningful is it for him to keep this secret? The other party wants to let others know this formula. Can he stop it? No, he can't stop it. So, resign yourself to fate. Glancing at Hank Pym, Ye said, the laboratory is currently in the construction stage, and it can start work in 3 days at most. You can go up and chat with Tony about the quantum field, so that you can get a better understanding of the future cooperation. Still helpful. Your access information is already there. J.A.R.V.I.S will let you in directly, and I have to find someone. Okay, I'll go. Straightening his collar, Hank Pym walked directly towards the Avengers building. Watching Hank Pym walk into the Avengers building, a portal opened behind Ye, turned around and backed away, and disappeared in an instant. Above the geosynchronous orbit, the cruiser of the Kree Empire. Oh no, it should be called Tianjian Bureau now. In the main control room, a space door suddenly opened. Almost at the moment when the space door opened, the entire Heavenly Sword Bureau raised the alarm, and in the next second, a bunch of long guns and short cannons were aimed at the portal in an instant. What's the situation? Black Braised Egg's iconic roar sounded immediately. I don't know, just open the door, Talos said with a vigilant face. The ghost knows what is behind the door? But this kind of radioactive energy always feels a little familiar. You are definitely familiar with this ship's lightspeed engine, isn't it based on the research of this thing? Hey, Ludan's expression darkened upon hearing this familiar voice, and he waved his hand. Everyone disperse, clear the alarm. Fury, are you sure? Talos was taken aback for a moment. I'm pretty sure. Black Braised Egg frowned. I know the person on the other side. There is no danger, everyone. Even if there is danger, you are useless. Okay, since you've said that. Talos shrugged, and then waved at the others. Get out, everyone, and clear the alarm. I knew there would be a group of long guns and short cannons facing the portal, so I came a few seconds late. Ye's figure walked out of the portal, and the portal closed. After all, I don't like people pointing guns at me, and almost all the ones who are still alive are dead except Rhodes and Tony. Tell me, what's going on this time? Hey, Ludan said with a grim expression, can you give me a very friendly reminder before you come next time? Ye said softly, I'm looking for someone from the Intelligence Bureau, codenamed Ghost. I want to see her waiting for me on the 90th floor of the Avengers building within 5 hours, okay. I don't have such great authority. Fury frowned, and, what do you want her to do? I won't tell you if I ask, but you have to help if you don't want to. Ye frowned, if you don't want me to kill all the people in the CIA, just send them to me on time. You know. Shit. Looking at Ye's face, the black stewed egg's face became even worse, and then he turned around and shouted, Taros, you go back to Earth immediately and send the person he wants to the Avengers building, okay. Okay, listen to you. Talos outside the door looked helpless. I just came back in less than 10 minutes, okay, I'll go back now. Thank you. Ye raised his hand to express his thanks, seeing he isn't being so cooperative. As long as you don't bother me, that's the greatest thank you to me. Hydandan said with a depressed expression on his face, every time I see you, nothing good will happen. After all, you are the only one who is sensible. Ye shrugged, you know the virtues of those shitty people, and I don't want to kill people, so I can only come to you. You don't want to see the White House blood flowing into rivers whenever you turn around, do you? Forget that I've convinced you. Black Braised Egg covered his bald forehead with a headache. If you need anything, you can call me directly, okay. For Ye, there is nothing to do with black corned eggs, and he can only accept the consequences with all sincerity. As long as Ye's request is not too much, the black stewed egg will turn a blind eye and close one eye, and even take the initiative to avoid unnecessary trouble. That's it, I'll let you know next time if something happens. Wait. Looking at the portal that opened again, Black Braised Egg raised his hand. I always feel that you are going to do something more dangerous this time. I trust my intuition. I think I need to clarify a little bit. At least you have to prepare me mentally. Can you tell me about the worst ending? There is nothing bad. Yayi turned his head slightly. If there is any bad thing, it will not be this universe, so you can set up your heavenly sword bureau with peace of mind. Are you still afraid that I will know? Black Braze Dan frowned, raised his hand and took out the tablet that had been hidden behind him for a long time, and a series of information suddenly appeared. You want this guy codenamed Ghost, it's definitely not a temporary idea, so, your plan has something to do with quantum mechanics. At least tell me what you're going to do. The corner of Yayi's mouth ticked slightly. I want to travel to other universes through the quantum realm. This answer. Are you satisfied now? Pat. Shit, you mean parallel universes? Multi-universe. Hajadan dropped the tablet in his hand to the ground, with a stunned expression on his face. Are you sure you're not kidding me? You are not a peerless beauty, what is there for me to lie to? Build your heavenly sword bureau well. Thinking too much is not good for you. It is not ordinary difficult for you to gain a foothold in this universe. Do you still want a multi-universe? Wash up and go to sleep, there is everything in the dream. Yayi cast a disgusted glance at Hyazudan, and then disappeared through the portal without a trace. Chapter 56. Earth, the 89th floor of the Avengers building. Hank Pym and Tony were sitting on the sofas on both sides. Although the atmosphere didn't look very harmonious, it wasn't tense either. Ding. The elevator made a soft noise, and a woman covered in a white uniform slowly walked into the laboratory, and stood on the other side of the elevator door without saying a word. However, the other party's eyes seemed to be focused on Hank Pym all the time, with a deep hostility, or, in other words, hatred. The scene suddenly became weird. Aren't you going to tell me your name? Tony glanced between the two of them. You two know each other? No, I don't know. Hank Pym shook his head without any hesitation. Tony chuckled, but I always feel that there is a story. That's definitely not my reason. Hank Pym shook his head again. Hearing these words, Ghost, who had been standing at the side door of the elevator, clenched his fists, but then slowly let go, as if he had some concerns. Her name is Ava Starr. She is the daughter of Ella Starr and the adopted daughter of Bill Foster. You have known her for a year, right? The portal opened, and Yayi's voice sounded softly in the laboratory. Ella Starr. Hank Pym frowned, obviously thinking of something bad. Don't mention that traitor's name to me. I chose to steal my blueprints for war for my own selfishness. I just fired him as a kindness, otherwise he should have stayed in prison until he died. You. There was a red light flashing on Ghost's visor, as if irritated by Hank Pym. Okay, I didn't come here for you to quarrel, restrain yourself. Yayi frowned, I don't care how you guys quarrel after the deal is completed. Tony, how's the lab going? Tony said softly, most of the establishment of the laboratory has been completed, and a little scarce material has not yet arrived, but it doesn't matter, we can start tomorrow. Where's Banner? Yayi glanced around for a week, but couldn't find Banner. Upstairs. Tony chuckled, he wants me to help build a steel armor for suppressing Hulk, and he's working on design drawings with J.A.R.V.I.S. I have already named it, Anti-Hulk Armor, how about it? Oh, very good. The corner of Yayi's mouth twitched. Tony's anti-war armor series can be said to be famous, but most of them are anti-who is being dismantled by whom. Are you using the nano series? Tony shook his head slightly, nanoparticles are too difficult to make, and I can't even use enough for myself. The anti-Hulk first generation armor is made of gold titanium alloy, but it's okay to disassemble part of it. Anyway, some are accessories, so dismantle it as you like. I designed a satellite with him, which is used to store anti-Hulk armor and accessories, and it is now in the sky. Veronica. You know all this? I knew I couldn't hide it from you. Let's get down to business. Do you have any signs in the quantum realm? Yayi shook his head lightly. He couldn't say that he already knew it after reading the original work, could he? Tony shook his head helplessly, although I really want to say that there is progress, but unfortunately, after discussing for a long time, we are still on the surface. J.A.R.V.I.S. Banner is still in use. I have been verbally chatting with Dr. Pym for a long time, but there is no progress, and the quantum laboratory is not ready yet, so there is nothing we can do for the time being. Yayi shook his head helplessly, forget it, give me a copy of the design drawings of the laboratory, and I will handle it myself. Tony raised his hand a little, and a projection suddenly appeared in front of Yayi. This is a conceptual design drawing, but it requires too much space. I plan to clear the 98th floor tomorrow, and the 2 floors will be enough to merge. I'll just come, let's withdraw the scheduled engineering team. Yayi looked up at the design drawings, the void engine of the dark plane has already started running. How did you do it? Tony frowned. Simple. Taking a look at the surrounding environment, Yayi raised his right hand lightly, the azure blue light bloomed, and he opened his 5 fingers and pressed down suddenly. Boom. There was a roar, and the space where the 4 of them were located continued to roll and expand. The originally narrow room became extremely wide, and the overall area increased by at least 10 times. The azure blue radiance dissipated, and the fluctuations in the space stopped. The next moment, a ray of red light spread, and clusters of phantoms continued to solidify in this enlarged space. The quantum laboratory in Tony's design drawings has been perfectly presented in front of several people. So, looking at this laboratory, Tony blinked. Since Yayi can handle it directly, why didn't you say it earlier? Didn't you say that there is nothing that money can't solve? Yayi turned to look at Tony. Look at what you said before, so I'm giving you a chance to play freely. Just pretend I didn't say it. Tony shrugged, rolled up his sleeves and walked straight forward. Okay, now that the lab is ready, let's start the party. Come on, I'll be waiting for your good news upstairs. Yayi doesn't need to do these things in person, or doesn't need them at all. The Void Engine is always on, and any research results will be directly recorded by the Void Engine. Just learn it slowly when the time comes. Going up now is probably a disservice. Tony and Hank Pym are the main players. As for the ghost that Yayi got from Black Braised Egg, this is a cooperation support. The condition is naturally very simple, she can only cooperate if she wants to live. The quantum realm is not the only way to travel through parallel universes, the Infinity Stone can do it. Theoretically speaking, Space Gem can easily span the major dimensions of the universe and change any space easily, but that is based on the premise of completely controlling the Space Gem and having ability to exert its maximum power. Although Space Gem is in Yayi's hands now, it may take a long time to get Space Gem's approval and complete control over it. Tony and the others are busy in the laboratory, and he is also not idle on it. Several big rough stones are still waiting for him to tame them. As for the upgrade of Gene Engine and Void Engine, wait for a while. Chapter 57. What does it feel like to enter the quantum realm? In fact, it is almost the same as the universe. It's just that this is a microcosm, another reality. Just shrink down to the subatomic level, and you can enter another reality, the so-called quantum realm. The quantum realm actually has 3 different concepts. The first layer is the most superficial quantum space, referring to where Scott entered in Ant-Man 1, that is the most superficial layer of the quantum realm. The concepts of time and space in the quantum realm are different from the reality outside. Although they also have certain laws, compared with the reality outside, the laws here are obviously more complicated. Passing through the outermost quantum space, you can enter the next level of the quantum realm, the quantum void. Here you can see a variety of different scenes. 787, even, here is already a relatively complete miniature universe. There are some strange creatures in it. There are also corresponding biological chains. The scenery is beautiful, but there are also huge amounts of danger. The unique creatures of this microverse are 1 point, but it's clearly not the most dangerous. This place is full of space cracks and time vortexes. If you don't pay attention, you can be torn apart by space cracks or involved in time vortexes and directly wiped out by chaotic time. And if you want to reach the back of the quantum void, you need to avoid the space cracks that can be seen everywhere and the time vortexes that come out of nowhere. Definitely, this also has certain rules. After passing through the quantum void and entering the deepest layer of the quantum realm, you can see an extremely miraculous scene. This place is like a beehive. No, it's more like an ant's nest, extending in all directions. As for where it leads, it goes without saying. The deepest layer of the quantum realm, Yayi actually prefers to call it a transfer station that travels through time, space, and the universe. As for where the core of the quantum realm is, Yayi doesn't know what the operating mechanism of the quantum realm is, at least he can't feel it now. He has only one purpose now, just find a parallel universe and pass it over to have a look. As for the time period, it doesn't matter at all. Even if you bump into the purple sweet potato essence that is already full of rough stones. I don't know if you can fight or not. After all, there has been a frontal collision. Even if you have predicted it before, it is just a prediction. Fighting kaleidoscopic shapeshift, can you count every detail perfectly? But the only thing Yayi can be sure about is one thing, at least the old spirit can't kill him like snapping his fingers. Can't run yet? Drilling into the quantum realm, and coming back, all done? Anyway, indecision, quantum mechanics can handle everything. In the long space-time passage, only Yayi and Tony are constantly shuttling. Hank Pym and Banner are not there. After Hank Pym rescued his wife, he didn't intend to take any more risks. Yesterday, he took his wife home to look for his daughter, but Banner was outside to ensure the safety of the laboratory. While Hulk might be a bit of an unreliable guy, there's not much else left but him. Anyway, Yayi and Tony still have Plan B. The coordinates have been perfectly recorded on the timeline, so they are not afraid of not being able to come back at all. As for which universe will be at the end of the passage, what the situation and time period of the universe over there is, it is still unknown. After all, this is not going back to the past but traveling through the future. The destination is only known to be one of the parallel universes. Neither Tony nor Ye is clear about the situation in this parallel universe. Just wait until then. Just as the subtle light came on, it exploded in the next moment, directly enveloping Ye and Tony completely. Shit, what happened just now? There was no sign at all, and it almost blinded me. As soon as he landed, Tony's scolding came directly. Isn't this a normal operation? Ye raised his hand and tapped it lightly. The nanosuit on his body dissipated instantly, and then slowly raised his head to look around. This place doesn't seem to be the Earth. You're right, this is definitely not the Earth. Tony jumped lightly, and without ignition under his feet, he jumped more than 10 meters high. The gravity system of this planet is about to completely collapse. It looks familiar. Looking at the surrounding environment, Ye frowned slightly. It seems that we didn't set the coordinates when we came here. Definitely not. Tony slowly landed beside Ye. Is there any oxygen on this planet? You can survive in the universe, but I can't. I can't even contact J.A.R.V.I.S. Why do you ask me about your next order to let the armor test it? Turning to look at Tony, Ye was speechless. Forgot. Tony shrugged, and the mask on his face dissipated instantly. Can you still locate the Earth now? There doesn't seem to be much to visit in this place that doesn't look like shit. I think we can wait for a few seconds. As if sensing something, Ye slightly raised his head and looked towards the universe beyond the planet. You are about to meet another you, but maybe it's you after many years. What? Tony was stunned. What nerve did I have to come to this planet that doesn't shit? 3 seconds left. Ye shrugged. 3, 2, 1, here we come. Tony raised his head slightly, and a donut-like spaceship rushed towards the direction of the two of them from beyond the planet through the space node. Does this thing have brakes? And it's definitely not my spaceship. It's too rubbish, too ugly, it's eye-catching. Exactly. Then we withdraw. As soon as Tony finished speaking, the spaceship in the sky turned a big bend, drew a long trace of 0.5 in the sky, and fell directly into the distance. Look, we're all right now. This kind of rotten technology. I'm sure I'm not driving. Tony shrugged. The flames of the propellers under his feet suddenly lit up, and the armor suddenly flew into the air. We have to go and see, maybe we can help someone busy or something. I think we can watch the play first and then talk about it. Watching a show. Tony lowered his head slightly. I always feel like you know what's going to happen here. Can you tell me a little bit? You're right, I just know what's going to happen here. Ye was not in a hurry at all, and slowly walked towards the direction where the spaceship fell step by step. Here you will be beaten badly. What? Chapter 58. I don't look bad in this world. Squatting on the roof of a certain building, Tony opened his eyes and looked at a different self in front of him. That set of nano armor is slightly higher level than my current set. If you calculate according to the timeline of our universe, the Stark in front of you should be you a few years later. Ye said with great interest. Me in a few years. Tony was slightly stunned. Isn't it? What have I experienced in the past few years to become so haggard? Did Pepper break up with me? You probably need to talk to him about this. Ye shrugged. There is one thing, I always feel that if I tell you, it's not good. Can you stop being so secretive? Tony frowned. Why didn't you tell me what you knew earlier? Is it fun to hide everything? Okay, I'll listen to you this time. Ye nodded. After the matter here is settled, if you still don't know, I'll tell you frankly when I get back. All right. Tony 10 nodded lightly, without asking, what are they planning to do now? It looks like they are preparing to fight. Are we two going to join? Participation is a must, otherwise the meaning of this trip will be gone. How could it be possible not to participate in the battle? The soul gem in purple sweet potato Jing's hand is ready-made. If you don't grab it now, will you have to wait until you go back? You must know that the reward of the soul gem is the power of the galaxy. After getting that thing, the system can directly integrate all the genetic engines in his body into one. Isn't this delicious? Now the 3 major engines in the dark plane of Ye perform their own duties, but it is quite troublesome to use. At most 2 engines can be used at the same time. 10 of the main engines must be turned off. After all, there is still a big gap between these engines. Compatibility is a big problem. His 3rd generation divine body cannot support 3 engines to run at the same time. It will be down. Would you like to go over now and say hello? No. Ye shook his head directly. I want to see if the magician sees anything special. You must know that the eye of Agamotto on him is the original stone of time, which can control time. That guy in the red cloak who juggles. Tony's eyes fixed on Strange for a moment. Is that eyeball hanging on his body the container of time Dongview? So you want to grab it? It's best to be able to trade, otherwise we can only grab it. He doesn't know Strange in front of him, so it's best to be able to trade, if not, he can only grab the time stone. Anyway, the 6 rough stones of this universe will be destroyed in the end, so don't grab the white or grab it. As for Anyi's original time stone to do this after going back, let's talk about it at that time. Anyi still has a doubt in his heart. The task was issued in the previous universe. Whether the infinite rough stone of this universe can be used to hand in the task Yeshi is not very clear. I asked the system, and the Dogecoin didn't respond, but it's not bad, so grab it first and then talk. Natural is the best if you can use it. But in this way, he seems to have a few more rough stones. You must know that purple sweet potato Jing also has 4 infinity stones on her body: power, space, reality, and the soul that she got by sacrificing her own daughter. The first 3 are exactly the same as Yi, only the last moment is different. Yi's is the heart, and the purple sweet potato essence is just the soul. I don't know if the system can combine these extra rough stones into one to make them stronger. If it is possible, then it is very good. If not, then according to the previous plan, all these extra rough stones will be stuffed into the genetic engine. Based on the genetic engine, with space and power as the root, to maximize the power of the actual rough stone. If this is the case, the 3 rough stones cooperate with the gene engine, then alter reality seems to be very simple and easy. That's true. Effortless. Tony turned his head slightly, raised his finger and pointed at Strange in front of him. Did the juggler you mentioned take too much ecstasy? He kept shaking his head. No, that's observing the future. Yi shook his head lightly. Observe the future. Tony was taken aback for a moment, then asked, can he see us? I don't know. Yi shook his head directly. The original time stone can only shuttle in different times, past, present, and future. As long as you can drive the original time stone, you can travel through any timeline at will. But whether it can act on them in the parallel universe? Yi said that he doesn't know either. After all, they are not from this universe, but from other universes. He hasn't touched the original time stone yet, so it depends on Strange's next performance if he can do it. Theoretically, it should be possible. Tony raised his hand and touched his chin, but the 2 of us came here from other universes, so the result is not certain. When did you start researching this? Yi looked at Tony in surprise. Tony spread his hands. I've been researching since you said there are parallel universes, including when I was studying the quantum realm. After all, the Infinity 790 rough stone in your hand really opened my eyes. But after studying for so long, I only found out that I don't know anything. Physical rules are worthless in front of your infinite rough stones. It is simply subversive. I have nothing to say except expressing helplessness. In front of the real rough stone, is the physical rule useful? No use at all. Okay, he's awake. Strange, who kept shaking his head, finally came to his senses, and immediately after waking up, the other party looked directly at the hiding place of Yi and Tony. Hey, friends who are hiding over there, why don't you come out and introduce yourself? After all, we need to fight side by side for a while. Okay, now it's confirmed, he can see us. Tony shrugged, got up and drove the nano-war into the air. And Yi stepped out with one step. The 2 hit the ground almost at the same time. Shit, who are you? Stark looked at the nano-armor falling in front of him, his eyes sank slightly. You feel very familiar to me. I think so too. Tony chuckled, and the mask on his face was removed instantly. Is it more familiar now? Does it feel like looking in a mirror? Chapter 59. To prevent confusion, the main universe is called Tony, and the parallel universe is called Stark. Hiss, why are there 2 Mr. Starks? Looking at the 2 almost identical Tony Starks, Peter Parker took a few steps back in fright. While looking at the 2 Stark, a smile flashed across Quill's face. It turns out that there are people who look exactly the same in the universe. I always thought it was a lie. Okay. Stark's eyes sank slightly. I've seen a lot of weird things. I just want to know, what is your purpose? Why do you want to look like me? No, Stark, you're wrong again this time. Strange shook his head slightly. He is you, but it's just yours from a different universe. You are essentially the same person. What? Stark's pupils narrowed. You mean they came from a parallel universe? That's right. Strange nodded slightly. Well, it's okay, seeing another me is a bit weird, but it's not unacceptable. The only thing I want to know is... Stark's eyes instantly fell on Yi. This guy is another who? Are you from that universe? What are you doing here? As expected of me, accepting ability is as good as it is. Tony chuckled, then turned to look at Yi. Just like what you said, this universe really doesn't have you. It's not scientific at all. If there is Yayi in this universe, then there is no reason for this parallel universe not to know Yayi. Okay, I don't want to talk about extra things, there is only one thing to do now, no, two things. Ignoring Tony's teasing, Yayi's gaze was directly on Strange. Did you see it? How did it turn out? And then, what about your decision? No, Strange shook his head with an ugly face, but I don't seem to have to choose W. Since you used the rough time stone, you should know what will happen next and what will not happen. Now, I just want to say a word, give me the rough time stone. Yayi shook his right hand, not threatening cover up. Maybe this is a good way. Stark frowned, and then said in a deep voice, isn't Thanos just wanting these broken stones? Let this guy take the rough stones out of this universe, and Thanos will never get 6 yen. That's a workable solution, don't you think, juggler? Strange said in a deep voice, but this may lead to a worse ending. So, don't give it? Yayi narrowed his eyes slightly, and his eyes became a little dangerous. Oh. Before Strange finished speaking, 2 different lights, red and blue, suddenly bloomed on Yayi's right wrist. The space in front of him suddenly flipped, and in the next second, Strange's neck was firmly within the 5 fingers of Yayi's right hand. Oh, man, there's no need to do this, right? Stark stared, and the palm of his right hand behind him had already lit up with a subtle light. There's no need to be so stiff, you kill Thanos, and the time stone will be given to you. Strange, who was restrained by Yayi, didn't panic at all. Give me the time stone, and then I will kill Thanos, you have no bargaining capital. Strange is not the same as Ancient One, although he was cheated by Ancient One before, but Yayi doubled his income, it is not an exaggeration to say that he has inherited Ancient One's affection. But Yayi is unfamiliar with Strange. No promise, you will never get the original time stone. Strange raised his hand slightly, the emerald green light flickered on the eye of Agamotto, and said with an extremely strong attitude, even if it is destroyed, I won't give it to you. Very good. Seeing this scene, Yayi let go of his right hand, but there was a smile on his face, you put the rough stone on your body, I may have to work hard, after all, time power is indeed extremely difficult. But you made a very stupid choice. Yayi's voice fell, a scarlet radiance erupted, and Strange in front of him gradually petrified, except for one head that still maintained its original appearance, the other part has already turned into a stone statue. Definitely, the container of the original time stone hanging on Strange's body, the eye of Agamotto is naturally not petrified. After all, Yayi needs to borrow the time stone if he wants to get it. All this happened so fast, Strange didn't even have time to react before he became a fish on the chopping board, the kind to be slaughtered. In order to avoid some troubles, please stop for a while. He raised his hand and took off the eye of Agamotto from Strange's body, the dark energy surged, and the eye of Agamotto opened in response. Sure enough, the time stone that should have been in the eye of Agamotto has disappeared. Raising his hand and tossing it lightly, eye of Agamotto floated quietly in front of Yayi. With a slight lift of his hands, the golden light suddenly bloomed, and the sparkling light turned into 2 magic circles wrapped around the arms of Yayi's hands. Above. Oh, damn it! Seeing this scene, Strange's face changed drastically, damn it. Is he not familiar with this magic circle? The starting method of the time manipulation technique, the most basic spell used to activate the rough time stone. The thumb and ring finger are stacked, the index finger and middle finger are slightly apart, the dark energy surges instantly, and a green light blooms in the eye of Agamotto. The time stone that has disappeared has reappeared. Thank you for your cooperation. Raising his hand with a light move, the time stone was separated from the eye of Agamotto, and slowly landed on the infinite bracelet. Unlimited rough stone collection journey. Collecting, Li Hao, gathering power stones, completed. Collecting reality stones, completed. Collecting soul stones, completed. Collecting space gems, done. Collect time rough stones, achieved. Rewards can be collected after 7 days. My current progress, 5/6. Well, the large astronomical computer is here. Seeing the change of system tasks, the smile on Yayi's face flashed away. Only here did Yayi use the reality stone to unlock Strange's petrification and return the empty eye of Agamotto. You shouldn't have done this. Looking at the empty eye of Agamotto, Strange's face was as ugly as it could be. Don't tell me that my taking the time stone will lead to the destruction of this universe. Yayi gave Strange a sideways look. If you are still worried about Dormammu, I can also help you get rid of it. Chapter 60. You are different from the Ancient One magician. At least I think you are far behind. You may have the ability in the secret art, but you are not good at talking, and you can't fool me at all. Looking at Strange, Yayi shook his head slightly. Practice well after you go back this time. Strange's face darkened. Okay, Do you want to stay or go back to Earth? Hey, if you want to go, you go. Quill, who was watching the play, frowned and looked at Yayi. We are here to find Thanos. That guy took my girlfriend away, we're here to settle accounts with him, otherwise why do you think I'm here? Yes, we're not leaving. Delax nodded heavily. Me too. Mantis girl raised her hand foolishly. Then you can do whatever you want. This group of people didn't listen to persuasion, and Yayi didn't want to say too much. Anyway, they didn't know each other well, and when they got into a fight with purple sweet potato essence later, he didn't have time to take care of them kid. As for his girlfriend Quill mentioned, it is estimated that he is gone now. Can you defeat Thanos? Stark turned his head and looked at Yayi. It's not that I doubt you, after all, you just came out, and you snatched this magic stone as soon as 377 came out, it's hard for me to believe you. What a nice guy. I never said I was a good person. Yayi shook his head. If you don't want to die, you better go, I don't have time to take care of you when I fight Thanos later. The purple sweet potato essence in Avengers Alliance 3 didn't take it seriously, even if the Infinity Gauntlet brought him huge pressure, it's not something this group of people can beat. Perhaps only Thor with the Storm Axe will be able to fight. But it is only a battle, and Thanos, who has collected all 6 rough stones, is not something Thor can defeat. There are many other external factors for Thor to be able to strike that incomparably violent axe. Should I also have to step back first? Listening to Yayi's words, Tony frowned slightly. It's best like this, but it seems too late. Yayi shrugged, and looked at the space wormhole that was slowly opening in front of him. It seems too late to discuss plans now. Stark sighed helplessly, damn. Sweeping across the group of people in front of him, Thanos' gaze finally focused on Yayi, or rather on Yayi's right wrist. Rough stone? Or 5? The 5 rough stones in Yayi's hand made Thanos frown, and he even turned his head to look at the Infinity Gauntlet in his left hand. There are 4 Infinity rough stones on it. 3 of them overlap directly with the one in Yayi's hand. Space, power, reality. Although I don't know what's going on, thank you very much for the rough stone you sent me. Looking at Yayi, Thanos gently raised his left hand. Give me the rough time stone and the rough soul stone. It's not a good thing to be full of confidence. Yayi smiled and shook his head and raised his right hand. I also want to thank you for giving me the soul gem in detail. I just want the soul gem, as long as you give it to me, I can save your life. It seems that there is nothing to talk about, I will grab it myself. As soon as the words fell, Thanos clenched his left hand tightly, and the brilliance bloomed from the Infinity Gauntlet, and a deep purple photon energy cannon directly penetrated the space and blasted towards Yayi. The blue brilliance bloomed, and 2 space wormholes opened in front of Yayi and Thanos' right side at the same time. In the next second, Thanos' attack directly hit the crosshair. Boom. The dark purple photon energy cannon slammed into Thanos' right shoulder firmly, and there was a bang and explosion, and Thanos' figure flew straight out, slamming into the side of the building complex inside. Yayi doesn't want to give, bad, Thanos more time to react while you are dying of illness. After all, his advantage is not crushing, and purple sweet potato Jing still has a soul gem in his hand that he doesn't understand at all. If the boat capsizes in the gutter, then really he. Before Thanos rushed out of the ruins by himself, the azure blue light on Yayi's hand bloomed again, and a pitch black dot gradually enlarged in Yayi's hand, then throw it directly in the direction where Thanos fell. This is a miniature black hole. As soon as you let go, this slightly smaller black hole starts to explode wildly, and everything it passes along the way is crushed and swallowed. Thanos, who had just stood up, had no time for hesitation, and he punched hard with his left hand. Guangua Dafang. The infinite power of space erupted suddenly, and the space in front of it was shattered into pieces. The incoming micro black hole burst directly under Thanos' punch, and the micro black hole turned into fluorescent lights and disappeared. Just as Thanos put down his left hand, his heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively activated the power stone again, and a subtle purple mask instantly enveloped his whole body. In the next second, Razi's purple glowing right hand surrounded the sky and slammed fiercely on the shield in front of him. Boom. There was a loud bang, and the mask covering the Titan's body exploded. After all, it was driven by the Force in a hurry, and it couldn't prevent Yayi's powerful and heavy punch. The fist with purple light landed heavily on Thanos' chest, and Thanos' figure flew upside down again. The azure blue light on the bracelet disappeared in a flash, and Yayi's figure instantly disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, he was already behind Thanos. Without waiting for the opponent to land, a stone fist that was glowing with red and purple light blasted out again. Sensing the sense of crisis coming from behind, Thanos clenched his left fist and then twisted it. The Infinity Gauntlet lit up with blue, purple, and red colors, and the figure that was still flying upside down instantly disappeared. Thanos disappeared too suddenly. Yayi's fist naturally flew into the air, cancelling the blessing of the original Power Stone at the moment when the fist was about to land on the planet. After the roar, there was only a small deep pit on the planet below. It can only be said that the reaction was quick, otherwise if the punch just now was real, the Titan star would probably be gone. Walking out of the sky full of smoke and dust, Yi looked at Thanos, who was in a mess. I didn't expect the famous Mad Titan to hide. The use of the rough stone is good. Raising his hand to wipe away the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth, Thanos looked at Yi with serious eyes, and he was no longer as careless as before. But you have no chance. Chapter 61. Who wouldn't say harsh words? I will return these words to you intact, and I will take your life. As the voice fell, Yi's figure burst out, and the pitch-black god-killing axe instantly appeared on his right hand, and the scarlet light dyed the sky red. Thanos is the body of a titan. Ordinary sharp blades can hardly hurt him at all. Ordinary artifacts can hurt his skin at most, but the god-killing axe with the power of killing gods is different. This thing is used to target this type of physique. The tougher you are, the easier it will be for me to chop. The power of killing gods is aimed at the genetic program. I just don't know how many axes the so-called Titan's body can resist him. The void engine is activated, the time and space genes are running, and the space gem and the original power stone on the wrist are shining brightly. In an instant, Yi's figure disappeared directly, the surrounding space began to freeze, and the enormous pressure directly pressed towards Thanos. Feeling the power directly acting on him, Thanos did not panic, and suddenly shook his left hand, and the three gemstones burst into light, breaking the desperate situation in front of him instantly. In the next second, the space in front of him was illusory, and several Yi held the god-killing axes from different directions and slashed at usse. Yi appearing in every direction of Thanos are all real body. This is a multi-space mapping. Every projection, every attack is a real existence, not illusory. Looking at the dense space cracks under the blade of the axe, Thanos felt his scalp tingle. Definitely can't be hit. This is the only thought on Thanos' mind. The soul gem's light bloomed, and the huge soul power gushed out in an instant. The whole space was in that turmoil, the multi-dimensional mapping was instantly broken, and Yegan's body was also in a trance for a while. Seeing this scene, Thanos' left fist wearing the Infinity Gauntlet suddenly blasted towards the void in front of him. As soon as the soul stone on the bracelet lit up, Yi's mind, which was affected by the impact of the soul, instantly stabilized. The purple and red colors on the god-killing axe bloomed, and he directly changed direction and slashed towards Thanos' left fist. Ding! The sound of gold and iron colliding came, and a tiny black spot appeared between Yi's god-killing axe and Thanos' fist, and then exploded. The figures of Yi and Thanos retreated violently at the same time, and an extremely violent space storm swept away, and the huge impact completely wiped out everything within tens of meters around them. The Guardians of Galaxy and Tony, who had already retreated far away, retreated violently in bursts, fearing that they would be affected by the space storm if they were not paying attention. We don't seem to be able to intervene in a battle of this level. Looking at the chaotic center, Quill's face was full of shock. Ronan is completely the younger brother in front of them. Stark looked at Strange. Conjurer, can you do it? Nonsense. Strange glared at Stark angrily. If I could do it, I would be in the morning. The power of the Infinity Stone is unstoppable. I don't have time to protect myself with the stone. How dare I use it? I think it's better for you to listen to Yi. Tony's face was calm. It's not unreasonable for Yi to let you go back to Earth. Maybe there is a battle on Earth that you can plug in. The atmosphere was a little silent for a while. Your hometown is going to be gone, Thanos. Looking at the planet under his feet, Yi slowly raised his right hand. How about we fight in another place? This place is already dead. Thanos didn't care, and clenched his left hand again. You don't have any scruples, but I do. Yi smiled and shook his head. The time-space gene was running at a high speed, the space gem was shining brightly, and the mirror space descended suddenly. It's interesting. Do you want to protect those ants? Looking at the mirror space, Thanos slowly turned his head. Sentimental, the lowest level of compassion. You make me very disappointed. You're right, this is the lowest level of compassion. Holding the god-killing axe and turning slightly, Yi's eyes instantly darkened. I am indeed a very vulgar person. Low level is low level. I only do what I want to do, and what other people say hardly affects me much. I said, you will die here. This is the cemetery I chose for you. Go all out, don't die so ugly. Looking at the 4 rough stones in his hands, Thanos slowly clenched his fists. Then it will be as you wish. Die. The 5 rough stones in his hand flashed a faint light. The time and space genes were shut down. The power of killing gods was running at maximum power, and the dark red light representing the power of killing gods spread all over the body in an instant. The mirror space is highly strengthened. The power of killing gods is raised to the upper limit, and endless power is frantically gathering in the body. The god-killing axe in his hand trembled slightly, as if he could no longer bear the trend of this terrifying force. There is no fancy ability, no active rewriting of reality, no playing with space, no random influence on the mind, simply strengthening the power of killing gods and one's own power to a level beyond the limit. The Soul Stone and the Time Stone, yeah, you can't play for the time being, and the Space Gem and the Reality Stone can barely be controlled, but compared to the Power Stone that has been completely controlled by Yi, these are weaknesses and shortcomings. Based on the other 4 rough stones, the true power of the strengthening Power Stones to the greatest extent has raised the upper limit of the power to kill gods to a limit that even Yi doesn't know. No matter which kind of power is raised to the extreme, the lethality will be extremely terrifying. Looking at Thanos, who was waiting in front of him, Yi held the handle of the axe tightly with both hands, his figure burst out instantly, and swung his strongest first axe towards Thanos' neck. The ultimate power pierced space, overturned time, and changed reality. A dazzling white radiance was constantly magnified in front of Thanos' eyes. In Yi's cognition, this is the strongest blow he can swing at present. In the eyes of Thanos, this is an axe that must be hit, cannot hide, cannot escape, once feared, once timid, there will only be one ending. Must die. Ah! The glove inlaid with 4 rough stones burst into light, and 4 different colors wrapped around Thanos' left arm in an instant, and the already extremely strong power was brought to its peak at this moment. Thanos roared and delivered the blow. The most simple and simple punch. Fist and axe blade, it seems that there are only these 2 landscapes left in this world. Time became extremely slow, and Yi's axe blade and Thanos' fist collided slowly at a speed visible to the naked eye. No earth-shattering booms, no shockwaves enough to destroy everything, everything just went quiet. The next moment, there was a subtle cracking sound, and the sound of a sharp weapon cutting through flesh and blood came. The silent broken thousand in the mirror space. Chapter 62. What just happened? Looking at Thanos and Yi standing still, Quill's face was full of question marks, suddenly disappeared and reappeared, and then remained motionless. Is the winner? Who's winning? It was a mirrored space just now. Strange sat on the ruins tiredly. Thanos lost, his vitality is rapidly dissipating. Fortunately, we won. Stark suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, now you can rest assured. He's going to die? No, how can I let him die? My Gamera hasn't come back yet. Quill stared at him, raised his hand behind his ear, and the nano mask instantly converged. The 2 people who were 10,000 meters away quickly approached. Tony also controls the nano armor to launch into the sky, go and see. The rest of the people looked at each other and ran towards 380 where Yi and Thanos were. Sure enough, the Shenshinwu and the armor that are only mixed with bright dark iron can't hold this kind of power at all. Looking at the cracked god's laying axe in his hand, he looked down at the black armor that was also full of cracks. Yi shook his head helplessly. I can only wait for 7 days to receive the reward upgrade wave. I lost. Looking at the shattered infinity gauntlet on his right hand, Thanos' face was full of unwillingness. Obviously only the last 2 rough stones are missing. He gave up everything for the big plan, but he still lost here. How could he be reconciled? But what can he do if he is not reconciled? It's just a winner and a loser. He doesn't have a chance to do it all over again. You can't win. Withdrawing the god-killing axe full of cracks in his hand, Yi turned slightly and looked at Thanos. I don't know how your brain grows, such a ridiculous plan can be defeated. Figure it out. Using the ending of a planet to measure the universe, it turns out that you think too much. The universe needs balance, otherwise it will only go to destruction. Thanos laughed and said, you don't understand. But that's just a theory. Yi shook his head, with a disdainful smile on the corner of his mouth. If there is life, there will be death. If you want to be the destiny, you probably think too highly of yourself. Even if you succeed this time, so what? History will repeat itself? You slaughtered half of the universe again and again in the name of bringing balance. Are you crazy? The multi-level power in your hands is used to slaughter half of the universe? Are you a brain dead who is a brain dead? Do you really think you are a virgin? On the premise that you have 6 infinite rough stones in your hand, if you really love this universe and love life, you can create a universe without life and only matter to provide the universe with the nutrients it needs. If 1 doesn't work, just 2, if 2 don't work, then 10. 6 rough stones to raise a universe, is it difficult? Such an easy thing, you made it so complicated. What's the reason? Just because you are a bloodthirsty executioner who has killed countless people, and you are even a lunatic, because you only use the most distorted way of thinking to think about problems, and then find the bloodiest and most extreme answer. I don't understand you, let alone understand, just because I'm not a lunatic, but an ordinary person. Your failure is doomed from the very beginning. Even if you get away with it, this result will be subverted. Regarding Thanos' actions, Yi gave his own answer. Although he doesn't know how other people understand it, he believes that his answer is correct. Not to mention the 6 rough stones in hand, even if it's just a space plus a reality, as long as he can completely control these 2 rough stones, he can be 100% sure that he can easily support a universe. It's that simple. But what was Thanos thinking? He didn't think about how to improve the situation, he didn't think about what to do to make everyone happy. His first thought was that there are too many people living in this universe, let's kill half of them first. It's still human, well, this thing isn't human at all. Moral concepts are not on the same level, what else is there to say? Can the Chitauri understand a human point of view of Earth? I can't seem to come. So there seems to be no need to talk nonsense anymore. Thanos' life has dropped to freezing point, and he will be declared completely dead at any time. The only thing supporting him now is that sense of unwillingness. Thanos, where's Gamera? A roar came from far and near, and Quill, who was speeding towards him, landed directly not far from Thanos. Where's Gamera? Ka-mola. Sorry, daughter, I failed. Peter Quill's words seemed to deal the final blow to Thanos. The light in the opponent's eyes completely dimmed, and his burly body slowly fell to the ground, body and head separated. What? Dead. Seeing Thanos with his body and head separated, Peter Quill's face became extremely ugly. Why did you kill him? Don't kill him and keep it for the new year. Ignoring Peter Quill's roar, he directly took the Infinity Gauntlet from Thanos' left hand and pulled out the Infinity Rough Stones embedded in it one by one. The moment the Soul Gem started, the task panel of the system appeared in front of Yi again. Unlimited Rough Stone Collection Journey. Collect Power Stones, completed. Collecting Reality Stones, completed. Collecting Soul Stones, completed. Collecting Space Gems, done. Collect Time Rough Stones, achieved. Rewards can be claimed after 7 days. Collect Soul Gem, achieved. The reward can be claimed after 7 days. Current progress, 6/6. 6 rough stones. I finally got it. The other rough stones were all thrown into the system space by Yi, and the only thing left on his left hand was a slave with a faint light. Rough stone. Raise your right hand, flip your wrist slightly, there is an attraction coming from the Infinity Bracelet, and the Soul Gem on your left hand slowly blends into the Infinity Bracelet. At the 5.4 moment when the Soul Gem was completely integrated into the bracelet, Yi's expression changed suddenly. An extremely powerful force gushed out from the Infinite Bracelet, and instantly poured into Yi's body. Even though we already know that the fusion of the 6 rough stones will produce a qualitative change, this force still far exceeds Yi's expectation. The 3 generations of gods who had already been strengthened once again repeated the fate when they tamed the original Stone of Power. Every atom in the 3 generations of gods was torn apart, and then quickly reassembled, repeating and repeating, but this time the duration was very short, even less than 10 seconds. But in just 10 seconds, this process was repeated thousands of times. After a brief absence, the violent energy slowly receded from Yi's body, the light of the Infinity Stone converged, and it lay quietly on the Infinity Bracelet. Chapter 63. The 6 rough stones are gathered together, and the powerful power of multiple levels. Although he experienced suffering for just 10 seconds, Yi now truly experienced the feeling of omnipotent. Raise your hand to destroy the universe instantly, and raise your hand to create the powerful power of all things. Omniscient and omnipotent, maybe not yet reached this level, but now Yi can browse the entire universe with a single thought. This is not just talking. The power of the 6 infinite rough stones allows Yi to do this very easily. This is a kind of sublimation, the sublimation of the level of life. The existence of the Soul Gem and the original Soul Stone endowed Yi with an extremely powerful perception ability. Under the action of these 2 original stones, the brain domain that was originally developed was expanded crazily. Yi enjoys this feeling very much, but reason tells him that he can't indulge in the feeling of invincible. It's just diversity, it's just diversity. There is a super universe on it, there is a chord of life on it, there are transcendence on it, and there is an OAA on it. Yi told herself frantically in her heart, keep a low profile, must be low-key 10, must be low-key. Infinity rough stones are just a pile of rotten stones before the chord of life, they can knock him back to his original shape with a single thought. Don't get carried away, don't get carried away. There are too many big guys in the Marvel universe, too many. Yi is pouring cold water on herself crazy. Can't be inflated. Once the mentality is inflated, it's all over. After taking a few deep breaths, Yi gradually suppressed the unceasing emotions in his heart. It's still early, we have to work harder. The time-space gene has not been completed yet, the light of the sun has not been completed yet, the power of the galaxy has not even been obtained, the several major engines in the body have not even been integrated into one body, and the other 5 rough stones have not yet been. If you are completely controlled by yourself, you must be calm. What are you talking about? Seeing Yi's non-stop chanting, Tony's expression was extremely strange. Yi turned his head angrily. I'm trying to calm myself down. I don't want to suddenly inflate and be wiped out. There are too many monsters. I need to be humble and low-key. Are you low-key? The corner of Tony's mouth twitched slightly. Since the first time I met you, you have always given me a very high-key feeling. Now you need to be low-key. This doesn't fit your personality. Yi retorted, bullshit, before I was rampant on the Earth, I was also rampant in the Milky Way. Now at most, I am rampant in the single universe. I don't dare to go to the multi-universe or even the super-large universe to show off my power. That's looking for death. There are still not a few people who can suppress me with one hand. I can understand multi-universe, what the hell is a super-universe? Tony frowned, as if he heard a new term in Yi's words, and he was very concerned about it. A super-large universe, that is a super-large universe composed of at least two multi-universes. How many small universes and how many parallel universes are there in it? Count them yourself. Yi said lightly. Shit, Tony knocked on his forehead with a bit of a headache. During this time, I feel that my three views have been subverted. Can you wait until I finish digesting it? Otherwise, you'll just finish it all at once, and then let me digest it slowly. This kind of indirect subversion of the three views is very labor-intensive. Okay. Okay then, I'll finish it all at once. Yi touched his chin. Is he really there? Tony swears directly. Why can't there be? Yi said again, there is also a special universe in this world, which includes all universes, parallel universes, multi-universes, and super-universes, a unique, all-powerful universe. Universe. Definitely, Yi refers to the Marvel Omniverse. As for whether there are other universes besides the Marvel Omniverse, that is absolutely certain. Otherwise, where did Yeshi come from? At least the Pangu universe is definitely at the same level as the Marvel universe. Marvel Omnipotent Universe OAA is omniscient and omnipotent, Pangu Universe Deo is different and also omniscient and omnipotent. As for whether it is such a comparison method, Yi is not sure, but it is almost the same when I think about it. Anyway, the author is the biggest, and Stan Lee can describe OAA as a pig in one sentence. Is it impossible? Definitely, it doesn't make much sense to compare him here on his own. Only by meeting in person, or having them fight together can we make a collective comparison. Just treat these things as gossip conversations. If you are serious, you will lose. No matter how good your imagination is, it's not as good as the author's one-sentence words. Isn't it rare to eat the setting? Anyway, Yi is not surprised at all. Hey, BD, I don't care what you say, why did you kill Thanos? Peter Quill's soft growl interrupted Tony, who was about to say something. Yi turned his head and looked at Peter Quill. Then I will tell you mercifully, your girlfriend was sacrificed by your future father-in-law, understand? Sacrificed, gave it to Soul Gem, understand? Because you have to sacrifice your beloved to get the Soul Gem. Thanos sacrificed Gamora, in order to get the Soul Gem. Do I need to repeat it a second time? No. 917. Peter Quill was shocked and roared angrily, it's not true, tell me it's not true, tell me he didn't do it. Oh, this is really a sad thing. Tony was taken aback for a moment, then turned to look at Yi. Now I finally know why you didn't go get the Soul Gem first. What do you think? Yi shrugged. Let him sacrifice his beloved. Yi would rather not have the Soul Gem. This kind of sacrifice is one way, at least there is no way to save at the multi-level. Once sacrificed, it is gone. Maybe you could ask Life Court or the OAA. Do you want to go back to Earth? Definitely. Tony nodded. Although I have seen myself in this universe, I haven't seen the Earth yet. It's good to go and see. Also, there must be a soul stone on the Earth, right? I know you won't let it go. You're right. The corner of Yi's mouth hooked up. Yi killed Thanos here, so he will naturally take all the Infinity Stones. Maybe he has to go back and kill Thanos in 2014 again. Otherwise, a bunch of extremely troublesome multiple realities will definitely be created, which is absolutely fatal to this universe, especially this universe without the Infinite Rough Stone. Chapter 64. Hey, wait, you guys still want to go to Earth to grab the original Soul Stone? Listening to the conversation between Yi and Tony, Stark frowned. Don't you guys know that doing this will kill Vision? Vision? Tony was taken aback for a moment. Who is that? A new companion? A member of the Avengers? You don't know? Stark looked at Tony in disbelief, then seemed to understand something, raised his hand and covered his head. Okay, I probably understand. What year did you come here? It's almost 2013, what's the matter? Tony frowned. I know that there must be a lot of things that I don't know about now. But you don't have to tell me the story, I want to go through it myself. No, there are some things you never want to go through again. Stark vowed, thinking of Steve. who still had nothing to do with him, Stark frowned more and more. It seems that some very unpleasant things have indeed happened. Tony chuckled, but he had some bad premonitions in his heart. According to the current development, he knew that ordinary things would never affect him. And there are absolutely no more than 3 things that can make him react so strongly. "How's Pepper?" Tony volunteered. Stark spread his hands. "We are planning to get married. If this thing about Thanos doesn't happen, I think I'm still on the way to send invitations." "Okay," Tony nodded lightly. "You don't need to tell me the rest, trust me, I will handle it well, and now I have such a super invincible master by my side, I will definitely do better than you better. I believe this." Stark shrugged his shoulders after looking at Yi, who was full of precious stones. "Do you want to go back and have a drink with me?" "Definitely, if you can be my best man, I'm absolutely welcome. I'll smash your white teeth." Tony hooked his mouth. "Farewell then." Stark nodded slightly. "Then I wish you good luck. By the way, I still want to remind you, don't let J.A.R.V.I.S get hurt, please, buddy." Tony's gaze sank, then he nodded heavily. "I will." 2 of the things that can move his face are missing, and there is only one thing left. Tony's expression became a little gloomy at this moment. "You 2 are so nasty." Yi pushed back a short distance with a face full of disgust. "Really? Go back now? I think I may have some things to deal with." Tony looked at Yi, as if he didn't want to stay in this universe anymore. "I can understand." Yi nodded, "But I still have a little things to deal with, just wait for me for a minute." "Then I'll wait for you." Tony nodded, turned around and sat on the ruins, quietly waiting for the moment of return. "You have already created a bunch of different multiple realities, what's the point of remedial now?" Strange slowly stepped forward. "As much as you can save, at least be a little friendly to you." "Okay, what you said makes sense." Strange nodded slightly, accepting Yi's statement. "What can he do?" "He can't beat him, but he can only accept it." Yi raised his right hand, clenched his 5 fingers tightly, and the 6 infinite rough stones burst into light in an instant. The incomparably powerful power passed through space and time, and achieved everything Yi wanted. They shouldn't have died, but Yi felt sorry that 3 survived. Although this would also create a different multi-reality, at least it was much friendlier. As for those who deserve to die, naturally no one will be left behind. Poor Thanos died again unknowingly, whichever one without warning, can be regarded as a peaceful walk. Just a few seconds later, a soul stone crossed the space and came to Yi, and Yi also slowly let go of his right hand. So, vision is gone. Looking at the soul stone in front of Yi, Stark's face was somewhat sad. After all, J.A.R.V.I.S is also part of vision. "Don't worry, he's not dead, I just took away the original soul stone from his head. Although he's a little weaker, he's still alive." Turning the mind stone in front of him into the system space, Yi turned to look at Tony. "The things here are almost done, we should go back." "It's time to go back, there are some things I have to figure out." Tony stood up gently, raised his hand and swiped lightly, and the quantum battle suit was instantly covered. "Start to synchronize." "Okay." Although Yi has the 6 rough stones in hand, Yi doesn't need the Prince battle suit at all, but before completely conquering the 6 rough stones, Yi thinks it's better to use as little as possible if there is no big deal. Excessive use before completely conquering them may form a dependent psychology. Only after completely conquering them will Yi dare to use them unscrupulously. It is possible that the Marvel world can snatch his Infinity Stone. Yi does not want to become the kind of existence that loses the stone and is useless. Although external objects are also a part of strength, only when one is strong can one guarantee everything. 3, 2, 1. Sync completed. Walk. The moment the voice fell, the figures of Yi and Tony disappeared suddenly. Watching the scene happen, Stark's eyes turned to Strange immediately. "Did you see the scene in the future?" "I can't see it." Strange shook his head resolutely. "I only saw him coming and Thanos' death, but I didn't see when he left. The future is blurred." "Why? Is the current result good or bad?" Stark stared. "A single rough stone of time is not omnipotent. You want me to spy on the holder of the 6 rough stones?" Strange said angrily. "Do I think my life is too long? If I had observed him in the future with a little bit of malice just now, the result would be that I would turn into a ball of ashes and disappear in smoke. Does it make any difference? You didn't say that in my head before." Stark frowned. "You got it wrong? Money." Strange shook his head. "No, I just saw 2 futures with different developments. One is the future before he came, and the other is the future after he came. Know me why I'm so sure we're going to win? Just because I saw you in some future, a blur of you straight. What is the reason? I don't need to say more." Stark was slightly taken aback. "That is to say, if the 2 of them don't come today, I will wear 6 Infinity Stones someday in the future. It's actually that simple. Strange nodded, because you know my existence, I dare to look at you boldly, so I can guarantee that even if you lose this time, you will lead the rest of the world in the future. People, win it back. Okay, so is it good or bad now? Stek rubbed his head. How do I know? Strange shook his head. Shit. Chapter 65. MUC Universe 2013 Earth. The 99th floor of the Avengers building, two figures continue to enlarge in the quantum channel, and finally return. Welcome back, although it's only 5 seconds for me. Seeing the two returning, Banner raised his hand to say hello. This trip is neither good nor bad for me. After the quantum battlesuit and nano battlesuit were scattered, Tony's eyes sank, but overall there is still a lot of bad news. I've gained a lot. Yi shrugged. Getting all the 6 rough stones from another universe without missing a beat, if this kind of harvest is not a big one, then what is a full harvest? It's kind of weird. Banner chuckled lightly. Traveling to another universe, one of you seems very satisfied, and the other is very dissatisfied. Don't you guys go together? You're half right and half wrong. Tony shook his head lightly. Yi is very satisfied, but I'm different. There's only one good news for me on this trip, everything else is bad news. It's not happening now, but obviously it's going to happen. You put it that way, I just want to hear the good news now. Banner shook his head slightly. Tony whispered, the good news is I'm going to marry Pepper. What kind of good news is this? Isn't this definitely a matter of course? Banner looked at Tony with a strange look on his face. Can you tell me what will happen to my 950 in the future? I don't know, you have to ask him. Tony pointed at Yi. Is it convenient? Banner turned his head slightly. Definitely convenient. Yi chuckled and said, you in the future and Hulk have reached a consensus, and the power and wisdom are integrated, which is a relatively good ending. It's still like this? I never thought of it. Banner scratched his head with an incredible expression. Yi raised his hand and patted Banner's shoulder. Now that you know it, let's work hard in this direction. You and Hulk can coexist, as long as you talk to Hulk more. He's just a little boy. Child, it is absolutely natural to have a temper tantrum, you have to be patient. Then I really need to have a good talk with Hulk. Banner nodded lightly. It seems that what Tony said is right, it was indeed Hulk who saved me. Okay. Yi turned slightly and looked at Tony. Tony, do you need my help? This matter will definitely make you very uncomfortable, but I can help you solve it perfectly. The key is how you think now. I have no idea yet, after all, I don't know the answer yet. Tony rubbed his cheeks, his expression looked a little depressed. The ending, base, must be very bad, right? It's so bad that I will be overwhelmed by hatred, and the extent to which everyone is falling out. He only saw him in another universe, and didn't see any acquaintances, and none of the members of the Avengers, which made Twashong think in the worst direction. It used to be, yes. Yi shrugged, then raised his right hand and put it in front of Tony, but it's different now. As long as you want, I can directly reverse all this, even resurrect your parents directly. If you want revenge, I can help you. If you want to give up revenge, it will be easier. Who made you my few friends in this universe? To be friends with Tony is definitely a matter of course. In the entire MCU, the only one who gets along with Yi is Tony, Black Braised Egg, Natasha Romanoff, Kaylin T.E., Steve. These are not good. Yi's ideas are not on the same line with them at all. How about not talking speculatively? In addition to Tony, Thor and Banner are also friends. Ancient One Magician is kind to him, he can be regarded as half of his guide. Carol is Yi's other half, naturally above friends. Other than these, Yi has nothing to worry about in the MCU. I want to find out the truth first. You were right not to tell me before. Tony rubbed his brows. This is what I have to do as a son of man. Just don't help me with this, okay? As for the future, stop me for a while and wait for me to calm down. Yes, I will pay attention to the whole process. Yi nodded slightly. Thank you. Tony nodded slightly, turned around and almost walked towards the stairs. J.A.R.V.I.S, are you okay? Sir, I'm fine, very good. J.A.R.V.I.S replied softly. Thank you for being okay, I want to give you an upgrade. Tony chuckled lightly. Thank you for being with me all the time. Thank you, sir, I will definitely be with sir all the time. After all, watching sir work is my greatest pleasure. I am very happy. Okay, let's get to work now. Need me to do something, sir? All the information about my parents, the Pentagon, S.H.I.E.L.D, Hydra, FBI, I want all the information about my parents. When is the information? You know it, J.A.R.V.I.S. Okay, sir, The cracking program has started running, please wait a moment. Watching Tony leave, Banner frowned slightly. What's wrong with Tony? There are some things to do. Yayi's gaze sank slightly. After all, the killing of one's father is not the same, let alone someone murdered his parents at the same time. Banner was taken aback for a moment, and then touched his nose in embarrassment. This is really bad news that can't be worse. Yayi looked at Banner, and said softly, do you need a gamma laboratory? If so, give me a blueprint. The 98th floor is still empty. I'll help you build one after you design it. You and the Hulk can have fun inside without worrying about breaking anything. Then it looks like I'll be busy next time. Banner took out his glasses from his coat pocket and said seriously, I can finish the design drawings in about 2 hours. I will trouble you then. Go. Yayi nodded slightly, watching Banner leave as well. After the elevator was completely closed, Yayi turned around and looked at the space in front of the left. Ancient One Magician, can you come out now? Your progress is too fast, overturning everything I saw. The voice fell, and the Ancient One Magician slowly walked out of the mirror space. I could see a corner of the future before, but now it's blurry, I'm a little not sure anymore. What I saw through the original time stone before is there is no such development. From the moment you promised me to borrow the original time stone 5 years later, there will only be major fluctuations in the future, but now, you have overthrown all of this with your own hands. It worries me a lot. Is Ancient One Magician trying to drive me away? Yayi chuckled lightly, raised his hand a bit more empty, and a cup of freshly brewed tea appeared in front of Ancient One Magician. The Ancient One Magician took the cup of tea and shook his head lightly. I don't have such unrealistic ideas, even a year ago. Then Ancient One Magician can rest assured. Yayi waved his hand. The agreement made a year ago is still valid, and I will not interfere with Strange's growth. Although his growth is not very good, he is better than you. Far from it. The Ancient One Magician was taken aback for a moment, then relieved. No matter how good the ability is, it will take time. Strange will become the best Sorcerer Supreme, I have no doubts about that. Chapter 66. Yes, it's all right. Yayi smiled and nodded. Strange will indeed become the best Sorcerer Supreme. But to reach your level, it will take at least 30 years, won't it? Ancient One Magician is now the pinnacle of level Godfather. If it wasn't for this body that restrained her, Ancient One Magician would have broken through to level single universe long ago. After finding Strange as the candidate for the next Sorcerer Supreme, and barely cultivating him as a teacher, Ancient One resolutely abandoned this body, broke through the level single universe and followed the Eternal God. Strange wants to reach the realm of the Ancient One Magician, at least 30 years, this is on the premise of his outstanding ability. Definitely, there is no need to question the life of cheating. What if Strange has some adventures and directly becomes the little boss of level Godfather or even level single universe? It's not impossible either. Did you see it? The Ancient One Magician raised his head slightly. Strange's future. I'm not that boring. Yayi said bluntly, it's roughly estimated, and it's meaningless to look at it. The future of the universe is an infinitive. Who knows what direction it will develop in? Definitely, human intervention is not necessarily the case. After all, the current me can easily promote the development of a universe, exclude what is not pleasing to the eye, and cultivate what is pleasing to the eye. Is this difficult? The Ancient One Magician was stunned for a while, then chuckled and shook his head. For you now, it is indeed not difficult at all. So, do you have a plan for the future of this universe? Planning. Yayi frowned. What am I doing planning the future of this universe when I have nothing to do? Are you full? Then it seems that I'm thinking too much. Ancient One Magician was not embarrassed, but shook his head slightly. Let's let the future of this universe take its course. I might intervene a little bit. Yayi said softly, after all, there are some things I don't like, maybe I have to take someone away. Ancient One Magician turned the teacup in his hand, with a rare look of depression on his face. You just told me not to plan the future of this universe. Yayi smiled lightly and said, I really don't want to plan, but my friend is in trouble. If you want me to sit on the sidelines, it is obviously impossible. When you don't have power, you must obey the rules set by the strong, but when I have power, why don't I change things within my power? Can't help friends when they're in trouble, can't help relatives when they're in trouble, put up with things that don't please you, know what's going to happen but can't stop it. Some people have this sense of powerlessness, and attribute all of this to the natural operation, the cycle of cause and effect. Magician, you seem to be following the same path, right? It's not what I want to say, it's not that I'm too arrogant, and it's not that I swelled up and became arrogant when I gained power, it's just that I can't get used to it. People are alive, don't they want to be at ease? Goo head and tail, afraid of this and that, to put it bluntly, it's just one thing. That is, I am not strong enough, so I can only be forced to watch, endure, and be a bystander. Maybe I have the final say on the multi-universe, but the universe under my feet, as long as I think about it, I have the final say. How does Ancient One Magician think about this? The Ancient One Magician was silent for a while. Although what Ye said was absurd, it is undeniable that what he said did have some truth. Magician, I feel that you are good in everything, good personality, good temper, good attitude, the only thing is that you lack a little domineering. Looking at the Ancient One in front of him, Ye slowly got up. It is undeniable that what you said makes sense. Ancient One chuckled helplessly, perhaps this is the sorrow of the week that you said. I fought Thanos today. Ye looked up and looked out the window, for now, regardless of whether Thanos' philosophy is correct or not, but his belief that he can give up everything for his goal is something that not everyone can possess. Although he died in my hands, it doesn't mean that my will and belief will be stronger than his. He just had bad luck, which doesn't explain anything. Magician, I have a small question to ask. If you were not dead when Thanos came to Earth, would you stop him? This is impossible. The Ancient One Magician directly shook his head. You don't need to consider reality, what I'm talking about is if. Ye shook his head helplessly, if there is no my universe, if everything develops according to the original script, if the news of your death gets out. He is coming, will you choose to stop him? This. Ancient One Magician hesitation. Okay, I see. Ye shrugged, so, the two of us have always had a disagreement, but both of us are subconsciously ignoring it. Song is when we can talk directions to talk. To put it bluntly, you are deceiving yourself. 0. Magician, is this the instinct of human nature? Seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. No solution. Ancient One Magician shook his head helplessly. Magician, now it's my turn to come up with a proposal. Looking at Ancient One Magician, Ye said solemnly. I know. Ancient One Magician chuckled lightly, not feeling any surprise, raised his hand slightly, dark energy surged, and Eye of Agamotto had already emerged between Ancient One Magician's hands. You can do it, right? Definitely. Ye raised his right hand without any hesitation, and the 6 infinity rough stones glowed brightly, they are the guarantee. This time, I still choose to believe. The Ancient One Magician's face was solemn, his hand sealed instantly, and Eye of Agamotto slowly opened. The rough time stone exuding emerald green radiance flew out from Eye of Agamotto, floating calmly in front of Ye. Let's go, and finish what you want to finish first. Taking the time stone, Ye stood up slowly, the infinity bracelet lit up a light, and a space-time wormhole suddenly appeared in front of him. Want to witness it for yourself? I've seen it countless times, and I've experienced it countless times. Ancient One Magician shook his head slightly, there's nothing to worry about now. Then wait for me for a minute. After the words fell, Ye raised his hand to grab the void, and a sleeping figure emerged in the palm of his hand, and then walked into the space-time wormhole and. Without any hesitation. Chapter 67. Sir, this is all the information that can be collected so far. Is that all the records of S.H.I.E.L.D? Looking at the projection in front of him, Tony frowned slightly. My father is one of the elders of SHIELD. There should be a lot of information about him in SHIELD. It doesn't make sense to say anything. J.A.R.V.I.S said softly, Sir, the Master's information should have been destroyed artificially, and there are traces of rearranging the information. Nick Fury. Tony's eyes sank. No, sir, it's Alexander Pierce. Hydra. Yes. Isn't Steve fighting Hydra? Where is he now? I need first-hand information. Okay sir, I'm sorting it out for you. J.A.R.V.I.S paused slightly, and said 160 again, Steve, Kaylin T.E., and Natasha Romanoff have recently left the country, and their destination is Sokovia. The target is Baron Citrical, where there is a secret base of Hydra. Citrical, rubbing his sore eyes, Tony said in a deep voice, call out all the unidentified people who have been in contact with Pierce in the past few years, and investigate them one by one. By the way, see if there is Citrical. Tony's voice fell, and a blurry surveillance video suddenly appeared. There were 3 people in it, one of them was naturally Alexander Pierce, and the other, looked a bit like Citrical, but couldn't be sure. And the last person is hidden in a dark corner, and it can only be seen that it is a burly human figure. Sir, maybe you need to pay more attention to this person. According to the information, this unidentified man hidden in the dark has illegally entered and exited Pierce's house many times, and has multiple entries and exits related records. His certificates are all fake, and the information is all forged, but it can be guessed that the other person is about 175 centimeters tall and weighs about 260 pounds. I did some comparisons and found that this person is related to multiple murders. Who was killed? Tony frowned. Almost all of them are politicians from various countries. The most important point is that these victims have had some kind of special connection with Pierce. Do you eliminate dissidents and eliminate political enemies? Hydra has always been like this. Looking at the blurry picture in front of him, Tony had a sneer on his face. I'm not afraid that you hide well, but I'm afraid that you don't exist. Sir, I found a similar record in S.H.I.E.L.D's data, Aegis Level 5, codenamed Winter Soldier. But I still don't know the real face of the other party. The other party has participated in more than 20 assassinations in the past 50 years. S.H.I.E.L.D has approached him, but there is no result. Looking at the projection in front of him, Tony said softly, the Hydra arrested by Steve, are they still alive? There are quite a lot of people, but sir, your idea will not be realized. Most of Hydra has a single line connection, and the snakeheads are both friends and enemies. Unless the subordinates are directly involved, otherwise they want to learn from them. Getting something out of your mouth is obviously impossible. Then find a head. Tony's eyes sank. The purpose of the flight, Sokovia, the ultimate purpose is to pry open Citrical's mouth, and help me prepare some torture tools. I may use them. Good sir, the flight plan has been programmed into the schedule, and the nanoparticles have been replenished, which is enough to support the high-intensity battle for 3 days. Don't worry about the lack of backup. Let's go then. The nano armor was dressed in an instant. Before J.A.R.V.I.S opened the valve, Tony directly drove the armor through the glass. The nano armor instantly broke through the sound barrier, turned into a flame and disappeared in mid-air. Sensing the movement, Ancient One raised his head slightly, and let out an inaudible sigh. Everything has changed. Since Yayi came to this universe, the trajectory of time has fluctuated dozens of times, and the original timeline seems to have been advanced a lot. What should have happened didn't happen. What shouldn't have happened was many years earlier. Ancient One didn't know whether it was good or bad. After all, the future is already blurry. Why are you so sad? When I left, Magician, you were fine, didn't you? The space-time channel opened, and Yeshi, who hadn't changed at all, stepped out of it. It's an old problem. Ancient One Magician chuckled, looking at the figure on Yeyi's right hand. So fast. It doesn't take much effort. He raised his hand and flicked it lightly, and the figure on his hand turned into a stream of light and dissipated. It's just that he created an illusory universe and experienced everything he should experience. These things are temporarily sealed in his subconscious mind. When the time comes, or Magician, when you plan to let him awakening, then he will be able to recall everything he has experienced before. This time I acted according to your script. Thank you very much. Ancient One seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. After a while, I will be able to live without incident. 500 years of persistence is indeed tiring enough. Have you received the eternal call? Yayi frowned. Right. Yayi suggested, then how about I directly use a local time acceleration to make all this happen earlier and get on the right track, so that you can be relieved earlier. It's too messy. Ancient One shook his head and refused. It was already messy just now. I have to observe it for a while when I go back. That's fine. I also think it's a bit troublesome. Yayi nodded lightly. The matter on my side has been settled. When is Dormammu going to solve it? You decide for yourself. After all, Dormammu is no threat to you at all. After finishing the sentence, Ancient One put down the teacup in his hand, and got up straight away. There is still something to do in the holy place. 4.5. I won't stay any longer. Come to visit me when I have time. I will be very welcome. Go slowly. Yayi nodded slightly. Whether to go to Camartage, Yayi is not sure, although I can still chat with Ancient One Magician, but the chats are almost all kinds of off-topic and various secret law knowledge. Once down to business. Ancient One Magician is still tough. Seeing the Ancient One Magician leave, Yayi slowly leaned on the sofa behind him with a relaxed expression on his face. The matter of the Time Stone has been completely resolved. The only thing left in this universe is only one soul gem that is still in Vormir. How can a set of infinite rough stones be enough? In Yayi's vision, there are 2 sets of 12 infinite rough stones, one for external use and one for internal use. External use is naturally easy to understand, because Chapter 68. 2 sets of 12 infinite rough stones. Yayi's plan is very clear. A set is naturally used to form the Infinity Bracelet. After all, the Infinity Bracelet will be one of Yayi's biggest cards before his own strength is improved. As for the second set, Yayi intends to use it internally. What is it used for? With the 6 original stones as the cornerstone, he will create a dark plane universe in his dark plane. After the Galactic Force genetic system and the large astronomical computer are obtained, all genetic engines will naturally need to be synthesized. With the 6 original stones as the cornerstone, the synthesized genetic system as the center, and the large-scale celestial computer to manage the dark plane universe, temporarily make up for the embarrassing situation of Yayi's limited knowledge inventory. The power of the 6 rough stones is integrated in Yayi's dark plane. Yayi is looking forward to what kind of changes this will bring to him. Doing so is equivalent to merging these 6 infinity stones with him. There must be danger. However, Yayi said that the system has never let him down. Since it can be done, it will definitely work. As for whether it hurts or not, do you still care about these? Apart from the pain of being torn apart, what else has Yayi not experienced? As for how the last soul gem in this universe is vegetarian with the infinite bracelet in his hand? Although the ability of unlimited rough stones cannot be applied to rough stones originally, can't you find them if you can't get them? If you can't find soul gem, then you can only get soul gem's approval by sacrificing your beloved. And once Yayi finds the hiding place of soul gem, Yayi has a lot of ways to get it. The most violent thing is to let the system disk it directly, just like before when disobedient and wanted to eat the main type particles, just give it a disk to make it round. So it's not a big deal, the only problem is when to go looking for it. But at this time, Yayi feels that it is completely possible to push back a little bit. After all, only one of the 6 rough stones has been completely conquered by him, the space gem is basically almost there, the progress bar of the real rough stone is estimated to be only halfway, and the soul stone has just begun. The time rough stone and soul gem of another universe have just arrived, and they haven't warmed up yet, and even the rewards after getting the rough stone have not come to the level to claim, and the 7 days have not yet arrived. Even if you want to rush, you can't rush. Temporarily putting aside the redundant thoughts in his mind, Yayi got up and went to the 5000th floor. Seeing the empty 90th floor and the broken viewing glass, Yayi frowned slightly. J.A.R.V.I.S, where's Tony? Sir has left for Sokovia, just a minute ago. J.A.R.V.I.S replied softly. Have you found any clues yet? Hearing the place name Sokovia, Yayi thought a little too much. Quicksilver and Wanda came out here, and the final battle between Avengers, Age of Ultron and Ultron took place here. The final result, with the death of Quicksilver and the destruction of Sokovia. With this as a starting point, coupled with the careful planning of a true Avenger, the heroic civil war begins. But, he took away the original Mind Stone first, there is no such thing as Hydra at all, Ultron probably won't be able to get out, and Vision is probably gone. Also, it seems that even Quicksilver and Wanda are gone. Definitely, it's not that the person is gone, but that the ability is gone, and the person is still alive and well. After all, this is the MCU universe. In terms of setting, the abilities of Quicksilver and Scarlet Queen Wanda were both guided by the original Soul Stone. Now that this crop is missing, will these two people still appear? After a little inventory, Yayi found that he seemed to have changed a lot. According to the original plot, Vision would die, and Quicksilver would die too, but Scarlet Witch Wanda is still alive. Now that he has taken the original Soul Stone ahead of time, these two people reckon that they will not appear as in the original book. If he is still in this universe, then naturally there is no problem, but, he must leave, his home is not in this universe, he will always leave. It doesn't matter if the 6 rough stones are gone, after all, it was destroyed by Thanos. But when Yayi leaves, he must leave with Carol. Although Yayi is not sure whether Carol will follow him, but it should be okay to imagine a little bit, and we can just have a good talk at that time. Under this premise, Yayi is equivalent to directly taking away the 2 great powers of this universe. Needless to say, Carol has reached the peak of level Godfather, and has even entered the existence of a single universe. And Scarlet Witch Wanda, although it is not very strong in the early stage, if it can awakening Chaos Force and use Origin magic power in the true sense, then it is definitely a multi-universe level. Even if the MCU is low level, the worst thing is the peak of the single universe. Now being fed by him like this. It's gone. For this universe, it seems a bit unfriendly. He could just walk away, but where are Tony, Thor, Banner going? It seems that this universe should leave a little behind. After all, Tony is one of the few friends of Yayi, and Yayi doesn't want to trap them by accident. As for taking Tony and the others away, it's probably unrealistic. You don't even need to ask, you know that you will definitely be rejected. They are not the same as Yayi, they have a deep concern for this world, unlike Yayi who is all in one. After thinking about things too much, Yayi is also a little annoyed. After all, this is a dead end, so why not let him use the Soul Stone to stimulate Wanda and Pilot? It is possible, but there is an enmity between the other party and Tony, and Yayi has not experienced those things before. Yayi can't guarantee whether he will dig a bigger hole by doing so. For people who are not their own enemies, but who are kind-hearted, directly using the Infinity Stone to brainwash them, Yayi always feels a little shy. If the other party is hostile towards him, then no matter what Yayi does, he won't have the slightest bit of unbearable heart. But now, helpless Yayi rubbed his forehead. J.A.R.V.I.S, If there is any emergency on Tony's side, please remember to report to me at any time, understand? Understood, Mr. Yayi. J.A.R.V.I.S replied very seriously. It seems useless to think too much now, let's actually observe it when the time comes. If it really doesn't work, then just temporarily close this universe for a while. There are no great gods in this universe, and it will be a matter of the future. With Yayi's current strength, unless multiple elements join forces to attack this universe, it is really impossible to make a big deal. Chapter 69. How to say Sokovia, it is miserable, the technology is underdeveloped, and there are not many people, but the geographical location is very special, and it is often the point of war between the big powers. So, this country is a bit miserable, almost all the year from the war, although it is a little better now, but it is still chaotic. What's even more unfriendly to this place is Hydra's Baron Citricle also took root here, conducting human experiments from time to time. In short, it's a miserable word throughout. In the forest on the outskirts of Sokovia, a melee is unfolding. The front door is Tony wearing a nano armor. The fighting process is the simplest and most brutal horizontal push all the way. Tony is not in a good mood today, but none of the Hydra who stopped him can survive. It seems that in order to vent the excess emotions in his heart, Tony directly killed the base from the defense line outside the forest. Citricle has been marked by J.A.R.V.I.S. Tony is not afraid of him running away. Where can he go? Airplane, subway, tank, or tunnel? There is nothing that an arc pulse gun can't solve. If there is, then replace it with a photon energy cannon. What a shit fortress or a shit tank, rushing up is just a matter of an arc pulse gun. It's even easier to hide underground, and a microwave pulse cannon can solve it. Tony just walked towards the Hydra base on the hill step by step in such an open and aboveboard way, leaving only a group of corpses of Hydra members on the road behind. And at the back of the castle, 4 figures quickly concentrated in the shadows in 4 different directions. Wherever they passed along the way, all the secret whistles of Hydra were dead for no apparent reason. Because it is stealth, the forward speed is a little slower than Tony. Cap, this situation is not right. Besides us, it seems that there is another wave of people attacking Hydra's base. Seeing the transfer of personnel in the forest, Kalen Te frowned slightly. Sam, can I see what's going on? Steve's eyes sank slightly. Raising his hand to touch the goggles, Sam said in surprise, that guy seems to be your acquaintance. Iron Man is here. Why is he here? Tony. Steve was taken aback for a moment, and then said in a deep voice, don't hide anymore, just rush in and see if you can get in touch with the press. Understood, Cap. J.A.R.V.I.S, where are the energy sources of these barriers? Raising his hand and blasting a few Hydra, Tony looked at the building protected by the energy shield. Sir, there are high-density particle waves downstairs in the building to the north. Very good. The battle armor ignited and lifted off, and raised its palm to point at the base, which is the triple arc pulse gun. After testing the limit distance, a microwave pulse gun blasted into the ground in an instant, directly destroying the energy core. The energy shield protecting the Hydra base dissipated, and Tony swooped in with his armor on. The nanoparticles of the shoulder armor quickly combined, rows of bullets flew out, and groups of Hydra fell to the ground one after another. Looking at the red dot on the map representing Citricle, Tony walked towards the basement unhurriedly. The nanoparticles flowed on the armor, and they automatically searched for the enemy without Tony's control at all, and then directly killed them without any delay. Show no mercy. Boom. He raised his hand and blasted open the door of the basement. The shoulder armor was opened again, and bullets flew out one after another. Hydra who had ambushed declared all dead. Glancing at the surrounding servers, Tony didn't bother to pay attention, and directly raised his feet towards the hidden door in the room. The cannon blasted open the wall, and Citricle, who was running fast, came into Tony's eyes, raised his hand and shot at the wall on the left side in front of Citricle, and the running body of the other party froze suddenly. Baron Citricle, the #1 villain of Hydra, are you going to run again? Oh, isn't this the famous Iron Man? Citricle turned his head slightly. Strictly speaking, I am a villain of S.H.I.E.L.D. It's none of my business. Tony's eyes sank. I only came to you for one thing. Pierce died, so I can only look for you. It's really strange. Iron Man will beg me one day. Citricle's mouth curled into a smile. This really flatters me. Do you like nonsense? Tony moved his palm down a little bit, and an arc pulse cannon shot out, directly hitting Citricle's thigh. Ah! Citricle wailed, holding his bloody thigh with both hands, trembling constantly on the ground. This is a meeting gift from me, do you like it? Looking at Citricle who kept howling, Tony raised his right palm and aimed at Citricle's other leg. I just ask you a small question. Where's the Winter Soldier? I don't know. Looking up at Tony, A sinister smile appeared on Citricle's ferocious face. Even if I knew, why would I tell you? You want to find the culprit who killed your parents, right? I can tell you with certainty that this is what the Winter Soldier did, and they died terribly. Isn't it sad? Tony's eyes turned red, and the killing intent rolled in his heart. I'll give you one last chance. Where is the Winter Soldier? I don't know. Seeing the extremely obvious murderous intent in Tony's eyes, Citricle panicked. I really don't know where she is. The Winter Soldier is not under my jurisdiction. Then you're useless. Tony took a deep breath, and instantly aimed his palm at Citricle's forehead. Excellent. No, you can't kill me. Looking at Tony's already lit palm, Citricle hurriedly said, no, I'm still useful. Although I don't know where Winter Soldier is, I know someone knows where Winter Soldier is, and if you kill me, you'll never know who he is. I can give you his address. You can go to him. He must know where Winter Soldier is. Who? Tony felt irritated, and the light in his palm became even brighter. New Jersey. Citricle said hastily. He's in Wheaton, New Jersey. He's at Camp Leha. Wheaton, New Jersey. Tony frowned fiercely. Are you lying to me? No, I didn't lie to you. He's really there. Citricle backed away, dragging his injured thigh. Dr. Zola is still alive. He's still alive. He transformed the Winter Soldier by himself. Chapter 70. Zora? Anam Zola. Looking at Citricle in front of him, Tony frowned slightly. J.A.R.V.I.S. Compare the data. Sir, according to the data, Anam Zola was diagnosed with advanced cancer in 1972. According to the medical level at that time, there was no chance of cure. He was already dead. Listening to J.A.R.V.I.S.'s words, Tony's eyes were on Citricle again. It seems that you can really die. No, what I said is true. Citricle exclaimed. Although Dr. Zola died physically, his consciousness was transferred to the supercomputer in Camp Leha before he died. Strictly speaking, he is not dead. Dr. Zola and Pierce have been in communication all the time. The inside plan of S.H.I.E.L.D. is written by Dr. Zola. Inside plan. Sir, there is indeed such a plan, and the proposer of the plan was Alexander Pierce, but after Pierce's death, under the leadership of Nick Fury, the plan was withdrawn. I really didn't lie to you, just go to New Jersey and find out. Citricle was trying to save his life. If it's fake, if I lied to you, it won't be too late for you to kill me then. Anyway, I don't expect to be able to run away. My life is worthless, so you just spare my life mercifully. 190 Okay. Maybe ordinary Hydra soldiers are not afraid of death after being brainwashed, but none of the leaders of Hydra is not afraid of death. They love their lives more than anyone else. Sir, Camp Leha has been abandoned for many years, but some information shows that Pierce's private mailbox has received mail from Camp Leha, New Jersey, a year ago. Okay, Tony took a deep breath. Update the itinerary. The next stop is New Jersey. Good sir. I think I can go, right? Citricle endured the pain and slowly moved backwards. You can indeed go. After the words fell, Tony gently raised his hand. The nanoparticle surged rapidly, and a tiny chip burst out, directly shooting into Citricle's chest. Ah, Citricle panicked. What did you do to me? That's just a quantum locator. It's attached to your heart so that I can find you at any time. You better not lie to me. The visor closed, and Tony soared into the air and flew outside. Tony, who was about to fly away, gave a slight pause. Sorry, Steve, I don't have time to play with you. Let's have another drink when you have time. Citricle is right below. I guess he won't be far away. If you want to find him, you'd better go now. Goodbye. As soon as the words fell, the nano armor burst out, setting off a sonic boom, and disappeared into Steve's sight as a tiny flame. Seeing the disappearing Tony, Steve frowned, but suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Tony, who has never been very interested in Hydra, why is he suddenly so interested this time? Cap, I found Citricle. Hawkeye's voice sounded in the headset, but he seems to be very miserable. He broke a leg and lost a lot of blood. Go and clean up the surroundings first, Sam. Copy all the things in these servers and take them away. Kaylin T.E., Natasha Romanoff, look for any secret passages, Citricle, and give it to me. Got it, Cap. Following Hawkeye's prompt, Steve found Citricle, who had been tightly bound by Hawkeye, and now Citricle seemed a bit miserable, with a very pale face, which was a sign of excessive blood loss. Isn't this Steve Logo? Geez. Seeing Steve walking down, Citricle had completely given up all escape plans. What did you say to Tony? Steve didn't give Citricle any favors at all. No, seeing Steve in front of him, Citricle's eyes darkened. Bab, then chuckled and said, I didn't say anything. I don't know anything. I don't know anything. You have to ask me. There is no answer. I guess you never want to know. Looks like we need to have a good chat. Steve chuckled. If you want to know, please ask me. Citrical laughed directly. If you are more sincere, maybe I will tell you mercifully. The person you've been trying to find. Bucky. Steve's pupils shrank suddenly. It seems that Pierce is really stupid, he can't hide anything. Citrical laughed at this. That idiot deserves his death. But it doesn't matter, if it makes you despair, I will be very happy. I hope you still have time. This is my revenge on you. Stark really thinks I don't know? No, I know, I just need to let him figure it out step by step, and then wait for you to kill each other. Interesting, right? Avengers on Avengers, too bad I can't see it. But it all happens, doesn't it? Where's Bucky? Steve gritted his teeth. Tell me, Citrical. Want to know? You go after Stark, go to New Jersey, ha ha ha. The vibranium shield in his hand flew out. Citrical's laughter stopped abruptly. Barton, I will use the Quinjet for a while, please contact Nick to pick you up. Taking a look at the comatose Citrical, Steve continued, by the way, take Citrical back together. Cap. Listening to Steve's words, Hawkeye expressed a little doubt. You just leave us in this shitty place. I have no problem with this, but are you sure you don't need our assistance, Cap? Sam said in a deep voice. Natasha Romanoff said, slightly worried, I always feel bad. Did Citrical say something? Cap. Steve's voice could not be heard in the headset for a long time. A subtle roar sounded from afar, and he turned his head suddenly. Quinjet had already taken off. Guys, I always feel like something is going to happen. Stark came and went in a hurry. He didn't go for long, and Steve chased after him in such a hurry. Something must have happened. How do you know the Cap is chasing Stark? Sam frowned. Conscious. Need to get Nick to locate Quinjet. Hawkeye frowned. It better be like this. Chapter 71. Camp Wetenlaha, New Jersey. A tiny flame lit up in the gloomy sky, and Tony, who was wearing a nano armor, landed vertically in the center of the camp. J.A.R.V.I.S. Sir, on the left, it's unbelievable. After so many years, these devices are still operating normally, and I detected data fluctuations. Looking at this open and above-board entrance, Tony raised his hand and fired a cannon, directly blasting the somewhat decayed steel gate into pieces. S.H.I.E.L.D. was established here. Looking at the S.H.I.E.L.D. logo on the wall, and the photo of my father next to it, I was sure of one thing. Sir, turn right, the central bookshelf has detected airflow, there is a secret door behind, it is an elevator. The paperclip project tisk the devil hiding under the human skin of S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony took off his visor, staring at his father's photo in a daze. This time it's my turn to teach you, Diddy. I'll catch them all and leave none. Thank you, Diddy. Turning around, almost violently opened the bookshelf and the locked door. J.A.R.V.I.S. 8539, sir. Thanks. Sitting in the elevator all the way down, a computer room hidden in the darkness appeared in front of Tony. Arnim Zola, Citrical said, you know the location of the Winter Soldier, so I'm here. Looking at the mainframe computer in front of him, Tony believed Citrical and didn't say anything. The lights come on, the computer starts running, the database lights up green, and this old mainframe computer wakes up. Tony Stark, born in 1969, son of Howard Stark. Arnim Zola's voice sounded in the empty basement. Tony raised his hands lightly, nanoparticles flowed, and a bunch of small missiles aimed at the surrounding servers. These are no secrets, I just ask you a question, where is the Winter Soldier? You want to know where he is? I'm sorry, I don't know either, although the Winter Soldier was transformed by me, but he is Pierce's direct subordinate, apart from knowing the password. Only Pierce can reach him other than those in the... After Pierce's death, there are only those people who have the password, and the regiment may know where he is. Who is he? Tony's face darkened. Since it was transformed by you, you should have his information, right? Tell me, I'll find it myself. Bucky Barnes. Dr. Zola's voice fell, and a series of messages appeared on the side display. This is the Winter Soldier you are looking for. Very good. Looking at the message on the screen, Tony slowly lowered his hands. J.A.R.V.I.S. You can kill it, I want to know everything. Sir, the intrusion has been completed, and the antivirus program has started running. No, you can't do that. Zola's roar slowly faded away. The picture on the monitor suddenly dissipated, turned into a blue screen, and returned to normal after a while, but at the moment it was not Zola who was controlling this computer, but a subroutine of J.A.R.V.I.S. Sir, this guy lied. The Winter Soldier's information is correct, but where is it now? The information curry is marked. Every time the Winter Soldier completes the task, he is in a frozen state, and his body has been transformed by Hydra so he can live for so many years. Before Pierce died, and no quests for the Winter Soldier. So this old guy is frozen now. Tony stared. Do you know where it is? I think I need to change the itinerary again. J.A.R.V.I.S said softly, in Siberia, there are detailed coordinates. Okay, I finally found out, we're going to kill this BD now. Tony's mood became calmer than ever, he only has one thing to do now. Sir, there is a surveillance video about the Master, the content may cause a high degree of discomfort, do you want to watch it? J.A.R.V.I.S advises you not to watch it? Why don't you watch? Tony took a deep breath, his eyes seemed to be a little red, only after watching, can I decide how to kill that BD? Sir. J.A.R.V.I.S said softly, maybe I should inform Mr. Yayi, you made a note before you came, you need to calm down after knowing the truth. Calm down. The corner of Tony's mouth trembled, don't you want revenge? Let me calmly let the murderer go, let me calmly give up revenge. Maybe I made a wrong decision before I came here. J.A.R.V.I.S, delete the note, do not notify Yayi, I will solve this matter myself. Sir, Quinjet. J.A.R.V.I.S had some hesitation, Steve Loges is here, he is coming in. Delete all data. Tony's eyes sank, his visor closed instantly, and the tiny missile above his wrist launched. Boom. The violent explosion and the dazzling flame instantly flooded the basement, and all the facilities were destroyed. Gently put your hands together, the nanoparticles flow, a huge amounts of muzzle group synthesis type, a photon energy cannon with full penetrating power directly penetrates the ground above Tony's head. Nano armor lifts off. As if it wasn't enough to relieve hatred, at the moment of leaving, another missile landed, and the entire facility collapsed and turned into ruins. Ignoring Steve below, Tony's armor pushed forward with full firepower, ignoring the consequences of being unable to bear the strong pressure, the armor turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky at 12 times the speed of sound superior. Destination, Siberia, Hydra base. Dazzled by hatred? Maybe it is, no one can see the scene of their parents being killed without being angry or sad, people with ability will naturally choose revenge. Some people may say that Bucky is just being controlled and killing Howard is not his intention at all, but why doesn't Tony know? His anger is full, what he needs now is an outlet. At the same time, Yayi, who was waiting for the results in the Avengers building, also received a reminder from J.A.R.V.I.S. Mr. Yayi, I think I need help, and Sir needs help too. Tony's emotions are a little bit out of control, and I'm afraid he will do something that he regrets, if he can. I'm fine. Slowly getting up from the sofa, a space wormhole suddenly opened, I'll go to the Hydra base first and wait. If Tony can't make a decision and is afraid that he will regret it, then leave this matter to Howard himself to decide. Definitely, if Tony can make his own decisions, I'm out of it. Chapter 72. On a certain ice field in Siberia, in front of the gate of the Hydra base, a space wormhole suddenly opened, and Yayi slowly stepped out of it. Tony's clearly not here yet. Isn't this nonsense? From New Jersey to Siberia across a small half of the world, calculate the distance for yourself. Although for Yayi it's just an opening door. But for Tony, today is really tiring enough. Starting from New York to Sokovia, and then returning from Sokovia to New York to New Jersey, and then from New Jersey to Siberia non-stop. Hardcore people should be tired. Tony is now relying on the anger in his heart to support his actions. After all, the flight time is a bit long. Tony hasn't arrived yet, Y-887 is not in a hurry, he really needs a little time to calm himself down, whether it is to kill Bucky or choose other options, at least Tony will regret this incident. Human emotions are very complicated, so complicated that they cannot be calculated at all. Usually even an inadvertent action or a small expression or a word will cause a series of extremely complicated emotional changes. Not to mention the great hatred brought about by the revenge of killing his father. Yayi will not persuade Tony to let go, nor will he take the initiative to let him kill Bucky, he has no say in this matter, except for Bucky and Tony who are the parties involved, no one has a say in this matter. Yayi can only act as a friend to support Tony after he makes a choice. It is definitely simple to be generous to others, and it is even easier to stand on the highest point of morality. It is easy to become a mother because you only need to move your lips. After all, things don't happen to me, and I can definitely stay out of the matter and talk about it, thinking that the bystander is clear and the audience's glasses are sharp. It sounds good on the lips, but it's not an egg. Even if you use the substitution method to feel the emotions of the two, it is just watching the fire from the other side. When the fire does not burn you, you will only feel a little hot, not a fatal pain. If you don't experience this feeling yourself, you have no right to speak. You can speak freely, you can have your own ideas, you can have your own opinions, but you can't impose your own subjective ideas on the parties. Yeah, he doesn't know exactly what Tony thinks, yeah, he doesn't know what Bucky thinks, and yeah, he doesn't know what Steve thinks. Everyone's choice is actually right, it's just that their positions are different, it's as simple as that. Definitely, some people may say that they have experienced this kind of pain, but generously choose to forgive. Yeah, he expresses that he does not understand. Just don't understand, don't agree, don't refute, don't be incompetent and furious, and don't ask for others' understanding. The three views are different, and forced explanations will only lead to self-inflicted humiliation. But there is only one thing Ye can be sure about. If Tony was replaced by him, everyone involved in this thing would die. The messenger behind the scenes, kill. The person who passed the order, kill. Executor, kill. Frustrated, no one will be left behind. There is no reason, no excuses, no kindness and compassion, only the most old-fashioned revenge. When you are involved in this whirlpool, you still want to get out. Even if you are dead, you will have to be pulled out of the grave and killed again, and your ashes will be thrown away. Only in this way can we forcefully erase the engraved hatred. Definitely, yeah, you won't let this happen unless he's already dead before then. But it's ridiculous to say. What's even more pity is, yeah, he doesn't even have this kind of concern, even this so-called premise doesn't exist. After all, no matter before or after the time travel, he is in a state of being alone and unencumbered. Here we come. Shaking his head to suppress redundant thoughts, Ye slowly raised his head and looked at the distant sky. In the sky far away from the ice field, a flame lighted up slightly, and the speeding nano armor began to slow down, and finally landed gently in front of Ye. The nano mask was removed. Tony glanced at Ye with red eyes, and then slowly sat down on the ice. J.A.R.V.I.S still notified you. I'm here to back you up, not to stop you. Looking at Tony, who was a little decadent, Ye raised his hand and tapped it lightly, and the frozen gate of the Hydra base turned into a. Tony, I respect your choice. The other party's life and death is yours. You just have to do what you think you should do. I'm on your side. Thank you. I think I need to calm down. Looking at the gate of the base that was already wide open, Tony raised his hand to hold a handful of ice and snow and smeared it directly on his face. The cold senses stimulated Tony's brain, and the flushed cheeks blushed by a rush of blood gradually returned to normal, and the scarlet color in his eyes seemed to have dissipated a lot at this moment. Throwing away the half-melted ice and snow, Tony looked up at Ye. What do you think I should do, or? If it were you, Ye, what would you do? I'm in a mess right now, my instinct is driving me, it wants me to kill Barnes, I probably think so, but I know he's being controlled, I don't know well, I'm a bit out of my mind. Did I not succeed in revenge in that world? Ye was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head. Although it is a parallel universe, theoretically the same person, but you are you and he is him, it is different, Tony. Without you over there, how did the other me fail? Looking at the gate of the base that had been opened wide, Tony said in a deep voice, Steve Logees, right. Things may be a bit complicated, but you are right. Looking at Tony in front of 2.9, Ye suddenly understood. Since he came to this universe, because of his existence, many things have not happened. The friendship between Tony and the rest of the Avengers has not even been fully established, only Banner and him. Ye has enough friendship with Tony. The current Tony still can't understand Steve, he can barely be regarded as a teammate, and the friendship between them is far from being as deep-rooted as in another universe. The only time they fought together was when the Chitauri invaded New York, and since then, there has been almost no contact between them. At the moment Tony is not caught in a dilemma. Steve Logees is just an old popsicle that has been frozen for 70 years. Chapter 73. Tony and Steve from another universe experienced the Great War in New York together, fought against Hydra together, fought with their lives in Sokovia, and fought side by side for an unknown amount of time. Unknowingly, they have established quite a solid friendship. Yet here, in this universe, none of this is happening. The relationship between them doesn't have to be that deep. Anyone who has watched Heroes Civil War should know that both Tony and Steve held back their hands to varying degrees at that time. Obviously, they still had a sense of reason and did not want to kill each other. But now, it seems that there will be different changes. As for who kept more hands at that time, each has their own arguments, but obviously, let's analyze rationally regardless of all external factors. The results are obvious. Possesses extremely powerful long-range firepower, and the weapon configuration is enough to easily win a small and medium-sized battle. The Mark 46 is used by Tony to fight melee combat. I really want to kill, a meal of long-range artillery output, laser cutting, enough. At that time, Mark 1046 was still like this, but what about now? Now, Tony is wearing the latest nano armor, which has a variety of functions, and its full firepower can even easily destroy a city. There are plasma blades, nano hammers, and nano blades for melee combat, plasma shields, stand shields, and nano shields for protection, and arc pulse cannons, photon energy cannons, cutting lasers, and floating cannons for long-range attacks. Needless to say, missiles, too many. As long as there are enough nanoparticles, any kind of hot or cold weapons can be combined by nano armor to fight against the enemy. Let me ask, if Tony at this moment is determined to kill Bucky Barnes, even if Steve is added as a 1-on-2, what will the other two use to save their lives? The answer is obvious, there is no other possibility except Tony flooding. Tony's attitude is everything. Will you support me in every decision I make? Even if it sounds cruel. Definitely. Looking at Tony, who was getting up slowly, he nodded without any hesitation. I support your decision. I don't know Steve and Barnes well. Thank you, let's go and see if he's worth killing. Tony nodded deeply, the nano mask closed instantly, turned around and walked towards Hydra's base. My father, does he want me to do this? I don't know. He shook his head. Howard Stark is a character, but I'm not the roundworm in his stomach. I don't know what he thinks. He gave me the best of everything. Tony's voice gradually became stable. He was still teaching me for more than 20 years after his death, but I was so rebellious back then. I couldn't even see them for the last time, and I couldn't even say the most basic thank you. Am I incompetent? Theoretically, yes. He nodded helplessly. After all, you were a bit deviant, to be honest. Indeed, sometimes I feel sorry for myself like this. Jay smiled self-deprecatingly. I can't understand what he did for me until now. So, I want to do something for him too. Do you need my help? Tony. He said softly, whether it's meeting or resurrection, it's actually very simple. Maybe it can get rid of the last trace of regret in your heart. I'll talk about it after I finish this matter. Looking at the dark passage, Tony stepped into it without any hesitation. This is the only thing I can do for him. Punish murder and murder, find out the culprits behind the scenes, and let their way deserve punishment. These things are the only things I can do now. Maybe I need your help later. Aren't there many Hydra in this world? He shrugged. There are quite a few of them, scattered all over the world, and there are quite a few who spend the rest of their lives incognito. I have a list of them. Do you want to kill them all? Definitely. If you want to do this, Hydra shouldn't exist in this world. Tony responded without any hesitation. That's easy. He nodded slightly, as if remembering something, and said again, actually, there is another Hydra outside the Earth. I think you should be familiar with his name, John Schmidt. When the time comes, I will. How about taking you there? John Schmidt? Didn't you say he was killed by Steve? Tony sneered. The leader of Hydra is really powerful, and he has developed into the universe. He seems miserable. No matter how miserable it is, it's still alive. Makes sense. The old-fashioned elevator paused slightly, as if it had reached the end. Tony directly raised his hand and opened the door, and walked slowly into the Hydra human experiment base with unhurried steps. 6 people. Except for Bucky Barnes, which happens to correspond to the 5 serums that were taken away. Looking at the scanning feedback from J.A.R.V.I.S, Tony nodded slightly. Very good, it's all here. In the center is an experimental device for forced brainwashing, and on the edge are 6 huge amounts of ice-sealed devices, and there are no more, no less, and just 6 figures lying in it. Among them, there is the Winter Soldier, Bucky Barnes. Do you want to wake them all up? Definitely. I still have questions for him. He raised his hand a little, and the reality was reversed in an instant, and the consciousness of the frozen 6 people returned, and they slowly woke up from their deep sleep. There was the sound of glass shattering at 6 Road 850, and 6 burly figures broke out from the frozen device, and their eyes were on Ye and Tony at the same time. Almost at the same time, 6 Winter Soldier including Bucky stormed up and attacked Ye and Tony. Press them. Ye turned his head slightly to look at Tony. I can do it myself. Tony shook his head and refused, raised his hands lightly, and 2 plasma blades exuding blue light extended from his wrists. Tony chose to do it himself. Ye didn't intend to stop him, but pushed back a few steps. Almost every one of these 6 people can stand shoulder to shoulder with Steve, and they are extremely fierce and deadly. But, not enough to see. Their attacks couldn't break through Tony's defense, but Tony's attacks could easily take their lives away. J.A.R.V.I.S analyzed the attack method, made a countermeasure, and finally Tony manipulated the armor to launch a one-sided violent attack. Hammers, axes, sharp blades, shields, hand cannons, and nano armors appeared frequently, easily suppressing the 6 Winter Soldier who received serum transformation. In less than 2 minutes, The 6 Winter Soldier who were planning to violently hurt people just now lay down on the ground without missing a single one. Definitely, it's not dead yet, it just lost its ability. Chapter 74. If you should ask, ask, and the emotions that should be vented have been vented. The entire Hydra base has become a mess, and the only one of the 6 Winter Soldier with eyes still alive is Bucky Barnes. Is this enough? Looking at the half-dead Bucky in Tony's hand, he frowned. That's enough. Throwing down Bucky who was completely unconscious in his hand, Tony raised his hand and rubbed his brows. It's hateful and pitiful, I just confiscated his crime tools. Looking at Bucky who had lost his hands, he said softly, his body has been modified, even so, he probably won't die, are you sure? That's it, let's go. Tony sighed fiercely, turned his head and walked outside quickly. I'm afraid I won't be able to bear it later and kill him directly. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers lightly, and a space wormhole directly leading to the Avengers building opened. You go back first, I have something to deal with, about 7 days or so. You need a good rest too. I know. Tony went straight through the wormhole without any hesitation. After Tony left, he glanced at Bucky, then shook his head lightly, and the figure disappeared immediately. It seems that I still don't understand enough. Not long after and Tony left, a Quinjet came galloping from afar and landed slowly in front of the base. Dividing line. On the other side, Norway. On a certain seashore, along with the rupture of the mirror space, a door of secret magic opened, and the Ancient One magician slowly walked out of it. His face didn't seem too good looking. And there is also a person sitting on the shore, a late old man, the king of Asgard, the father of god Odin, the name of the 9 realms. An illusory figure slowly solidified. Who came from Siberia appeared beside the Ancient One magician. Looking at the Ancient One magician with a bad face, and seeing Odin who was not moving, took the lead and said, that's all right, the 3 giants of the universe are gathered together, if you have something to say agree. How about starting with you? Odin. I don't want to start a war, but I don't have time. Odin got up, and slowly turned his head. It was a pale and wrinkled old cheek. You shouldn't break the agreement. The Ancient One magician said calmly, why do you want to provoke Dormammu? I don't want to do this either. Odin said in a deep voice, but accidents always happen. Someone stole the eternal fire right under my nose and gave it back to Surti, Thor, he hasn't grown up yet. Wake up, I don't have much energy to suppress Hela. Ragnarok is coming, and Surti's wrath will sweep the 9 realms. Who would believe such a stupid excuse? Looking at Odin in front of him, he shook his head slowly, this is why you transferred Hela's seal to Earth. I have no choice. Didn't you just want to bring trouble to the east and buy you time for Asgard? When transferring the seal of Hela, you also passed through the dark space by the way drove Dormammu. Let's talk about how many problems there are. Odin said with an unchanged face, you can stop Hela from returning to Asgard, it doesn't take much time, I will stop Surti, at least I can buy it for a while. Tisk, Ancient One magician, how far behind is the news about this product? Hearing Odin's words, chuckled and turned to look at Ancient One. I'm here in Midgard, he won't peep openly, and now there is another you of the same level. Ancient One magician shook his head helplessly, only a few people know about your departure and return, and even I know it later after taste. If it wasn't for the time stone that resonated with other stones and made me discover the changes in the timeline, maybe even I didn't know that he could spy on you with that ability. That's right. He touched his chin and nodded in agreement. The 6 Infinity Rough Stones have subtle interactions with each other, and the Tesseract is not in Odin's hands now. What would he use to find out that it is abnormal? That is, the Ancient One magician time stone never leaves the body to feel a little bit. To buy you time, you dumped all your troubles on Earth. Hela said that Odin was old and cunning, full of lies, and full of hypocrisy. As a tyrant, he had great ambitions. At the beginning, he was skeptical, but after meeting Odin, he believed 50% now. Isn't that what it is? It is said that this guy has no ambitions. How did he get Curry's Infinity Gauntlet? Knowing Ragnarok's prophecy, didn't this guy snatch Surti's the eternal fire in the first place? But this guy is not without merits, at least his feelings for his son and wife are still true. But none of that matters anymore. Although it is true that Odin has no choice, but taking the initiative to lead the war to the Earth is enough for and Ancient One to kill him unanimously. However, is utterly skeptical that he can steal the eternal fire from his treasured curry under Odin's nose. Although this guy's life is not long, but at least he still exists as a level godfather. Someone broke into his treasury, this guy actually said he didn't know it. How many level godfathers are there in this universe? Could it be another drama directed and acted by Odin himself? It seems that there is no need to call. The Ancient One magician sighed helplessly, although this, Niuzhao, made a very muddled choice, since so many things are all rushed together, Can you solve it at once? I always feel that the coincidence is too much. Yayi turned around slightly, and not far behind, a dark green wormhole expanded at an extremely slow speed. Even the butterfly effect doesn't play like this. If I didn't go to a parallel universe, then today is really a good day. Death Goddess Hela, Dark Lord Dormammu, Lava Giant Surti, each one is the existence of the pinnacle of level Godfather. But these guys are a tragedy. If Yayi hadn't collected all 6 Infinity Stones, maybe a great battle would break out today that would shock the entire universe. The collision between the peaks of the 6-level Godfathers, if they fought recklessly, I am afraid that the scene would definitely be very exciting. Chapter 75. Level Godfather is just a general concept. The weakest level Godfather can easily destroy a planet, and the powerful level Godfather can even directly destroy an entire galaxy or multiple galaxies. Ancient One, Odin, Surti, Dormammu, are undoubtedly the best among the level Godfathers. And Hela is slightly weaker, but this product has a characteristic: the source of her power comes from Asgard. In theory, as long as Asgard is not destroyed, then Hela will never die, and can only be sealed. Hela is similar to Dormammu. If you fight in your own homeland, your ability can be further strengthened. Fighting Dormammu in the Dark Dimension, without the power of the original Time Stone, Ancient One can at most be equal to Dormammu, and no one can do anything to the other. But if Dormammu leaves the Dark Dimension, the Ancient One magician can easily repel him without using the Time Stone. This is the advantage of local combat. The Thor who just appeared on the stage didn't even come to the Sub-Godfather. After the Second Awakening, Thor has just stepped into the threshold of level Sub-Godfather. And Thor, who has successfully awakened 3 times and obtained the power of Odin, has become a level Godfather, second only to Hela in strength. After receiving the blessing of the Storm War 147 axe, Thor's combat power surged again, directly becoming the existence of the pinnacle of ability. Thor in Avengers Alliance 3 is his peak, and Avengers Alliance 4, because of self-defeating and giving up for 5 years, Thor's strength is not advancing but retreating, and he has even fallen to level Godfather. Thanos slammed. Level Godfather has strengths and weaknesses, but if you hold a single Infinity Stone, then it is definitely one of the real peaks among level Godfathers, infinitely approaching level single universe. For example, Carol, who has completely mastered the power of the Space Gem. Definitely, this is based on the premise of thoroughly controlling the infinite rough stone ability. People like Vision, Ronan, etc. who have obtained the Infinity Stone, even if they have the Infinity Stone, they can't play their due ability. Edie is a weak chicken. Luo Nankong had the original stone, but his brain was not enough. In the end, the original stone was robbed and the person was directly killed. And Vision was accidentally attacked by Corvus Glaive, and it was completely useless. The Infinity Stone is like a decoration, no rubbish. You must know that the Corvus Glaive General, Bavk, army is a weak chicken who didn't even enter the Sub-Celestial Father. It is said that Corvus Glaive's knife is very special. Can it be better than the Infinity Stone? The original Mind Stone allows the user to easily enter the mind of others, and control other people's thinking and ideas to make the other party an obedient dog. It is so easy. However, Vision, who doesn't know how to use the original Mind Stone, just used it as a laser. It's an understatement to say it's a waste of money. In general, the 3-level Godfathers attacked this time are strong and weak. The weakest is Hela, who just broke the seal, Surti is slightly stronger, and Dormammu is the most difficult. But, now these are weak chickens. I think I have to go back. Glancing at the opening seal of the underworld, Gujian Magician turned his head and looked beyond Kai Kong. Dormammu is coming. Yayi nodded lightly. It's no problem, I've solved it. Hela will help you seal Dormammu completely. After all, it's something I promised you, so let's arrange it together today. Then I'll play with this old friend for a while, and I'll practice it for him. Hearing Yayi's words, a smile appeared on Ancient One Magician's face, and he turned around and went straight into the secret door to find Dormammu to talk about the old days. Just as the Ancient One Magician left, Bifrost fell from the sky and took Odin away without saying a word. Without the suppression of Odin's power, Hela's seal was completely broken. The dark green gate of the underworld suddenly opened, and a slender figure slowly walked out of the underworld. The eldest daughter of Odin, the goddess of death Hela. Hela, who came out of the gate of the underworld, stretched his waist, so I can still feel the breath of that old guy. It's really great that he didn't die, now I have no regrets. Hela? How are you? Looking at Hela in front of him, Yayi raised his hand and said hello. If you now go back through this door honestly and swear never to come out again, I will not make things difficult for you up. Are you the rescuer that the old guy invited? Hela smiled contemptuously, and the loose hair began to condense, turning into a slightly hideous crown. Is it a crown? Kneel down. Huh. The corner of Yayi's eye twitched. Are you out of your mind? I said. Kneel down to welcome your queen. Hela raised her hand slightly, and two strangely shaped weapons slowly extended from her palm. It seems that the brain is indeed shut down. It doesn't matter, I'll fix it for you. Yi shook his head, raised his hand and tapped the void. As soon as the space gem was lit up, the space where the two of them were currently was directly blocked, and the space instantly solidified, and the infinite pressure like a mountain slope directly acted on Hela's body. Boom. The terrifying pressure came too suddenly, the weapon in Hela's hand turned into dust and dissipated, his legs bent, and his knees slammed into the ground. Your demonstration is very good, I like it. Looking at Hela, who was struggling with humiliation, Yi gently raised his right hand, a red light and an orange light lit up on his fingertips. Because you are so cute, I will give you two choices now, either go back to the underworld by yourself and never come out of this world, or I will brainwash you and make you a kind of watchdog who guards the earth. You choose. I won't threaten you with death, that's too low level, death is too simple. I'll give you 10 seconds to choose, change your position properly. Hela. It's not enough to see, let alone Yi's 6 rough stones, even if there is only one power stone, yes, she can directly crush her and beat her up. Definitely, with only one raw power stone, whether it is to suppress her or seal her, it is extremely easy, but if you want to kill her, it is probably not easy for Yi to do it. After all, Asgard can't be destroyed, Hela can hardly die. It's another matter now, Yi who holds the 6 rough stones can cut off this connection at any time, and can take Hela's life very easily. This move can be used against Hela, and of course Dormammu too. But the latter is not necessary, as long as the dark dimension is still there, even if there is only one Dormammu, maybe there will be a little Mammu in the future can't directly destroy a dimension of this universe. Chapter 76. Kneeled in less than half a minute. Hela, who was supposed to return to Asgard to continue fighting in the 9 realms and embark on the road to conquer the universe, was stunned. I thought that what I bumped into was just a little white, just a rescuer invited by Odin, cannon fodder to delay time, but I didn't expect that what she encountered was a giant beast that devoured the sky. And now this giant sky-swallowing beast opened its bloody mouth, showing its fangs to her. How to choose? She has been suppressed for 1,000 years, sealed in the underworld for 1,000 years, and she will go back when she comes out. Unwilling in his heart, his chest was burning with anger, madly impacting Hela's sanity. But as soon as he raised his head and saw the 2 rays of light on Yi's fingertips, his anger disappeared instantly completely. Now she is just a fish to be slaughtered, and Yi is the one who wields a knife, he can easily bring down blade at any time, and take her life away. Perhaps this is the ending more frightening than death. I will surrender. Hela gave up resistance, and slowly lowered her head. Is this the third way you chose? I remember that I didn't give you this option. The radiance in his hand dissipated, the terrifying pressure that suppressed Hela dissipated, and the space returned to normal again. You are so ambitious that even Odin can't hold back, and you are bloodthirsty, murderous, and warlike. I don't think it is necessary to accept your surrender. After all, no one knows if you will bite me back in the future. Give you a chance, if you can convince me, maybe you can take this third road. Surrender to the strong is the only power that the weak can exercise. Hela raised her head slightly, and there seemed to be an indelible fanaticism in her eyes. You are stronger than Odin. I would rather be your torturer. The executioner? To put it bluntly, he is the executioner, right? Yi frowned. Do you want to be the knife in my hand? Yes. Hela nodded heavily. You are indeed a good knife, but I don't like it. Yi shook his head lightly, and pressed the void with his right hand, and Hela's figure was thrown into the underworld again. Bloodthirsty, warlike, enjoying death, and extremely ambitious, this Odin's eldest daughter Hela is not a normal person who can calm down. Even if this kind of person talks about surrender, Yi will not believe it. Although Yi is not afraid of his betrayal, let alone of her being stabbed in the back, but why bring a mop bottle? Is Hela strong? She is not strong, much worse than Carol. Does Yi need an executioner? No. Hela is totally unnecessary to Yi, it would be considered merciful not to just let her go to hell, maybe only a place like the underworld is suitable for Hela. She was able to break through the seal and come out before, but now, unless she advances to the multi-universe level, or invites multi-universe bosses, she can only stay in the underworld until the end of her lifespan. Looking at the empty coast, Yi turned around slightly, the space in front of him suddenly shattered, and an extremely evil aura spread instantly. Dark dimension, it's my first time here, don't let me down, Dormammu. Looking up at the world after the space rift, Yi walked directly through the space rift. This is a dark dimension, full of tyranny, killing, all kinds of negative emotions and negative energy, and broken planets everywhere. There is no normal life here, and it is a forbidden area for death. Subtle fluctuations came from the other side. Yi's gaze was fixed, his gaze spanned the space, and the Ancient One magician and Dormammu who were fighting instantly came into view. Dormammu does not have a specific body, and can be changed arbitrarily with his thoughts. After all, his consciousness has been integrated into the dark dimension, and his physical body has become a terrifying existence. Dormammu is very aggressive and extremely violent, every song has the power to destroy the world. On the other hand, Ancient One magician is more inclined to defense, with all kinds of secret techniques at his fingertips, and Dormammu's attack was easily resolved by Ancient One with secret techniques. Rather than brutal close combat, Ancient One magician's fighting style looks like a special performance art, full of beauty. The connection between each spell is flawless, but the seemingly weak movements can turn Dormammu's violent attack into invisible. It's really a reminiscence between old friends. Lifting his feet and taking a light step, under the space shift Yeshi arrives at the battlefield in an instant. Dormammu's attack paused slightly, and his huge dark purple eyes suddenly looked at Yeyi. Here. Seeing Yeyi coming, a smile flashed across Ancient One magician's face. Since Yeyi has already arrived, the matter on the other side will naturally be resolved. And now, the enemies of the magicians will also be sealed, and I will be fine, and I can concentrate on teaching my apprentices in the rest of the time. Let me solve it. Nodding towards the Ancient One magician, Yeyi's eyes shifted to Dormammu's body. You want to help her? Have you considered the consequences of doing so? Dormammu is not stupid, and you can probably understand what's going on after listening to the conversation between the two. We met not long ago, although it was just a glance, you won't forget it. Yeyi said with a smile, maybe you can't remember, but I do. 0. In order to avoid trouble, I came to you. Dormammu's huge eyes narrowed slightly, and the deep purple energy in his body began to flow at a high speed. Seeing the change in Dormammu, Yeyi slowly raised his right hand. Okay, I won't talk nonsense, this time I'm here to solve you. Infinity Stone. Seeing Yeyi's raised right hand, Dormammu panicked and roared angrily, no, you can't do this, if you dare to do this, the dark dimension will collapse directly. Your threats are useless to me. Yeyi shook his head slightly, and the infinity bracelet on his hand burst into light instantly, please sleep peacefully in the dark dimension for 1,000,000 years. No, Dormammu's expression became extremely violent as he looked at the infinity rough stone that was bursting with light, and the entire dark dimension began to vibrate violently. The majestic energy surged in like a tide, pouring into Dormammu's forehead quickly, and the overwhelming dark purple palm suddenly slapped towards Yeyi's direction. Whether a move is powerful or not does not mean that the larger the range, the greater the power. Go to sleep honestly. The dazzling brilliance illuminated the extremely dim dark dimension, and the violent energy instantly returned to calm, and Dormammu's attack dissipated directly in invisible. In Dormammu's desperate roar, his consciousness began to gradually blur, and finally fell into the dark 5. Chapter 77. The roar, dissipate. Under the power of the infinite rough stone, Dormammu's huge body shrank crazily, and finally turned into a speck of dust and floated to the depths of the dark dimension. Not only Dormammu's consciousness is sealed by Yeyi, his body is also sealed by Yeyi, unless he has the power of multi-universe peak, otherwise he can only honestly sleep for 1,000,000 years. Killing Dormammu is easy, but it's better to play it safe. After all, if you kill one, a second one will emerge, endlessly. There are as many evil people as Dormammu who want power, and they can never be killed. If the dark dimension loses its dimension master, there will naturally be another one. It is impossible for Yeyi to directly lock the dark dimension. After all, this is also necessary for the development of the universe. Destroying a dimension is an irreversible damage to the universe, which will only make the universe gradually go to 957 to perish, which is obviously not advisable. Although it cannot be completely eliminated, the danger of Dormammu falling into a deep sleep will be minimized. As long as Dormammu is still alive, there will be no second person who can become the master of the dark dimension, at least without the intervention of the multi-peak power. The dark dimension will not come out as a demon for 1,000,000 years. As for 1,000,000 years later, God, after 1,000,000 years, from birth to now, Yeyi has just lived more than 20 thoughts. What kind of concept is 1,000,000 years? Yeyi said it was difficult to understand. Maybe Peter Quill's dad Egg knows what it's like. After all, Egg's past lifespan was measured in millions of years. Looking at the dark dimension that has returned to calm, Ancient One magician's expression suddenly became a little complicated. I never thought that there would be such an ending. Because of my accident. Putting down his right hand, Yeyi looked at Ancient One magician indifferently. The deal between us has been completed, but I still owe you a favor. Have you figured out how to use it? Yeyi helped deal with Dormammu. Ancient One gave him the Time Stone, and taught him to use the Arcane Gate and Mirror Space. This is a deal between her and Ancient One magician. But what Yeyi got from the Ancient One magician is more than that. This is favor. Yeyi is not a heartless person. Whoever treats him well, he knows in his heart, but the most difficult thing is debt of favor. Yes, she said that he has a bit of a headache. That's enough. Ancient One Magician gently shook his head. You have sealed Dormammu for 1,000,000 years, and it is impossible to have a second master in the dark dimension for 1,000,000 years. This is far beyond the scope of our transaction. This matter is just a matter of waving my hand. Yayi also shook his head. The value of what I learned from Kamartaj is not equal to this. I don't have any requirements. After all, I will be leaving soon. Looking at the dark space in front of him, Ancient One Magician showed a relieved expression on his face. The important task of protecting the earth, just wait for Strange to hand it over to him after awakening. He will be better than me, and I have nothing to worry about. So you only plan to live for 4 years. Hearing Ancient One Magician's words, Yayi instantly understood. Well, this is the path you chose, and it's also the path you yearn for, so I won't say much about it. I will remember this favor. If you need help in the future, you can ask me for help. Ancient One Magician turned his head slightly, looked at Yayi with a serious expression, and thanked him softly. Thank you. Yayi shook his head slightly, turned around and disappeared into the dark space. Yayi doesn't want to interfere with Ancient One Magician's decision, he just remembers this favor. You must know that there are many Yayi in the Ancient One Magician's collection that have not been fully read, but they are all included in the Void Engine's data curry. There is no lack of various knowledge and secret methods for controlling the infinite rough stones. These have an indescribable effect on Yayi's control of the infinite rough stones. This kind of favor is not insignificant. After Yayi left, the Ancient One Magician also left the dark space. Just like the half of what was said just now, she needs to teach Strange seriously, and then let him take over the position of Sorcerer Supreme. As for Asgard's affairs, they don't want to take care of them. Odin can solve them by himself. This time the incident was caused by Odin. It's good not to trouble him. 7 days passed by in a flash. During this period, nothing major happened. The biggest thing was to take away Surti's eternal spirit again. Then Tony went to the quantum realm again, and when he came back, his depressed mood was gone, and he looked much brighter. And after that, all the Hydra in the world suffered. Under the lock of Yayi's void engine, no one could hide. All of them were caught by Tony, and then killed without any hesitation. Not even a chance to go to jail. Other than that, everything else is pretty peaceful. Unlimited rough stone collection journey. Collect power stones, completed. Collecting reality stones, completed. Collecting soul stones, completed. Collecting space gems, done. Collecting time stones, completed. Collecting soul gem, done. Current progress, 6/6, rewards are available. The 7 days have come, and the night, the thing I have been looking forward to for a long time, is finally available. But before that, he still has one more thing to do. Tony, the last Hydra, is going to kill him. Now is the time. Are you done? Tony, who was engrossed in writing the program, raised his head slightly and waved away the projection in front of him. I've been waiting for this day for a long time, and I can leave anytime. As soon as the voice fell, the nano armor was already covering the whole body. Then let's go now. Yayi nodded slightly. With the thought, the space shifted, and when Tony came back to his senses, the scene in front of him still changed drastically. Is this the destination? Looking at the strange landscape around, Tony frowned. You can also stay and take a look after finishing business. The scenery here is very good. Is this where Schmidt retires? He knows how to choose a place. 1.4 This is the location of Vormir, Soul Gem. Looking up at the altar in front of him, Yayi said softly, there is another alias here, the death center of the universe. People who come here will lose their souls once they stay for a long time, and this is where the name Death Center comes from. Are you sure you want to stay here and take in the sights? How did Schmidt survive? Tony frowned. He is the guide of Soul Gem. He is right, I am the guide of Soul Gem. A deep voice sounded, and a figure in a broken black robe slowly floated out of the darkness. Can I solve it now? Looking at the appearance of Red Skull, Tony frowned. He knew the horror of the Infinity Stone. If Schmidt was really the guide of the Soul Gem, maybe he really did it. Don't lose each other. Chapter 78. Tony Stark, son of Howard Stark, welcome to Vormir. Red Skull glanced at Tony, then turned to Yayi. There was no response for a while. What, stuck? Stay quietly, your account, Tony will settle with you later. Looking past the Red Skull, Yayi looked up at the vortex in the sky, where the channel to communicate with the Soul Gem is located. My goal, is it? This channel that can communicate with Soul Gem, only the soul body can pass through. Then are you ready? Red Skull said calmly, you should know that if you want to get the Soul Gem, the price is very high. I don't think there is any need to prepare. Yayi shook his head lightly, I have my way. Red Skull shook his head with a self-deprecating smile, Soul Gem is highly respected among the infinite rough stones because it contains unique wisdom. In order to ensure that the holder understands its power, the rough stone needs your sacrifice. Soul for soul, you are obviously not ready. The sacrificed soul will open these 10 channels to welcome the coming of the Soul Gem. And the feelings of the sacrificer will be recognized by the Soul Gem, so that the true power of the Soul Gem can be displayed. Really? The corner of Yayi's mouth twitched. After Space Gem exiled you here, it seems that your soul has also been eroded by it. Soul Gem has the ability to steal, manipulate, modify, and even create souls. The original stone can not only control the soul of life, but also the undead can be commanded by it. A mere red skull can't even touch the unconscious tesseract, that is, the Space Gem, and the Soul Gem wants to modify his soul without being discovered. It's a breeze. This evil spirit knows how to adorn itself, as Red Skull has to say about the Soul Gem. It's true that Soul Gem has unique wisdom, but this soul is evil, an evil soul that occupies good things. Do you think so? Yayi raised his head slightly, the color of the wind and clouds in the sky changed, the originally quiet vortex began to churn violently, and traces of pale light began to gather in the vortex. That is the power of the soul is gathering. Obviously, this soul was irritated. Soul Gem is one of the more dangerous rough stones among the 6 rough stones. Because it has independent self-awareness and a hungry soul. What is even more ironic is that this rough stone is actually the entrance to a small universe as beautiful as idyllic. Soul for soul. Exchange the soul of the sacrificed person for Soul Gem. To put it simply, you have to feed this rough stone, and it will last you forever. I have to say that this rough stone is a bit evil, just because it has self-awareness and a hungry soul makes Yayi extremely displeased. Although its ability is powerful, it has the ability of the Lord Eater, and it is also the Lord Eater controlled by another subjective idea. If it does not feed the soul in the rough stone, it will stare at the owner of the rough stone at any time, and even directly devour the owner's soul to satisfy itself. The rough stone of reality is just an instinctive desire for strength and growth. The power stone is just an instinctive hope that the holder has the ability worthy of it. Space Gem is the most casual, never asking for anything. The time stone requires users to be self-disciplined. The soul stone requires the user to have a strong will. Only Soul Gem will take the initiative to devour the Lord. What are you going to do? Toby frowned slightly after glancing at the vortex in the sky. This rough stone doesn't seem to be easy to mess with. Can he be more annoying than me? Yayi smiled lightly and shook his head, completely ignoring this threat. Isn't the Soul Gem in the Infinity Bracelet very cute now? The Soul Gem that was just fed by Thanos with his female soul was snatched by Yayi. In order to prevent future troubles, what did Yayi do? Naturally, the soul born in the Soul Gem was completely obliterated without mercy. Soul Gem is Soul Gem, the soul inside Soul Gem belongs to Soul Gem, but that evil soul does not represent Soul Gem, it barely counts as the manager of soul combo. Is it difficult to obliterate an evil soul with the power of multiple peaks? The fed soul that was snatched from Thanos was so easily wiped out by Yayi, could this hungry soul here be even more difficult to deal with? Just in case, glancing at the violently tumbling vortex in the sky, Yayi raised his hand and tapped lightly, and the Red Skull's figure instantly disappeared. Kill him. Seeing this scene, Tony frowned. Didn't it be agreed that I would come? But it's not bad, it's okay to watch him die. It's not dead, it's yours, it's yours. Yayi shook his head. There must be some degree of subtle connection between Soul Gem and Schmidt. This is just to prevent that evil soul from escaping. Looking at the shrinking vortex, Tony frowned. Do you want to send me back to Earth first? Can you use it while I'm here? Yayi chuckled and shook his head. 010 can stand behind me, it's just a soul body, it's not difficult, one hand is enough. Alright, it would be nice to open my eyes. As soon as Tony finished speaking, a sharp wailing sound came from the vortex, and the terrifying sound wave shook the entire planet, trembling. An invisible giant claw of pale soul protruded from the vortex, and suddenly grabbed Yayi and Tony. Active attack. You're brave. Yayi gently raised his right hand, the Soul Gem on the Infinity Bracelet lit up, and all the attacks quietly dissipated. The next moment, the 6 rough stones lit up one by one, and the terrifying power of the peak of Multivariate erupted loudly. A big hand exuding 6-colored brilliance protruded from the void, and ruthlessly grabbed the star field. The terrifying power ignored the rules, and directly wrapped the entire star field in this colorful giant hand. Yayi raised his right hand and gently shook it. The space exploded, and the entire star field was directly compressed infinitely under this terrifying force, and a huge amount of void suddenly appeared in the universe. With a flick of a finger, the destroyed universe was instantly repaired, and the overwhelming colorful hand shrank rapidly, and finally turned into a normal file size, and slowly spread it out in front of Yayi. A rough stone exuding subtle light is lying quietly in the palm of your hand. Chapter 79. Get the second Soul Gem. The energy that exudes colorful light dissipates, and the soul gem, which has been wiped out of the evil soul, is quietly floating in front of Yayi. Every time I see you make a move, I'm terrified. This entire starfield is just squeezed by your hand. Looking at the empty starry sky in front of him, Tony raised his hand and wiped his forehead. In a cold sweat. Although the galaxy where Vamir's star is located is not as big as the solar system, it has at least half the radius. However, the moment Yayi raised his hand and dropped his hand like this, dozens of planets were directly squeezed into nothingness. True to its name, it's easier than mixing water. The first time I saw Yayi make a move, Dirty Rod's armor is like kneading tofu. The second time I saw Yayi make a move was during the battle in New York. When I raised my hand, all the enemies were wiped out, and Tony was also terrified when he saw it. For the rest of the time, I only saw Yayi open a portal. I don't have a very intuitive understanding of Yayi's combat power. After all, whether it's Chitauri or Dark Elf, Yayi just raises his hand and lets go. It's impossible to see where Yayi's limit is. And now, Tony has the most intuitive understanding of Yayi's horror. This is a ruthless man, this is a wolf. Raise your hand, a galaxy gone. As for the upper limit, Tony said that he didn't want to understand. Anyway, all he needs to know is that once Yayi gets upset, with a wave of his hand, the entire solar system is gone. That's enough to know. There are more scary things Tony doesn't want to guess. It's useless to guess. Definitely, Tony knew that Yayi would definitely not do this. As to why. Is it okay to say intuition? You go back to Earth first. Putting the soul gem into the system space, Yayi raised his hand and handed a compressed space like a glass bead to Tony. A space wormhole opened simultaneously behind Tony. This is Schmidt. You can release him by crushing it when you go back, and you can do whatever you want with him then. Can I study it for a while? After receiving the compressed space handed over by Yayi, Tony raised his hand and touched the visor. This is space technology. I have some ideas and want to try it out. Okay. Yayi nodded lightly. Don't worry about him running away. If there is anything to ask J.A.R.V.I.S to send me a message directly. My communication channel J.A.R.V.I.S has it. When are you coming back? Not sure, could be fast, could be slow. Is it dangerous? There should be. Good luck then, and thanks. Nanoparticles surged. Tony embedded the compressed space directly on the back of his hand, and then passed through the space hole without any hesitation. Yayi obviously still has things to do. Tony didn't ask too much. After all, who doesn't have a secret? Watching the space wormhole close, Yayi's expression gradually became serious. The next thing to do is dangerous. With the thought, a projection that only Yayi could see appeared. System, after being silent for so long, we can start working. The 12 rough stones have been obtained. Plan A or Plan B? It is recommended to use Plan B. The sound of the system sounded after a long absence. Then let's start now. Yayi took a deep breath, and took out all 6 infinite rough stones stored in the system space at once. As if aware of the danger, the 6 rough stones burst into light, and the terrifying power caused the void to turmoil. The next moment, holding the invisible big hand, the 6 rough stones regained their composure and slowly floated around Yayi's body. Rewards have been distributed. The large-scale celestial computer has been integrated into the dark plane of the host, and the genetic system of the power of the galaxy has begun to be loaded. 10%, 20%, 100%. Galaxy Power Genetic System integration is completed and Plan B is launched. The genetic system begins to integrate. The 4 gene engines in Yayi's body plus a void engine began to integrate with each other under the power of the system. The process was quite fast, and there seemed to be no repulsion at all. While a little stunned, at the same time, I feel that it is definitely a matter of course. After all, although the focus of the gene engines is different, the abilities are also strange, and the power of each engine is also very different. But, originating, these engines are all the same thing. In the case of the same source, it is not surprising that they can integrate. After all, these engines are all researched with the void as the starting point. The gene engine integrates successfully. Please name it. Xiangxin? Kinkan. No, no, no. Call it Chaos. Gene engine named successfully, Chaos engine registered and officially launched. The dark plane is opened, and the scene in front of Yayi has changed drastically. The current dark plane is completely different from the previous universe star map. Instead of the cosmic starry sky map, is a gray and white world of chaos. Under the feet, 2 rays of light, one black and one white, gradually integrated. A huge amounts of Teji diagram suddenly unfolded, and the large astronomical computer rewarded by the system lightly landed on the black and white Teji diagram. The Chaos engine starts successfully and starts to detect. The function is normal. Engine core data proofreading is successful. Current engine version, 1.0, engine core computing speed, unknown, additional high-level definition material, high-level concept rewriter, subversive energy conservation, fixed star control, god-killing power, space-time heart. Data gene is activated, angel gene is loading. Loading is successful, angel wings are activated, and the sacred language is loaded. Download under big clock data simulation, well done, download complete. Computer database opened successfully, 4th generation divine body technology loading, loading complete, sacred body loading, loading complete, phantom body loading, loading complete, big. Do you want to execute the divine body upgrade program? No. Although the change of the internal engine made Yayi a little messy, Yayi still decisively chose no. Where is his plan B now? How could he make a choice so easily? Exiting the dark plane, Yayi temporarily chose to close the chaos engine system, continue to implement plan B. Start execution. When the system's voice fell, a great force directly acted on the 6 infinite rough stones in front of Yayi. Under the power of the system, the 6 infinite rough stones turned into a gleam of light at the same time, and then directly merged into Yayi's dark plane. Chapter 80. The gathering of 6 rough stones is the peak of diversity. And the 6 rough stones are separated, each one is a level single universe. The power stone on the right wrist has an infinite bracelet as a container, and the power of the multi-peak does not directly act on Yayi, but Yayi can only use the power of the multi-peak 10 times with the help of the infinite bracelet. Once more than 10 times, using the 6 rough stones together will cause irreversible damage to the infinite bracelet, and it will originally cause great pressure to Yayi. In the lighter case, the body will be severely injured and the gene will collapse, and in the worst case, the soul will be scattered. However, 4 out of 10 chances have been used. What kind of feeling does it feel like 6 infinite rough stones merge into the dark plane at the same time? There is no pain or itching in the body, because Yayi cleverly cut off his 5 senses. However, this is only an expedient measure. The power of the Infinity Stone does not only act on the divine body and the dark plane. Yayi's spiritual power and soul power are also being baptized by this huge power. Although there is a systematic escort, Yayi will not be directly annihilated by the ashes directly supported by this terrifying force of multiple peaks, but correspondingly, the pain from the depths of the soul. It is inevitable. This is still a kind of sublimation of life level. Genes will only sublimate the 820 of one's body, allowing oneself to have stronger strength, stronger defense, and longer lifespan. But this time, it is the sublimation of the spiritual level, the leap forward of the soul level. No matter how high the genetic level is, it still cannot change the fact that Yayi used to be an ordinary person, and this sublimation is enough to make Yayi's soul break away from the ordinary definition. Really sublimate to the level of gods, cast off the mortal body, and be promoted to innate gods. Yayi's dark plane is evolving, a small universe is constantly expanding, and under the influence of the infinite power of the original stone, it begins to expand crazily. A big universe is born in Yayi's dark plane. The gene engine is sublimating, and countless data streams are pouring into the celestial computer crazily, and the celestial upgrade program runs on its own, and begins to digest this incomparably huge knowledge. The hazy chaos wraps this ever-expanding universe, a tiny ray of light emerges from within the chaos, and one after another competes to emerge. The subtle rays of light began to extend, and 6 singular points of different colors spread out in chaos, and the universe around the center of chaos was constantly rotating. The rapidly expanding universe paused slightly, as if it had reached a certain critical point, and it was completely stabilized. Fiddled with by an invisible hand, the stable universe began to shrink, and the boundary of nothingness was once again shrouded in a hazy chaos. This process is repeated again, another universe is formed, then shrinks. The black and white 2-color Taiji diagram suppresses the endless chaos in Poland, and the 2 infinitely shrunk universes turn into shimmering light and merge into the black and white points in the Taiji diagram, and the 6 singularities gradually disappear. Plan B is completed. With the sound of the system sounding again, Yayi's hazy soul instantly solidified. Open your eyes slowly, there is still a starry sky in front of you. Is this a success? Looking at the infinity bracelet on his wrist, Yayi breathed a sigh of relief, and his brain that was a bit down was completely awake, from level Godfather across almost 2 major levels to the multi-level peak. I have to say it's a bit crazy. Recalling the experience just now, Yayi said that he still has a little heart palpitations. If there is no system to escort him, let alone soul sublimation, maybe at the moment his soul has completely dissipated and merged into the universe, turning it into the nutrient of this universe. System, what level am I at now? Peak of diversity. Can't you touch the threshold of super universe level? Yayi raised his eyebrows. If you try harder, you will succeed. You have to tell me how much the difference is. Bade, even if they just stepped into the super universe level, without the intervention of the system, they can kill the host with just one hand. It's very simple. 1. As for how far the host is from the super large universe now. Well, it's actually just a little short. A little bit? Well, I understand. Yeah, he nodded lightly to express his acceptance, and his heart, which was a little fluttering at first, completely settled down. It's only at the multi-universe level, and there's still a long way to go. There are still many bosses who can crush him to death with one hand. They can't float, and if they float, they will be gone. The meaning that the system wants to express is very clear. If there is a little difference, yeah, he knows that the distance of that little bit is almost equal to a multi-universe on the fingertips. It's that simple. Under the premise that he had already prepared himself, yes, she didn't feel lost at all. He is also a little thankful that he came to the MCU universe. Otherwise, it would be a dream to collect all 6 Infinity Stones. If you really do this, the Life Tribunal will definitely come and teach you how to be a human being. Definitely, this is just a joke, because of a sentence from the Life Tribunal, the 6 infinite rough stones will never be able to get together. If you really come to that kind of universe, although you can take advantage of one by one to complete the tasks issued by the system, you can also get rewards by doing so. But the 6 rough stones are not destined for him, because he can only get 5 at most. However, in a world where the universe is restarted at every turn, how many seconds can he survive? Diversity is not omnipotent, it's still very weak. Shaking his head lightly, he suppressed all the redundant thoughts in his mind, if such a thing didn't exist. Some people say that the original stone of time can reverse the flow of time. Why can't the 6 original stones change the past? Why can't there be ifs? Here is a very solemn answer, no. With the 6 original stones in hand, he can indeed easily travel through any timeline, and even go directly back to before the Big Bang. But, you can't do anything. Your actions can indeed change what is about to happen, but you can't change the future that has already happened. Once you change something, it just creates a new world line, creates a new parallel universe. Nothing will change in the future of your universe. As for counter-current time, it is indeed feasible, but unfortunately, doing so will create time branches, and various paradoxes are waiting for you. Even if you are diverse, under the paradox, you will definitely be miserable. All of this is why, 2 words, rule.